Have you heard? A monster suddenly appeared in the forbidden forest to the east. Lots of people went insane just from a single glance at it. Is that for real? And then, oi. Then a sun rose inside the forest. The monster and the forest were both gone, but the forest grew back again. Inside the tavern, several middle-aged men, their limbs partially different from those of ordinary people, drank cheap, distilled liquor as they chatted idly. At that moment, a silver-haired girl wearing an enormous witch's hat pushed open the tavern door. This was no ordinary tavern, but an establishment that posted commissions for mercenaries, bounty hunters, and assassins. Those who drank here were not ordinary people either. They were modified individuals, either altered through alchemical reconstruction or engraved with magical circuits directly onto their flesh, possessing great combat prowess without ever having studied. Yet it was not without its price. Every time they used power that should never have been theirs, they drew closer to death. To accept a commission here, there was one condition. One had to order at least a single drink. Xia Lin had once amiably asked a bounty hunter for information about this place, so she knew very well what she needed to do to receive a commission. She surveyed the tavern's layout as she walked toward the bar counter. The other patrons were curious about her, yet did not dare meet Xia Lin's gaze hidden. To be sure, this place was usually frequented only by modified fighters. But among noble mages and alchemists, there were quite a few who were relatively poor and unable to find other ways to earn money. Thus, it was not unheard of to see them here from time to time. Given Xia Lin's composed and unruffled demeanor, no one would ever take her for an ordinary person. "Honored miss, what may I get for you?" The bartender at the counter addressed her with formal courtesy. This was a branch of a chain tavern. No one wished to offend a noble mage or alchemist. "I would like a glass of milk." Xia Lin frowned as she swept a glance over the menu he handed her. The beverages listed were all manner of cheap distilled spirits and some ordinary fruit wines, yet she disliked drinking alcohol. "Well, very well, please wait a moment." The bartender agreed with some difficulty. Xia Lin leaned against the bar to wait and let out a sigh. She was a transmigrator, as she no longer remembered how she had crossed over, but after arriving in this world, an extra fragment of memory had appeared in her mind. It read, "You are a witch. Until your mana reaches 10,000, do not act recklessly." The method for measuring mana is. Thus Xia Lin, exceedingly timid, had settled in the beginner's village, namely the nameless forest where she had first arrived, and lived there for several hundred years. Until a week ago, when an ugly giant octopus suddenly appeared in her home and began to wreak havoc. The octopus was not strong, and she killed it with ease, but her home was destroyed. Although she later repaired it with magic, Xia Lin came to a stark realization: she was far too weak and could no longer afford to idle her days away. Even now her mana was only 7,000. She had not even been able to properly handle a random octopus of unknown origin. For centuries, every spell Xia Lin used had been something she had fumbled out on her own, and their power was frankly beyond disappointing. So Xia Lin left home resolved to seek proper instruction and become stronger. As for why on a quest for study she had come instead to a tavern, there was only one reason: poverty. To study magic systematically, one either hired a specialized magic teacher or attended an academy. Either option demanded a considerable sum of money. Having lived alone for centuries, Xia Lin had rarely needed currency. Food, drink, and daily necessities had all been solved with magic. As a result, she had almost no money. The small funds she now possessed had come from her good fortune in robbing the rich to aid the poor. From the last bounty hunter, she had thus relieved of excess wealth. Xia Lin had learned of this tavern. She planned to take on a few commissions to save up tuition. Her target was Rupert Academy for no other reason than that it was close to home, and its tuition was cheap. 1 year's tuition cost only 300 silver coins, or 3 gold coins, roughly equivalent to 3 years of expenses for an ordinary family of 4. Though this was no small sum compared to other academies whose tuition easily exceeded 1,000 silver coins, it was already very cheap. "Here is the drink you ordered. May I ask what your profession and rank are so that I can help you choose a suitable task?" Before long, the bartender returned with the milk Xia Lin had ordered. Xia Lin took the glass and drank a sip. As far as she knew, in this world, apart from the clergy of the church, one could become strong only by becoming either a mage or an alchemist. Mages were divided into 1 to 9 circles, while alchemists were divided into 3 tiers: black, white, and yellow. For convenience, whether for these professions or for other races, all strengths were broadly classified into 9 tiers. Nonetheless, mages still preferred to introduce themselves by the number of circles they had attained. Above that were the legendary 10-circle mages, known as legendary mages, and red-tier alchemists, said to be capable of refining a philosopher's stone, legendary alchemists. Though she understood the concrete divisions of strength, Xia Lin was still unsure which level her own power truly belonged to. 2-circle mage, she answered after a moment's thought. From the memory she had gained after transmigrating. Until your mana reaches 10,000, do not act recklessly. It was clear that once her mana reached 10,000, she could afford to be bolder. Out of caution, Xia Lin set that threshold at the 5th circle, a level slightly above the middle rank. Her current mana was around 7,000, but the higher one's mana, the harder it was to increase, and each additional point brought a greater leap in power. Thus her strength should be somewhere around the 3rd or 4th circle. Erring on the side of caution, Xia Lin subtracted yet another circle from that estimate. On the bartender's recommendation, Xia Lin ultimately selected an escort mission. The commission would last roughly a month with a reward of 500 silver coins. The task was to escort a noble from here to the Castel County. Conveniently, Rupert Academy lay just next door to the Castel County. For Xia Lin, this commission could not have been more suitable. After receiving the detailed information and the employer's contact from the bartender, she left the tavern. The departure was set for 9 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, but Xia Lin needed to visit the employer once beforehand on the following day. Unlike modified fighters whose tier could be confirmed simply by examining the engraved circuits or the alchemically altered parts of their bodies, mages and alchemists were different. Before a mage reached the 4th circle, or an alchemist the white tier, it was difficult to discern their identity or strength with the naked eye. Thus, Xia Lin needed to prove that she was indeed a 2-circle mage. The next afternoon, Xia Lin arrived as agreed before a manor. Its main gate stood open, and 7 or 8 people were gathered on the wide, tidy lawn. From Xia Lin's observation, most of them were modified individuals, and almost all at the initial black tier. Strictly speaking, they should not have been here, but that had little to do with her. Before long, an elderly man with graying whiskers dressed in a butler's attire stepped out from the manor. Behind him walked a luxurious-looking girl in a black Gothic long dress with golden hair and crimson eyes. It was obvious she was the true employer of this commission. "Mr. Nixon, Miss Xia Lin, please come this way," the butler called after glancing around. Adjusting the enormous brim of her hat, Xia Lin walked forward at an unhurried pace. At the same time, a young man wearing a monocle stepped out from the crowd. Judging by his attire, he was an alchemist, and those modified fighters were likely his subordinates. "This is the employer of this mission, Countess Lilith Castell," the butler said. "For the sake of procedure, please prove your respective identities. Mr. Nixon, let us start with you." The butler did not waste words. After a brief introduction, he went straight to the formalities. "Nixon, 2nd-tier alchemist, graduate of Sandra Alchemy Academy." The butler nodded, signaling for Nixon to begin his demonstration. Nixon removed the glove from his right hand, then crouched and slapped his palm onto the ground. "Transmute." A small transmutation array appeared on the surface, and from the soil rose a statue of Lady Castell, sculpted from earth. It was clear this was sufficient to confirm that Nixon was a genuine alchemist. "Miss Xia Lin, your turn," the butler said with a nod as Nixon stepped back. Xia Lin, 2-circle mage, self-taught. Imitating Nixon, Xia Lin offered a brief self-introduction, but both the butler and Nixon frowned. The modified fighters watching from the side began to whisper among themselves, some even pointed at Xia Lin and snickered. Lady Castell's brows knitted slightly, and the butler immediately understood her meaning. "Mr. Nixon, please have your men keep quiet." "My apologies, that was my oversight," Nixon said, stifling his laughter. A single look from him was enough to make all the modified fighters clamp their mouths shut. Throughout it all, Xia Lin paid no heed to their ridicule. She was only pondering which spell she should use next. Most of her spells were rather powerful. If she was not careful, she might send not only the manor, but the entire city flying into the sky. After considering for a while, Xia Lin decided on a support-type spell, something that would be enough to prove she was a mage, yet would not cause too much destruction. "Mr. Nixon, may I ask your subordinate to cooperate with me for a moment?" Charlene chose the spell she wished to demonstrate, then turned her head to address Nixon. Of course. Nixon was somewhat surprised by Charlene's request, yet he agreed without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, whether studying magic or alchemy, one required the guidance of a professional instructor. Naturally, there were also those blessed with extraordinary talent who could master such arts through self-study, relying only on books. Because their families could not afford tuition at proper academies, they were derisively called wild mages or wild artificers. Such people were usually despised by the academy faction. The latter envied their talent and mocked their humble origins. Nixon himself was one of those academicians. Why, after all the effort he had spent scraping together money, finally entering an academy and graduating with difficulty, should he now have to share the same treatment as some wild mage who had appeared out of nowhere? He simply could not accept it. Nixon shot a meaningful glance at the subordinate who had laughed the loudest earlier. The latter made a small hand gesture to signal his understanding. He wanted this wild mage to understand that reading a couple of books did not put her on his level. Luke, a face full of disdain, strode up to stand directly before Charlene. After Lord Nixon's special modifications, the strength of his right arm already approached 2nd tier. Combined with certain special techniques, it was more than enough to shatter the defensive magic of a touring wild mage. If she chose to use enhancement-type magic on it, well, he had once been an actor in a traveling troupe. He was confident that even a count's young lady would not be able to tell he was merely putting on a show. "Please, Miss Charlene." His tone was dripping with provocation as he spoke. At this moment, even Lilith's butler Jonah held little expectation for Charlene. The reason, however, was not the academician's prejudice against wild mages. Jonah was a 5-ring mage who had graduated from Rupert Magic Academy. Yet his impression of wild mages was not bad, for he himself had once been one. He merely believed Charlene to be a fraud, someone who had picked up a few sleight-of-hand tricks and now dared to pass herself off as a mage. As a 5-ring mage, Jonah possessed an exceptionally strong soul. He could easily sense any magical circuit within 100 meters of him. Yet he could feel no trace of any magical medium on the young girl before him. Mages themselves lacked innate casting ability. They inscribed circuits onto magical media and cast spells through those media. Even a 1-ring mage would, without exception, carry multiple magical media on their person, unless the opponent's level far surpassed his own to the point of concealing every circuit on their media. Such a scenario was clearly impossible. What hiring mage would waste time taking on a commission like this? Jonah had faithfully relayed all of this to Miss Castell. Her reply, however, had been, "Let's first see what she intends to do." Thus Jonah patiently chose to observe rather than immediately expose Charlene's supposed deception. He likewise turned a blind eye to Nixon's behavior. Then, "I shall begin." Charlene finally chose from among the many spells she had mastered the one most suited to this situation. It would deliver a small punishment to the noisy man before her without causing widespread destruction. At that moment, everyone present fixed their attention upon Charlene. Most of them, including Jonah and Nixon, were simply waiting to enjoy the show. Only Miss Castell watched with unfeigned curiosity. "Extend your right hand." Luca, wearing a wicked grin, stretched out his pitch-black modified right arm. At the same time, he guessed she would attempt some sort of amplification magic on it. Drawing upon the acting skills he had honed over years in a circus troupe, he was 100% confident he could convince everyone present that Charlene's spell had no effect whatsoever. Charlene did not begin casting immediately. The spell she intended to use required certain prerequisites. She extended a slender finger and from a distance lightly traced a few motions in the air toward Luca's black right arm. With a dull series of thuds, Luca's right arm detached in an instant and shattered into hundreds of tiny fragments that clattered across the floor. How is this possible? Nixon was the first to lose his composure and cry out. This had been his masterpiece. Though lacking in performance in terms of sheer durability, it was undeniably a second-tier alchemical construct. Yet that near second-tier alchemical arm had just been casually sliced into pieces by some wild mage of unknown origin. Though Nixon could not accept this reality, he was aware of how utterly he had lost control of himself. Aside from his own subordinates, however, no one paid him any mind. Jonah, upon witnessing this scene, nearly lost his footing. There was no activation ripple from any magic circuit. Indeed, he still had not sensed even the faintest fluctuation of a triggered circuit. Even a 9-ring or 10-ring supreme mage had to activate magical circuits when casting. Once activated, those circuits inevitably produced ripples that any 4-ring or higher mage could detect. Moreover, he had not observed any trace of alchemical modification on the girl. Could she have done this relying purely on physical strengths? The absurd thought surfaced in Jonah's mind without warning. To slice apart a black-grade alchemical construct with mere flesh. Could such a being still be called human? He drew in a deep breath and hurriedly cast the ridiculous notion aside. Focusing more intently on Charlene's next movements, he decided he might simply have been distracted and missed the earlier fluctuation. At that moment, Jonah noticed that his young lady had actually stepped out of the house, standing in the sunlight, and watching Charlene with full concentration. His mistress was someone whose waking and sleeping hours were reversed, and who almost never went out. Hardly anything could draw her attention strongly enough to make her leave her room. On the rare occasion something did, it was usually at night. This was the first time Jonah had ever seen her step outside during the day, even if it was only into the courtyard. As expected, before long Jonah saw his lady scratch at her reddening arm and retreat back into the shade. All eyes in the courtyard were once again fixed upon Charlene. She did not seem finished. There was clearly another step to come. And indeed, she was far from done. In truth, she had yet to truly begin, and what she had just done was merely preparation for releasing her spell. The spell Charlene intended to demonstrate was regeneration magic. To use regeneration, someone first had to be injured. She was reluctant to sacrifice her own arm, so she had no choice but to borrow one of Nixon's subordinates. After all, Nixon had plenty of underlings, each with their own peculiarities. Their bodies all had several pitch-black parts that looked at a glance distinctly unhealthy. Kind-hearted and beautiful Charlene not only refrained from pursuing punishment for their earlier commotion, she even took it upon herself to cure their long-standing ailments. "I am simply the most beautiful, kindest, gentlest, and most wonderful witch in the world," she thought to herself with satisfaction. She had no idea that the once unbearably arrogant Luca standing before her was now nearly frightened out of his wits. If a smiling mage has just chopped off the cybernetic limb you spent years of servitude paying off, and is still smiling as she looks at you, what are you supposed to do? And you need an answer right now? Don't worry, it will be over soon. Xia Lin revealed a smile she believed to be very gentle, comforting Luca, who was already terrified to the extreme. Okay. Luca managed to utter a single word under Xia Lin's pressure. Second ring rebirth magic. Xia Lin extended a hand and pressed it against the severed point of Luca's arm from a distance. In just a moment, a brand new arm grew directly out. Luca awkwardly manipulated his newly grown arm, a hint of confusion on his face. It just grew back like that. The arm he had painstakingly sacrificed for alchemical modification was replaced this easily. What about my alchemical arm? Luca looked confusedly at the pile of black fragments beneath his feet. Xia Lin noticed Luca's gaze with care. After pondering for a moment, she felt it was not good to damage someone else's belongings without permission. Second ring restoration magic. Xia Lin used her magic to control the black fragments, making them fly into the air. Under the influence of her magic, they reassembled into a brand new arm. Here you go. Xia Lin handed the repaired alchemical arm back to Luca. Looking bewildered, Luca took it and returned to the team under Nixon's command. The scene was somewhat quiet at this moment, except for Miss Castell, who looked at Xia Lin with curiosity and delight. The other people stood there dazed and lost in thought. Still nothing? Why is there still nothing? Jonah screamed inwardly. Where are the magic circuits? Could it be some special casting method? It couldn't possibly be one of those magical illusions. Such clumsy tricks could never fool him, a fifth ring mage. Although the magic used was something he had never seen before. Nonetheless, the other party had proven that they were indeed a mage. Moreover, they were a hiring mage whose power was definitely not inferior to his own. Yet he wondered why she accepted such a low-paying task. This should count as passing, right? Xia Lin asked uncertainly after seeing everyone frozen in place. Although she had hidden her abilities, she should have still reached the standard of a second ring mage. Why did they react this way? Xia Lin tilted her head in confusion. Of course you have passed. Jonah sorted his thoughts and stepped forward to say. At the same time, Jonah turned to exchange a glance with Miss Castle, and after receiving Lilith's permission, he continued. At the same time, we have decided to raise your reward to 1,000. No, it's 2,000 silver coins. At this moment, Jonah felt a cold gaze from his side and quickly corrected himself. Assuming Miss Xia Lin was a fifth ring mage on par with him, the price to hire her for a 1-month escort commission would be at least 5,000 silver coins. 2,000 silver coins was already a steal, but their budget was really limited. This was their maximum. Things should get better once the young lady inherited her title and fortune. At the same time, Jonah inwardly regretted his previous offer of 1,000 silver coins. I sincerely apologize, Miss Xia Lin. This is our budget limit, and we will do our best to make up for it later. Jonah bowed sincerely in apology. 2,000 silver coins was not a price at which one could hire a fifth ring mage. But there was little choice. Many side branches were coveting the Castle family's inheritance. There would be numerous assassins and bounty hunters eyeing them along the way. They originally planned to hire 2 third-ring mages or third-tier alchemists. With his own strength as a fifth-ring mage, they should barely ensure the young lad's safety. However, unfortunately, there were simply no suitable candidates to take the commission. Moreover, they had to reach the Castle territory within the stipulated time to inherit the title and property. Reluctantly, they had to lower their requirements to second ring or second tier and recruit many modifiers as cannon fodder. Even so, the risk was still considerable, but in the end they were fortunate. Mr. Nixon, you may leave. Miss Xia Lin, please stay for a moment. At this moment, Lilith suddenly spoke up. Nixon bowed and left Lilith's residence with his group of subordinates. However, Xia Lin could see that Nixon's mouth was twitching violently. Afterward, Lilith exchanged a few words with Jonah before he also left the courtyard, leaving ample space for Xia Lin and Lilith. Lilith elegantly stepped out of the shadow of the eaves. Miss Xia Lin, although I am unclear about your reasons for concealing your abilities, rest assured, I will keep it a secret. However, as Jonah mentioned, my budget is not sufficient, and I will make up for the shortfall compared to market prices after I inherit my title and fortune. Therefore, I hope you will take my commission. Lilith's red eyes sincerely locked onto Xia Lin's, pleading for her agreement. However, at this moment, Xia Lin was somewhat at a loss. Why did she suddenly want to raise my pay? Has my disguise as a third-ring mage been discovered? And why was she so close to me? A series of questions filled Xia Lin's mind, causing her to momentarily freeze. After crossing over, Xia Lin could stay in the novice village for hundreds of years without going out. To be honest, she was somewhat reclusive and socially anxious. Usually it was fine, but once things exceeded her expectations, she would just respond with simple murmurs. Just like now. So does that mean you agree? Lilith's eyes sparkled. After receiving Xia Lin's affirmative response, Lilith directly grasped her hands. I will never forget this kindness and friendship. Thank you, Miss Xia Lin. Then Lilith gently kissed the back of Xia Lin's hand. This left Xia Lin even more confused. It wasn't until she left the residence with a box containing 2,000 silver coins and returned to the inn where she was temporarily staying that she barely processed what had just happened. Did I just gather enough tuition? Did I just save up 123? Almost 7 years worth of tuition. Sitting on the bed looking at the silver coins spilling out of the box, Xia Lin ultimately gave up on the idea of going back to investigate. As long as there's money to be made, why worry about so much? In a regular tavern, the tavern owner was huddled in a corner of the bar, frantically polishing cups in a daze. Just 5 minutes ago, an alchemist entered his tavern accompanied by 7 or 8 fierce-looking modifiers. At this moment, Nixon was sitting in a corner of the bar, irritably drinking in silence. The 7 or 8 fierce-looking modifiers stood to the side, with their heads down submissively. Nixon had been defeated by a wild sorcerer of the same tier while completing a task at the academy, and he had escaped with his life only by begging for mercy on his knees. Later, he was expelled from Sandera Academy for failing to complete the test. Therefore, he had actually not graduated, but had dropped out. However, Nixon always claimed to have graduated normally. But Nixon attributed all of this to that wild sorcerer and subsequently developed a hatred for all wild mages and sorcerers. Bang! Why does that wild mage get a reward of 2,000 silver coins? Just for her pathetic illusions. Suddenly, Nixon slammed his hand on the table and shouted. He did not believe that what Xia Lin had demonstrated was true magic. Nixon had been to school and had some understanding of magic. Healing magic certainly exists, but that was the regeneration of severed fingers. How could a mere second-ring mage possibly cast magic of that level? Even with undeniable evidence before Nixon's eyes, he still refused to acknowledge the truth. He stubbornly believed that everything Xia Lin did was merely a clumsy illusion. For this reason, shortly after leaving Lilith's residence, Nixon killed the evidence, which was Lucas' alchemical arm was still lying under the table. Clearly, Nixon had gone mad. Moreover, all of Nixon's subordinates knew he had lost his sanity except for him. However, they dared not, and could not resist a alchemist held overwhelming control over modified beings. In front of Nixon, they were no different from ordinary people without weapons. Xia Lin, I will make you understand that wild mages should just hide away in the corners and struggle to survive. Nixon slammed the table again, shouting. Nixon collapsed weakly onto the chair after going wild in the tavern. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Xia Lin. The amount of the reward made it quite evident. Miss Castle offered a payment of 2,000 silver coins to that wild mage. This price was enough to hire a fourth-ring mage to protect anyone for a month. Moreover, judging from Miss Castle's attitude, the wild mage's strength was evidently beyond fourth ring. It was highly likely that he was at the fifth ring, otherwise she wouldn't have taken such measures. A fifth ring mage corresponds to a fifth-tier alchemist at the widening stage. At the Sandra Alchemy Academy, such a person would undoubtedly be considered an outstanding graduate. He would be someone whose portrait could be hung on the wall for all future students to admire. Nixon, who had not yet been expelled from the Sandra Alchemy Academy, had once fantasized about his future like this in the dormitory. After leaning on the poor-quality wooden chair for a long time, Nixon's mind was left with only two thoughts. One was why. Why was that wild mage's talent so exceptional? The second was how could he take revenge? Even a fourth-ring mage would find it no different from killing a chicken to try to kill him. His only advantage was that the opponent considered him a rival, allowing for a surprise attack. However, whether mage or alchemist, even in sleep, they would carry automatic trigger, defensive magical artifacts, or alchemical formations. His full-force attack could barely breach their defenses. Thinking of this, Nixon even entertained the notion of giving up on revenge. Wasn't it better to complete the commission honestly and take home the 500 silver coins as a reward? This was not an amount he could casually discard. Just as Nixon was unable to think of any possibility of successfully avenging himself. He recalled what had happened a week ago. At that time, he had just accepted the task of escorting Miss Castle when he received a letter. The letter instructed him to collude with certain individuals to eliminate Miss Castle. He did not need to act directly, just creating an opportunity would suffice. If successful, he would receive a reward of a full 20 gold coins. That was indeed 20 gold coins, equivalent to a total of 2,000 silver coins. A reward on par with that of the fifth-ring wild mage. However, at that time, Nixon clearly understood that this was not a reward he deserved. While money was certainly abundant, the prerequisite was that he had to have the life to spend it. What if their plan failed? It was easy to guess what Miss Castle would do to him. After all, he was the next lord of the Count, and even if Count Castle's territory was hundreds of kilometers away, taking his head and hanging it on the city wall would be no different to the lord than stepping on an ant. Thus, Nixon replied to refuse the commission, and he didn't even dare to pocket the gold coin deposit that was included in the letter. But things were different now. He wanted to kill that wild mage. Nixon's expression gradually turned fierce as he slammed the table and shouted, "Luca, go fetch me some letter paper." After a long pause with no one responding, Nixon was about to get angry. "Sir, Luca is dead. What's your name?" Nixon awkwardly asked. He nearly forgot that after leaving Castle's residence he had killed Luca in a fit of rage. It turned out that he had been quite accustomed to this subordinate. "My name is Karu. Go fetch me some letter paper, and tonight I'll have you fitted with Luca's arm." "Yes." Karu responded with great joy and hurriedly left the tavern to buy letter paper. The next morning, Xia Lin got up early from bed. She packed all her luggage in the room into her portable space and went to the front desk to check out. Following the route from yesterday, Xia Lin arrived at Lilith's residence punctually before 9 o'clock. Similar to yesterday, a considerable number of transformers had gathered in the courtyard of Lilith's residence. At the same time, there were 3 carriages parked in the courtyard. 2 of the carriages were luxurious ones bearing noble family crests, while the remaining one was an ordinary carriage that was somewhat shabby. It was evident that the 2 luxurious carriages belonged to Lilith, and Xia Lin could see inside the carriages through the curtains. One was for carrying Lilith's luggage, while the other was for living arrangements. As for the shabby carriage, it was naturally prepared for the transformers. The payment given to the transformers was very cheap. There were more than 10 transformers present, both for magical and alchemical modifications. Yet the total of their payments might not even reach half of Xia Lin's. Therefore, there was no need to prepare them a better carriage. Not allowing them to run behind the carriage was already a sign of kindness from the employer. After emerging from the forest, Xia Lin had seen many employers who made transformers run behind the carriage. At that time, she was greatly shocked, but after seeing it more often, she became accustomed to it. Xia Lin did not care much about which carriage she would ride. Lilith would never let her squeeze in with the transformers. Furthermore, Xia Lin could create carriages with magic, having as many as she desired. Sure enough, one of the carriage curtains was lifted. Lilith poked her head out from inside and extended a fair hand to beckon Xia Lin to get on board. Naturally, Xia Lin would not refuse and directly boarded the carriage. Meanwhile, Nixon, who was watching from the side, also wanted to get on the carriage, but was directly stopped by Jonah. "Mr. Nixon, you are not taking this carriage," Jonah said, blocking Nixon's way. "Oh, that one, right. Sorry, I overlooked it." Nixon awkwardly pointed at the other carriage used by Lilith for her luggage while preparing to board. However, Nixon was once again blocked by Jonah. "Mr. Jonah," Nixon asked in confusion. "That is the one you should be taking. Isn't that inappropriate?" The veins on Nixon's forehead throbbed slightly as he suppressed his anger and asked, "Sorry, mister. Nixon, this carriage is filled with the young lady's personal luggage, and aside from me, there isn't room for another person. Jonah's tone was calm, but carried an air of unyielding authority. Nixon's fury was almost about to burst from his eyes. He was an alchemist, a noble alchemist. Why should he squeeze into a broken carriage with a bunch of lowly transformers? Though he thought so, Nixon did not dare to voice it. This morning, from the reply he received, he had learned of the strength of this steward. A 5-3 mage. Nixon had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger and put on a strained smile. All right, I understand. These few characters were almost squeezed out from between Nixon's teeth. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the shabby carriage filled with transformers without looking back. He wanted them to know that he, Nixon, was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing this, Jonah also boarded the carriage. In reality, even with many items inside, there was still ample space. It was not the case that two people could not fit. His purpose for doing this was simple. Nixon had been very rude to Miss Xia Lin yesterday, and Miss Xia Lin was the only other 5-3 mage aside from him. Moreover, she was the kind who was willing to lower her status to help them. Jonah felt he owed Miss Xia Lin quite a lot. However, for the reputation of the Castle family, they could not do something like breaking the contract and driving Nixon away. They could only slightly make amends like this. Meanwhile, Xia Lin was inside Lilith's carriage chatting with her, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Miss Lily C. Just call me Lily C. Lily C. offered a kindly smile. But Xia Lin hesitated. In this world, it was very impolite for strangers to address one another by given name alone. Even though their relationship was that of employer and hireling, one would usually attach a suffix like madam or miss when speaking. Only those who were truly close would dare use a bare name. Miss Xia Lin, I am grateful you accepted this commission, so I hope you will grant me a small favor. Well, all right. But Lily C, you can call me Xia Lin too. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Lin agreed. In return, she made a request of her own. A flicker of panic crossed Lily C's face, barely concealed soon after. Xia Lin, puzzled, kept silent. Of course, Xia Lin. Lily C forced a smile. If you have any questions about the commission, feel free to ask. To cover her own embarrassment, Lily C clumsily changed the subject. Then, can you tell me who is trying to kill you? Xia Lin thought for a moment. Normally, traveling far meant hiring guards to deter sudden bandits. Usually a second-rank mage or a level 2 alchemist with a few enforcers would suffice. Yet this escort was more than twice that size. Enai Kusong, a level 2 alchemist, though she herself a third circle mage, and Lily C's companions knew her true strength. Not to mention Xiao Na, whom Xia Lin suspected was a mage of no lesser rank than herself. Such heavy security was normally overkill. Ordinary bandits would steer clear at the sight of it. You're right, my uncle is hunting me. Lily C sighed. All of the official offspring of the late Count Ka Si Taer died in separate accidents. By noble succession laws, the title should pass to his brother, my uncle. A month ago, I was proven to be the late Count Ka Si Taer's illegitimate daughter. Lily C summarized the cause and effect in spare words. The answer was simple. No one would allow an unexpected claimant to steal a fruit they had cultivated for years. I will do my best to keep you safe. Xia Lin said nothing more, only promising earnestly. Not for any noble reason. Xia Lin intended to secure the 2,000 silver already promised by ensuring Lily C's safety. Lily C gave an oddly peculiar smile. As the sun sank, 3 carriages stopped beside a brook by a small copse. We'll go get some fresh air. With that, she left the carriage. Lily C walked into the trees alone, glancing back now and then to see if Xia Lin followed. She did not go deep, keeping neither too near nor too far from the others. She found a fairly tall tree and sat down, unbothered by the risk of dirtying her expensive gown. Then she began to weep. Wah wah wah. I shouldn't have brought her along. It's terrifying. Lily C sobbed beneath the tree. She was the progenitor of the blood clan crushed to ash by the combined might of the gods 10,000 years ago. Now she had been resurrected if she could be safely delivered to the Ka Si Taer territory and reclaim her divine station. Yet Lily C felt she had utterly lost control of the situation. Her current predicament felt absurd, like a child grasping a wooden sword for the first time, while an eldritch god capable of killing a demon lord with a single blow offered to teach him swordplay. From the moment Lily C first saw Xia Lin, her divinity, Alarm, had been screaming. The Alarm shrieked, insisting that the seemingly sweet girl before her was a mortal danger. When she had been besieged and nearly ground to ash, her divinity, Alarm, had never sounded this loudly. So Lily C forced herself calm and played along, trying to glean the girl's identity. Was she sent by an enemy? What did they want with Lily C? How could Lily C avoid being killed with a single strike? What baffled Lily C most was that Xia Lin behaved like an ordinary mage, seemingly here for the 2,000 silver, as if it were a plain commission. Judging by the intensity of the divinity, Alarm, one slap from this girl would obliterate the continent under their feet. And she had been cooped up in the same carriage with such a terrifying being for an entire day. The Alarm had not ceased to thinking of it. Lily C cried a while longer beneath the tree. After a few minutes, having cried herself out, Lily C prepared to face reality and return. Just as she turned to rise, an exquisitely beautiful young face filled her vision. Dark golden eyes blinked adorably. Lily C's own ruby-like eyes blinked in reply. Ah. Lily C scrambled back nearly 10 meters, panicked, and slammed into a tree so hard her forehead swelled. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her opulent gown was rumpled and stained her delicate face streaked with tears. All of it made Li Si pitifully adorable, provoking an urge to both protect and harm her fiercely. Xia Lin vanished, and then suddenly reappeared beside Li Si, scooping her up just before she hit the ground. Li Si was utterly flummoxed. "They'll give you anything. Please don't kill me." She covered her face with both hands, unable to meet Xia Lin's eyes. Xia Lin had no idea what strange performance her unusually generous employer was enacting. She tilted her head slightly. People said a 45th degree, Tilcadade thought. Soon Xia Lin reached a reasonable conclusion. Yet even with her head cocked, she could not fathom why Li Si had suddenly become like this. So Xia Lin and Li Si stood like that for nearly 10 minutes. After some time, Li Si calmed down. She silenced the buzzing divinity alarm in her mind and slid out of Xia Lin's arms. She could neither fight nor flee, and pleading seemed useless. Li Si decided to reveal the truth. "I am the true progenitor of the Blood Clan, sovereign of night and blood. Why have you approached me?" She stepped back, exerting the last of her authority and donning an expression of indifference. At her command, darkness sealed the grove, cutting it off from the outside world. The moon hanging above was gradually stained a crimson hue. A godly majesty erupted from Li Si, centered upon her being. Viscous darkness and blood congealed at her feet, forming an ornate throne. Countless black silhouettes emerged among the trees, her servants. In terms of divine rank, Li Si occupied the highest tier among true gods. Even a demigod would kneel in reverence beneath her weight of status. Yet the supposed status of a true god affected Xia Lin not at all. It brushed past her like a gentle breeze through her hair. Watching Li Si's display, Xia Lin suddenly understood. At last she figured out why Li Si had behaved so oddly. She was merely afflicted with adolescent grandiosity. Chinibyu, a unique behavioral pattern that arises during the development of adolescence due to significant physiological and psychological changes. Xia Lin glanced at Lilith's height. About the same as hers, definitely not reaching 1.60 meters, and she is probably also in the category of adolescence. Adding to this is the immense identity change that occurred a month ago, along with the pressure of being pursued by her uncle. All of this must be borne by Lilith alone. Thus, suffering from Chinibyu is quite reasonable. With this thought, Xia Lin's gaze gradually softened. She is still just a child. Xia Lin knew exactly how to interact with a child suffering from Chinibyu. She then reached out her hand into the void, and a massive curved-top staff appeared in her hand. She adjusted the large mage hat on her head and struck a pose she considered extremely cool. "I am Xia Lin, the mistress of all magic in this world, a transcendent being of higher dimensions, a witch." The air fell into a moment of silence. Xia Lin maintained this somewhat strange posture. "Oh no, have I been exposed after so many years of Chinibyu?" Seeing that Lilith did not respond, Xia Lin thought she had blown her cover. In reality, when Xia Lin took out the staff from her storage space, she accidentally shattered Lilith's authority's seal over the grove. Lilith was still in shock and had not recovered. "You easily shattered my authority's seal, which I will remember that name. Tell me, what is your purpose?" Lilith suppressed her shock, forcing her body to remain steady, and asked Xia Lin with a show of bravado. "Here it comes." Xia Lin felt a surge of joy. Typically, this kind of situation indicates that the Chinibyu patient has already acknowledged you. Next, all she needed to do was follow the other person's narrative to be completely accepted. Xia Lin recalled her embarrassing history from the second year of middle school while organizing her thoughts. An evil god is about to invade this world on a grand scale, and the gods are either dead or have become the minions of evil gods. Only a few, including myself, are still resisting valiantly. Therefore, we need your help. My purpose here is to help you regain your divine status. Xia Lin recalled Lilith's self-introduction earlier and directly fabricated a story on the spot. She even provided a reason for Lilith to make friends in the future. Because Chinibyu patients generally have few friends. In response to Xia Lin's statement, Lilith still did not immediately reply, but lowered her head in thought. Xia Lin was well aware of the situation, and Lilith was still hesitating. However, this wouldn't last long, as Chinibyu patients truly have no friends. 3. 2. How are you going to help me? Lilith reluctantly believed Xia Lin's words, since she couldn't detect any flaws. Moreover, given the other party's strength, it would be easy for them to kill her without going through such elaborate schemes to deceive her. A slight smile crept onto Xia Lin's lips. She had secured the deal. "I come from beyond this world, and I am not familiar with the methods for you to attain divinity. Others are entangled with the evil gods. So ultimately it depends on you, but please let me know if there is anything I can assist with." She continued to elaborate. From Xia Lin's experience, the more Chinibyu one is, the easier it is to resonate with someone else who is equally Chinibyu. This is what is referred to as Chinibyu patients attracting each other. Lilith fell silent once more. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to agree, but felt that agreeing too quickly might make her seem cheap. What if some other old foes were to revive? What if her free, invincible henchman was taken away? Thus, Lilith decided to wait for a moment, not 10 seconds before agreeing. This would make her appear more cautious and intelligent. "Pleasure to cooperate." Lilith stepped forward, feigning indifference, and extended her right hand to Xia Lin. In reality, she was inwardly ecstatic. Originally, she thought the process of regaining her divine status would involve hiding her identity, accumulating power, final battle, regaining divine status. There would be a series of power struggles and schemes in between. Unexpectedly, she could declare victory right at the start. During her prime, very few were her match. Now a witch even stronger than her peak had appeared. Lilith could hardly fathom how she could possibly lose. With this thought, the corners of Lilith's mouth could hardly be suppressed. However, her pride compelled her to force her lips down. As a result, it became a scene where Lilith was extending her hand to Xia Lin while her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Xia Lin watched the amusing scene for a moment before quickly shaking her hand. Pleasure to cooperate. She pretended not to notice Lilith's wildly twitching lips and held back her laughter. This is how Cthulhu patients typically make their first friend. If she laughed at this moment, then everything Xia Lin had said and done before would have been in vain. Let's go back, it's time for dinner. Wait. Just as Xia Lin turned to leave, she was stopped by Lilith. What's wrong? Xia Lin asked in confusion. The aura of my authority has leaked out. The true gods who once opposed me may come looking for us, Lilith said with a hint of concern. When she revealed her identity earlier, she had only meant to bluff Xia Lin into leaving. To avoid exposing the fact that she had already revived, she had deliberately sealed off this grove with her authority, creating an independent space. As a result, the other party shattered the seal she created with her authority with ease. This was the most humiliating moment of Lilith's life, without exception. Upon hearing Lilith's concern, Xia Lin quickly grasped the situation. She must be referring to the uncle who was pursuing her. Don't worry, no true god can withstand a single blow in my hands. All dangers on your path to divinity will be cleared by me. You just need to focus on regaining your strength. Xia Lin patiently comforted, holding Lilith's soft palm. Looking into Xia Lin's dark golden pupils, all traces of concern in Lilith's heart instantly vanished. Let's go. It's time to return for dinner. Lilith held Xia Lin's hand as they left the grove, heading towards the place where everyone else was gathered. It was only after they sat at the makeshift dining table that their hands finally separated. Plendia Cathedral. Bishop. It's bad. A priest rushed into the only prayer room in the church, flustered. Golden chains appeared, instantly binding the entire priest. You know what level of event is required to disturb a prayer rite. The bishop looked at the priest hanging from the golden chains with a blank expression. The chains then loosened. A true god has been revived. The golden chains loosened under the control of the bishop, leaving several burn marks on the priest's body. Tell me everything you know. The bishop stared at the priest with an expressionless face. Yes. 5 minutes ago the moon turned red for a brief moment, but it quickly returned to normal. And the holy bell rang. The priest said while enduring the pain on his body, not daring to show the slightest hint of displeasure. What about the specific location? Has it been locked in it? The previously calm bishop now appeared quite shaken. This was no small matter. No, we can only confirm that the awakened true god is within the borders of the Violet Duchy. You may go. Yes. The priest left the prayer room with his head down, as if granted a reprieve. Shortly after, all church branches within the Violet Duchy received a notification. Set up checkpoints in all towns with churches to search for bloodlines and dark creatures hidden among humans. Today marks the 7th day since Xia Lin and the others set off for the Castel territory. During this time, she and Lilith became quite good friends, although Lilith often exhibited a serious case of Cthulhu when they were alone. But Xia Lin didn't mind that at all. Sitting in the carriage, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the scenery outside. They would soon reach their first supply town. The rations they carried were limited enough to support them for just over a week. Thus, they needed to stop in towns along the way for resupply every week. Not far ahead was West Virginia town, a town slightly smaller than their departure point, but it would be more than sufficient for resupplying. A long queue formed at the town's entrance where several clergy members dressed in church attire adorned with a 6-pointed star pendant stood at the gate. Some larger towns conducted routine inspections to prevent non-human species from infiltrating. Thus, although Xia Lin felt somewhat puzzled, she didn't think too much about it. As it was almost their turn, Lilith tugged at her sleeve, signaling Xia Lin to lean closer. What is it? Xia Lin asked in confusion as she leaned in. Lilith's breath was warm, moist, and a bit ticklish against Xia Lin's ear. Xia Lin hadn't had close contact with girls for several hundred years in her past and present lives. Her ears involuntarily flushed. She didn't catch what Lilith said at all. It wasn't until Lilith puffed up her cheeks and stared at her with ruby-like eyes that Xia Lin finally reacted. So what do you want me to do? Xia Lin asked, shyly fiddling with a strand of hair. The night before last. Lilith's cheeks were still puffed up. Although Xia Lin was curious about what would happen if she poked them, considering that Lilith seemed a bit annoyed, she ultimately decided against it. She recalled what Lilith had said the night before last. The conversation went something like this. Xia Lin, do you remember the day we first clarified our identities? Hey. Of course I do. What about it? My authority is incomplete. After using it once, I cannot use it again for a month. So, what do you need my help with? When we resupply, we may need to enter the town, and there might be identity checks. Without my authority, I can't perfectly conceal myself, so I need your help. Xia Lin readily agreed to Lilith's request. Xia Lin looked at Lilith in shock. Are you really a bloodline? Lilith rolled her eyes. Isn't that obvious? Then she shot Xia Lin another glare. If you hadn't scared me, would I have used my authority? In their gaze, Xia Lin conceded defeat. She looked back with a defeated expression. He'll go right away. That's more like it. After their eye-to-eye exchange, Lilith proudly averted her gaze, a victorious smile, curving her lips. Xia Lin sighed. She thought everything Lilith said was just a product of her Cthulhu fantasies. After all, she too had once imagined herself as a vampire or some extraordinary being like a bloodline. A bloodline, how envious. Xia Lin thought to herself, then remembered that she seemed to be a witch and her envy diminished. After the merchant ahead of them passed the clergy's inspection smoothly, it was finally their turn. Fortunately, during her several hundred years of living in the novice village, Xia Lin had created several spells. She had at least dozens of spells like this. Reverse. Just before it was Lilith's turn, Xia Lin lightly poked her with a finger. For the next minute, any effect caused to Lilith in any form would be rebounded. Moreover, detection items or spells would modify the target of the detection to the caster herself. Watching Xia Lin's confident expression, Lilith approached with some hesitation. The clergy member took out a specially crafted six-pointed star emblem, shining golden light upon Lilith. Without a doubt, everyone, including Lilith, passed the inspection smoothly. Once inside the town, the large group of dozens of people immediately dispersed. They would regroup at 9 a.m. the next morning. Of course, Xia Lin and Jonah still followed Lilith. Other transformed individuals, including Nixon, were merely there to intimidate any foolish bandits. After settling their luggage in the inn, Jonah was responsible for procuring supplies for the next week. Xia Lin and Lilith wandered around the town market together. They had spent almost every day in the carriage for the past week, only able to step out for fresh air at noon, and in the evening nearly driving Xia Lin to frustration. Due to the small size of the town, the variety of goods in the market was limited. Most were everyday items or handmade snacks. There was nothing to attract the attention of either Xia Lin or Lilith. The two merely strolled and chatted idly. Suddenly, Xia Lin remembered Lilith's current identity, bloodline. Lilith, I remember you're a bloodline, right? Xia Lin suddenly asked Lilith, using magic to restrict the sound transmission to just the two of them. Yeah. Then if you drink blood, will your strength recover faster? Of course, this wasn't Xia Lin's real question, as she just thought it more appropriate to communicate with Lilith this way. In reality, Xia Lin's underlying implication was, haven't you gone too long without drinking? Need me to hunt some game for you? Yes, but it must be blood of legendary quality or higher. Lilith casually replied. For a bloodline, drinking blood is like eating. Have you ever seen anyone grow stronger the more they eat? Of course, drinking blood isn't entirely equivalent to eating. Consuming higher quality blood aids bloodlines in advancing. But Lilith's current situation was quite strange. As the progenitor of bloodlines, she could go a long time without drinking blood. However, recovering her strength was not that simple. In a state of incomplete authority, she would need at least demigod-level blood to restore her strength. Thus, after her resurrection, Lilith had never considered quickly regaining her power through drinking blood. To drink the blood of a legendary being, she must first be able to defeat a legendary being. She had just been resurrected for less than a month, and her current strength was only around level 2. Therefore, her main goal was to remain hidden, gradually recovering her strength and reclaiming her authority. Suddenly, Lilith's gaze unconsciously fixed on Xia Lin's flawless white neck. Right beside her was someone of legendary caliber willing to let her feed. Can you let me have a little sip? It'll only take a tiny bit. Lilith gestured with her hand. According to her estimation, Xia Lin was much stronger than her peak. In her current state, even a single drop of blood would take a long time to digest. But I have no blood. Would you like to absorb my magic instead? Xia Lin said, somewhat embarrassed. Witches do not have blood, their veins flow with magic. In fact, Xia Lin's entire body was composed entirely of magic. It's fine, it doesn't have to be blood. Any substance that serves the function of blood will do. Lilith replied nonchalantly. But Xia Lin knew that magic was not as safe as Lilith thought. When she first crossed over, she had tried feeding magic to some wild beasts. As expected, they all died, and their deaths were quite miserable. As Xia Lin walked towards the inn with Lilith, she pondered how to persuade Lilith to give up on absorbing her magic. After all, it could lead to real fatalities. Once they returned to the inn, Lilith closed the door to their room. After spending some time with Xia Lin, her divine sense alarm had stopped ringing. Of course, the divine sense alarm was not broken. It had simply adjusted to Xia Lin's presence. Xia Lin sat quietly at the head of the bed, waiting for Lilith's favor. Like a newlywed bride on her wedding night, Lilith closed the door and sat next to Xia Lin, her ruby-like eyes fixated on Xia Lin's fair neck. Feeling Lilith's intense gaze, Xia Lin felt a bit shy. I'm going to bite. Lilith could no longer suppress her desire. But before acting, she politely said to Xia Lin, wait a moment. Xia Lin reached out, tore open a space, and took a bowl from her home, placing it on the table. Then she pointed at the bowl, and a drop of liquid magic slowly oozed from Xia Lin's fingertip. Xia Lin was about to rip open a space again to grab an animal to demonstrate the power of magic to Lilith. But before Xia Lin could act, Lilith had already shrunk into the corner of the room. Xia Lin approached to observe the bowl containing the drop of magic. Quick, get that thing away from me. Lilith covered her entire face with her golden hair. Only her bright eyes peeked out, looking curiously yet fearfully at the drop of silvery liquid in the bowl. Seeing this, Xia Lin felt a bit helpless. Clearly, she was the one who said she wanted to drink, yet now she was the one hiding in the corner. With a sigh, Xia Lin swallowed the magic from the bowl in one gulp. Hey, why did you drink it? Lilith lowered her hair from her face, snatching the empty bowl to inspect the bottom. Let me clarify. Lilith is neither cowardly nor timid. When that drop of so-called magic fell to the bottom of the bowl, her divine sense alarm rang again. However, the way and intensity it rang were different from the first time she met Xia Lin. The first time she met Xia Lin, it was an alarm for encountering a formidable enemy. This time, it was a warning of danger. This meant that if she had directly consumed that drop of magic, she could have died immediately. Of course, if it were just that, Lilith wouldn't have shrunk into the corner. The main reason was that the divine sense alarm warned her that the drop of magic also had the risk of exploding. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the alarm, if that drop of liquid were to explode, it could at least kill a legend. If that drop of magic exploded and Xia Lin didn't react in time, then this time she probably wouldn't even leave behind ashes. Would you like to drink it? I can get you some more. Xia Lin tilted her head and asked. She couldn't understand why Lilith had been scared to hide in the corner just a moment ago, and now suddenly she was like this. Forget it, I won't drink it. Should I go catch a few legends for you? Xia Lin continued to inquire. But if she were really to catch a legend, Xia Lin believed she wouldn't be able to. After all, she was just a 3-ring mage while legends were 10 rings. How could she possibly defeat them? At most, she could return home and catch a few pigs or bears for Lilith, drain their blood, and feed it to her. No need. Lilith's words were only halfway out when Xia Lin had already torn open space and vanished from the room. Once Xia Lin made up her mind, she started to act without caring whether Lilith agreed. Seeing this, Lilith could only sigh. As a former true god, she certainly had many followers. Even after thousands of years of death, her old enemies hadn't wiped them all out. After her resurrection, she immediately contacted her followers through her authority to understand the changes over the past thousands of years. Firstly, the gods had disappeared. The current gods rarely manifested in reality. The specific reason was unclear for now, or it might be, as Xia Lin said, fighting against invading evil gods. Also, there was a near-complete cessation of legends and demigods. Although legendary creatures had not completely vanished, their numbers had drastically decreased compared to thousands of years ago. Outside of the suddenly appearing Forbidden Forest a few hundred years ago, there were hardly any legendary creatures left that could be counted on one hand. As for demigods, there were none at all. The only demigod had to be located in history, probably from around 1,000 years ago. Even though Xia Lin had become strong to this extent, finding a legend within the entire world was still somewhat troublesome. Moreover, even if she found one, it wouldn't be of much help to her. Lilith sat quietly in the room for a while. Before long, Xia Lin tore open space and returned. I just went home and found a particularly large. No, it was a legendary wild boar wandering at my doorstep. I asked it for a bit of blood. Do you think this is enough? Xia Lin smiled, carrying a large bucket of pig's blood. There was even a smudge of blood on her cute cheek. Legendary creatures are not that easy to find. Not to mention legendary wild boars. Next time I'll go find it myself. Lilith muttered, taking out a handkerchief to gently wipe the stain off Xia Lin's face. Looking at Xia Lin's now clean face, Lilith nodded in satisfaction. Only then did she have the opportunity to examine the blood Xia Lin had specially fetched for her. In fact, vampires do not necessarily have to drink human blood. In fact, they do not particularly enjoy drinking human blood. Humans typically rely on magic or alchemy to gain powerful combat abilities. However, before reaching the legendary level, they are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, so most high-ranking vampires do not drink human blood. Because if vampires really only drank human blood, as legends suggest, they would easily starve themselves. And the legends about vampires drinking human blood among humans are merely concocted by bored novelists. In reality, vampires prefer to drink the blood of extraordinary animals. Even the blood of ordinary large beasts is better than human blood. Lilith certainly had no reason to refuse the blood that Xia Lin had worked so hard to find for her. Occasionally taking it out to satisfy cravings is also good. Thinking this, Lilith casually glanced at the iron bucket in Xia Lin's hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. No way, is this really the blood of a legendary wild boar? Lilith sensed the powerful vitality emanating from the blood in the iron barrel, momentarily taken aback. Judging by the strength of the life force, there was no doubt that it belonged to a legendary wild boar. However, it seemed different from the blood of other legendary creatures. Lilith brought the iron barrel filled with blood a little closer. Why does it resemble that drop of magical energy? This was the only impression that the legendary wild boar's blood left on Lilith. It is known that creatures reaching the legendary level are rarely ordinary beasts. They are usually the fortunate ones among powerful extraordinary races. Although Lilith had seen legendary beasts before, the number she had encountered in her long life did not exceed a single hand. Suddenly, Lilith recalled information regarding the Forbidden Forest. It was rumored that more than 300 years ago, the Forbidden Forest was merely a small, ordinary forest. One could hardly call it a woodland. But one day, this ordinary forest seemed to come alive, expanding wildly towards the outside world. In just 10 years, it surged from an area of less than 1 square kilometer to over 10 million square kilometers. The Forbidden Forest completely engulfed dozens of kingdoms, both large and small, during its expansion, like a giant green beast lying at the heart of the world. At the same time, the beasts within the Forbidden Forest also underwent mutations. Although their appearances remained similar to ordinary beasts, they had essentially become an entirely different species. There were even quite a number of legendary-level creatures rarely seen outside, within the Forbidden Forest. Naturally, every race had attempted to explore this sudden phenomenon. The final conclusion suggested abandoning the exploration. Only the explorers who remained on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest were fortunate enough to survive. Information about the interior of the Forbidden Forest was barely obtained through cooperation among several races. This endeavor even cost the lives of more than 10 ninth-tier experts and 1 legendary powerhouse. It was precisely due to this large-scale exploration that the forest earned the name Forbidden Forest. Where did you say you encountered the legendary wild boar? Lilith carefully set aside the precious blood of the legendary wild boar. This substance was a top-tier luxury even before she was besieged by the gods. Right in front of my house, Xia Lin said somewhat sheepishly. Although she did meet the wild boar at her doorstep, her reason for feeling guilty was not that. In Xia Lin's view, it was just an ordinary, commonly seen wild boar. Yet she deceived Lilith into believing it was a legendary wild boar. How could a wild boar be legendary? If it were true, she would not even be as good as a wild boar. Although Lilith had a bit of a delusional complex, it didn't mean she was Japanese. Feeling guilty for deceiving Lilith, the kind-hearted Xia Lin asked, "Does your house happen to be located in a very large forest?" Lilith continued to inquire. "It's not particularly large." Xia Lin recalled the forest near her home. After one of her long sleeps, the forest had grown significantly larger, but she mostly either flew or tore through space to travel. To be honest, she herself wasn't quite clear how big her family's forest actually was. Lilith stared at Xia Lin in silence for a long time, truly at a loss for words. The result of the situation was rather simple. The Forbidden Forest was the home of this naive sorceress. This foolish sorceress didn't even know the name of her own home. Moreover, the current Forbidden Forest was likely a result of her accidentally leaking magical energy at some point. This caused the entire forest and the beasts within to undergo some wondrous transformations. Yet it had been several hundred years since the incident, and the naive sorceress had little understanding of it. Lilith felt she had never been so speechless in her life. If she had been the one responsible for such matters, she would have ensured that her followers recorded everything in the scriptures, and then proudly boasted about it for thousands of years. "Lilith, aren't you going to drink?" Xia Lin tilted her head, pointing at the barrel of legendary wild boar blood. At that moment, her dark golden pupils appeared remarkably wise to Lilith. "I can't drink that much at once, and carrying it around isn't convenient. How about I leave it with you for now?" Lilith looked at the large barrel of legendary wild boar blood, a wave of helplessness surging in her heart. Had it been before she turned to dust, she would have happily accepted the gift from Xia Lin. Then on a moonlit night, she would have chilled it and drunk deeply. But now, having just been resurrected, her body was weak and did not feel like that of a true god. Even if she were to drink just a drop of the legendary wild boar blood, it would take approximately a week to digest before she could consume another drop. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin did not respond immediately, as if she was contemplating a solution. Not long after, under Lilith's gaze, she extended her hand and directly grasped a whole piece of space. A massive spatial turbulence surged forth from the void, and in the next moment Lilith felt as if she were about to be torn apart by the spatial chaos. In the next instant, the void was instantly sealed off by a silvery white magical energy. From the terrifying power contained within that magic, Lilith understood that it was all Xia Lin's doing. The culprit Xia Lin was now kneading the piece of space she had just peeled off. It was as if the object in her hand was not space, but rather a lump of dough. Without hesitation, Xia Lin manipulated it until a translucent square cube appeared in her hand. "Here, a portable space. Use it to store the wild boar blood." "Thank you." Lilith somewhat dazedly accepted the portable space. While she could barely manage to tear apart a piece of space in her prime, sealing off the void and shaping space with her bare hands was something she had never even heard of, let alone seen. Other true gods wouldn't boast in such a manner. However, today Lilith had been astonished by so many things that she felt like she was developing a resistance. Xia Lin, on the other hand, treated it as casually as picking a flower by the roadside to present to Lilith. "I have something to attend to. I'll be back soon." Xia Lin glanced at the wall clock before turning and tearing open space to leave the room. She was not worried that an assassin would come to kill Lilith during her absence. The piece of portable space she had just given to Lilith not only served as storage, but would also automatically teleport the holder to Xia Lin's side in times of danger. It was undoubtedly a convenient item for home and travel. However, it was not absolutely safe. If the assassin was stronger than her, they could easily trace the spatial fluctuations of the portable space and come along with Lilith. They could completely follow the spatial fluctuations of the portable space and come over together with Lilith. In an alley of West Virginia town, N.I. Kusong endured the stench as he paced back and forth, clutching a crescent-shaped emblem in his hand. While he waited, he kept glancing toward the mouth of the alley, his gaze a mixture of worry and expectation. The night he mailed the letter, a reply arrived the next morning. Inside the envelope were a single emblem, the meeting place and time, and the strength of the steward Xiaona. There was nothing else. N.I. Kusong began to wonder if he had been deceived. Even if his power was lacking, he was the only undercover operative. They had not entrusted him with any concrete plan, nor even told him what he was expected to do. It felt as if they had completely forgotten him. After 7 days of humiliation, N.I. Kusong very nearly walked away for good. But when he remembered the mysterious force bold enough to strike at the future Count Ka Site, his cowardice quelled itself, and he suppressed that impulse. After a long wait, a hooded figure in a black robe appeared at the alley's end. N.I. Kusong, who had been tense for so long, finally exhaled. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of exposure. The cloaked man stepped before him and produced the same crescent emblem. N.I. Kusong took the emblem from his own palm. The two pieces fit together perfectly. The black-robed man returned N.I. Kusong's emblem, then withdrew an envelope from his robe and handed it to him. Without turning back, he left. Just as the man was about to leave the alley, a voice, "Cthulhu," resounded. A transparent ripple instantly blanketed the alley and then extended to encompass the entire town. Enai Kusong, the cloaked man, and every object in the town froze in place, motionless as if time had halted. Xia Lin shed her concealment and stepped from a hidden corner, reaching for the letter in Enai Kusong's hand. Out of caution, and because Li Si had prepaid 2,000 silver coins, she had acted. When Xia Lin learned that Li Si's uncle intended to send assassins after her, she had used mind reading to sift through the entire party, excluding Li Si herself and Xiao Na. Thus Xia Lin easily uncovered Enai Kusong's little secret and learned the time and place of his meeting with Li Si's uncle's men. A few minutes before the meeting, she cloaked herself and waited in the alley for Enai Kusong and the black-robed man to arrive. What surprised her was that when they met, they did not speak face to face. They exchanged letters, forcing her to use her one-time Zhuo. Zhuo, also called the world, is a times-top magic Xia Lin had only developed in recent decades. She had named it after her favorite anime from before she crossed over. The spell consumes tremendous energy and is limited by range, duration, and cooldown. At Xia Lin's current limit, she could barely freeze the stretch of forest around her home, and even then only for a single day, as she could use it once per hour at most. If the range were small, the cooldown was nearly negligible. Xia Lin opened the envelope and leisurely read its contents. After leaving the town, we will arrange a fake bandit ambush. You are to be wounded to prove loyalty and win trust, ensure the bandits suffer few casualties. A week later, you will arrive at the next resupply town, Pu Luo Wangxi City, our territory. You only need to draw away any one 5th rank defender. Xia Lin frowned as she finished reading. She had discussed matters with Li Si, who at most Li Si's uncle could field a single 5th rank combatant. Even with supporting 3rd and 4th rank operatives, one 5th rank alone would likely be insufficient to ensure Li Si's safety. Fortunately, Xia Lin had been cautious, otherwise the enemy's plan might have succeeded undetected. If they reached Pu Luo Wangxi City, it might truly be too late. Now armed with this intelligence, she could turn their stratagem against them and have Enai Kusong draw the enemy away on purpose. She would have Li Si teleport to her via her pocket dimension. Even if their 5th rank pursuer managed to follow, Xia Lin could use Zhuo to flee while carrying Li Si. A frontal confrontation, however, was out of the question. Xia Lin never considered fighting outright. She was only a 3-ring mage, how could she stand against a 5th rank powerhouse? She restored the opened envelope with magic and slipped it back into Enai Kusong's hand. Then Xia Lin pulled back the hood of the black robe to look at the man's face. An ordinary person, he seemed in no way formidable. Reality was not like the novels. In centuries of life, Xia Lin had never met anyone whose presence radiated with the novelistic, unmistakable aura of a particular rank from a distance. For instance, she could not discern any difference between Xiao Na, the 5-ring mage, and an ordinary man. She replaced the hood, left the alley, and dispelled Zhuo. Time resumed its flow through the town. She tore open a spatial rift and returned to the inn. Li Si lay on the bed, contentment on her face and her lower abdomen slightly swollen. She gently stroked the small bump and wore an expression of bliss. She had just sipped a single drop of the legendary wild boar's blood that Xia Lin had procured for her. She glanced at the chunk of pocket space she carried. The thought that she still possessed so much of it left Li Si feeling as if life could not be more perfect. Li Si writhed on the bed in indescribable delight, like a worm. Just as she was lost in her reverie, Xia Lin happened to tear open space and return. Dark golden eyes met ruby pupils. The room fell into a deathly silence. Xia Lin reacted swiftly. As an experienced one, she knew exactly what Li Si was doing, and more importantly, what she must do to preserve this fragile friendship. She would pretend not to have seen. Xia Lin cast a casual glance across the scene and tucked the image away in her mind. One day, when Li Si's adolescent phase had passed, she could project the scene with projection magic and reminisce about this tender moment. Unable to resist, Xia Lin stole one more look before turning away, as if she had seen nothing. She tore open a spatial rift to give Li Si some privacy. Xia Lin, don't go. Let me explain. Li Si scrambled from the bed and gripped Xia Lin's hand to stop her from leaving. I understand. I saw nothing. Go on, Li Si. Xia Lin smiled, adopting the warm, understanding elder sister manner. The two stood their ground for a long while until Li Si finally prevailed. Reluctantly, Xia Lin sat beside her and listened to Li Si justify her recent actions. It's because I just resurrected. I can't fully control this new body, yet that's why I behaved like that. That was Li Si's final conclusion. She had launched into a long explanation, but Xia Lin had scarcely been listening. Her mind was on how to better avert the danger awaiting at the next resupply city. Even with the plan's success was not guaranteed. What if the enemy could move within a time-stop field? Are you even listening to me? Li Si pouted like a pufferfish, her cheeks adorably ballooned as she questioned Xia Lin. Of course I am. Xia Lin replied perfunctorily. Li Si, seeing that half-hearted expression, felt anger rise in her chest. She pinched Xia Lin's waist. It barely hurt, but Xia Lin played it up as if she were in pain. If you tell anyone I strangle you. Li Si threatened Xia Lin viciously, then faltered halfway through her sentence. She settled on the blunt threat. Don't worry. I would never reveal that you like to writhe on the bed like a worm when you're bored. I swear. Seeing Xia Lin's earnest demeanor, Li Si decided to let the matter go for now. They toyed and tussled for a while longer before the episode was wholly past. By the way, where did you go just now? I gathered some intelligence. Your uncle plans to act in the next resupply city. Why spy on them? They couldn't even beat the wild boar outside your house. Li Si asked, confused. She could not fathom what mood the witch was in. Xia Lin's face clouded. As expected, Li Si's adolescent phase had flared again. She usually seemed like a perfectly ordinary good child. But from time to time the affliction struck. Thinking this, Xia Lin's expression softened with affection. I used divination magic just now. This is only part of what it revealed. In the next resupply city, not only will your uncle act, but your identity will be exposed. Xia Lin lifted a finger and spoke as if making a solemn pronouncement. Her words turned Li Si's face as pale as paper. Really? Can it be avoided? Should we resupply in another town? Xia Lin grinned smugly. I was teasing. You only need worry about your uncle acting. Xia Lin. Li Si shouted her full name and flung herself upon Xia Lin, pinning her to the bed. By the time Xiao Na finished procuring a week's worth of supplies, night had fully fallen. Yet he did not immediately return to the tavern to guard Miss Ka Si Taer. They were still in town, and Xia Lin stood watch beside Miss Ka Si Taer, so Xiao Na did not worry much about her safety. He allowed himself some time for personal matters. After asking around, Xiao Na found the town's only church. Legend held that 3 deities jointly governed the sun: the Chengwang god, the Liang god, and the Meguang god. But adherents of the first 2 gods had vanished thousands of years ago. Only the Meguang Church had kept the worship of the Meguang god alive. Today the Meguang Church stood among the continent's largest religious institutions. Xiao Na himself was a devout follower of the Meguang god. He attended services weekly. Following the familiar routine, Xiao Na received holy water from the nun, performed a practiced baptism, and prayed before the idol. When the prayers concluded, night had fully descended. Ordinarily, Xiao Na would be ready to leave. The church was after all about to close. But peculiarly, a side chapel remained lit, and Xiao Na could hear voices within. Curiosity drew him to push open the door and peer inside. The room was filled mostly with townsfolk, and a priest on the platform spoke passionately of dark creatures and vampires lurking among them. Xiao Na took a seat and listened. I ask that able believers purchase a talisman, the priest urged. It will protect you from vile vampires and dark creatures hiding in your midst. At the speeches, the priest's fervor scarcely moved the congregation. Most had come for the promised free eggs. Xiao Na listened with a furrowed brow. After graduating from the academy, he had spent time in the church. Later he left, and as a butler he sought to persuade nobles to embrace the Meguang faith. Alas, most nobles were indifferent, so he became a professional steward to preach the faith through his position and influence. His present aim was to bring Miss Ka Si Taer into the fold. Even as a steward, he kept abreast of church affairs. He knew well that dark creatures and vampires were not as dire a threat as the priest described, nor abundant enough to warrant the townspeople's paranoia. Moreover, without authorization from higher church authorities, a remote parish could not obtain such talismans. Something significant must have occurred for this to happen. Perhaps remnants of the vampire line had revived. Thinking this, Xiao Na stepped forward and pressed the priest for answers. Not long after, Xiao Na left with a scowl, clutching a hexagram token that could detect vampires and other dark beings. He had obtained no useful information from the priest. The priest knew no more than that the order had come down from higher up and must be obeyed. Even without concrete facts, the directive itself suggested a grave situation, news of which, if leaked, could cause panic. With the fragments of information he had, Xiao Na could only infer from history. The church had made similar moves before, usually in response to the revival of vampire remnants. 300 years ago, a legendary vampire Grand Duke had risen. The Meguang Church had taken similar measures then. They distributed detection talismans to try to snuff out the newly revived Grand Duke before his strength recovered. At that time, there had been no cover-up. Even remote parish priests knew which Grand Duke had returned. Yet the church's attempts failed. Several nations fell under the Grand Duke's onslaught, and the church itself suffered grievous losses. It was only when the pontiff drew upon the Meguang god's power that the legendary Grand Duke was slain. Judging from the church's present actions, this newly revived vampire remnant must be stronger than that legendary Grand Duke. Otherwise, there would be no need for such secrecy. A terrifying possibility flashed through Xiao Na's mind: a vampire prince. The revival might be one of the 4 vampire princes. Even the weakest of those 4 would be a demigod-level force. The strongest could stand at the threshold of true divinity. Consider that the world's greatest are only at legendary peak. Even the pontiff, when borrowing divine power, wields only limited might. Xiao Na could not imagine the blow the church would suffer should a vampire prince return. Did he think such a prince, once revived, would meekly stay aside and do nothing? Xiao Na dismissed that notion entirely. All vampires trace back to a progenitor, the world's first vampire, the true vampire ancestor who presided over darkness and blood. It was the Meguang god, aided by Chengwang and Liang and other deities, who had joined to slay that progenitor. The once mighty Yongya Empire fell within 3 centuries of the true vampire ancestor's death and the church's suppression. Pureblood vampires are now exceedingly rare, and in Meguang Church territory, vampires are hunted without mercy. Consequently, most humans bear a deep hatred of vampires. Any vampire who knows their history loathes the Maguang Church with equal ferocity. Even if Xiao Na had deduced the truth, there was little he could accomplish alone. He secured the talisman and headed back to the inn, resolving to persuade Miss Cthulhu-class to join the effort once she inherited her title. If they could not unmask a not yet fully restored vampire prince in advance who knew how many would die when the time came. With the Cthulhu-class household's aid, he believed that so long as no fully restored vampire prince set foot within their lands, exposing the weakened prince would be only a matter of time. 3 days after leaving the town, Nixon anxiously squeezed among a group of reformers, though he was assigned to ride in the same rickety cart with those lowly reformers by that damned steward. However, the reformers, driven by fear of the noble alchemist, still made way for Nixon, granting him a considerable amount of space. Of course, this was only a relatively large position. From the outside, Nixon appeared to be crammed together with the other reformers. After all, a cart only had so much space, and fitting more than 10 people meant there was hardly any room to spare. At that moment, Nixon's newly acquired subordinate Karu was doing his utmost to help him expand his space. The other reformers, squeezed into their positions, dared not voice their anger due to Nixon's status. Yet Nixon had no mood to care about any of this. Over the past week, he had somewhat grown accustomed to the life of being crammed with a bunch of despicable reformers. Although he still felt anger about it, he was powerless to change the situation. But now he had more pressing matters at hand. Today was the day they were coming. According to the plan, when they stopped for lunch at noon, a group of disguised bandits would suddenly appear and launch an attack on them. What he needed to do was to block an attack for Jonah or that wild mage, thereby earning their trust. But Nixon was now faced with two problems. How powerful were the assailants sent by the other party? Although Nixon was reluctant to admit it, he knew that both Jonah and that wild mage were formidable level 5 mages. Ordinary attacks wouldn't require him to block them, as level 5 mages could easily fend off attacks with their automatically triggered defensive magical constructs. This meant that if his sacrifice was to hold any value, the attack he needed to block must at least be capable of severely injuring a level 5 mage. Otherwise, any insignificant attack would merely make them feel like fools. If he could think of this, it was needless to say that the mysterious force daring to target the future Count Castor would surely be aware of it as well. This meant he had to block an attack powerful enough to break through level 5 defensive magic and cause serious harm to the mage themselves. To translate, that meant an attack that could turn him to dust. This also raised the second question: how could he block such an attack and still survive? Nixon rummaged through the alchemical materials he carried. With the materials he currently had combined with his refining speed and skills, the strongest defensive alchemical technique he could deploy was the level 2 black steel round shield. Its defensive power was top-notch among level 2 alchemical techniques, even able to withstand a level 3 spell or level 3 attack alchemical technique. Clearly, even a 3-year-old would know that if he really used it, he would be turned to dust along with the black steel round shield in his hands. But not going was not an option. Nixon couldn't bear to think of the consequences if he broke his promise. He regretted having replied to that letter. However, now he had no way out. If he didn't find a solution, he would truly die. Nixon's mind, which had been the size of an almond and had rusted for a long time, began to race. Ultimately, he focused his gaze on his loyal subordinate Karu, who was still working hard to clear more space for him. A light shone in Nixon's eyes. Oh, wasn't this the solution he needed? A way to accomplish the task assigned by the figure in the black robe without dying. Karu, I have a task for you. As long as you can complete it, I will help you advance to level 2 reformer. Nixon called Karu over, suppressing the joy in his heart. Whether it was a mage or an alchemist, they could perform transformations of their own rank on ordinary people. This meant a level 2 alchemist could transform an ordinary person into a level 2 reformer. However, usually no one would do this, primarily due to the high probability of failure and the significant costs involved. Generally, if an alchemist failed a few times, they might have to sell their underwear to pay off debts. So in most cases, they would only perform transformations one rank lower. Karu certainly understood what this meant. Lord Nixon, please give your orders. Upon receiving Karu's response, Nixon smiled with satisfaction. However, he didn't directly tell Karu what needed to be done. Instead, he pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down the details, and handed it to Karu. With so many people around, speaking directly made it easy for other reformers to overhear and report to Jonah. If that happened, his plan would be ruined. As Karu read, Nixon observed his expression. No one wanted to court death, so Nixon had softened the wording on the note. He modified the risk from certain death to high probability of serious injury. Soon Karu finished reading the contents of the note and displayed an expression of excitement. Nixon knew Karu had taken the bait. Lord Nixon, I will not disappoint your expectations. Nixon nodded in satisfaction. As noon arrived, the sun shone brightly. Moreover, it was midsummer, and the sun was scorching on their skin. As a bloodline being, Lilith would certainly not choose to stop and eat in an uncovered area. 3 carts were neatly parked in a shaded area of the woods away from the sunlight. This was one of the 2 rare chances to catch their breath during the day. Even someone as reclusive as Lilith would choose to get out of the cart and stroll around hand in hand with Xia Lin. After their leisurely stroll, they would enjoy a satisfying lunch before returning to the cart for a nice nap. For more than a week, Lilith's afternoons had almost always been spent this way. Even though each midday felt similar, Lilith never found it tiresome. At that moment, Lilith was looking around, searching for Xia Lin's figure. As soon as the cart stopped, Xia Lin had jumped out of the window. However, Lilith paid no mind as Xia Lin didn't particularly like using the front door. Under normal circumstances, Xia Lin should have been waiting nearby for her. But Lilith didn't see Xia Lin in the usual place she would wait for her. After searching for a while, Lilith finally spotted Xia Lin squatting under a tree, fiddling with something. "What are you doing?" Lilith was just about to approach, curious to ask, but as she took a step forward, her divine sense alarm went off again. However, the bold Lilith did not flee immediately. During this time, she had developed some resistance to such matters. Moreover, Xia Lin was there if she would protect me. After giving herself a mental pep talk, Lilith gathered her courage and approached Xia Lin's side despite the divine sense alarm's warning. What are you doing?" Although Lilith was constantly encouraging herself in her heart, her voice still trembled uncontrollably. After all, before her resurrection, every time the divine sense alarm went off, it meant trouble. In fact, she had developed a bit of a psychological shadow regarding the ringing of the divine sense alarm. "I am preparing a trap," replied Xia Lin while squeezing a drop of silvery, liquid magic from her fingertips to Lilith. Looking at the drop of magic that set off her divine alarm, Lilith couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "What do you need a trap for? Isn't that a bit excessive for dealing with robbers?" Although the divine alarm was still ringing, Lilith's fear had diminished significantly. What she feared was that this foolish witch would inexplicably pull out something she had never seen before, something that could keep the divine alarm ringing incessantly. A couple of days ago, Xia Lin had explained the effects of magic to her, and Lilith knew that while it could indeed explode, it wouldn't do so without Xia Lin's consent. Aside from that, it was somewhat toxic. Ordinary beasts and plants would easily perish upon contact with it, and their deaths would be quite gruesome. Xia Lin decomposed the silvery magic into gas and concealed it so it wouldn't easily affect the surrounding environment. If the liquid magic were left here, soon the nearby flora, fauna, and animals would all be dead. "Don't worry, it won't be too much. Let's go for a walk." Xia Lin clapped her hands and said. Lilith didn't ask further as she felt too weak to be of any help and had to completely rely on Xia Lin. If she said it wouldn't be too much, then it wouldn't be. Or so she hoped. Lilith still felt a bit uneasy. Xia Lin held Lilith's hand as they aimlessly wandered through the woods. But her mind was still occupied with how to cope with the impending attack. The ones coming weren't just ordinary robbers. They were disguised as robbers by Lilith's uncle's people. Though not the main force, they certainly wouldn't be weak. While it wasn't to say that without preparation they would be unable to succeed, facing them without any preparation would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Out of caution and safety considerations, Xia Lin made some small preparations. She distributed 1000 clusters of gaseous magic throughout every corner of the woods. Witches are a race entirely composed of magic, so what Xia Lin did was akin to placing countless clones in the forest. She could instantly appear in every corner of the forest through these magical clusters faster than directly tearing through space. Moreover, each cluster had a certain degree of autonomous spellcasting ability, and Xia Lin could also control them remotely. This gave rise to another use for the magical clusters. Xia Lin could use the split-off magical clusters to cast multi-person large-scale spells. As soon as Lilith's uncle's subordinates appeared in the woods, Xia Lin would be able to sense it within a millionth of a second. Simultaneously, the clones that first detected them would autonomously use magic to delay their advance. This would buy time for both Xia Lin and the other magical clusters to cast their spells. Constructing large-scale magic required multiple spellcasters, which took a considerable amount of time. Thus, Xia Lin would need about 5 seconds to complete the spell construction. I wonder if 300 magical clusters can hold them off. Xia Lin sighed and thought to herself. She was concerned that 300 magical clusters equivalent to the power of a legendary level being might not be enough to delay a group of robbers for 5 seconds. After their aimless wandering in the woods, Xia Lin held Lilith's hand and returned to where the cart was parked. Lunch was almost ready, and Xia Lin greeted Jonah, who was sitting nearby, examining a strange ornament. With the impending attack and the preparations she had made, Xia Lin naturally shared this with Jonah. After all, Jonah was a 5-ring mage while she was merely a 3-ring or at best a 4-ring mage. No matter how well prepared she was, she could not match Jonah in terms of absolute power. Therefore, Jonah's assistance was particularly crucial. If her preparations turned out to be ineffective or insufficient, she would need Jonah to step in. However, perhaps it was just her illusion, but since leaving the last supply town, Jonah had seemed somewhat distracted. Of course, Xia Lin only mentioned this to Jonah and did not tell anyone else, mainly because the Transformers couldn't offer much help and Xia Lin wasn't cruel enough to use them as cannon fodder. The only one who could help a bit, Nixon, was an undercover agent. As for Lilith, logically she should know. But after spending some time together, Xia Lin found that Lilith was rather timid, so she decided not to provoke her for now, but she would talk about it after everything was over. Just as the chef finished preparing the meal and everyone was about to start lunch, the alarm in Xia Lin's mind rang. They were coming. Xia Lin exchanged a glance with Jonah, who organized the Transformers into 3 inner circles surrounding Xia Lin and Lilith. Jonah stood on the outermost part. Before constructing the large group magic, Xia Lin first cast the spell Disable Ally Damage on everyone. Although her magic wasn't very powerful, its range was extensive. It could easily affect allies, and this spell was something Xia Lin had randomly developed one day. At the edge of the small woods, a group of Magus alchemists disguised as robbers stepped into the woods. Instantly, silvery mist appeared, coalescing into 300 silvery magical clusters. Before they could react, the 300 silvery magical clusters began casting spells simultaneously. Smash Voluto. The transparent wave directly enveloped the foe robbers. In an instant they ceased all movement. The magical clusters do not speak, but they can emit sound waves through vibrations. Although the sound was somewhat different from Xia Lin's own voice, as long as it could speak, that was sufficient. As for why they did this, come on, shouting the spell name when unleashing a big move is just super cool, right? Meanwhile, Xia Lin and the other 700 magical clusters distributed throughout the woods were constructing their magic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Construction complete. Xia Lin's dark golden pupils erupted with a radiant light akin to the sun. Her body slowly ascended until she could see the entire small woods. At the same time, Xia Lin extended a finger towards the sky, and a small golden sphere began to coalesce at her fingertip. Third ring, falling sun. The girl's voice was cold and authoritative. Though not loud, the entire woods could hear it. Of course, the third ring was something Xia Lin said casually, as she didn't actually know the rank of her magic. The golden sphere at her fingertip was gently tossed downward. Lilith, Jonah, Nixon, and the other Transformers watched wide-eyed as the golden sphere continued to expand. It grew until it became a small sun burning with golden flames. Jonah's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't even think about whether he would die if this thing hit. Was this what you called a third ring magic? This was the only thought in Jonah's mind before the small sun fell. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Transformers, including Nixon, who was an alchemist, had already fainted from fear. The only one who appeared relatively calm was Lilith. However, it wasn't because she was brave and unafraid of death. Rather, she had already thought about how to open the next one. I hope this time it leaves behind more ashes. This was Lilith's final thought. The small sun ablaze with golden flames descended and made intimate contact with the woods and the people within. Golden flames enveloped the entire forest, extending far beyond. In that moment, the 300 magic orbs released the time stop they had imposed on the fake robbers. They didn't even have a moment to wail. The golden flames instantly vaporized them along with their equipment. Of course, it wasn't just them that were vaporized. The entire forest and a large surrounding area were also reduced to vapor. A bottomless pit appeared with Lilith at its center, extending a radius of 1 kilometer. This was the result of Xia Lin intentionally compressing the area, otherwise nearby towns would have suffered as well. However, neither Lilith nor the carriage nor even the Transformers were harmed in any way. The reason was that Xia Lin had cast the spell Disable Ally Damage on them in advance. Although this spell sounded powerful, it ensured that her attacks would not harm her allies. In practice, it was quite rudimentary. Xia Lin merely created a transparent shield using her magic, which was just enough to negate the impact of the falling sun. Xia Lin had stored enough magical energy within the shield to offset several instances of the falling sun. This is why everyone remained suspended in the air without falling into the deep pit below. The reason she didn't cast magic over the entire forest wasn't due to insufficient magical energy. A witch's magical energy is infinite, so she never had to worry about running low. The real reason Xia Lin didn't include the forest was a lack of time. To her, the fake robbers could break the time stop at any moment, so everything else that didn't require protection could be overlooked. After all, if the forest was destroyed, she could use magic to regrow it and fill in the pit. But if people died, resurrecting them would be quite troublesome. After releasing the falling sun, Xia Lin did not immediately stop, but instead condensed another falling sun at her fingertips, ready to throw it at any moment. Only after the magic orbs confirmed that the fake robbers sent by Uncle Lilith were truly dead did the falling sun at Xia Lin's fingertips gradually dissipate. Next, green and earthy colored light points gathered at Xia Lin's fingertips, being cast one after another into the deep pit below. The bottomless pit filled rapidly with soil. Soon after, green vegetation began to grow wildly, and in no time a small forest identical to the previous one sprouted up. Seeing her masterpiece, Xia Lin nodded in satisfaction and slowly descended from the sky after retracting 1 magic orbs into her body. By the time Xia Lin landed beside Lilith, Lilith had already regained her composure, staring at Xia Lin with a resentful expression without saying a word. Xia Lin thought Lilith was frightened by the fake robbers and hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, they are weak. Oh, I've already taken care of them." However, Lilith completely ignored Xia Lin. After the falling sun descended and she realized she wasn't dead, she had already asked Jonah who this elaborate display was meant to kill. Upon learning that Xia Lin summoned a sun from the sky merely to deal with a group of robbers, Lilith felt utterly stunned. She thought such a grand display was because her old nemesis, the god of twilight, had come to kill her. But instead she learned it was just to eliminate a bunch of robbers whose strength was unlikely to exceed 5th level. Lilith simply couldn't fathom what was going on in the mind of this foolish witch. It made her want to berate Xia Lin. But now Jonah was watching nearby, and the unconscious Transformers along with the cook and the coachman were gradually waking up. Lilith bit her lip and shot a glare at Xia Lin with her ruby-like eyes, a look that seemed to convey, "You wait for me." The previously exaggerated scene and the now unchanged surroundings led most of the Transformers to believe they had merely experienced an exaggerated nightmare. It wasn't until they communicated with each other that they confirmed that everything that had just occurred was indeed real. Yet none of them dared to approach Xia Lin to ask what she had done. Nor did they dare to look at her for long. Under Jonah's command, the panicked and chaotic group regained their composure. No one discussed what had just happened anymore. It was as if nothing had occurred. After a simple lunch, everyone returned to their respective carriages, and the group set off once again. Jonah sat alone in a carriage piled high with luggage. He took out a hexagram ornament and rubbed it in his hand. He had realized Lilith's identity the very night he received this token from the church priest in the small town. She was a vampire, and one of the extremely rare pure-blooded vampires with a very noble lineage. He hadn't spent much time with Miss Lilith. He was only hired as Miss Lilith's steward after her noble identity was confirmed. He was unclear whether Lilith was a vampire from the beginning or became one at some point. If it was the former, it would be easier. The most likely scenario was that the Castell family was a vampire clan hidden within the human world. Once this was established, the Chuch's position and power in the Violet Duchy could easily eradicate the Castell family. However, if it was the latter, it would become troublesome. It could almost be confirmed that Lilith was the resurrected vampire prince. Just a few days ago, Jonah was unable to discern this, hence, he lacked a reason to take action. Not to mention that he still had to deal with Xia Lin. Before today, Jonah viewed Xia Lin as a mage whose power was at least on par with his own, if not greater. And no high-level individuals were short-sighted. It would be utterly ridiculous to try to persuade the other party to align with him using arguments like vampires are evil. As for taking aggressive action, that option had been passed over by Jonah from the beginning. Even before today, he didn't believe he could win, even with a sneak attack. And after today, he wasn't foolish enough to rush into his own demise. Jonah recalled the miraculous scene from just moments ago. A casual strike was enough to destroy a small town, let alone the fact that she instantly restored the damaged area. Jonah's experience could not ascertain what level of power Xia Lin truly possessed. 9th level, legendary, or perhaps a demigod of legend. To have hired a top-tier powerhouse of at least 9th level for merely 200 silver coins was clearly impossible. No 9th level expert would even glance at such an amount. Thus, the only possibility for Xia Lin accepting this commission was that Lilith was indeed the resurrected vampire prince, and Xia Lin was her friend. It could even be said that Lilith's resurrection was likely facilitated by Xia Lin. However, the current situation was no longer something he could intervene in. What Jonah could do was to find an opportunity to send out the information that Lilith was the vampire prince and continue to lurk beside her. With Xia Lin a powerhouse of at least 9th level protecting Lilith, it wouldn't be easy for anyone else to succeed. Just Xia Lin alone would require several cardinals from the church across various regions to have any chance of capturing her. This was still an underestimate. If Xia Lin's strength was legendary, then unless it was the Pope himself, there would be no chance of success. As for demigods, Jonah had never considered that possibility. Aside from the core area of the Forbidden Forest where demigods might exist, the strongest beings in this world were merely legendary. Inside the carriage, Xia Lin sat upright in front of Lilith, having just recounted everything that had transpired. This included how she obtained intelligence through Nixon and the arrangements she made in the woods, as well as what she would do if a falling sun attack hadn't eliminated the ordinary bandits. Come, tell me in detail what you would do if you had just fallen into a group of ordinary bandits without taking them out instantly. Lilith questioned Xia Lin angrily. Of course, her intention was not to have Xia Lin elaborate on her actions, she was merely being sarcastic. However, Xia Lin did not perceive this at all, and Lilith's words instead sparked her enthusiasm. This has to start with some of my abilities, Xia Lin said, eagerly indicating that she was about to embark on a lengthy explanation. Yet Lilith did not catch on to this. She planned to wait until Xia Lin finished speaking before launching a fierce critique. We witches are beings entirely composed of magical energy, and our magical energy is limitless. Of course, this limitlessness does not mean there is no upper limit. Rather, it means that once consumed, it will instantly recover. You must have seen my magical energy orbs. This leads to a combat style I created myself. I call it the stacking boxes technique. Xia Lin explained passionately. This was a combat style she developed 200 years ago. As long as she had enough time, her power could virtually soar infinitely. It must be said that Xia Lin was quite suited to be a speaker or a salesperson. Even now, with Lilith still in a huff, she showed a flicker of interest in Xia Lin's so-called stacking boxes technique. When I expel magical energy from my body, the expelled energy instantly recovers, but it does not disappear immediately. Moreover, when a certain threshold of magical energy is reached, it begins to possess a faint consciousness, allowing the expelled energy orbs to assist me in casting spells. The more energy orbs I have assisting me, the faster my spellcasting speed, and the greater my magical power. I can stack about 100 magical energy orbs every second. Before I stack 10,000 energy orbs, I will keep using Falling Sun to buy time until I reach that number. And what happens after I reach 10,000? Lilith's curiosity was piqued by Xia Lin. Once I reach 10,000, I can unleash a powerful spell that directly alters their status to death. There was a moment of silence in the air, and Lilith was somewhat speechless. But Xia Lin did not notice this, and rather believed that Lilith thought her method was not secure enough. Don't worry, even if they can be revived, I can simply add a suffix that prevents resurrection, Xia Lin said confidently. This was the strongest magic she had created over the centuries, and she had never experienced a defeat with it. Of course, this was mainly because she rarely left her home, so she hardly had the need to use this spell. After hearing this, Lilith was infuriated. Please, do you even realize what kind of strength you possess? Although Lilith's power was not fully restored, making it difficult to gauge Xia Lin's true strength. However, her divine alert was still active, allowing her to roughly assess Xia Lin's true power. Even if Xia Lin were placed among true gods, her combat ability would still be at the top tier. Now you tell me that a top-tier true god needs to exert full strength against a group of fewer than 10 bandits. Lilith was indifferent to the bandits' strength. Because whether they were ordinary people or so-called 9th-tier experts, as long as they were not demigods, they were no different from insects in front of a top-tier true god. According to Lilith's observation, just one drop of Xia Lin's magical energy was equivalent to that of a legendary level. And if those bandits were fortunate enough not to die, was she seriously planning to stack them to 10,000 times and then modify their status to death? What kind of grudge could warrant such an extreme measure? So why would you use your full strength against a group of ordinary bandits? Lilith asked Xia Lin, feeling utterly defeated. It was her first time seeing a true god so cautious that they would exert full strength to kill an ordinary person. Because I didn't know they were so weak, so I used my full strength out of caution, Xia Lin replied, tilting her head innocently. Could you perhaps test the opponent's strength before using your full strength next time? Lilith still did not give up on correcting Xia Lin's mindset. But the answer she received was, I did test them. With falling sun. With falling sun. Seeing Xia Lin's serious expression, Lilith couldn't help but feel a bit exhausted. Forget it, let her play however she likes. Lilith slumped helplessly in the carriage. Yet Xia Lin seemed to find it quite enjoyable. Lilith, listen to me, I've also devised a plan for the next supply point. Once your uncle starts to act, he'll do this and that, and then this. I guarantee you won't face any danger. Looking at Xia Lin excitedly sharing her plan, it was clear she would not be in danger. The ones who would be in danger were others. In the Duchy of Violet, in the capital city of Brest, within the palace conference hall, the Duke of Violet sat with a troubled expression in the main seat. Since the establishment of the palace, this conference hall had hardly been used. Since he inherited the title of Duke of Violet, this was already the second time it had been utilized this month. The last time the conference hall was used was 2 weeks ago. The reason was that a sun had risen from the forbidden forest which borders the Duchy of Violet. He had personally witnessed the entire forbidden forest erased by the sun that rose before his eyes, only to see it regrow shortly afterward. Although somewhat perplexed, he was profoundly shocked. However, the purpose of the meeting had little to do with the forbidden forest. After all, nothing had happened there for hundreds of years, and suddenly a sun had risen from within. Before long, the whole world knew about this event, prompting scholars, mages, and alchemists from various races and regions to arrive. They came to study the suddenly changing forbidden forest, but most only strolled at its outskirts. Lessons from hundreds of years ago taught them that if they didn't want to die, they should avoid entering the forbidden forest. Thus, the previous meeting's purpose was about how the Duchy of Violet should accommodate travelers from various races. Since that last meeting, the Duke of Violet's treasury had seen a significant influx. This nearly made him fall in love with meetings, wishing to utilize the conference hall more often. However, reality told him that not only good events could lead to meetings, but bad ones could as well. The reason for this meeting's convening was similar to the last. It was once again due to the rise of a sun. However, this sun's position was somewhat concerning. Today at noon, after finishing his lunch, the Duke of Violet leisurely sat high up, enjoying the breeze, while admiring his vast territory. Then he saw a second sun rising before him. He could guarantee that this sun could be clearly seen from any place within his territory. However, he only learned the specific news in the afternoon. This sun was almost identical to the one that rose from the Forbidden Forest, except it was slightly smaller in size. It suddenly appeared, completely destroying part of the area, leaving a bottomless pit, and shortly after, the destroyed place recovered in an extremely short time. Previously, the sun that rose in the Forbidden Forest did not concern the Duke of Violet much. After all, it was the Forbidden Forest where anything happening was quite normal. On the contrary, the Duchy of Violet bordered the Forbidden Forest, and if anything happened there, countless scholars, mages, and alchemists would come to study it. Every occurrence filled his treasury even more. However, if it happened outside the Forbidden Forest, it would be different. After all, it was a sun that could instantly vaporize the entire Forbidden Forest. Although one had risen in his territory, it did not cause any casualties among the common people. But who knew if it would rise again? If it truly rose a second time, where would it rise? How large would the sun be? If the sun was large enough, even if it did not rise in the Duchy of Violet, but in nearby other duchies or bordering earldoms, it would still have an impact. It did not need to be large. Even if it were about 1/10 the size of the sun that rose in the Forbidden Forest, the entire Duchy of Violet, along with nearby duchies and some earldoms and baronies, would not escape. Although it was said that even if the sun burned everything, it would recover after a while. What about the people? Could they be resurrected? But as the Duke of Violet, he could not simply abandon his territory and flee. So only one last option remained: to hold a meeting. The conference hall was already filled at this time. Basically, they were officials from the Duchy of Violet, his subjects, as well as the bishop from the Twilight Church, Bishop Cthulhu, whom he had specially invited. The Duke of Violet announced the agenda of the meeting. Why had the sun risen? Would the rising of the sun endanger the lives of the citizens of Violet? Of course, he was aware that this was merely a grandiloquent statement. In reality, what they were discussing was whether the sun would rise again, and if it would rise in the capital. If the sun truly rose before them, was there any way to preserve even a small life? As usual, his subjects split into two distinct factions. One faction advocated that this was merely an accident and that there would not be another occurrence, assuring His Highness of this point. The other faction insisted that this was no accident but the doing of some mysterious and powerful force or individual. What they should do was figure out how to identify this mysterious and powerful force and submit to them. In short, there was no definitive solution. If the sun truly rose in the capital of Brest, then listening to either faction would be of no use. The only outcome would be death. The noisy argument in the conference hall left the Duke of Violet feeling somewhat troubled. He believed he should listen to the guidance of the divine. Silence. The Duke of Violet's voice was not loud, but the noisy conference hall immediately became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Bishop Cthulhu, does my lord have any guidance on this matter? Seeing the meeting room return to silence, the Duke of Violet asked Bishop Cthulhu. Before the Duke inherited the throne, he was a loyal follower of the Twilight Church. Whenever he felt troubled, he would go to the church to listen for divine guidance. It was Bishop Cthulhu who had always facilitated his connection with the Lord. Of course, Your Highness, I have learned everything about the cause from my Lord's oracle. Bishop Cthulhu displayed a wise smile, as if everything in the world was within his grasp. I would like Bishop Cthulhu to clarify my doubts. It is my duty. Do you remember the announcement issued by the church some time ago? Bishop Cthulhu gently tapped on the table. At this moment, all the subjects of the Duke of Violet closed their mouths. Indeed, the revival of the Blood Prince is gathering strength, and this announcement was issued to intercept the revival of the Blood Prince in advance. If it were an edict he issued, he might not have been able to articulate it. However, the Duke of Violet remembered every significant announcement from the church distinctly. Not to mention, this announcement was taken very seriously even by the Higher Kingdom's church division. Therefore, in terms of implementation, the Duke of Violet certainly gave the green light. In just a few days, all the towns across the country were filled with clergy members detecting the Blood Clan. Moreover, there would be lectures every now and then to educate citizens about the dangers of the Blood Clan and dark creatures. As for whether this was truly the case, the Duke of Violet was not quite sure. All of this is the doing of the revived Blood Prince and other remnants of the Blood Clan. As long as we can locate the Blood Prince who has not fully regained his strength, we can ensure that the sun will not rise within the Duchy of Violet. Bishop Cthulhu said confidently. In reality, he had no idea what the sun was about. After all, it came from the Forbidden Forest. Who would dare to meddle? Who would be able to manage this? He was just saying some superficial words, and of course the Duke of Violet was well aware of this. What about the safety of the capital during this time? The Duke of Violet asked eagerly. He was not inclined to worry too much. As long as he could survive, he was fine with anything happening to his territory. You can rest assured about this. This is a divine token I specifically brought for you. As long as you wear it, even if the sun rises before the wearer, it can ensure their safety. Bishop Cthulhu handed the Duke of Violet a hexagram pendant, the glow of the magical circuit and its powerful fluctuations shining on the surface of the pendant. Even ordinary people who had never studied magic could discern the extraordinary nature of the pendant with the naked eye. It was a self-triggering magical vessel inscribed with 7-ring magic. Even Bishop Cthulhu had to pay a considerable price to acquire this item. As for whether it could withstand the power of the sun rising, that was certainly a wild claim. Who knew if it could withstand it? As long as the Duke of Violet believed it could, that would be a success. After examining the pendant carefully, the Duke of Violet handed it to his chief court mage. After receiving a nod from the court mage, the Duke of Violet accepted the pendant. I will fully support the Church's efforts to hunt down the Blood Prince. I hope Your Excellency the Bishop can quickly resolve the disaster of the sun rising, allowing the people of the Duchy of Violet to live as peacefully as before. 3 days later, the Duchy of Violet specifically allocated 50,000 second-tier reformers to form a demon hunter army under the command of the Church to hunt all blood clans and dark creatures within the Duchy of Violet. My lord, your niece did not perish in the incident of the sun rising. Sir Castle sat in his estate, one of his hooded subordinates reporting to him. My dear niece is truly unfortunate. I believe she would be much happier had she died in the rising of the sun. Sir Castle lifted a glass of milk from the table and took a sip. The milk was slightly yellowish and appeared quite viscous, neither resembling ordinary milk nor reaching the level of yogurt. The hooded figure remained silent, knowing that his master was not seeking his opinion. If he could not see this, he would not have survived to this day. Proceed according to the original plan. Ooh, I want to taste my niece in 3 days. Sir Castle shook his glass goblet, the amber-colored liquid swirling within it, staining the cup's walls a creamy white. Yes. The fluctuation of the magical circuit flashed briefly, and the hooded figure vanished from the estate at a speed beyond human reach. Province City. Dozens of carriages lined up neatly before the nearly 30-meter-high city wall. This was the most bustling city in Sir Castle's domain and the only route to the castle territory. Those who did not pass through Province City would have to traverse mountains or take a detour. This would significantly increase the time required to reach the castle. At that time, they would certainly miss the maximum inheritance deadline for the count's title. This was also the reason Lilith had to pass through here despite her nominal uncle not residing here regularly. However, he who was dedicated to seizing the count's title, which he had failed to obtain 20 years ago, would not let such a good opportunity slip by. After a short wait, it would soon be Charlotte's turn. As before in the small town, several clergy members adorned with pentagram pendants were still testing the queue for lurking bloodsuckers and dark creatures at the city gate. Thanks to Charlotte's magic, Lilith passed the test as easily as before. At that moment, Jonah stood at the end of the line, secretly taking out the token he had purchased from the local priest. Through the hexagonal gaps among the pentagram believers, Jonah looked at Lilith, who was chatting idly with Charlotte, a devout follower of the Twilight God. Jonah silently tucked away the token, preparing to add a note in the report. Once the church successfully captured the blood prince who had not fully regained her strength, they would be able to study the secret that allowed her to bypass the token detection. If other blood dukes or princes were to resurrect in the future, the church could save considerable manpower and resources. At that time, his name, Jonah, would be inscribed in the scriptures, remembered by all followers of the Twilight God to come. With this thought, Jonah's resolve strengthened. He must deliver this intelligence, even at the cost of his life. Before long, everyone in the line had passed the church's inspection. Just as Jonah was preparing to disperse the line, a similarly dressed steward stopped them. Behind him followed more than 30 fully armed first-tier reformers, and even the weapons in their hands were alchemical rather than ordinary blades. Compared to the motley crew of first-tier reformers hired by Lilith, these were on an entirely different level. Clearly, the other party held malicious intent. Humans are most fond of gossip, and it wasn't long before a large crowd of spectators gathered. However, Jonah did not flinch. After all, he was a fivering magician. A mere first-tier reformer could not breach his defensive magic even if he stood still for them to strike. Moreover, Jonah was no longer in the role of a steward, but rather as a spy. In fact, Jonah was even more serious about his work now than when he was a steward. After all, if a spy fails to gain trust and is discovered, it could mean certain death. Jonah had no confidence in surviving against a suspected legendary magician. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Jonah stepped forward, powerful mental energy bursting forth from him and rapidly spreading outward, encompassing the steward and the reformers behind him. Both magicians and alchemists require exceptionally strong mental power. Once reaching the fourth tier, both can project their mental energy outward. Though not powerful enough for combat, it can intimidate ordinary people and allow for distant object retrieval. Under Jonah's immense projection of mental energy, the reformers behind the steward found it nearly impossible to hold their ground, retreating several steps. At that moment, an equally powerful mental force erupted from the steward, countering Jonah's presence. Undoubtedly, this steward was at least a peak fourth tier. Both parties ceased their mental projections simultaneously. Neither Jonah nor the steward had exerted their full strength, as there were still many ordinary people at the city gate unfit for conflict. "I am Dean, the steward of Sir Castle, here to deliver an invitation letter to Miss Lilith Castle. An invitation for Miss Lilith Castle to attend the birthday banquet of the Baron's wife 3 days from now." Dean bowed to Lilith, who stood beside Charlotte, then produced a beautifully packaged invitation letter from his pocket. It bore the unique crescent emblem of the Castle family. Lilith's face remained expressionless, but Jonah frowned. "Is this the will of the Baron?" Jonah questioned, his tone laced with fury. It should be noted that according to noble law, the inheritance of noble titles is determined by the previous noble selecting an heir with other offspring unable to inherit the title. However, the other offspring who cannot inherit the title would receive a first-tier title and cannot pass it on to the next generation while being removed from the original family genealogy. Although Sir Castle still bore the Castle surname, he was no longer a member of the Castle family. Similarly, he had no right to use the Castle family's crescent emblem. Yet he brazenly stamped the crescent emblem of the Castle family on the invitation. Moreover, he delivered this invitation to the next count of the Castle family. This was a blatant provocation towards Lilith. Of course, Jonah was not truly angry. He merely wished to elevate his status in Lilith's eyes. Just as Jonah and Dean were in a heated dispute, Lilith stepped forward. She snatched the envelope from Dean's hand and tore it to shreds, throwing the remnants in Dean's face. "Tell that fool Sir Castle to prepare a coffin in 3 days. With that, Lilith took Charlotte's hand and strode away from the city gate, displaying her nonchalance in front of everyone. Halfway through, the smile on Lilith's face nearly faltered. Having someone backing her felt exhilarating. Without Charlotte, she would undoubtedly have accepted the invitation obediently. Then, relying on her own wits and a little external aid, she would have navigated the treacherous waters with various villains, ultimately achieving a difficult victory. But now, under the protection of a top-level true god, how could those mere shadows not even reaching the legendary level compete? Could they even match a drop of Charlotte's blood? With this thought, the smile on Lilith's face became even more audacious. At that moment, she felt a tug on the hand she held with Charlotte. "Lilith, let's run." "Oh, I can't take them on." Lilith turned her head, looking at Xia Lin with a face full of surprise. "What did you just say?" Lilith asked Xia Lin. The vampire had excellent hearing, and she certainly heard what Xia Lin had just said. Moreover, she heard it clearly, but the strange content made her feel that such words could not have come from Xia Lin. Instead, she showed a look of impending doom. "Lilith, we should run. I heard Jonah say that your uncle has several fifth-tier minions under his command. We only have Jonah as a fifth tier. I am just a third tier. We cannot defeat them. Let's run first." Saying this, Xia Lin tore apart the space. Let's go here. This is my home, very remote. They will definitely not find us." Xia Lin tugged at Lilith's hand, and the rift in space revealed a dense forest. Unknown species of towering trees reached for the clouds, and fierce, beastly eyes occasionally flashed through the thickets. A powerful sense of oppression approached. "Level 8, oh level 9, oh legendary. No, clearly your home is much more dangerous." Lilith really found it hard to retort. You tell me that you, a witch from another world wielding powerful magic and capable of tearing space apart with bare hands, think you are only a third tier because you fear a fifth tier lackey enough to tear open space to flee. Isn't that the case? Seeing that Lilith did not answer, Xia Lin seemed to think that Lilith was not satisfied with the place she chose. She quickly closed the rift and tore open another one. How about here? Inside the rift was an expansive, boundless snow mountain, and above them a ninth-tier ice phoenix soared past. Lilith also did not respond, and Xia Lin immediately tore open several more space rifts. A volcano with lava splattering had an ancient red dragon curiously staring at them with large eyes. Then it was scared away by Xia Lin. At the dark and quiet seabed, a deep-sea giant beast had eyes as large as a city. It too was scared away by Xia Lin. Xia Lin opened a dozen space rifts in one breath, but all were extremely dangerous lands in the eyes of ordinary people. Various high-tier and legendary creatures emerged one after another. Whichever one it was countless times more dangerous than Province City. Finally, Lilith could not hold back. She grabbed Xia Lin's hand as she was about to tear open the next space. Stop, stop, stop. Lilith, have you decided where to go? Xia Lin asked Lilith joyfully. I decided, you big-head ghost. Do you really think you can't handle two ordinary humans who are only fifth tier? Lilith said angrily. Xia Lin nodded heavily. Lilith forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and admonished herself. You can't defeat her, you can't defeat her, you can't defeat her. Endure. After repeating this in her mind several times, Lilith finally suppressed her urge to curse. She patiently tried to persuade Xia Lin. Do you remember what happened 4 days ago? Yes, I used magic to kill a group of ordinary robbers. Lilith frowned. How could they be ordinary? According to what you said before, at least one of those disguised robbers should have been fourth tier. However, Lilith did not say it out loud, and after all, she had not even seen those robbers. They had already fallen prey to Xia Lin's carefully prepared sun. How large was the range of that magic of yours? Lilith asked Xia Lin. About 3 or 4 square kilometers. I compressed the attack range at that time. How large would the range be if you didn't compress it? Lilith continued to ask. It could blow up my house. Seemingly afraid that Lilith would not believe her, Xia Lin added. I accidentally blew up once. Lilith had nothing to say. With one cast of your falling sun, you could destroy several empires. Do you really think you can't handle a fifth tier? What made you think you were weak? Lilith said irritably. Because of the witch's inherited memories, the inherited memories require me to be cautious until my magic power reaches 100. Xia Lin said after thinking for a moment. What is your current magic power? 7632. Xia Lin suddenly exclaimed excitedly. She had just checked her magic power and found that it had increased by a full 300 points compared to when she had just left home. This was equivalent to her natural growth in magic power over the past 10 years. Do you really believe in the inherited memories? What if they are false? They are true, Xia Lin answered without hesitation. The witch's inherited memories are certainly not just a few phrases along with a method for detecting magic power. They also include specific abilities of the witch, how to create magic, and some peculiar traits of the witch's body. Xia Lin had verified all of these one by one, and they were all completely true. For example, the witch does not age and will not die if she has lived this long without dying, so that must be true. There is also the method of creating magic. As long as one conceives the effect of the magic in their mind, and then channels their magic power outward, it can be done. And the method of creating magic orbs. Xia Lin developed these through the inherited memories. How could she not believe the contents of the inherited memories? Therefore, the warning to not waste magic before reaching 100 must also be true. She must be extremely cautious until her magic power reaches 100. Looking at Xia Lin's unwavering gaze, Lilith understood that mere words would not convince Xia Lin. However, she could not truly allow Xia Lin to take her and flee. A true god and a witch from another world. To run away from 2 fifth-tier beings would surely make people laugh. At least Lilith could not afford to lose face. Her mind raced, and before long, she had a flash of inspiration. Although she could not change Xia Lin's mind immediately, she was confident she could persuade Xia Lin not to run away. What do you think a magic power of 1000 corresponds to in tiers? Fifth tier, Xia Lin said after thinking for a moment. Lilith immediately shook her head. A magic power of 100 is certainly not weak enough to be at that level, and just from the power of your magic it is clear that you are not weak. Xia Lin recalled the magic she had created. It seemed true. However, she quickly dismissed it. What if the combat levels in this world are very high? Even the blood realm can overpower a god king, who says a magic power of 100 must be very powerful. However, Xia Lin indeed did not think she was weak, so she gently nodded. Lilith's lips curled into a slight smile, and the big fish was hooked. But she could not rush as she had to take it slow, as being too hasty could easily backfire. Although I say this, the position of having a magic power of 700 still needs careful analysis. And needing to be cautious does not mean being weak. At the very least, I believe you are definitely stronger than a fifth tier. Lilith encouraged Xia Lin with all her might, of course, if only she knew what the destructive power of a fifth tier truly was. As long as she could provide examples, she was 100% confident in convincing Xia Lin. Unfortunately, before her resurrection, she had never understood such a low tier as fifth tier. As for after her resurrection, she should now have the strength of second tier or third tier. Really? Seeing Lilith's expression, Xia Lin asked uncertainly. Could it be that she had indeed underestimated her own strength? Could it be that she was actually very strong? The moment the thought, could it be that I am actually strong, appeared, it was immediately extinguished by Xia Lin. She did not consider herself a strong person. If she were truly strong, how could she not even defeat an octopus? Time rewound to about 2 months ago. Xia Lin was lying on a bamboo chair woven from bamboo strips. Beside her was her favorite drink, honey tea. The sunshine was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, with a gentle breeze brushing across her face. There was nothing more pleasant than this. It was such a leisurely afternoon right above Xia Lin's head. Suddenly, a corner of the azure sky was torn open. A black slimy tentacle emerged from the rift in space, followed by an indescribably grotesque head. To this day, Xia Lin still cannot think of a suitable adjective to describe that disgusting giant octopus. Immediately after, a swarm of smaller octopuses poured out from the rift, transforming into a dark viscous liquid that nearly sullied the entire forbidden forest. Although Xia Lin was not a perfectionist, she considered herself a clean witch. How could she just watch as others dirted her home like this? Not to mention those little brothers who had already been subdued by her suddenly went wild. Even the trees in the forest seemed to have gained consciousness and began to attack Xia Lin. Realizing that all of this was instigated by the giant octopus in the sky, Xia Lin directly used her magic to conjure chains and pulled the octopus down. Then she summoned 3000 magic orbs at once and prepared a supersized falling sun. With this giant octopus causing havoc, there was no way her home could remain habitable. So there was no need to worry about the extent of the destruction. Besides, at that time, Xia Lin had not used attack magic for almost 100 years. Unclear about the destructive power of her magic, Xia Lin did not hold back at all. Aside from the number of magic orbs not stacking up, this was almost her full strength. With one falling sun, the entire forest was obliterated. Only a vast bottomless pit remained. Yet the result was that the octopus was still not dead. Even after being completely bound by Xia Lin's magical chains and taking a full hit from her falling sun, it still did not die. Although more than half of its head and all of its tentacles were vaporized by the high temperature of the falling sun. But not being dead meant it was still alive, and after taking a hit from the falling sun, its injuries were visibly healing at a remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, its head had regrown, and in another blink, its tentacles had all returned. By the time the next falling sun was half formed at Xia Lin's fingertips, it was already starting to grow new smaller octopuses. Thus, Xia Lin gave up on using the falling sun and stacked her magic orbs to 1000. She directly modified the giant octopus status to non-existent. In the moment the giant octopus vanished, the newly spawned smaller octopuses also disappeared. Although Xia Lin easily defeated the giant octopus, she believed she had not truly fought it. After all, she had not fought it under normal circumstances. She had used a cheat to defeat it, stacking magic orbs. It was precisely because of this incident that Xia Lin left the home she had stayed in for hundreds of years to seek ways to become stronger. Lilith listened to the entire story. She had no comments to make. What does it mean that not being able to defeat an octopus indicates weakness? Isn't it just an ordinary octopus? It survived a falling sun. Its recovery speed is hardly inferior to her peak state. Rest assured, there's no way a fifth tier is stronger than that octopus. If you stack 1000 magic orbs, you can definitely kill it. Lilith joked. What kind of good person needs to use such a rule-level ability to deal with a fifth tier? But it seems Xia Lin took it to heart. Alright, I won't run away. Out of caution, I will first stack 1200 orbs. No. Let's go for 15000 to be safe. Watching Xia Lin pull out a piece of paper from the rift and jot down calculations estimating how strong a fifth-tier warrior might be and how many magic orbs she would need to stack to defeat it, Lilith had already given up on persuading Xia Lin. At the same time, she was advising herself in her heart, just don't run away. At night, Jonah completed the procurement of supplies. Holding the procurement list, he arrived at the door of Lilith's room. Listening to the sounds of the two girls playing inside, Jonah hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Miss Lilith, it's me, Jonah. There was a brief silence in the room. Then Lilith's voice came from inside. You don't need to report the procurement matters to me, just arrange it yourself. Lilith said casually. And one more thing, those transformers have been unreachable since they disbanded the team. What about the chef and the stableman? They have been recruited this afternoon. After a moment of silence in the room, a voice responded, got it. Jonah waited at the door for a while longer, confirming that Lilith had no other issues before leaving. His purpose was certainly not just to report work matters. Usually he reported the procurement of items and the hiring and departure of personnel to Lilith. But he generally would not choose this moment to report. Even if it was the relatively significant matter of all the transformers leaving, he usually chose to report it the next morning or at noon when he met Lilith. To avoid disturbing Lilith's rest, and the reason for reporting at this time today was that he needed to confirm Lilith and Xia Lin's whereabouts. He planned to relay information to the church tonight. The church has branches in almost every town marked on the official map. But the levels of each branch are different. Usually small towns and small cities only have a single priest. This level of clergy can be said to be completely unable to access some secrets of the church. Thus, it wouldn't serve the purpose of relaying information. Otherwise Jonah would have already transmitted the information at the last supply point. The structure of the church's branches is roughly as follows: church headquarters, pope, capital branch, cardinal, duchy, corresponds to area bishop. Next are the important cities of the count's territory bishop, important cities of the baron's territory priest, and the rest priest. Priests can be said to be the threshold of the church's leadership class, barely able to access some of the church's secrets. Therefore, if it is simply used to relay information, it is sufficient. Jonah quietly left the inn and arrived at the only church in province. At this time the church had already closed, but Jonah did not mind this. He was not here to pray today, and the priest was stationed at the church. Jonah was not worried about not finding anyone. "Sir, the church is closed today. Please come back tomorrow if you need to pray." The nun politely declined Jonah's request. "Tell your priest that I am the arbiter Jonah, and he will let me in." Jonah had spent some time in the church. However, he was not one of those ordinary clergy. He was a member of the church's punishment army, serving as the squad leader of the 3rd team in the Violet Duchy division, known by the title the Arbiter. The punishment army is the armed force of the church with branches in various duchies, typically numbering only in the thousands. Yet these few thousand are of considerable strength, with an average level of at least tier 3. Moreover, they are not modified individuals. They are almost entirely composed of wizards or alchemists. When engaged in battle, they receive blessings from local bishops, allowing a mere few thousand members of the punishment army to possess combat power comparable to that of a tier 7 powerhouse. The punishment army is usually composed of individuals selected by the church from orphans with good mental talent. The church takes them in and sponsors their education at magic or alchemy academies. Upon graduation, the strong serve in the punishment army for 3 years, after which they are free to choose their path. However, most orphans sponsored by the church are very willing to do so. This is because the vast majority of them are loyal believers of the church. Furthermore, even after their service ends, a small portion does not leave the punishment army, but continues to serve the church. As for those who leave the punishment army to join various factions, they also continue to provide assistance to the church. Jonah is one of them. Not long after, a nun pushed open the church's grand door again. "Sir, the deacon is waiting for you in the prayer room." Jonah followed the nun's guidance to the church's prayer room. The prayer room is a place typically accessible only to the church's branch managers and the most devout believers. Of course, it is also often used to discuss important matters. It signifies that everything occurs under the watchful gaze of the Lord. "Mr. Jonah, it is quite late. I wonder what brings you to seek me." The deacon was dressed in a black clerical robe with a hexagram insignia hanging from his chest. 2 of the hexagram's points were encrusted with gems, symbolizing his identity as a deacon. "I have important intelligence that needs reporting to superiors. It concerns the one who has recently been resurrected." Jonah stated, his expression unchanged. "I understand. What is the estimated intelligence level?" The deacon's expression instantly became serious. He was well aware of how much importance the superiors placed on the recent resurrection. Therefore, even the smallest piece of intelligence must be reported. District bishop level. The district bishop level refers to the fact that this intelligence must be handled by someone at the district bishop rank or higher. This was the highest level of intelligence he could report. If possible, Jonah believed this intelligence should even be passed directly to the Pope. Unfortunately, his rank was insufficient, and he could only report it as district bishop level intelligence. Jonah took out an envelope from his clothing. This contained all the intelligence he had recorded during this period. It included, but was not limited to, Lilith's identity, Xia Lin's strength, and evidence to support these claims. However, he hadn't collected much in terms of evidence. But once the content of the envelope was verified, Jonah believed that even if the Pope himself could not come personally, several cardinals and multiple kingdoms' punishment armies would certainly address this matter. After all, this was the resurrection of a vampire prince, which was certainly no small matter. Even if the other party was a legendary powerhouse, they might not find favor in the church's hands. Just as Jonah was about to hand over the envelope, Zazavoluto, transparent waves sprang forth from the corner of the wall, rapidly covering the entire city of Provence. Everyone and everything in the city fell into a state of suspension. The only one who could move was Xia Lin. She dispelled her invisibility and stepped out from the corner. She took the envelope Jonah had handed over. Xia Lin did not immediately open the envelope to read it, but instead waved her hand in front of Jonah and the deacon. "Is it really impossible to move during the time stop?" Xia Lin said in surprise. She hadn't expected Jonah, even at tier 5, would be unable to move during the time stop. This was too. Xia Lin's mind began to race. Jonah, tier 5 wizard. She unsure of her own tier, but probably lower than Jonah. But then a question arose. She could move freely during the time stop, while Jonah could not. Does that mean she is stronger than Jonah? After thinking for a while, Xia Lin concluded that relying solely on this was not enough to draw a premature conclusion. What if time-stopping magic was rare and Jonah had been tricked by her? Moreover, even if Jonah was stopped in time, she might not be able to break through his defensive magic. Xia Lin successfully convinced herself using a very strange and illogical method. She then opened Jonah's envelope and began to read. Although the contents were written in code, it posed no challenge for Xia Lin. Using translation magic, she easily translated the coded text into words she could understand. However, Xia Lin frowned throughout the reading process. Even after returning the envelope to Jonah, Xia Lin's brows remained tightly furrowed, and she looked at Jonah with an extremely peculiar expression. It was a look of concern typically reserved for someone with mental disabilities. At this moment, Xia Lin seriously suspected that Jonah's mind was not right. He actually believed that Lilith was the resurrected vampire prince. and she had a very good relationship with the vampire prince, having lived for tens of thousands of years as a legendary level powerhouse. Furthermore, he wanted the church to send cardinals and the punishment army, although she admitted that her strength might not be the tier 3 wizard she estimated. It might be somewhat stronger, perhaps tier 4 or tier 5, but she was absolutely certain she could not be a legendary wizard. So considering all of this, there was only one possibility. That is, Jonah had gone mad. And magic is a very rigorous discipline. Madmen or fools can never become wizards. Even if one becomes a wizard, once they go mad, they cannot exert their true power. This is what Jonah had told her during a conversation. Although it was unclear when Jonah had lost his sanity, madmen do not spend the entire day raving. Therefore, Xia Lin believed Jonah's words held some reference. Assuming Jonah had truly lost his mind, then everything began to make sense. Why was it that Jonah, a tier 5 wizard stronger than her, could not move during the time stop? The more she speculated, the more Xia Lin felt her reasoning was sound. Otherwise, how could a tier 5 wizard be unable to move during a time stop? Despite saying all this, there was one thing Xia Lin could not forgive. Even if Jonah had gone mad, the meaning conveyed in his letter was only one: that he wanted to kill her and Lilith. Xia Lin's right hand formed a blade with 4 fingers and her palm. A thin layer of magical power enveloped Xia Lin's palm. Jonah could not move during the time stop, and his defensive magic might not trigger. This meant that she could likely end Jonah's life with one strike. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Lin ultimately did not strike down. She planned to return and consult Lilith's opinion before making a decision. Jonah had no way to move during the time stop, and she could kill him whenever she wanted, so there was no rush. Xia Lin tore through space and returned directly to the inn, simultaneously lifting the time stop. Jonah delivered the envelope into the deacon's hands, completely unaware of everything that had just transpired. In a manor located in the center of province, Baron Saar sat in the courtyard holding a transparent goblet. An unknown milky liquid swayed under gravity, staining the walls of the cup a milky white. How are the arrangements coming along? Baron Saar raised the goblet and drank it in one gulp. It is already prepared, we just need to. A figure in a black robe knelt on one knee before Baron Saar, reporting. Baron Saar nodded in satisfaction. He signaled for him to rise and continue advancing the task. According to the noble laws of the Violet Duchy, the first heir to a title is the offspring. The previous noble is responsible for arranging and selecting the next noble. However, his father directly chose his brother, that incompetent waste of a brother who was none other than the deceased Count Castel, to inherit the title. He, on the other hand, inherited a barony that had separated from Count Castel's domain, becoming Baron Saar. He was unwilling to accept it. Why should his brother, who was inferior in every way, inherit the title? Thus Saar began his plan that would span 20 years. First, he slowly accumulated power. The barony he inherited had almost nothing, and he had no capable subordinates. Now, however, he had 2 5th-tier subordinates, one a 5-ring mage and the other a 5th-tier transmuter. Furthermore, he himself was a 5th-tier alchemist. Such a level of high-tier combat power far surpassed that of an average count, who typically possesses at least 4th-tier strength. They also have at least one 5th-tier subordinate plus several transmuter troops. Baron Saar's current strength far exceeded that of an average count. However, he kept this hidden and did not reveal it. It was not until half a year ago, when everything was ready, that he began to act. He sent people to assassinate his 13 nephews and nieces one by one, ensuring that his brother would have no offspring to inherit the title. Next, he poisoned the late Count Castel at the morning ceremony. His foolish brother didn't notice anything unusual and drank the poisoned wine in one gulp. He died 2 months ago in the Count's mansion. According to the noble laws of the Violet Duchy, when the current Count dies without a designated heir, the Duke of Violet selects from among his offspring. If there are no offspring, or the offspring have died, the successor is chosen from the brothers. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and according to normal development, he should now be the esteemed Count Castel. However, unexpectedly, his elder brother had an illegitimate daughter. Under the laws of the Violet Duchy, when the remaining offspring of a noble die, an illegitimate daughter also has the right to inherit. Moreover, her priority for inheritance is higher than that of others, unless the illegitimate child voluntarily renounces their right to inherit. Nonetheless, Saar was not particularly angry about this. It was merely a matter of killing one more person. Yet out of nowhere, a 5-ring mage named Jonah appeared. Consequently, his ascent to the title of Count was delayed, and even now others still referred to him as Baron Saar. This title had been atop Saar's head for over 20 years, and he had grown tired of it. However, soon he would be able to shed this title. In Saar's view, Lilith was just a young girl in her teens. He believed that with just a little intimidation at the banquet, she would voluntarily relinquish her right to inherit. The Count's title is too heavy, you cannot grasp it. As for what if Lilith does not come, or does not wish to voluntarily do so? First and foremost, an illegitimate child cannot inherit the title directly like ordinary offspring. They must undergo an assessment to prove that although they are illegitimate, they still possess complete noble character. The portion regarding past experiences holds considerable weight in the assessment. However, it is mostly just a formality unless there is a history of disrespecting nobility. Otherwise, they generally pass with full marks. And refusing to attend important banquets of noble relatives without special reason evidently falls under disrespecting nobility. Therefore, Saar was not worried at all about Lilith not showing up. As long as Lilith attended, he had countless ways to make her voluntarily abandon her claim to the Count's title. Of course, his original plan was not this. He had initially intended for that second-tier alchemist to win Lilith's trust. Then from there he would divert attention and have a fifth-tier person take action directly. Unfortunately, not only did his subordinates fail, but the alchemist's task also ended in failure. The alchemist explained that there was a legend beside Lilith, and that the sun from a few days ago was created by that legend. He certainly did not believe such nonsense, so he immediately dispatched 2 of his only fifth-tier subordinates to kill him. However, unexpectedly the banquet was tonight, and he had yet to receive news of the alchemist's death. With no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon that plan. At the same time, he changed his tactics against Lilith to primarily intimidation, and if that did not work, he would take action. Although he could not act openly, he could strike secretly. 3 fifth-tiers against 2 fifth-tiers, the advantage is mine. A few hours before the banquet, Xia Lin sat directly in front of Lilith, lowering her head and listening to Lilith's preaching. Lilith repeatedly recited a mantra as if reciting a spell. You are strong, fifth-tier opponents are no match for you, do not run away, you are strong. And Xia Lin could only be forced to listen to Lilith's rambling. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Miss Lilith, it's about time to depart. Jonah's voice came from outside. After returning that night, Xia Lin told Lilith about this matter. Thus, under Lilith's urging, Xia Lin conducted a memory reading on Jonah. After discussing, they decided to spare Jonah's life for now. According to Lilith's reasoning, Jonah had no decisive evidence, so any high-ranking organization would not directly send the majority of its living forces against them in such a situation. Most likely, they would first send a small number of personnel to verify the intelligence, and only after confirming its authenticity would they take action. Although Lilith's ability to disguise her powers had not fully recovered, most detection methods had become ineffective against her. However, Lilith was concerned about accidentally exposing herself during the use of her powers, as well as some high-level detection items infused with divine energy from the church. Even if her ability to disguise her powers had returned due to the extreme incompleteness of her powers, there was still a possibility of exposure. Thus, she kept Jonah by her side, as should the church make any moves, they would know immediately. However, what was more important now was the upcoming banquet. Lilith was cramming at the last minute, trying to correct Xia Lin's logic of action. Let me repeat one last time. Yes. Xia Lin answered with a sense of hopelessness. I am strong, fifth-tier cannot defeat me, I absolutely will not run away. Do not use large-scale magic, especially falling sun, when beginning to act. Do not use a big move at the start, first test with weaker magic. Before taking action, first consult Lilith's opinion. Lilith nodded in satisfaction. Taking Xia Lin, they left the high-end hotel, where a luxurious carriage adorned with a crescent moon emblem was waiting at the door. Today Jonah was serving as the coachman. Miss Xia Lin, Miss Lilith, please get in the carriage. Jonah's tone was exceptionally respectful, subtly placing Xia Lin's status above Lilith's. This was understandable, anyone would act in such a manner before a mage capable of instantly flattening several cities with a single spell. Just as Jonah was about to drive the horses to depart, a very disheveled figure blocked the carriage's path. Though they appeared extremely shabby upon closer inspection, one could still barely discern that the figure was dressed as an alchemist. Lady Xia Lin, Lady Lilith, please save me. A disgraced alchemist clad in rags that mirrored a beggar's collapsed before Lady Lilith's carriage and cried out desperately. Even Jonah, whose years had granted him broad experience, had never seen an alchemist so utterly broken in bearing. Ahem. Sir, if you require aid, you must seek it at the Province City Watch House, not kneel here. We cannot assist you. Moreover, the 2 ladies are expected at a banquet. Please step aside at once. Jonah failed to recognize the man kneeling on the ground as Nixon. Recent events had unfolded with such overwhelming frequency that Nixon had simply slipped from his memory. After all, Nixon was but a minor, inconsequential figure, dwarfed entirely by matters such as the Vampire Lord's resurrection and the emergence of a legendary mage. It's me, Nixon. Don't you remember me, Master Jonah? Nixon scrambled to his feet, brushing aside the matted hair that veiled his face. Then, with hands stained by unknown filth, he scrubbed at the grime obscuring his features. Yet no matter how hard he rubbed, the grime clung stubbornly, refusing to yield. Nixon. Only then did Jonah recall the name. The reckless fool who had betrayed them and dared insult a legendary mage. Jonah offered this verdict without hesitation, unaware that had Lilith not intervened, he himself would have joined Nixon in that very act of hubris. The moment Jonah learned of Nixon's betrayal, he resolved to kill him, yet refrained when Xia Lin, casting her spell, Falling Sun, shielded Nixon instead. Thus Jonah withheld his hand. So, what is it you want? If nothing urgent, leave immediately. His words were restrained, yet every syllable carried the unmistakable weight of dismissal. Nixon, however, showed no sign of departing. He knew well within Province City only Lilith remained, and more precisely only Xia Lin could save his life. To walk away now meant death, no more than 10 minutes hence, in some forgotten sewer beneath the city. And so though he deemed rescue nearly impossible, he came anyway. For waiting meant certain demise, coming however slim the chance preserved a sliver of hope. Soon the commotion outside drew the attention of Lilith and Xia Lin inside the carriage. Lilith opened the carriage door and gently guided Xia Lin, who still seemed dazed and unsteady, down onto the street. Jonah, what's happening? She glanced once at Nixon, his entire body caked in grime, and turned to Jonah, clearly failing to recognize him. As it happens, Miss Lilith. Jana explained briefly, and Lilith quickly grasped the chain of events. Nixon, realizing he could not complete his assigned task, had attempted to explain himself to Cell. He recounted the full truth, but Cell refused to believe him, dismissing his account as outright lies. With no recourse left, Nixon fled, yet Province City was Cell's domain. As a mere second-tier alchemist, where could he possibly run? Hence the scene before them. Nixon's survival piqued Lilith's curiosity. From her knowledge of Cell, she knew if he ordered a killing, it was always absolute. To eliminate a second-tier target, he would dispatch at least a fourth-tier hunter. If enraged, he might even assign a fifth-tier operative, provided one was available. And recently Cell had devoted nearly all his focus, and most of his elite forces, to countering her. Thus his subordinates were unusually idle. It followed then that Nixon's pursuer was almost certainly a fifth-tier. Yet Nixon, a second-tier alchemist, had survived for nearly 3 days. Not merely alive, but relatively unscathed, even deep within Cell's territory. That indeed was remarkable. Collecting obscure life-preserving tricks was one of Lilith's quiet, little-known passions. Now genuine intrigue stirred within her. She wanted answers. Still, she had no intention of saving Nixon. After all, he had both betrayed them and sought to humiliate Xia Lin. So Lilith subtly turned her head and exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Lin. Xia Lin, having spent 2 full days under Lilith's tutelage, immediately understood. Why should I save you? What do you possess worth my intervention? Her voice was icy, her delicate face utterly expressionless, like a glacier frozen for millennia. Yet to Nixon those words sounded like salvation. He sprang upright, eager to launch into a fervent pitch of apology, loyalty, and self-promotion, when suddenly, shink. A blade of purest white pierced Nixon's chest, so swiftly that even Jana failed to intervene. The assailant was the robed figure Xia Lin had encountered days earlier at the last way station, a fighter whose speed and lethality had momentarily stunned Jana, a fifth circle mage. Miss Lilith, Miss Xia Lin, this is a wanted criminal. I trust one haven't startled you. The cloaked figure spoke flatly, producing a freshly printed warrant from within his robes. The paper crisp, its ink still damp and unfaded. No portrait graced the page, only Nixon's name and a terse physical description. Clearly the warrant had been issued moments ago. Though Xia Lin paid it little mind, Lilith bristled. You overstep gravely. Nixon's death was inevitable. She'd never intended him to live long. But he could not die now, not before she uncovered how he'd evaded a fifth-tier hunter for so long. Xia Lin, act now. Lilith commanded, voice ringing with theatrical authority, as if she were about to unleash the decisive blow. Xia Lin shot Lilith a faintly exasperated look, then raised her hand to cast. She remembered the robed figure. He moved sluggishly within timestasis and bore no aura of power. He was likely weak. Then Lilith tugged lightly at her sleeve. Go easy, she whispered near Xia Lin's ear. Not out of mercy, for she felt none toward this stranger, but because they stood in the heart of the city and their earlier commotion had already drawn a crowd of gawking onlookers. If Xia Lin acted unrestrained, what if she conjured another falling sun? Xia Lin nodded. She understood. Since the opponent was likely feeble, full force was unnecessary. Better yet, what if she struck a bystander? Though Xia Lin claimed no saintly virtue, she held no taste for wanton slaughter. 7/10 strength. No, 8 would suffice. Absolute binding. Xia Lin extended her right hand and clenched it midair toward the robed figure. Time and space converged upon him at her command. The robed man saw her motion clearly and reacted instantly, yet his limbs refused to obey. Every movement felt like wading through thick, viscous marsh. Even the smallest twitch demanded immense exertion, until moments later his consciousness itself froze. His time and space had both ceased. This technique, Xia Lin's newest beginner's scourge, was born from recent reflection. Lilith had been right. In this world she appeared to be the sole witch, her power therefore defying conventional tier-based measurement. Assessing an opponent's true strength thus became vital. So Xia Lin fused her prior spells into this new art, absolute binding. Its mechanism was simple, localized temporal stasis layered over spatial coagulation. Both components were rudimentary spells in themselves. To break free required only 2 things: mobility within stasis and the strength to rend the solidified space around one's body. Should either prove impossible, the conclusion was inescapable: the target was weaker than she. To onlookers it appeared as though Xia Lin merely pinched her fingers, and the robed man locked in place immobile. Lilith tugged Xia Lin's sleeve, and in a discreet corner gave her a silent, approving thumbs up. Jana, take him to the rear of the carriage. I intend to deliver a most memorable gift to my dear uncle. Xia Lin and Lilith re-entered the carriage. Lilith, where exactly are we headed? Xia Lin asked. Lilith had spoken at length earlier, making her recite nonsensical phrases, leaving Xia Lin thoroughly bewildered about their destination or the identity of the robed figure. Yet Lilith was both her employer and closest friend, so Xia Lin cared little where they went. We're en route to a banquet. Lilith drew back a corner of the carriage curtain and leaned against the plush seat, gazing absently out the window, as if the affair held no significance whatsoever. And indeed, why should it? Seated before her was a formidable witch from beyond this world. Legendary beasts of transcendent rank served her as pets. Meanwhile, Baron Cell, the upstart vying for a countship, commanded at most a pair of fifth-tier retainers. Lilith saw no conceivable path to defeat, until abruptly she did. A sharp tearing sound filled the air. Lilith knew that sound intimately. It was the signature rip of Xia Lin tearing open a spatial rift. Lilith, where should we hide if we lose? Before them stretched over a dozen such rifts, each a lethal vortex where even a fifth-tier warrior would perish dozens of times in a single second. Lilith's face darkened. She rose with sudden commanding presence and strode toward Xia Lin scowling. Meanwhile, Xia Lin continued opening rifts, utterly oblivious. Lilith extended her index finger and thumb on each hand, mimicking the snapping claws of a crab, clicking them rhythmically together. At last she slipped behind Xia Lin, evading both her blind spot and the shimmering rifts, while Xia Lin remained completely unaware. Just as Xia Lin tilted her head upward searching for Lilith's gaze to seek counsel, Lilith lunged, her crab-like fingers clamping firmly onto Xia Lin's soft plump cheeks. MPH. Lilith, wah. Xia Lin's speech dissolved into incoherent mumbles, her cheeks firmly gripped in fate's pinch. Xia Lin, you're hopeless. If you fear losing to a fifth tier so much, why not conjure 10,000 manospheres and rewrite every witness's perception, erasing them from existence entirely? Lilith shouted in utter exasperation, truly exhausted, convinced she'd spend eternity failing to reason with this endearingly dense witch. Brilliant idea. Lilith, you're a genius. Xia Lin's eyes lit up in sudden epiphany, her cheeks still pinched, as if divine revelation had just dawned. She lifted Lilith, still gripping her cheeks, aloft like a doll, and set her aside in a harmless out-of-the-way corner. Then without further delay she sealed every rift she'd opened and settled into her seat to begin crafting manospheres, one by one. Lilith meanwhile chose silence, her divine alarm blaring incessantly in her skull, warning her not to engage with this blissfully foolish witch. Xia Lin worked with astonishing speed. In no time the carriage floor overflowed with gleaming silver manospheres, each spun from raw magical energy. Lilith huddled meekly in the farthest corner, careful not to touch a single sphere, not out of fear of explosion, but because proximity intensified the alarm's shriek. Contact would be catastrophic, her mind threatening to detonate. And with her divine authority still incomplete, the alarm remained irreversibly active. Only the alarm keyed specifically to Xia Lin had been silenced, perhaps the wisest decision Lilith had made since her resurrection. Otherwise forced to remain perpetually beside Xia Lin for safety, her mind would shatter daily. As she edged deeper into the corner, Xia Lin kept crafting spheres. Lilith's shrinking personal space vanished beneath the tide of silver spheres, until with nowhere left to retreat, she finally spoke up. Xia Lin, could these spheres be stored elsewhere? Perhaps in a dedicated pocket dimension? Oh, sorry. Xia Lin noticed Lilith wedged into the corner and promptly guided the spheres aside, carving out breathing room. Only then could Lilith exhale, spared from being crushed beneath magical spheres. A dedicated pocket dimension for manospheres. Xia Lin mused aloud, turning Lilith's suggestion over in her mind. Suddenly a memory surfaced, faint, ancient, of a similar technique buried deep within her inherited knowledge. However, Xia Lin currently had no time to study the methods within the inherited memories. They would arrive at the estate of Sir Castel in just over 10 minutes. To ensure Lilith's safety, she needed to conjure more magical energy orbs. Xia Lin's gaze became significantly more resolute. At the same time, she freed one hand to tear open a spatial rift, stuffing all the magical energy orbs she had conjured inside. The other end of the rift led to Xia Lin's hometown, the Forbidden Forest. When the magical energy orbs were needed, she only had to tear open the spatial rift again to establish a connection with them. There was no need to conjure them one by one. At this moment, Lilith was finally able to stretch her limbs instead of hiding in the corner. Soon a carriage adorned with a crescent moon emblem stopped in front of an estate at the very center of Province City. Province City was not a small city. On the contrary, it was the largest city in the entire territory of Baron Cell and almost the economic lifeline of the barony. In such a central location, although the prices were not as high as those in other major cities within the Violet Kingdom, the land was definitely not cheap. Yet Baron Cell had turned this large piece of land into a rarely used estate. It could be considered a significant waste. However, all of this had little to do with Lilith and Xia Lin. They were here today to attend a banquet and to deal with the troublesome pest named Cell. The butler they encountered at the city gate was waiting at the entrance. However, apart from Lilith and Xia Lin, there were no other guests. Miss Lilith, welcome. The butler of the Five Rings mage bowed, his smile lacking sincerity. It was quite impolite. In informal occasions, nobles must be addressed by their surname and title. Even if Lilith had not formally inherited her title as the daughter of an earl, even an illegitimate one, she still held a noble status. Lilith still enjoyed the identity and privileges of nobility. She sighed and glanced at Xia Lin, who stood beside her. Xia Lin had one hand behind her back and extended one finger forward, her eyes sharp and fierce. If anything unexpected were to happen at that moment, she would instantly use her hand behind her back to tear open a spatial rift and escape. Then with the hand in front, she would conjure a falling sun, throwing it out before closing the spatial rift. After conjuring the falling sun, she would grab Lilith and run. Forget it, maybe later, Lilith thought to herself. Originally, she intended to let Xia Lin teach this impolite butler a lesson. However, seeing Xia Lin's current state, it seemed she could only act once. Lilith ignored the butler of Baron Cell and took Xia Lin's hand, leading her into the estate. When Xia Lin's hand was held by Lilith, she reacted quite adorably. Specifically, she trembled slightly, glanced at Lilith, and quickly surveyed her surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, she secretly stole a glance at Lilith's side profile and began to chant. I am very powerful. No one at the 5th level can defeat me. I am very powerful. No one at the 5th level can defeat me. Initially, Lilith was quite pleased with this. However, as Xia Lin continued to chant, it began to annoy her. Be quiet. Xia Lin looked at Lilith with a humble gaze, then closed her mouth weakly and pitifully. She merely stared at Lilith with her adorably sorrowful dark golden eyes. However, Lilith did not pay it any mind. The silly witch was just like that. A little time would pass, and if she really got angry, it would be easy to coax her after the banquet. Lilith led Xia Lin into the banquet hall of the estate. Before entering, she checked the spatial pocket Xia Lin had given her. Inside there were only 2 items. A drop of legendary wild boar blood that had been drunk, and a cloaked man who was trapped by Xia Lin's absolute confinement. According to common sense, such spatial pockets usually could not contain living beings. After all, there was no air inside, and anything placed inside would suffocate after a short time. However, the cloaked man was in a state of time stop, which meant he did not require breathing, so it was fine to keep him inside. Even if the cloaked man died after being placed inside, Lilith would not care. After all, the cloaked man was bound to die eventually. It was merely a matter of sooner or later. Inside the banquet hall, including Lilith's nominal uncle Baron Cell, many nobles had already arrived. Or rather, Lilith and Xia Lin were the last to arrive. Isn't this my dear niece Lilith? Welcome to my wife's birthday banquet. Baron Cell spotted them the moment Lilith and Xia Lin entered the banquet hall. He came over to greet them with a woman dressed in luxurious attire. However, it was evident that the woman did not appear to be in good spirits. Even her heavily applied makeup could not conceal the fatigue on her face. Her skin exposed to the air showed poorly concealed bruises and scars upon closer inspection. It was clear that she was not Baron Cell's wife, but merely a slave he had randomly selected from the dungeon with the sole purpose of hosting this banquet. Xia Lin furrowed her brows, as she had certainly noticed the oddity of Lady Cell. Her dislike for Baron Cell intensified. Lilith nodded. She was well aware that the woman had not approached them for a simple greeting. However, she was not afraid of any small trick Cell might try. Any scheme appeared especially ridiculous in the face of absolute power. Sure enough, Baron Cell was preparing to attack. Lilith, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Cell suddenly asked. To tear apart an elder's invitation letter in front of so many people. It has already been half an hour since the banquet started, and you only just arrived. I am your uncle, Baron Cell said dramatically. Lilith glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The current time was 7:28 in the evening. The time Jonah had relayed for the banquet was 7:30. Not to mention being late, they had even arrived 2 minutes early. Of course, it was impossible for Jonah to deceive them, even though Jonah was a member of the church. He would not deceive them over such a trivial matter, especially since Xia Lin had read Jonah's memories. The banquet time was indeed 7:30, and Cell's actions clearly had only one purpose, to seize the first strike and overwhelm her in momentum. Sure enough, Cell still did not give Lilith a chance to defend herself. Of course, Lilith also did not intend to explain anything. Several other nobles attending the banquet approached with wine glasses in hand. Indeed, how could the soon-to-be inheritor of the title Miss Lilith be so rude? I truly doubt whether Miss Lilith has the qualifications to inherit the title of Count Castel. Several nobles surrounded her, chattering away. Their words were clearly in defense of Baron Cell and attacking Lilith. However, Lilith was not angry about this. After all, how could an adult be angry with a child? My apologies, my steward misremembered the banquet's scheduled time. As a token of my sincere regret, I have brought Lord Cell a gift. Lilith dismissed the matter with effortless nonchalance. Lord Cell merely furrowed his brow ever so slightly, concealing his inner fury with practiced aristocratic composure. By noble etiquette, peers addressing one another appended the honorific Your Lordship to the title. For instance, other barons would address him as Lord Cell Your Lordship. Only those of higher rank, such as earls, would omit the honorific and refer to him simply as Lord Cell. Does she already presume herself heir to the earldom, and thus the future Earl of Castel? His wrath surged, nearly erupting from his throat. Yet outwardly he remained impassive. After all, Miss Lilith is still quite young. Oversights are only natural. Several nobles hastened to echo his words. I wonder what gift Miss Lilith has prepared for me. Though I hold no earldom, even at this banquet, not just anything may be presented. Cell continued, his tone laced with quiet condescension. To his knowledge, his niece possessed little more than the travel funds required to journey from that remote hamlet to the Castel domain. After covering her passage and hiring retainers, scarcely anything would remain. In his estimation, Lilith could produce no gift of genuine worth. Other nobles eager to fan the flames began flatteringly undermining her, praising her as the esteemed future Earl of Castel, urging Lord Cell to rest assured. She shall surely satisfy you. Lilith paid no heed to Cell's barbs or the noble's sycophantic praise, for the gift she intended was no ordinary offering. Its mere unveiling would guarantee Lord Cell's profound, if chilling, satisfaction. Kindly step aside, gentlemen. The gift is rather large. With a gesture as dismissive as shooing away flies, Lilith motioned for Lord Cell and the assembled nobles to retreat. Simultaneously, she produced from nowhere the personal spatial crystal Xia Lin had gifted her. At that moment, every guest in the grand hall fixed their rapt attention upon her. They had been summoned by Lord Sel, not as guests, but as witnesses. Most were viscounts or knights, many having purchased their titles outright, possessing neither land nor lineage. Lord Sel had invited them for two precise purposes. First, to collectively pressure Lilith into voluntarily renouncing her claim to the earldom. Her declaration of forfeiture would be magically recorded, and these nobles would serve as corroborating witnesses, lending legal weight and credibility to the act. Should she resist and refuse to utter such words, Lord Sel's agents would then stage a sudden violent intrusion, assassins bursting into the banquet to slay her on the spot. The nobles would again bear witness, though whether the magical record would survive depended entirely upon the intensity of Lilith's resistance. Thus the nature of her gift held no consequence. Regardless of what she unveiled, they would jeer and mock without hesitation. Lilith's slender finger brushed lightly against the translucent crystalline cube. A robed figure materialized directly beneath Lord Sel's feet. "This is the gift I bring you, Lord Sel. Do you find it satisfactory?" Lilith asked, her smile serene and untroubled. The banquet hall fell utterly silent. Every noble gaped, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief riveted upon the black-robed figure at its center. Their shock was so absolute that they failed even to question how she had conjured so massive a being from thin air. This was Lord Sel's shadow guard, a formidable fifth-tier augmenter. He had undergone both arcane and alchemical augmentation. Nearly half his body replaced with refined alchemical constructs, each surface inscribed with no fewer than 3 distinct fifth-rank spells. Though low-tier augmenters were often scorned by mages and alchemists alike, as inept inferior beings, high-tier augmenters were the stuff of nightmares for both disciplines: unmatched speed, impenetrable resilience, and complete absence of pain. Even spellcasting came faster to them than to most mages. Moreover, elite augmenters invariably underwent dual refinement, both arcane and alchemical, simultaneously. Within their tier, only prodigies could hope to contend with such beings. Ordinary mages or alchemists stood no chance. Of course, such power bore terrible cost. The higher the tier, the greater the peril and price of augmentation. And this black-robed figure's strength, most present had witnessed it firsthand. Some had even been personally invited, by force, to swear fealty to Lord Sel. Now that same indomitable enforcer, whose entire retinue had crumbled before him, lay motionless at the hall's heart like a corpse. Did any doubt whether the body was real? Not a single soul did. The pristine white longsword clutched in his hand offered irrefutable proof. Upon attaining the 4th tier, alchemists entered the whitening phase, wherein their creations manifested in pure radiant white. The crater gouged into the banquet floor where the blade struck confirmed beyond doubt this was no illusion. Faced with Lilith's quiet query, Lord Sel remained mute. His right fist clenched so tightly that crimson droplets seeped between his fingers. Trembling, he lifted the hood from the figure's face. There unmistakably was the loyal subordinate he had lavished vast wealth and years of devotion upon. Earlier, when he'd lost contact with his agent before the banquet, Lord Sel had feared betrayal. Now that fear was laid to rest. For his subordinate was now no different from the dead. After carefully raping the hood, Lord Sel grasped the truth of what had transpired. His agent had been ambushed by Lilith's 2 mages. "Seize her," he roared, abandoning all pretense, his voice thick with murderous intent. Instantly, the nobles scattered in panic, fleeing the banquet hall before it became a battlefield. Simultaneously, hidden doors burst open. 10 more 2nd tier augmenters charged forth. Their leader alone stood at 3rd tier. Even the steward, who had earlier greeted guests at the entrance, now stood within the hall. Arcane conduits embedded in his robes blazed with incandescent light, proof he had been preparing for this moment. At the same time, Lord Sel hurled alchemical reagents onto the floor, where they coalesced instantly into an intricate, aesthetically perfect transmutation array. 5th rank combined spell Thunderflame, piercing lance. 5th tier, pure white shackles. A spear wreathed in crackling lightning and roaring flame coalesced before the steward, then shot toward Lilith and Xia Lin at a velocity beyond mortal perception. Meanwhile, Lord Sel's transmutation array consumed the alchemical reagents in a flash, forging over a dozen colossal white chains, each nearly half a meter thick. Against such assault, even a typical 5th tier practitioner would fall grievously wounded in an instant. Yet Lilith stood utterly unruffled. She stepped back, just half a pace, then called out clear and commanding, "Xia Lin, Xia Lin, be gentle, they are very weak." Lilith leaned close to Xia Lin's ear and said. Xia Lin nodded, yet she did not remove her left hand, which was poised to tear open the space-time rift behind her. Lilith would not deceive her in a place like this, so they must indeed be very weak. Moreover, the release spells were so small in size that they were even smaller than this manner. Xia Lin commented as she watched the thunderfire-piercing spear and pure white chains flying towards her. As for the prefix of the 5th tier, Xia Lin had been lost in thought since entering the manor and had not heard clearly what Lilith had said. It was only just now that Lilith awakened her. However, since she had confirmed that the opponents were weak, there was no need to use her full strength. There was also no need to use the magical energy orb she had previously crafted. The magical energy orb was a consumable. Once used, it would need to be crafted again. Although Xia Lin was cautious, she was surprisingly a bit lazy. Unless absolutely necessary, she generally disliked crafting energy orbs. The thunderfire-piercing spear and pure white chains were now within reach, yet Xia Lin still couldn't decide which spell to use. A clang of metal rang out, as the pure white chains swiftly ensnared Xia Lin, binding her tightly. The next moment, the thunderfire spear struck her hard. Thunder and flames clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. The shockwave radiated outward from Xia Lin and Lilith, sending the more than a dozen second-tier modified beings surrounding them staggering back several steps. The enormous explosion completely devastated the banquet hall, leaving a massive hole in the ceiling through which the moon could be seen. Smoke and dust spread everywhere from the explosion, enveloping the entire banquet hall in a gray haze. "Are they dead?" Baron Cell murmured as he gazed at the scene before him. At the same time, he signaled to the butler, standing not far from him. The butler immediately understood. First ring wind call. A gust of wind swept in, clearing some of the smoke that shrouded the banquet hall. However, due to the overwhelming amount of smoke produced by the explosion, a single first-ring spell was insufficient to completely disperse it. Baron Cell frowned, though he was quite certain that no one could withstand a 5-ring combination spell with their physical body. But for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. First-ring magic. Indeed, very weak. A cool female voice emerged from within the smoke. Xia Lin stomped her foot, slightly, instantly dissipating the smoke that enveloped them. Lilith brushed off the dust that had clung to her and shot Xia Lin a resentful glare. Xia Lin stood awkwardly in place, offering an embarrassed smile. She hadn't even thought about what spell to use until the magic had struck her. However, this also confirmed one thing for her, that the opponent was indeed as weak as Lilith had said. Xia Lin had not even considered defending herself. She did not believe that such a small-scale spell could harm her. She didn't even use a defense spell. The opponent's magic hitting her felt no different from a splash of water. Yet despite not having thought of what spell to use earlier, Xia Lin also had no intention of thinking now. What spell does one need to deal with such a weak opponent? Just walk up and hit them. Perhaps a couple of hits would finish them off. Xia Lin casually tore apart the chains binding her and slowly walked toward Baron Cell. At this moment, Baron Cell was still immersed in shock, unable to recover. Is this still human? That was the only thought running through Baron Cell's mind at this moment. He had seen it clearly just a moment ago. His pure white chains had indeed bound her, and the butler's thunderfire-piercing spear had struck home. The damage to the pure white chains was the best proof. Moreover, he had watched her take that strike, and she had not used any defense spells. She had withstood a 5-ring combination spell with her physical body. This was simply inhuman. Even a 6th-tier modified being would suffer injury from such an attack. Yet she had endured it without even getting her clothing dirty. But there was no time for Baron Cell to remain shocked, as she was coming. The sound of Xia Lin's high heels clicking on the ground echoed, creating a rhythm that, while ordinary, now sounded like the death knell to Baron Cell. However, Baron Cell was not prepared to give up and wait for death. He was the next Count of Castel, the future master of the Castel territory. He could not fall here. "Butler!" Baron Cell shouted, and his loyal butler immediately understood. 5th ring sacrifice of mental force. The butler retrieved a diamond-shaped, transparent crystal from his pocket. Intricate magical circuits were etched onto it, and he infused almost all of his mental force into it. Then, just before he was about to faint, he threw the crystal toward Baron Cell. This was a 5th ring forbidden magic, a one-time spell. The primary effect was to infuse the caster's entire mental force into the vessel. The recipient would temporarily gain the mental strength of the sacrificer. However, the cost was that both the sacrificer and the recipient might die or never awaken again due to mental exhaustion or overload after its conclusion. With the sacrifice, Baron Cell's mental force surged directly to the 6th tier. His powerful spirit radiated outward, recklessly enveloping the entire banquet hall that had become a ruin. Then Baron Cell threw out all the alchemical materials he carried. 6th tier torrent of destruction. A gigantic alchemical array unfolded, and the alchemical materials thrown by Baron Cell instantly melted into liquid, then transformed into gas. In the next moment, they solidified into countless tiny fragments. Under Baron Cell's control, the countless small fragments gathered together to form a pale torrent. Blood oozed from Baron Cell's nostrils. His spirit was nearly at its limit, using the last ounce of his mental force. Baron Cell exerted all his strength to correct the direction of the torrent. The pale torrent surged towards Xia Lin. Even where it did not fully make contact, the shockwave it carried shattered everything. Facing Baron Cell's final strike with all his efforts, Xia Lin still did not use any defense spells. She simply uttered 4 words softly. Empty bravado. Then she gathered her magical energy in her hand and gently slapped the pale torrent. Baron Cell's final strike was utterly shattered. A mere 1st tier dares to strike against me. Xia Lin then slapped her palm forward. The air around her hand compressed together with tremendous force. This slap was akin to an air cannon. Xia Lin's action was devoid of any technique, relying solely on brute strength. In an instant, Baron Cell was forcefully slammed into the wall by the compressed air. Until his death, Baron Cell could not utter that phrase. "I am a 5th tier." At this moment, only Xia Lin and Lilith remained standing in the banquet hall. Baron Seer had been slapped against the wall by Xia Lin, and he was undoubtedly dead beyond recovery. The butler had fainted from using a forbidden 5th tier magic and was unlikely to wake up again. As for the modifiers under Baron Seer, they had long since fled after Xia Lin effortlessly withstood a 5th-tier combination magic attack. After all, they were just earning a salary to get by, why risk their lives? Didn't they see the boss had been killed? Lilith, what should we do next? Should we run? Xia Lin turned her head to look at Lilith, feeling a bit dazed. Weren't there supposed to be several 5th-tier mages? How come she hadn't seen a single one? But according to the logic of novels, if the weaker ones were defeated, the stronger ones should follow. The ones she had just fought were only 1st-tier, surely the 5th-tier experts would arrive soon. As Xia Lin contemplated this, she tore open a spatial rift, revealing a mass of magical energy spheres she had previously conjured. It seems we are in for a fierce battle, Xia Lin said solemnly. Looking at Xia Lin, who was prepared for a great battle, Lilith felt her resolve harden, her fists clenched. What kind of fierce battle are you talking about? Lilith jumped up and punched Xia Lin on the head. Poor Xia Lin had to squat down, holding her head, looking pitifully at Lilith. This one, that one, and that one. They are all 5th-tier. It's already over. My dear uncle is dead. Lilith replied irritably. Over? Xia Lin asked somewhat incredulously. From her perspective, they had only been lectured by Lilith for a while before taking a carriage to a place. Then 2 rather weak mages and an alchemist suddenly attempted to attack them. Xia Lin approached Baron Seer's corpse with a hint of suspicion to examine it. She looked around for a long time, recalling the scene of the battle. Finally, Xia Lin reached a conclusion. Lilith, you must have misjudged their strength. I guarantee they are definitely not 5th-tier. Xia Lin patted her chest, emphatically vouching for her claim. How could they possibly be 5th-tier? How could a 5th-tier be so weak? The magic they unleashed couldn't even scratch her skin. With a single slap, she had put them to sleep. The more she thought about it, the more Xia Lin felt her reasoning was sound. Even if her true strength was stronger than her estimated 3rd or 4th-tier, it couldn't be that much stronger. How could a 5th-tier not even break through her defenses? Thus, there was only one possibility left. Lilith's information was wrong. Lilith looked at Xia Lin's determined gaze and suddenly felt a bit powerless. She truly gave up this time. Let it be however it would be. She was tired. Right, you are absolutely right. I have things to deal with, you go play over there. Lilith coaxed Xia Lin away, as if she were a child. She indeed had quite a few matters to attend to. Firstly, regardless of the circumstances, Baron Seer was her legally recognized uncle. Now, strictly speaking, her subordinate Xia Lin had killed her uncle under her instruction. Unless Lilith directly sold out Xia Lin, placing all the responsibility on her according to the noble laws of the Violet Duchy, she would certainly have to appear in a noble court. Until she was declared innocent, she could not inherit the title and property of Count Castel. Of course, the possibility of letting Xia Lin take the blame never existed. Not to mention how much Xia Lin had helped her. Even if she didn't want the title, she couldn't give up on such a powerful ally. So now the only path left for Lilith was to be declared innocent in the noble court. Achieving this wasn't particularly difficult. After all, it was Baron Seer who struck first with extremely malicious intent. As long as she could gather complete evidence without being targeted, it was highly likely that Lilith would be acquitted. Miss Lilith, I have captured them all. At this moment, Jonah, using magical chains, led the fleeing nobles and modifiers back. Before the banquet began, Lilith had specifically instructed Jonah to stay outside the banquet hall, capturing anyone who tried to escape. With Jonah's strength as a 5th-tier mage, he could easily handle almost all the nobles, including Seer. Moreover, most of the nobles invited by Baron Seer were merchants who had purchased their titles with accumulated wealth. Thus, in terms of strength, they were at most 2nd-tier. The group of nobles with their hands bound by magical chains were herded before Lilith by Jonah, as if they were livestock. Lilith did not waste words on them, speaking directly. You should be aware of the current situation. You all know what Baron Seer has done. The next moment, whether you live or die, is up to this young lad's decision. I give you 2 choices. One is to testify for me in the noble court, the other is to die here. Lilith's cold gaze swept over them. The aura of her superiority left everyone unable to lift their heads. I am willing to testify for Miss Countess. One noble took the lead in submission, causing the others to quickly follow suit. Nobles cherish their lives. Who would want to die if they could live? The nobles then began to accuse Baron Seer of his misdeeds, including, but not limited to, the heinous acts committed to obtain the count's title and the inhumane tax laws he imposed on his subjects. Along with their sycophantic knowledge of Baron Seer's disgusting little quirks, everything they knew was laid bare. However, Lilith did not care much about what they were saying. What mattered was not their words in front of her, but what they would say in the noble court. She needed to ensure these nobles could not go back on their word in the noble court. Therefore, Lilith pulled Xia Lin, who was squatting on the ground drawing circles over. Lilith whispered a few words into Xia Lin's ear, and Xia Lin immediately understood Lilith's intent. Xia Lin tore open a spatial rift and pulled out a magical energy sphere. Then she shaped the magical energy sphere into a sheet of paper. This was a special use of the magical energy sphere, shaping it to resemble a piece of paper. As long as they wrote the agreed-upon content and the names of the parties involved on the paper, the magical energy sphere would dematerialize and enter the bodies of the signatories. If either party breached the agreement, they would suffer a small-scale falling sun attack. However, since it was released from a dematerialized magical energy sphere, the range and power would be significantly reduced. So will the power be insufficient? Xia Lin asked with some concern. After all, it was just a small-scale falling sun released from a sphere. Even within a body, it might only be able to take down a 1st tier. Of course this was Xia Lin's belief. In reality, unless it was a demigod, even a legendary-level powerhouse could not survive a falling sun released from a dematerialized magical energy sphere. These nobles who averaged around first-tier strength were even less likely to survive. Lilith simply couldn't be bothered to correct Xia Lin's judgment of the strength of both sides. Because there was simply no possibility of correction. She just needed to tell Xia Lin that these nobles were ordinary people and any random spell could easily obliterate them. Under Lilith's amicable negotiations with the nobles, all of them issued stern condemnations against Baron Cell's attempt to usurp the title. They also signed a legally sound and impartial contract drafted by Xia Lin affixing their names and solemn promise to attend the forthcoming trial. Furthermore, they agreed to serve as witnesses in the tribunal, publicly exposing every atrocity committed by Baron Cell. My lady Countess, does this suffice? May we now depart? As the final noble inscribed his name upon the parchment, the magical orb, once a single cohesive entity, shattered into over a dozen smaller orbs, each darting unerringly into the bodies of those who had signed. Originally one orb was destined for Lilith, but moments before it could enter her, Xia Lin intercepted it with effortless precision. Begone! Before Lilith's words had fully faded, the nobles scattered like startled birds, fleeing the banquet hall, now reduced to utter ruin. Thereafter, Xia Lin and Lilith returned together to their inn while Jonathan assumed responsibility for reporting the incident to the proper authorities. Ordinarily, local law enforcement fell under the jurisdiction of the regional lord. Thus, depending on the lord's disposition, public order varied greatly. Even between peerages, a viscount's domain might boast safer streets than a count's. Consequently, nearly all matters of civic justice were adjudicated by locally appointed magistrates, unless of course noble blood was involved, in which case such magistrates held no authority to preside. In such instances, jurisdiction would normally ascend to the overlord, a theoretical arrangement that still applied to Baron Cell's newly independent domain, whose suzerainty remained vested in the Castel Countship. By right, therefore, this case ought to have been entrusted to Count Castel himself, yet he was deceased, and his sole heir stood accused as the principal perpetrator. Plainly, no defendant may sit as judge over their own trial, anywhere under any law. To address such rare contingencies, the Violet Duchy had long enacted specific statutes. Given the extreme rarity of such circumstances, trials were customarily conducted jointly by the regional ecclesiastical bishop and a magistrate dispatched from the ducal capital. Yet initiating such a trial required formal transmission of the case dossier to the capital, followed by review and authorization from the Grand Duke himself. 2 weeks later, Lilith and Xia Lin arrived smoothly at the Castel Countship. Gazing up at the castle, 5 towering tiers of stone and spire, Xia Lin murmured almost wistfully at the opulence of noble life. Her own home, though spacious, rose only 3 stories high. At last the tedium of travel had ended, and her tuition fee had been secured. What came next? Xia Lin turned her gaze toward Lilith. Though the past month had been uneventful, she had genuinely come to regard Lilith as a true friend. Parting would be difficult, but she must forge ahead on her path to strength. With that resolve, her purpose hardened anew. It was then that Lilith sensed something unusual in her. She leaned in and gently pinched Xia Lin's cheek. Why so strange today? Rarely serious, Xia Lin swiftly but gently removed Lilith's hand. Lilith, we've traveled together for over a month. Though I'll miss you, Wait. What are you planning? Lilith instantly sensed the shift the moment Xia Lin began speaking. She clapped a hand over Xia Lin's mouth. MMPH. Only after struggling free did Xia Lin draw a deep, grateful breath of air. Though witches required no breath, Xia Lin had grown accustomed to it. So what are you about to do? The contract is fulfilled. I'm enrolling at the academy. Xia Lin abandoned all pretense, stating it plainly. A colossal question mark hovered above Lilith's head. After more than a month together, she'd begun to grasp the peculiar architecture of Xia Lin's logic. In essence, Xia Lin was a witch of formidable, near-unrivaled power, yet utterly convinced of her own weakness, obsessively pursuing ever greater strength. And yet beneath her gentle demeanor lay an ironclad stubbornness. Once she fixed upon a belief, no argument, however rigorous, could sway her. Over the past month, Lilith had attempted countless approaches, reasoned discourse, logical analogies, even absurd yet persuasive sophistries. She'd marshaled evidence, mirrored Xia Lin's assumptions, and deployed rhetorical tricks bordering on nonsense, all to no avail. The result remained unchanged, the earnest unyielding which clung steadfastly to her mantra. I am weak, I must grow stronger. Lilith rubbed her temples. How then could she possibly retain this golden pillar of unparalleled might? Just then 2 servants passed by, Xia Lin lugging luggage. Hey, did you hear? All magic academies have advanced their enrollment by a full month. Truly, why such sudden change? What's the point of starting a month early? Well, you recall that eastern forest. Over a month ago, a sun erupted there out of nowhere. Rumors claim it was conjured by a fallen god. In anticipation of looming peril, every realm has followed suit, accelerating training to cultivate more elite mages and alchemists. Oh dear, my boy's application closed yesterday. What shall we do? Alas, nothing for it, but to wait until next year. Silence fell. Both witches and vampires possessed preternatural hearing, capable of discerning the tremor of a mosquito's wings from hundreds of paces. Every word of the servants' exchange reached Xia Lin and Lilith with crystalline clarity. Lilith said nothing. only watched Xia Lin quietly intently. Lilith, would you consider rehiring me for just a little longer? Xia Lin offered a hesitant, apologetic smile. Indeed, missing enrollment left no recourse, but returning home was unthinkable. There her nature would surely settle into indolent permanence. Otherwise, how else could she have lounged at home for centuries? Same terms, and 1 month, 2,000 silver coins. I'll defer the first 2 weeks. Lilith murmured, slightly embarrassed. Before inheriting Castell's estate, her funds were nearly exhausted, enough only for basic sustenance. Until succession, she couldn't issue even half a silver coin. She retained only the right to reside within the Castell household, while all other expenses remained her personal burden. Agreed. Xia Lin responded loudly without any hesitation. She had no objections to the treatment proposed by Lilith, and even felt that she was getting a bit of a bargain. After all, that's 2,000 silver coins a month. That's not a small amount. If she works under Lilith until the beginning of next year, she could save a full 24,000 silver coins. For someone like Xia Lin who had never seen much money, this was an enormous sum. Watching Xia Lin revel in her monthly salary of 2,000 silver coins, Lilith couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. To know that a monthly salary of 2,000 silver coins could barely hire a 4th ring mage. Of course, that's the minimum price. Unless it was a 4th ring mage on the brink of starvation, they wouldn't accept such a commission. Yet with such a low salary, she had hired a whimsical witch who could treat legendary beings as pets. However, seeing Xia Lin's happy demeanor, Lilith also felt reluctant to disturb her. Let her be. The next day, Lilith, along with Xia Lin and Jonah, moved into the castle's large mansion. However, this 5-story castle did not belong to Lilith, because she had not yet inherited the title and the estate, but due to Lilith being the only direct descendant left by the Count of Castel. Lilith could reside in Castel's mansion without charge. However, apart from living there, all other expenses would need to be paid. Fortunately, the initial funds provided to Lilith by the Castel family were considerable. They could barely support her for a while, but it was only enough to last about a week. If Lilith couldn't inherit the title or earn money within this week, she would face a dire consequence. That is, being expelled from the Castel castle. Lilith, Xia Lin, and Jonah left the Castel mansion together, walking on the cobblestone road of the largest city in the Castel territory. They were now heading to the Twilight Church's branch in the Castel territory to meet with Bishop Karl. Bishop Karl was set to be the deputy judge at the trial in 6 days, and as the future Countess, Lilith would essentially be his colleague. Thus it was imperative to meet at least once. Arriving at the church, which occupied an area comparable to Castel Castle, they found that the nuns were already waiting at the entrance. Miss Lilith, the bishop is already waiting for you in the prayer room. Lilith nodded, leading Xia Lin inside while Jonah was once again left outside. According to the usual procedure, there shouldn't be any surprises at this trial. She was currently the only legitimate direct heir. No one would want to offend a future count for the sake of a deceased baron, unless she truly crossed some kind of bottom line. This visit was mainly due to noble customs. Welcome, Miss Lilith. Bishop Karl sat in the spacious prayer room wearing a kind smile. Lilith briefly introduced Xia Lin before taking a seat. While Xia Lin enjoyed the desserts and tea served by the nun, Lilith engaged in aimless small talk with Bishop Karl. From the latest policies released by the Duke of Violet to amusing incidents that occurred in the church yesterday. This is customary among the upper echelons, where direct topics are avoided for a while. Of course, this is only true for the so-called upper classes among humans. Lilith found this method extremely tedious. The two chatted for nearly half an hour, and Xia Lin had eaten enough snacks. Finally, Bishop Karl was ready to get to the main topic. I wonder if it is convenient for Miss Xia Lin to stay here. This was the signal to clear out any inconvenient individuals. Xia Lin is my confidant. I understand. Bishop Karl nodded. I wonder what opinions Miss Lilith has regarding the future development of the Castel territory. Bishop Karl's question seemed to be inquiring about Lilith's views on the future development of Castel. In reality, he was asking what position the church would hold after she became countess. Furthermore, Bishop Karl could to some extent influence whether Lilith could inherit the title. To be precise, this could already be considered a threat. Lilith's gem-like eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, she couldn't fail to grasp Bishop Karl's meaning. He merely wanted her to soften her stance, not to mention granting the church easier access, but also to take care of the church. While an ordinary person might have agreed, Lilith would not yield easily. After all, she had undeniable proof. Over a dozen nobles had witnessed Baron Cell's plan. She had almost no chance of losing. Those dozen or so nobles are my allies, Lilith said directly. She was tired of wasting time with this old man, as she had already spent too much time here. I understand. Please take your leave, Miss Lilith. Bishop Karl still smiled. Lilith and Xia Lin exited the prayer room, where Jonah was already waiting for them at the door. However, Jonah's face concealed a hint of barely noticeable disappointment, but it was quickly masked. After everyone left the church, Bishop Karl received a list from a nun. It clearly listed the names, ages, addresses, and most importantly, the spiritual power aptitude of children under 10 years old. They were all key cultivation targets for the church. It's known that the number of divine punishment troops in each diocese principality totals several thousand. Divided among the count's territory, there are several hundred to nearly 1,000. Among them, the weakest divine punishment troops are also of third-tier strength. This undoubtedly represents a significant power. If it were truly as the church publicly claimed, selecting from orphans, it would be impossible to cultivate so many divine punishment troops. So what if there weren't enough orphans? Then they would find a way to increase the number of orphans. The church periodically conducts free spiritual power tests. As long as basic information is filled out, individuals can participate directly, and most ordinary families would try to have their children take the test. What if their child has the talent to become a mage or an alchemist? Thus, the church records the information of these talented children. Then they use various means such as accidents or disappearances to make them orphans. Subsequently, the church steps in to take care of these unfortunate orphans, funding their education to cultivate them into divine punishment troops. Of course, the lords are aware of and tacitly approve of this. Most lords reach agreements with the local church on how many orphans they can adopt each year. Then the church will provide assistance to the lords in other areas. Bishop Carl glanced over the list, confirming the numbers before summoning a nun. Inform Ho that this year's baptism numbers have increased. The new count is somewhat disobedient. Yes. The nun accepted Bishop Carl's command, yet she did not depart immediately. Is there something else? Bishop Carl glanced at her and asked. She was Bishop Carl's most trusted confidant. Matters too delicate or unsavory for public scrutiny were invariably entrusted to her. She executed tasks with crisp efficiency, guarded her tongue with iron discipline, and never overstepped her bounds. It concerns Lord Castell's personal steward. He shared certain information, potentially of value to your grace, the nun replied. She had successfully piqued Bishop Carl's interest. His subordinates rarely offered unsolicited counsel, but when they did, their insights invariably proved consequential. At present, Bishop Carl's greatest dilemma was how to reign in the defiant Lady Lilas Castell. Though Lilas Castell had not yet formally inherited the title, her succession was all but assured, merely a formality awaiting ratification. The impending trial would be little more than ceremonial theater. Conviction was virtually unthinkable. She was the sole surviving direct bloodline of the late Lord Castell. Even his siblings had long since perished. Should she die, the question of succession over Castell territory would ignite a profound crisis. Thus, from the outset, Bishop Carl had ruled out any recourse to brute force against Lilas. Yet the Castell bloodline was vast. No shortage of claimants existed. What truly alarmed him was the cascade of destabilizing consequences should the direct heir perish. Castell kin were interwoven throughout the nobility of the duchy. Barons at the very least, even members of the royal house, bore that lineage. For the title to pass to one no longer bearing the Castell name, even while carrying Castell blood, would be an unspeakable disgrace, and contention over the earldom would inevitably spark widespread upheaval. After all, this was the earldom of Castell, the duchy's second highest honor, surpassed only by the Violet Grand Duke himself. No noble would willingly relinquish such a prize. To preserve the duchy's stability, the Violet Grand Duke would never permit Lilas Castell, the last legitimate heir, to perish. Thus the trial could yield only one verdict: Lilas Castell's acquittal. Still mindful that the suggestion came from his most trusted aide, Bishop Carl resolved to hear her out. Speak then. He tapped his right index finger twice upon the desk before continuing. Thereupon the nun recounted the contents of the letter Jana had handed her moments earlier outside. Bishop Carl fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. You mean to say that steward claims the next Earl of Castell is a recently resurrected power-attenuated vampire prince? And her retainer, a legendary archmage from centuries past, that blazing sun hovering near the violet border, is her handiwork? Huh, 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 huh. Bishop Carl laughed as though he'd just heard the most preposterous jest imaginable. Thank you, you've delivered a fine amusement. Yet it bears no relevance to our present predicament. Then abruptly his expression hardened. He was no fool. If he were, he would never have ascended to this seat of authority. Nor was the nun a fool, else she would never have earned his unwavering trust. Of course, your grace. Though it is absurd, the absurdity itself sparked an insight. According to that steward, once a member of the Divine Punishment Legion, the vampire prince is immune to detection by sacred relics. But the relic remains in our possession, and we may shape its revelation as we see fit. Those two concise sentences struck Bishop Carl like a sudden cascade of icy spring water, clarity flooding his mind. He remained silent for a long while. The nun's proposal stirred deep temptation within him, for with the resurgence of a certain fallen god, the higher echelons demanded a sharply increased quota of recruits for the Divine Punishment Legion each year. This year's orphan intake must be at least double last year's, or his share of divine favor would be halved. Fortuitously, the previous Lord Castell had died precisely this year, leaving Castell territory leaderless and ripe for manipulation. Yet even so, the shortfall still amounted to 1/3 of the required number. Originally, he had planned to offer substantial concessions to the next Earl of Castell to meet the quota, and thereby retain his divine favor. What Bishop Carl had not anticipated was the sheer audacity with which the next Earl of Castell had rebuffed him, blunt, unvarnished, and utterly dismissive. Yet the thought of that exquisite, irreplaceable divine favor filled him with unbearable longing. While the proposed course of action would constitute nothing less than sacrilege, he lingered long in the narrow corridor between reverence and desire, then made his choice. Proceed as you suggest. Yes, your grace. The nun bowed her assent, her flawless face betraying no trace of emotion. Several days later, Xia Lin and Lilas strolled side by side along a central thoroughfare in a city of Castell territory, a thoroughly unremarkable place. So ordinary in fact that nearly every city across Castel territory resembled it closely. Lilas. Another one here. Xia Lin pointed toward a portrait affixed to a shadowed corner wall. It depicted a girl of perhaps 7 or 8 years, clearly a missing person notice. Lilas nodded faintly and cast a glance down the adjacent alleyway. The notice Xia Lin had found was not singular. The alley held many more, each bearing a distinct portrait. And this was merely one alley among 4 Xia Lin had already discovered in this single city alone. Across other cities such alleys abounded, far more numerous still. Lilas's brow furrowed deeply. Since visiting the bishop, they had left the grand Castel manor behind. Staying there cost a fortune, one she refused to squander. Moreover, Lilas had pressing matters demanding her attention. Chief among them assembling her own loyal cadre. Having only recently returned from death, she commanded almost no trustworthy personnel. Jana was a known traitor, unreliable by definition. To persuade Xia Lin into action required hours of coaxing. Otherwise, she might simply unleash a falling sun incantation. Who could endure that? Thus, building her inner circle was urgent, and one primary reason she had chosen this identity. Once she assumed the earldom Castel territory's vast wealth and expanse would provide unparalleled leverage. She could rapidly cultivate a cohort of gifted, fiercely loyal retainers, through sheer financial might. But first groundwork was essential surveying regional conditions and organizing rigorous selection trials. That was why Lilas and Xia Lin stood here today. They had arrived unaware of the scale. Nearly every city reported numerous child disappearances. Children aged 5 to 10 the ideal age for commencing magical or alchemical training. Clearly this was not an accident, but a large-scale, organized abduction operation that spanned almost the entire Castel territory. Lilith could not allow such a thing to occur within her domain. Upon returning to the inn, she summoned Jonah. "Miss Lilith, you called for me." Jonah entered Lilith's room, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Just 2 days ago, he had submitted a report again when Lilith visited the church. It had been almost a month since he last submitted a report. Yet he still received no response, and the church had taken no action. This left Jonah extremely puzzled. Even without concrete evidence, shouldn't there at least be an investigation into Lilith? Thus Jonah had taken the risk of submitting the report to the nun right under Lilith's nose. Of course this was not because he didn't want to submit it at another time. He had attempted to do so on the first night after arriving in Castel territory. Unfortunately, the bishop did not intend to meet with him, and the other nuns were not qualified to pass messages to the bishop. In desperation, Jonah resorted to this course of action. What if him discovered? Jonah thought anxiously. He was uncertain about the content of the bishop's conversation with Lilith in the prayer room, nor whether it had gone smoothly. So it was possible that the bishop might share the contents of his letter with Lilith. After Jonah entered, Lilith remained silent, which increased Jonah's pressure significantly. After all, the legendary maid Xia Lin was sitting right next to Lilith at that moment. "Jonah, I need you to help me with something. Investigate the missing children around the age of 7 or 8 here." "I understand." Jonah agreed. After leaving the inn, Jonah appeared outwardly unaffected, yet inwardly, he sighed with relief. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. Although he had been away from the Divine Punishment Army for many years, Jonah always considered himself a part of the church. Without the church, he might have starved to death in some corner. The church had saved him, provided him with food and a warm home, and even sponsored his education. Reflecting on this, Jonah focused his attention on the task assigned to him by Lilith. Although he knew that Lilith was an enemy of the church as well as his own enemy, he felt compelled to obey her orders in order to remain close to her. He had a certain understanding of the mission Lilith had assigned him. Along the way through Castel territory, almost every city they passed had numerous missing children. As a fellow orphan, Jonah felt extremely enraged by this. If it weren't for the more important task he had at hand, he would have already begun his investigation. However, the order Lilith had given him was somewhat unexpected. That was a bloodline prince opposing the church. Would she truly be so benevolent? Jonah's previously resolute will was now somewhat shaken. Yet he quickly reassured himself. She is merely trying to prevent the population loss in Castel territory to create more blood servants. Opposing the church must be evil. After comforting himself in this way, Jonah reaffirmed his determination to eliminate Lilith before she fully recovered. Back in the inn, Lilith pondered, why send Jonah to investigate? Can't I just go and deal with it all myself? Xia Lin asked Lilith, somewhat puzzled. With Xia Lin's magic omniscience, they had already uncovered the mastermind behind this large-scale human trafficking incident. They even understood the specific details involved. The church was increasing the number of Divine Punishment Army through human trafficking and brainwashing, thereby strengthening its power. Such barbaric behavior was hypocritically referred to as baptism by the church. Moreover, the church had not yet fully baptized the city they were currently in. The next baptism was scheduled for tomorrow. Lilith felt a headache coming on. What if he went there? Recalling Xia Lin's righteous indignation just moments ago, Lilith could already imagine Xia Lin using a meteor strike to obliterate her territory. She envisioned being lifted by Xia Lin's magic floating in the sky, and there was no ground beneath her. Below was a vast, boundless pit. Then Xia Lin gently floated down, adjusting her witch's hat, and spoke to her. "They are very weak. Why, I've already dealt with them." Just thinking of this scene made Lilith shiver. It was truly terrifying. But she couldn't directly express this to Xia Lin. Even if she did, Xia Lin would pull her into Xia Lin's logic and use her wealth of experience to out-argue her. Thus Lilith's mind began to race. Finally, she thought of a way to persuade Xia Lin. She couldn't really let her go. Do you remember Jonah's background? Xia Lin nodded. She had seen Jonah's memories alongside Lilith. However, she did not remember much about this aspect. She only recalled that Jonah was an orphan adopted by the church. Wait a minute. The orphan adopted by the church. Xia Lin suddenly understood Lilith's intention. You want to use this to let Jonah see the church's true face. Exactly. Lilith nodded, pretending to have everything under control. In reality, she had never considered this at all. The only two people she could rely on were Jonah and Xia Lin. If Xia Lin went, it was likely that the entire coastal territory would be blown away. After all, in the naive witch's perception, she was extremely weak. Any random passerby could match her strength. Therefore, she had to use all her power every time she acted. Moreover, she had no concept of the range of her magic. Hence, Lilith had to send Jonah to investigate. Although Jonah was constantly thinking about how to leak their information to the church, he was practically the only person Lilith could utilize at the moment. Choosing to keep Jonah after discovering he was a spy was also based on this consideration. Lilith, you are truly a good person. Xia Lin gazed at Lilith with starry eyes, her admiration unmistakable. Lilith accepted Xia Lin's praise somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, I am a good person. A moment of silence fell in the inn room. I've made up my mind. Xia Lin suddenly spoke. A bad premonition surged in Lilith's heart. What have you decided? Lilith asked, sensing that what Xia Lin was about to do would give her a headache. I want to investigate together, Xia Lin said with determination in her eyes. Seeing Xia Lin's expression, Lilith knew it would be tough to stop her. Don't worry, I won't interfere with Jonah. He'll just watch from a distance. Moreover, he'll provide Jonah with clues, otherwise he might miss the timing tomorrow. Xia Lin's consecutive statements completely left Lilith speechless. She found no reason to refuse Xia Lin. The final outcome is evident. Lilith has failed to persuade Xia Lin to give up. Moreover, in addition to Xia Lin, Lilith herself is also forced to investigate the matter related to the baptism. Strictly speaking, they are not conducting an investigation. Relying on Xia Lin's magic, they know the timing and specific process of the baptism. They are fully aware of the number of people who will attend. What they need to do now is to follow Jonah and watch as he gradually discovers the truth. Fortunately, although Lilith could not fully convince Xia Lin not to go, she successfully postponed the timing to the next day. If Jonah does not discover the location of the baptism in time, they can guide him there rather than just following him all the way. Night. Jonah weaved through the alleys of the civilian district. According to the information he gathered, these beasts who trafficked children usually preyed only on the impoverished common folk. They split into small teams, infiltrating the homes of residents under the cover of darkness to abduct children. Although the method is not advanced, it is swift and effective. Moreover, their strength is generally above the second tier. This means even families of modified individuals cannot stop them. Jonah has already identified and locked on his several teams. However, he did not choose to take immediate action to rescue the children. He understood that saving just 1 or 2 children would be futile. If he is to save, he must rescue everyone. A large child trafficking organization like this, operating brazenly on a city scale, typically has hideouts to temporarily conceal abducted children. At this moment, Jonah had been following a group of child traffickers for several hours. He personally witnessed them splitting up and sneaking into multiple households, carrying out children under 10 years old from inside. They used cloth strips to gag the children to prevent them from making noise. 2 members of the group were specifically responsible for carrying the unconscious children. The children were placed in specially designed boxes on their backs. Even if the unconscious children woke up and made muffled sounds due to the gag, they were confined within the specially designed boxes. To ensure the children did not suffocate, the boxes were equipped with ventilation holes. 8th 1. Jonah hid in a corner. He used magic to mask his footsteps and breath, enhancing some physical attributes to keep up with them. This was the 8th child they had abducted. Each of the 2 members had 4 children in the boxes on their backs. If all went as expected, they would return to their hideout now. As expected, after the 8th child was placed in the box, several team members exchanged signals. Previously, they would also signal each other every time they abducted a child. However, this time the signals were clearly different from before. After signaling, the team split into 2 groups. One group consisted of 6 members. 2 members escorted a team member carrying an abducted child. They split into 2 teams and returned via different routes. This is a common and simple method commonly referred to as not putting all your eggs in one basket. However, it was enough to astonish Jonah. The biggest difference between a small, loose organization and a large one lies in discipline. Indeed, this is not a difficult technique. Simply this point was enough to indicate that the force behind this trafficking is not small. With this thought, Jonah's expression grew even more serious. He chose to follow the left team. Along the way, Jonah concealed his breath, footsteps, and even the fluctuations of his magic carrier. Following the team through several streets and over the city walls, Jonah finally arrived at their hideout. It was a simple wooden shack built from planks. It appeared that there were no guards around. However, Jonah, relying on his powerful mental strength, sensed that at least 3 people were lying in wait nearby. The 3-member team arrived in front of the shack and unloaded the boxes from their backs, throwing the unconscious children into the shack as if discarding trash. He did not know what method they used, but the 4 children fell heavily to the ground without waking up. After tossing the children into the shack, the team members left. Jonah did not pursue them, but remained hidden. He was making a difficult choice. From the size of the shack, it was evidently one of their hideouts. Even at maximum capacity, it could hold no more than 20 children. However, this number seemed trivial compared to the number of missing children. The number of children missing in just one day exceeds this figure. Moreover, based on the sound of children hitting the ground earlier, there were likely other children inside. Now Jonah faced two choices. One was to take action and quickly subdue the few people lurking nearby, then rescue these children. The second was to temporarily ignore the children inside the shack, continue investigating until he found their true hideout or several large hideouts and rescue as many children as possible at once. These two options seem to be able to proceed together, but in reality, they conflict with each other. If he chose to save the children here in an optimistic scenario, they would know tomorrow night that someone was trying to rescue the abducted children. If luck were to run low before he could leave here for long, another team carrying children would arrive. His presence would be discovered and reported to their higher-ups. The difficulty of rescuing the children would subsequently increase indefinitely. They might even directly abandon this city. Weighing the pros and cons, Jonah had no choice but to resolutely give up on this place for now. To rescue more children, this sacrifice was necessary. Jonah memorized the location and used magic to conceal his breath and footsteps as he departed. On the way back to the city, Jonah was contemplating a question, that is whether or not to report the situation to Lilith. Based on his conjecture, she was at least a bloodline prince. Moreover, the one beside her was likely the legendary mage. For them, destroying a child trafficking organization is as simple as going downstairs to buy a loaf of bread. It's merely a matter of whether they want to do it. Jonah was unclear about Lilith's purpose in having him investigate this matter. However, she was a bloodline prince at odds with the church. Lilith might have any purpose in mind, but it certainly could not be genuinely to save those children. In fact, it is possible that these children are part of her objective. After all, although it is rumored that bloodlines do not like to drink human blood, some perverted bloodlines have a penchant for the brain matter of human infants. Ultimately, Jonah made up his mind not to leak the information to Lilith. As for those unfortunate children, he would rely on his power to rescue them all. Jonah returned to the city. A figure suddenly appeared before him. Mr. Jonah, the bishop has a reply regarding the letter from a few days ago. Even in the dark, Jonah could clearly see the nun's attire. It was the nun who was by Bishop Carl's side. Please follow me. Jonah hesitated for a moment as he watched her figure leave. However, he did not struggle for long and quickly followed her. In the darkness, Jonah trailed behind the nun to a tavern. It was nearly midnight, and very few taverns would be open at this hour. The nun greeted the bartender, who was wiping glasses, with familiarity. Jonah entered a closed room behind the nun. Please take a seat, Mr. Jonah. Jonah sat down opposite the nun. Just get straight to the point. What does Bishop Carl want? Jonah asked bluntly. He could roughly guess the bishop's intentions. It had only been a few days since he submitted the report. In such a short time, even the bishop would not be able to escalate the report to a higher level. So it was highly likely that the news the nun brought was not good. Mr. Jonah, according to your letter, you believe Miss Lilith is a resurrected bloodline prince. And you mentioned in your report that Miss Lilith can evade the detection of the token, is that correct? Jonah nodded. On the day of judgment, we will use your report as evidence to request the investigation of Miss Lilith with the token. This is pointless. As long as she wishes, she can ignore the token's detection just like an ordinary person. Jonah shook his head. It would be too easy to force Lilith to undergo an examination in public. Every time she entered the city, she had to go through one. But the outcome was always the same, she passed every time. Only when he secretly used the examination could he possibly detect the true result. However, recently he did not know why, but the secret examination he conducted on Lilith also turned out ineffective. Are you sure Miss Lilith is indeed a bloodline prince? Yes, I am quite certain. On the day he discovered Lilith was a bloodline prince, he thought the token was broken. Until he had used it nearly 100 times on subjects including, but not limited to, Lilith himself, Xia Lin, and passersby. Every result except for Lilith's was accurate. Only then did he finally confirm Miss Lilith's bloodline identity. No, this is not without meaning. The nun shook her head. Jonah was about to voice a rebuttal, but was interrupted by the nun. The results of the token can be controlled by us. You are blaspheming. Hearing the nun's response, Jonah immediately shouted angrily. He had heard similar rumors within the church. Bishops can rely on divine favor to modify the results of the token detection under special circumstances. At that time, he had thought it was just a rumor, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be true. This was nothing short of blasphemy against the great god of twilight. Despite Jonah's fury, the nun's face remained expressionless. Of course, as you said, this is not a correct behavior, but we are using it for a righteous cause. How else will you prove to His Holiness the Pope that what you say is true? Do you think His Holiness would dispatch the divine punishment army to apprehend Lilith based on your word alone? The nun's two questions left Jonah speechless. Indeed, how could his word alone convince His Holiness? Seeing Jonah wavering, the nun continued to persuade him. We will only apply it to Lilith solely to reveal her identity to the public. This is the only way if you want to watch the bloodline prince gradually recover to her peak, then just forget I said anything. With that, the nun pretended to stand up and leave. Click. The door to the room was pushed open. Wait. Jonah called out to stop the nun. The corners of the nun's mouth curled into a barely noticeable arc. What do you need me to do? Jonah muttered. She was right, this was indeed almost the only way. Jonah did not deny that there might be better methods. But it would take time. What he lacked most now was time. As time went on, the bloodline prince's powers would recover faster. She did not even need to fully return to her peak. As long as she reached the 9th rank, she would be capable of erasing any church outside of the holy city from the map. And how much evil would arise from the disappearance of the church? A horrific scene appeared in Jonah's mind. He could not allow this to happen. The nun gently closed the door and returned to face Jonah. We only need you to do one thing. The next night, Jonah was lying in wait near the wooden house from yesterday. Based on his observations today, there were noticeably fewer teams roaming the civilian area to abduct children. Yesterday alone he had seen more than 10 teams, but today there were only about 3, although it was unclear whether his presence had been discovered. Nevertheless, Jonah chose to give up tracking those teams and instead squatted near the wooden house. He had just confirmed that there were still more than 10 children inside the wooden house. Moreover, from nightfall until dawn he had not seen anyone throw the recently abducted children into the wooden house. Yet there were still people lurking around the wooden house. Jonah did not act rashly. He had a premonition that they would make a big move today. At this moment Xia Lin and Lilith were standing not far from Jonah. Thanks to Xia Lin's invisibility spell, neither Jonah nor the church personnel hiding near the wooden house had noticed their presence. How much longer? Lilith poked Xia Lin a bit bored. Originally she had not intended to come, but she was somewhat worried about Xia Lin. The deep pit from about half a month ago still lingered in her memory. Especially after learning that the Forbidden Forest was also blown up by Xia Lin, Lilith felt even more uneasy. She feared that Xia Lin might impulsively blow up her castle realm. Soon. Before Xia Lin could finish her sentence, several figures in black robes swiftly appeared in their line of sight. A few church personnel hidden around the wooden house also emerged and exchanged signals with them. They carried boxes into the wooden house, and when they came out each had an identical box on their backs. Then the 3 of them split into 3 directions and left. Among them, only one team carried a box containing children, the others were all empty. Fortunately, as a 5th ring mage, Jonah possessed powerful mental strength. He could easily sense whether there were people inside the boxes carried by these traffickers cloaked in black robes. Jonah cast the corresponding body enhancement spell and invisibility magic and followed them. The reconnaissance abilities of the church personnel are remarkably outstanding. Even Jonah, as a 5th ring mage, has nearly lost track of them multiple times. However, despite their strong reconnaissance capabilities, their own strength is lacking. On average, they are only at the 2nd to 3rd tier, and ultimately, they could not shake off Jonah. Xia Lin and Lilith followed Jonah to an open-air altar. Apart from the small team Jonah was tracking, several other teams arrived at the same time. By this time, dozens of identical boxes were already placed around the altar. According to Lilith's plan, if Jonah could deal with Xia Lin on his own, she would not intervene. After all, the church would not genuinely harm these children. They merely modified their memories through baptism. This made it easier for the church to brainwash them. Moreover, even if their memories were altered, Xia Lin had a way to help the children retrieve their memories. Therefore, Xia Lin and Lilith still did not dispel their invisibility magic and quietly observed from the side. Jonah had yet to take action, quietly observing. He wanted to see what this group intended to do. It is known that there are places where children have gone missing beyond this location. Almost the entire castle territory has experienced large-scale disappearance incidents. As a fellow orphan, Jonah understood the pain of losing one's parents. Though his memories were not very clear, that sense of despair was still deeply etched in Jonah's heart. The night gradually faded, and a glimmer of light began to spread from the horizon. It was dawn. The figures in black robes who had been continuously arriving with abducted children were no longer present. At this moment, all the hooded individuals retreated outside the altar. A tall man, over 2 meters in height, and wielding a double-handed sword at his waist, stepped out from the morning light. Prepare for the baptism, the tall man commanded, and the black-robed church personnel surrounding the altar responded. The black-robed church personnel roughly dumped the abducted children from the boxes onto the altar, as if unloading goods. The unconscious children were piled together, forming a small mountain at the center of the altar. Logically, this should be the best time to act. Yet Jonah stood frozen in place, motionless. How is this possible? Jonah felt as if his worldview had collapsed. He recognized the tall man. His name was Hode Fennel, a paladin of the Castle Church Division. He was also a former comrade. 10 years ago, during the turmoil in the Forbidden Forest, countless beasts broke out. The Church and the Violet Duchy deployed nearly all their forces to defend. Although they were merely defending against a small wave of beasts, both the Church's Divine Punishment Army and the Duchy's army suffered heavy losses. At that time, he was only a 3rd ring mage, and Hode was just an ordinary knight. He had nearly perished in that war. If it weren't for Hode saving him, he would now be buried alongside the corpses of those beasts. Now Hode was a paladin of the Castle Church Division, enjoying the divine favor of the god of twilight, possessing formidable strength. Previously, when he wanted to catch up with Hode, he was informed that Hode was on a confidential mission and had no time. Reluctantly, Jonah had to give up for the time being and wait for Hode to return from his task. Yet now Hode's actions undoubtedly tarnished the lofty divine favor he bore. Baptism begins. Who's there? Just as Hode was about to announce the start of the baptism, he suddenly drew the large sword from his waist, holding it up with one hand toward Jonah's hiding place. At the same time, the surrounding black-robed individuals assumed battle stances. Jonah smiled, dispelled his concealment magic, and stepped out from the shadows. Hode, you have defiled the divine favor bestowed upon you. You do not deserve to possess it. Jonah's tone began calmly, but grew increasingly furious. The final syllable was almost squeezed out between his teeth. However, in the face of Jonah's reprimand, Hode seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He sheathed the double-handed sword he had been holding with one hand. Stand down, it's a comrade. Hode smiled and lowered his guard as he walked toward Jonah. Long time no see, Jonah. I didn't expect you to show up during work hours. At this moment, Hode appeared like a big, simple-hearted fellow, very kind and straightforward. Just as Jonah remembered him, he wanted to lower his guard and say to Hode what a coincidence. Unfortunately, he could not bring himself to do so, looking at the pile of children. Jonah activated the magical artifact in his hand. The artifact emitted a brilliant light in the dimness just before dawn. Stay right there, Hode. Why have you abducted these children? You have defiled the divine favor bestowed by the Lord. I must. Judgment upon you. Jonah hesitated for a long time before uttering the last sentence. Looking at Hode's familiar face, he found it nearly impossible to speak. Yet upon seeing the children, his mouth opened again. Some things had to be done even if the opponent was once his comrade. Hode's smile slightly stiffened the light from the magical artifact, casting a somewhat frightening shadow on his face. I almost forgot you were once a member of the Divine Punishment Army. I forgot. I shouldn't have let you see this. Hode murmured as he drew the double-handed sword from his waist once more. He raised the double-handed sword above his head with one hand. A golden light appeared from Hode's heart, instantly spreading and enveloping his entire body. This was the battle state activated by a paladin using divine favor. It also indicated that Hode was about to get serious. I do not wish to lose you as a friend, so come and accept the baptism. Hode waved his hand, signaling the black-robed subordinates not to attack. He vanished in an instant while holding the gigantic sword. When Hode reappeared, it was directly above Jonah. He descended with the gigantic sword gripped in one hand. Bang! The giant sword smashed fiercely against Jonah's magical shield, causing cracks to rapidly spread across the shield, almost shattering completely in the next moment. Fortunately, Jonah reacted quickly and shifted his position before the shield shattered. Hode's gigantic sword struck the ground, creating a massive pit nearly 20 meters in diameter. Jonah stood to the side, observing the large pit beneath him, calmly analyzing Hode's current strength. Hode's strike nearly shattered his fifth ring defensive magic. Moreover, even after some kinetic energy was absorbed by his shield, it still retained such immense power. Undoubtedly, Hode's strength was now above his own. Though Hode had always been slightly stronger than him, they were still within the same tier. But now Hode was very close to being a temple knight, translating to a strength of at least 6th tier. Jonah's expression grew increasingly grave. He knew that if he failed to treat this confrontation with utmost seriousness, he would very likely perish right here. Yet he could not die, not yet. He had not yet exposed the true identity of the vampire prince, nor rescued the children imprisoned there. The magical focus carried by Jonah blazed with radiant light. 5th circle magic flight. 5th circle magic haste. 5th circle magic reflex enhancement. 5th circle magic circumferential shield. 5th circle magic precision. Having cast multiple 5th circle enhancement spells in rapid succession, Jonah felt a deep weariness settle into his mind. But this was only the beginning. Empowered by divine favor, the paladin excelled in every aspect: strength, speed, resilience, and spiritual might. And Hod, standing one rank above Jonah, demanded such relentless effort just to stand a chance. Jonah soared through the air, but gained no advantage. The paladin could fly too. His flight served merely to negate what would otherwise be a crippling disadvantage. Hod moved again, yet this time Jonah anticipated his motion before it unfolded. 5th circle wall of flame. His magical focus erupted in crimson radiance. A towering wall of fire surged into existence, and Hod, hurtling forward at breakneck speed, slammed headlong into it. Form shift infernal cage. At Jonah's command, the blazing wall reshaped itself into a searing prison, sealing Hod within its molten confines. Jonah knew the cage would hold him only momentarily. Hod's power would shatter it in an instant. 5th circle silken threads. Dozens of near-invisible filaments materialized around the infernal prison. They surged inward, piercing the flame-wrought walls. Before Jonah could even exhale in relief, a towering silhouette leapt from behind him. Hands gripping a massive greatsword, Hod raised the blade as dawn approached, and it blazed with incandescent holy light. Jonah did not turn, yet already knew his fate. The chasm between a 6th-rank paladin and a 5th-rank mage was simply too vast. Nearly all of Jonah's spells failed to strike Hod, who moved with blinding swiftness. Even those that landed inflicted little more than superficial harm, while a single half-hearted blow from Hod nearly shattered Jonah's arcane barrier. Jonah gazed upon the small mountain of unconscious children lying before him. A wry, weary smile flickered across his lips. He had failed to halt the vampire prince's resurrection, and failed to save even a single child. He had not stopped his comrade from continuing his atrocities, nor had he managed to send word to anyone. After his death, Hod would go on abducting children without hindrance. After his death, the vampire prince would gradually regain his strength. A quiet, bitter question stirred in Jonah's thoughts. What if he had saved those few children yesterday, and simply left? Or what if he had entrusted the truth to Lilith? What if the vampire prince, seized by whim, had freed them all? Yet this world held no room for what-ifs. Hod's sacred blade descended, swift and inevitable. Jonah knew his own magical defenses intimately. They stood no chance against that strike. Jonah closed his eyes, abandoning all resistance. The blazing holy sword fell. Clang. A deafening clash of metal rang out above him. A slender, luminous hand caught the sword mid-descent, its golden radiance flaring violently. A tremor surged through Jonah's soul. To catch a full-force blow from a 6th-rank paladin, barehanded. In Jonah's understanding, only legendary titans were said to possess such power. His gaze lifted, and there she stood, a breathtaking silver-haired maiden crowned with a witch's hat, black outside, rose pink within, adorned with a large bow. Such hats had been all the rage centuries ago, yet worn today, they might invite ridicule. Yet on her it looked neither archaic nor absurd, it was perfect, harmonious, effortless, sublime. She tilted her head slightly, fixing him with cold amber gold eyes. That single glance bore more crushing pressure than Hod's entire strike. This was not human. If one word alone could capture its essence, there was only one. God. Only a deity could possess such a gaze. From her lips came 2 soft, crystalline words, enough to wrench Jonah from his daze. Leave. His body obeyed without volition, carrying him safely aside. But who then was this peerless maiden? The answer was astonishingly simple, so simple it required no elaboration. At that very moment, Xia Lin turned her attention toward the paladin before her. Xia Lin had not intended to intervene for Jonah. Strictly speaking, he was no ally of hers. She periodically scanned his memories, methodically, routinely. She found him deeply untrustworthy, his days consumed by schemes to win Lilith's and her own trust, or worse, by plotting how to gather proof of Lilith's vampiric nature, then to have them both arrested, or worse. Yet Lilith had pleaded with her at length, and Xia Lin acknowledged that Jonah, though misguided, was now acting justly, and might yet redeem himself. Reluctantly she stepped in, to deflect that fatal blow. Who are you? Hod's brow knotted tightly as he stared at the girl before him. With his power, he could not even perceive how she had appeared, and she had caught his full-strength strike barehanded. Those 2 facts alone sufficed to confirm she far surpassed him in strength. Yet her identity remained utterly unknown to him. Who was she? But Xia Lin had no interest in answering a question from vermin. She had intervened because Jonah, though deceived, had committed no true evil. He had been misled, blinded, by the church. This man before her, however, knew exactly what he did, and wore his cruelty like a badge of honor. Worse still, his crimes involved trafficking children, a sin so monstrous, so abhorrent in Xia Lin's eyes that repentance was impossible. His sole path to atonement lay in death. That was her sole judgment of Hod. For one already marked for death, conversation held no meaning. All she offered was silence, and the finality of oblivion. Seeing Xia Lin remain silent, Hod felt his spine prickle under her deathly amber gold gaze. Desperate, he tried to wrench his greatsword free and flee. But her grip was iron, unyielding, absolute. No matter how fiercely he strained, the blade refused to budge. Alarm screamed inside his skull. A creeping dread, cold, suffocating, absolute, wrapped around him. Damn it! With a roar, he abandoned his weapon and shot away in a streak of golden light. To Hod, the world blurred past in frantic retreat. Direction meant nothing, only escape mattered. After flying long enough to believe he'd evaded her, he glanced back. Seeing no sign of Xia Lin, he finally exhaled, relief flooding his veins. Before him loomed a modest church, a tiny branch of the Holy Order nestled in a quiet provincial town. Its familiar architecture filled him with profound reassurance. I've escaped that monster at last, he thought, his sole certainty. In his eyes, Xia Lin was nothing less than an abomination. What mortal could possibly catch his full-strength strike barehanded? Even the fabled apocalyptic knights, legends whispered among saints, might barely match such a feat. As Hod savored the sweet, trembling euphoria of survival, a rift tore silently open beside him, thin, dark, and infinitely deep. An invisible hand emerged from the rift in space. At the same time, the rift expanded instantly to a size that could accommodate a person. At this moment, just as he had relaxed, Hod keenly sensed something amiss. However, before he could turn around to investigate, it was too late. The invisible hand rapidly expanded, firmly grasping Hod. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, helplessly watching as he was pulled into the rift. When Hod re-emerged from the rift, he could only see Xia Lin staring at him with an emotionless face. In her mind, she calculated Hod's strength, pondering which magic to use to kill him. Xia Lin had witnessed the entire battle between Hod and Xiao Na. Xiao Na was a 5-ring mage, but due to certain reasons he was unable to unleash his full strength, and thus was defeated by Hod. However, Xia Lin couldn't ascertain what level of power Xiao Na currently possessed, making it impossible to deduce Hod's strength based on that. She had to rely on performance. Xia Lin ignored Hod, who was suspended in midair by her magical hand, his face filled with fear. She turned to glance at the ground that Hod had destroyed. Extending 2 fingers, she measured the range. The area was very small. Moreover, it was so weak that it was caught by her magical hand, which she typically used for handling mundane tasks. But at least he wasn't an ordinary person, as she could barely consider him a first-tier mage. Xia Lin thought to herself. According to her criteria for evaluating strength, the larger the area of a skill, the stronger it was, conversely the smaller the weaker. Xia Lin looked at Hod, who was suspended by the magical hand, and then at the altar piled high with abducted children. She thought of a more suitable spell to deal with Hod. 4th ring, Eternal Exile. Xia Lin extended a hand towards Hod from afar. A massive surge of magical energy gathered in her hand, and then beneath Hod's feet a rift in space began to slowly appear. The exile spell was unlike ordinary teleportation spells. Although it also involved transferring a person or object to another space, the consumption and casting time of the exile spell were significantly higher than that of teleportation spells. This was primarily because a person exiled by the exile spell could not return through any means. Whether by using a teleportation spell or normal travel methods like flying, it was impossible. No matter what, they could not leave the place they were exiled to. Even if a spatial portal were opened, they would simply reappear at the original location. In contrast, teleportation spells simply moved objects. Additionally, to ensure that Huida had no chance of surviving after being exiled, or rather that he would have a very miserable existence, Xia Lin carefully selected a nearly perfect place for Huida's exile. The rift began to slowly tear open, revealing complete darkness within. The morning sun was gradually rising from the east. The warm but not blinding sunlight streamed into the rift, but the moment it entered, it was completely swallowed by the darkness. If one were to look closely into the rift, they could sometimes glimpse countless pairs of crimson eyes. The darkness within the rift struggled wildly, attempting to break through Xia Lin's barrier and enter reality. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake it even slightly. This was the home of that giant octopus. Xia Lin had noted its coordinates after completely defeating it. She planned to kill all the octopuses once her magical energy reached 1000 and turn them into takoyaki. Of course, Xia Lin would not eat them. They were simply too disgusting. Please don't throw me in there. Huida cried in fear, staring at the abyss below his feet. He had a premonition that if he were thrown in, though he wouldn't die, it would certainly be worse than death. I am a paladin from the Cthulhu Church branch. Oh, I can give you whatever you want. Don't throw me in, don't throw me in. Faced with a future more terrifying than death, Huida could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Tears and snot streamed down uncontrollably, looking utterly disgusting. Xia Lin frowned slightly, unwilling to pay attention to this residue. The rift expanded slightly again, and the magical hand grasping Huida was about to throw him down. Miss Xia Lin, please wait. Just as Xia Lin was preparing to completely exile Huida, Xiao Na suddenly interrupted her. Xia Lin temporarily closed the rift leading to the octopus's home. She turned her expressionless gaze toward Xiao Na. Do you want to save him? At the same time, another magical hand quietly gathered behind her. She initially thought Xiao Na had merely been deceived by the church. In essence, he was not a bad person. But if he truly wanted to save his completely fallen comrade, then she would have no choice but to send both of them to the octopus home. No, of course not. Xiao Na quickly denied it. Although Huida was his former comrade who had saved his life. If it were for anything else, he might have acted against his conscience to help his old comrade. But this matter was absolutely not acceptable. I would like to ask Miss Xia Lin if I may ask him a few questions, and after that you can dispose of him however you like. Xiao Na requested from Xia Lin under immense pressure. He did not dare to meet the gaze of that godlike figure. Usually Xia Lin seemed like an ordinary girl, but she was a legendary mage, and once in battle mode her oppressive aura was unparalleled. Xia Lin remained silent, not answering immediately. She didn't mind waiting a little longer. Huida had to die, whether early or late. What she feared was that if Xiao Na was deceiving her and actually intended to escape with Huida, moreover, although Xiao Na could not currently exert his full strength, what if he suddenly could? Xia Lin considered herself merely a fourth-ring mage and believed she lacked the hard power to match Xiao Na. This was quite risky, just as she was about to refuse verbally. Lilith had come over at some point looking like she had something to say to her. Xia Lin slowly descended from the air and landed beside Lilith. Finally, after Lilith's persuasion, Xia Lin agreed to Xiao Na's request. However, she placed a mark on Huida. As long as this mark existed, she could locate Huida at any time. Whenever she wished, she could immediately tear open space and bring Huida back. She could even directly use the exile spell on Huida from a great distance. However, Xia Lin did not release her magical hand. One magical hand grasped Huida while the other hovered behind Xiao Na. If Xiao Na showed any intention of rescuing Huida, Xia Lin would immediately grab Xiao Na and send them both on a dual exile package. Without a return ticket, Huida secretly glanced at Xia Lin, who stood behind him. He quickly shifted his gaze to Lilith, but he did not dare to linger on her for too long. Finally, he looked at his former close friend once more. Huida once again turned his gaze towards Lilith, recognizing her without a doubt. Lilith Castel, the next Count of Castel. He had also heard rumors about Baron Cell's plot for the title of Count. Previously, he thought this unknown illegitimate daughter was doomed. How could a teenage girl possibly contend against the old Baron who had prepared for this title for decades? He was shocked upon learning of Baron Cell's death. He could not fathom why Lilith could win. But now he understood. A mysterious girl from an unknown extraordinary race. Huida concluded. His current strength ranked among the top in the 6th tier, so to easily subdue him, she must at least be at the 7th tier. Moreover, she possessed mastery over the rare space magic. Huida dared not turn back, only recalling the girl's appearance in his memory. With a huge witch hat and long silver hair covering her ears, she was humanoid with an extraordinarily beautiful face, wielding extremely rare and powerful magic. A single word suddenly appeared in Huida's mind. Is she an elf? He believed he had guessed the girl's identity, recalling the knowledge he had learned about elves back in the academy. Elves, regardless of gender, are mostly beautiful, born magical beings, powerful in strength, stubborn in nature, living in forests and polar regions. Once an elf decides on something, it is difficult to persuade them to change their mind. Hode understood that no matter how he begged this elf behind him, it would be of no use. He realized that the only one among them who could potentially save him was Lilith. Hode looked at Lilith, but before he could speak, she cut him off. Answer Jonah's question. Hode had no choice but to refocus his attention on Jonah. Hode, why are you doing this? Have you lost your faiths? Jonah asked with a twisted expression. He could not understand in his impression Hode was a cheerful sunny knight with steadfast beliefs. But now, he had transformed into a demon that intruded into common people's homes to abduct children. At this moment, Hode finally reacted, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had almost forgotten that his close friend had come from the punishment army, having emerged from that group of fools who had been kept in the dark their entire lives. Hode now had two choices. One was to deceive Jonah, allowing his blind faith to continue. However, this was meaningless, and Hode slightly averted his gaze to look at Lilith beside him. The golden-haired countess also held a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. She was eagerly anticipating the upcoming drama. Thus he could not do that, otherwise he would not survive. Hode organized his words, preparing to lay bare the truth. He wanted his former close friend to understand what kind of existence the Twilight Church he believed in truly was. As for the Church's secrets, they had long been exposed. Not to mention, he had always prioritized his own life above all else. I have never lost my faith. My faith has always been unwavering, Hode answered truthfully. But why? Jonah was unwilling to believe Hode's words. However, in the next moment, Hode completely silenced Jonah. Golden light erupted from Jonah's entire body. In the name of Hode Fenner, holy knight of the Twilight Church, I swear to the great god of Twilight. My faith in the god of Twilight has never changed. I have always acted according to divine will. A strand of golden light detached from Hode, soaring into the sky. After a moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens and returned to Hode's body. Jonah, now you can believe me, right? Hode said with a smile. Jonah seemed to have lost his soul due to Hode's recent actions, appearing utterly dazed. He understood what Hode had just done. It was something every loyal believer would do. After becoming a faithful follower of the god of Twilight, one would receive a very thin strand of divine favor. It serves two purposes. One is to make the bodies of ordinary believers healthier, reducing illness. The other is to swear an oath, proving one's pure faith. After swearing an oath, a strand of divine favor would fly to the realm of the god of Twilight, where the god would personally judge the firmness of one's faith. For those whose faith is complete, the divine favor would soon return. Without a doubt, Hode's recent actions had successfully proven that his faith was complete. Then who are they, Jonah continued to ask. However, unlike his previous question, this time Hode did not respond. Jonah did not seem to be inquiring. The church members in black robes had remained motionless since Hode was captured by Xia Lin. Jonah quickly walked up to the nearest black-robed figure. He yanked off the hood. Naturally, the focus was not on whose face was beneath the hood, but rather on the clothing underneath. The church uniform. Jonah incredulously pulled off one hood after another, tearing apart one black robe after another. All of them were. Everything is at the behest of the bishop. No more accurately, it is the will of His Holiness the Pope. Both I and Bishop Carl are merely executors. The purpose of this is to cultivate more members of the punishment army. I was just about to baptize them, which means altering their memories to make them more devout believers of the Lord. Hode kept speaking while Jonah sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. And then train them to become talents who believe in the Lord just like you. Seeing Jonah completely break down, Hode cast a glance at Lilith as if seeking recognition. However, Lilith completely ignored this. Xia Lin, that's enough, Lilith said after yawning. She had originally planned to let Jonah investigate casually and deal with the matter after inheriting the title. Unexpectedly, she had directly captured the Holy Knight in one fell swoop. The Holy Knight, as a figure almost on par with the bishop in the Count's domain, could be said to be the final responsible party for this large-scale abduction case. Resolving Hode could be considered resolving half of the issue. As for letting Hode go, she would have to be out of her mind to do that. Xia Lin released the magical hand, restraining Jonah from behind. Using the remaining magical hand, she grabbed Hode and moved towards a partially open spatial rift. No, Countess, you can't do this. I have done as you wished. I am a holy knight of the church. You can't kill me. Hode shouted frantically at Lilith's back, yet he did not receive a single glance in return. Helpless Hode had to place his hope for survival on Xia Lin. Hode's mind began to race, recalling what he had learned in class about the preferences of elves. It was said that elves loved life and nature, possessing kind hearts. Great and beautiful elf lady, I beg you to spare my life. If you let me go, I promise to return all these children and plant a vast forest for you. Please believe me, with my status in the church I can do it. In response to Hode's plea, Xia Lin merely glanced at him in confusion. Then she opened a spatial rift leading to the octopus lair. What is he talking about? An elf? Where's there an elf? Is he referring to me? My ears aren't even pointed. Xia Lin reached out to brush her hair aside and pinched her ears. In Hode's desperate gaze, she released her magical hand. The next day, inside the prayer chamber, Bishop Carl knelt in solemn devotion before the Twilight deity, until a shrill jarring knock shattered his meditation. Bishop Carl halted his prayer with palpable irritation. His expression darkened as he swung the door open. Only one person would dare interrupt him during such sacred communion, Sister Rosie, his most loyal subordinate. Of course, that rule did not apply to the wretched Hod, whom Carl in his private contempt did not even consider human. Yet bound by ecclesiastical protocol, and grudgingly acknowledging Hod's formidable power, Carl was forced to greet him with feigned deference. At times he truly wished Hod were already dead. "What is it?" Bishop Carl demanded of Sister Rosie, his tone edged with displeasure, not merely for the intrusion, but for what it portended. For him, an interrupted prayer signaled grave crisis. Sister Rosie stepped inside and seated herself directly across from him. Carl's brow furrowed deeper. 2 or more calamities had already converged. Rosie wasted no words. Her first report nearly made Carl's eyes bulge from their sockets. Paladin Hod Fanner is missing. No contact has been established. The baptism rite was obstructed by Lilith Castell's forces. This morning the Divine Retribution Reserve has been disbanded and its members returned home. The Divine Retribution Reserve referred, of course, to the abducted children. Lilith Castell has publicly accused the Church of orchestrating the disappearances and abductions across Castell territory, though she offers no verifiable evidence. Public sentiment currently leans in our favor. By the time Rosie finished, Bishop Carl felt hollow, his composure utterly undone. Just yesterday, all had progressed flawlessly. Hod was preparing to preside over his final baptism. Even Castell's own steward had agreed to assist. The sacred tokens had already been reforged. In mere days, Carl would have secured provisional dominion over Castell territory. Thereafter, divine favor granted by the Lord himself would eclipse Hod's entirely. Now all was ruined, and he must now salvage the Church's reputation within Castell. Failure would cost him his bishopric and exile him to some forgotten barony as a lowly parish priest. That was unacceptable. Yet faced with this reality, Bishop Carl exhaled heavily. Is there any good news? Hod is still alive. Carl fell silent. Was that truly cause for relief? He had long wished for Hod's death, only not at this catastrophic juncture. Under ordinary circumstances, Hod's demise would have warranted a celebratory feast. But now, Hod remained alive, and might yet return. His disappearance alone would have been tolerable, if not for its timing. Once Carl branded Lilith a bloodline heretic, the other noble houses of Castell would inevitably stir. Securing Castell territory required Hod's authority, and now that leverage had vanished, escalating the endeavor tenfold. As for branding Lilith a bloodline heretic in court, and thereby disqualifying her from succession, Carl held unshakable confidence. He massaged his temples wearily. "Anything else?" he asked Rosie. "Lilith commands a 7th-tier elf." Carl almost shouted. Why was this intelligence withheld until now? But restraint prevailed. Reputation demanded dignity, even in despair. "Explain in detail." Rosie recounted with precise gravity last night's events at the hastily erected baptismal altar. In short, their abduction of children gifted with psychic aptitude had been discovered by Lilith. She then confronted Hod, accompanied by her elven retainer. Under duress, Hod divulged everything he knew. Thereafter, the elf cast spatial banishment upon him, though Hod in his final moments before exile transmitted vital intelligence via coded signal. Fortuitously, one of their attendants survived, the sole exception among nearly 100 servants likewise banished by the elf. A 7th-tier elf, normally a force to inspire dread. Such power rivaled that of a regional bishop wielding divine grace. Yet now Carl felt no fear, for if he could irrevocably prove Lilith's bloodline heresy, the Church's higher echelons would descend, and even a 7th-tier elf would flee. That proof alone would reverse his fortunes. "Proceed with the original plan." "Yes, Your Grace." Sister Rosie bowed and turned to leave. But before she crossed the threshold, Carl called her back. "Find Castell's steward again. He is indispensable." In Castell City, the largest metropolis of Castell territory, a modest inn housed its guests. 2 days remained until Lilith's trial for the alleged murder of Baron Searle. Thus Sharon and Lilith had returned early to Castell City, while Jonah remained in the previous city managing the aftermath, including reuniting the children with their families. Yet they did not retreat to the Castell Manor. To expose the Church's atrocities, Lilith had bribed the press, leaving her nearly destitute. Even dining once at the manor was now beyond her means. Still, life outside remained comfortable, luxurious even. Twilight Church adherents saturated every civic institution. Without financial influence, the exposé would never have seen print. "May I kill the trafficker I spared last night?" Sharon asked Lilith. She had banished every Church agent involved in the child abductions, including Hod himself. Yet at Lilith's urging, she had kept one alive, to deliver a message to the Church hierarchy. To deter the bishop from tampering with the trial, Lilith had explained. Sharon understood little of such strategy, but agreed nonetheless. She had marked the trafficker with a binding sigil, enabling instantaneous remote banishment at will. As for granting him reprieve, that notion held no place in Sharon's mind. After the trial concludes, Lilith replied, kneading her temples with weary frustration. She was wrestling with a decision whether to retain Jonah's services or let him depart. Originally, Lilith had intended to eliminate Jonah after inheriting the earldom. No one wishes to keep a spy at their side. She was no exception, though Jonah's attempt to expose her to the Church's high council, and thereby reveal her existence, had failed. He had still acted. That fact stood irrefutable. Yet now Lilith hesitated. She and Xia Lin had jointly examined Jonah's memories. Jonah was an orphan raised by the Church, indoctrinated from childhood. His faith in the Twilight God and the Church remained unshakable. But yesterday Lord Hod had thrust the raw, unvarnished truth before Jonah's eyes. He had not been taken in out of charity. He was meant to have had a complete, loving family. That family had been obliterated by the church, which then manipulated his very memories through baptism to mold him into a more pliable instrument. Undeniably, the church was no longer his benefactor, but his enemy. Thus Jonah now stood on the same side as they did. Usable, yes. Yet betrayal came first. Even if he could be employed, Lilith found it deeply unsettling to rely upon him. The reason Jonah had remained unharmed thus far was simple: she lacked loyal subordinates. That would change once she inherited the earldom. Lilith glanced upward at Xia Lin, who sat idly on the bed, swinging her legs with an air of innocent, unassuming charm, like an ordinary, slightly dim, yet endearing young girl. Lilith sighed. Even to eliminate Jonah, she would need Xia Lin's aid. With her current strength alone, she stood no chance against him unless she invoked her noble authority. She would wait until after inheriting the earldom. Jonah knocked on a modest door, gently guiding a frightened little girl back to her home. He declined the grateful parents' offer of reward, telling them instead all this was done by the next Earl of Castell. Jonah departed that household and returned to his carriage, continuing onward to the next destination. Since the night before last, or rather since yesterday morning, he had been wrestling with a single question: are vampires truly evil? Legend held that vampires fed on blood. The stronger the life force, the more potent the sustenance, ensuring that slaughter was inseparable from their nature. Some aberrants, unsatisfied with blood alone, even served other parts of their victims upon their tables. Moreover, having grown up within the church's walls, Jonah had been steeped since infancy in dogma: vampires are evil, vampires devour humans, vampires are the church's sworn enemies. Even after entering the academy and learning the true customs of vampires, he instinctively bound the word evil to their very essence. Yet yesterday had shifted his perspective. His faith shattered at dawn, struck down not by a foe, but by a saintly knight who had once saved his life and remained to this day his most trusted friend. He refused to believe it. The church abducted children gifted with spiritual aptitude, stripped them of family, and forced them into lifelong servitude. Seated in the carriage, Jonah lifted the hexagram pendant hanging at his throat, studying it intently, then wrenched it free with a sharp tug. He nearly cast it aside, yet ultimately could not bring himself to discard it. Since that fateful hour at dawn, the church he once revered had become the murderer, while the vampires he had reviled had emerged as the saviors of those children. Jonah recalled his own past deeds. Were vampires truly evil? It was Lilith who rescued those children, not he. And then he remembered what Bishop Carl had planned for the trial. He resolved to return to Castell to attend the trial, not to testify for Carl, but for another purpose. The day of Lilith's trial arrived. Lilith and Xia Lin returned to the Grand Castell Manor. There Lilith sat upon the throne reserved exclusively for the Earl of Castell. Xia Lin stood silently beside her, lost in thought. Below them stood an assembly of nobles, the very same who had attended Baron Sorrel's banquet days earlier. You all know precisely what to say during the trial, correct? Lilith asked languidly from her elevated seat, one hand cradling her cheek. The nobles glanced nervously at Xia Lin, standing expressionless at Lilith's side, then hurriedly nodded, terrified that even a moment's delay might incur her displeasure. They had witnessed firsthand how a fifth-year alchemist's full power strike had been blocked barehanded by that girl, then how she'd sent him crashing into the wall with a single slap, leaving him embedded so deeply he couldn't be pried loose. In truth, Xia Lin paid them no mind whatsoever. She merely stood there adrift in reverie. Lilith had asked her to stand at her side, claiming it would lend greater weight to her words. Though Xia Lin didn't quite grasp why she obeyed without question, because it was Lilith who had asked. The hour arrived, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The trial was scheduled to commence. This was no ordinary proceeding. It was a solemn judicial hearing targeting a great noble of the duchy, the future Earl of Castell. The presiding judge was Crendy, the duchy's Minister of Justice, the deputy judge Bishop Carl. The gallery too was filled with distinguished attendees. Most were nobles from the Castell domain. Though all understood this trial was but a ceremonial formality, it concerned the heir to a ducal power, so decorum demanded at least a show of respect. Lilith entered first, Xia Lin following closely behind. They took their places upon the tribunal bench, since Baron Sorrel had been slain by Xia Lin at Lilith's command. Xia Lin too was to face judgment. Meanwhile, the assembled nobles occupied the witness stand. I hereby declare the trial open. Once all were seated, the Minister of Justice raised his gavel and tapped it lightly. Let the charges be read. 1 month ago, Baron Sorrel invited Lilith Castell to a banquet honoring his wife. At that banquet, Lilith Castell ordered her subordinate Xia Lin to kill Baron Sorrel. Is this account accurate? Having recited the indictment, the Minister of Justice turned to ask. It is accurate. Under the duchy's noble code, homicide among nobles constitutes a grave offense. Given Lilith Castell's noble status absent extraordinary justification, the penalty shall be forfeiture of title and a fine of 1,000 gold coins. Lilith Castell, if you possess extenuating circumstances, present your evidence now. The minister intoned formally. By standard procedure, Lilith would submit evidence, and he would pronounce her innocent. Then the trial would conclude, a tedious perfunctory affair. The minister felt no enthusiasm for it whatsoever. True to expectation, the nobles in the witness stand rose one by one, launching into scathing denunciations of the deceased Baron Sorrel. Crendy barely listened to their testimonies. I now deliver my verdict. Baron Sorrel attempted to murder Lilith Castell to usurp the earldom. Her subordinate Xia Lin responded with courageous self-defense. I therefore rule Lilith Castell is acquitted. Wait, Your Honor, the presiding judge. Bishop Carl, the deputy judge who had remained silent until now, interrupted Crendy's pronouncement. Crunny frowned. He despised being interrupted while speaking, especially when he was about to conclude his work. Bishop Carl, do you have anything to add? If not, I will need to announce the verdict. The presiding judge Crunty looked at Bishop Carl with displeasure. Bishop Carl showed a moment of fortitude. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare speak to the Minister of Justice of the Principality in such a manner. No, Mr. Crunty, I have nothing to add. I fully agree with your verdict. It's just what? Crunty pressed on with dissatisfaction, expecting a satisfactory answer from Carl. He swore he would make him pay. The thing is, I received a report a few days ago regarding Miss Lilith. The butler Jonah reported to me that Miss Lilith is not the child of Count Castell, but rather a vampire. Bishop Carl's voice was not loud, but in the quiet courtroom, everyone could hear him clearly. Lilith frowned, as she could not understand what this follower of the God of Twilight was trying to do. She knew what was written in the report Jonah had submitted. Such things would be hard for anyone to believe unless witnessed firsthand, let alone use it as a reason to prevent her from inheriting her title. Crunty remained silent for a moment. This was no small matter. The Duke of Violet was a devout follower of the Church of Twilight, and thus the Principality's attitude towards vampires was similar to that of the Church. They were extremely hostile, if discovered. Vampires would be dragged out into the midday sun to perish. This was how the Violet Principality dealt with vampires. Therefore, within the Violet Principality, it was not only extremely difficult for vampires to become nobles, but even to survive. Seeing Crunty silent, Bishop Carl continued. However, before he spoke, he glanced at the audience in the courtroom. He did not see Jonah's figure, but that was unimportant as long as he could get Lilith to undergo the test. Today, Miss Lilith's butler did not come. He likely has already met with misfortune. When Mr. Jonah reported to me, he agreed to reveal Miss Lilith's true identity in the courtroom. It is a pity. Bishop Carl feigned a sad expression as he spoke. However, Lilith would not allow Carl to spout nonsense in the courtroom. Thank you for your concern, and my butler Jonah is doing well. He is currently dealing with the church-led Castell large-scale abduction case of children under 10, so he could not accompany me today. Lilith replied politely, while exposing the Church's disgraceful deeds. Crunny shot a surprised glance at Carl. The Church's trafficking of children under 10 with spiritual aptitude was known to the higher-ups of the Principality. However, they had long reached an agreement allowing the local church to negotiate privately with the lords. However, now that Lilith had brought this matter to light, he could only handle it in the open. Bishop Carl, what is the meaning of this? Crunny questioned Bishop Carl. However, Bishop Carl was well prepared with a response. This is merely a rumor, Miss Lilith. Please do not believe in such baseless tales. If you say this is a rumor, then the report against me could also be a fabrication. No, Miss Lilith, I have evidence. But do you have evidence? Bishop Carl smiled as he pulled an envelope from his bosom, which was indeed Jonah's report. Crunty took the report and quickly skimmed through it. The contents of the report are true, Crunty said quickly after reading the envelope. The report Carl had just handed him was certainly not the real report. That document, no matter whom it was shown to, would be seen as a farce. Even a modified version of the report would not suffice. Without any benefits to be gained, Crunny would only hope to maintain the status quo. Thus what Bishop Carl provided was a transaction letter. He had bled quite a bit for this, promising some benefits both existing and future. However, Crunny seemed to think he was merely trying to make things difficult for Lilith. So he readily agreed. According to the noble laws of the Violet Principality, vampires are not qualified to inherit any titles. Miss Lilith, I need you to prove your identity. Bishop Carl produced the prepared testing token. This was a result he achieved after consuming a considerable amount of divine favor. As long as he wished, anyone present could be declared a vampire. Lilith furrowed her brow. She still did not understand the reason behind Carl's actions. Did he not realize her vampire identity? Was this merely to make things difficult for her? Moreover, even if he truly discovered it, she could use her authority now. Such a low-level item could hardly detect her identity. Yet under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, she would be unable to inherit the title of Castell. This title was crucial to her future plans and could not be easily relinquished. Lilith glanced at Xia Lin beside her, feeling much more at ease. I can certainly accept the test, but Carl, you should know what punishment awaits for slandering a noble. Lilith said coldly, deliberately not addressing Carl as Bishop Carl or Vice Judge, but simply by his first name. According to the noble laws of the Violet Principality, unfounded slander against a noble would result in the loss of all personal property and imprisonment for 10 years. Of course, Miss Lilith, please proceed. I will personally conduct the test for you. Bishop Carl slowly descended from the platform, holding the hexagram token for testing. Looking at the hexagram symbol, Lilith felt the authority within her still quite active and stepped forward without hesitation. A golden light of divine favor illuminated in Bishop Carl's hands. The golden light circled within the hexagram symbol. The hollow hexagon in the center of the hexagram radiated a gentle white light upon Lilith. If the light turned golden, it indicated that the tested individual was a devout follower of the God of Twilight. If the light remained unchanged in white, it indicated that the tested individual was an ordinary non-believer. If the light turned red, it indicated that the tested individual was a heretic. If the light turned black, it indicated that the tested individual was a vampire or other dark creature. The gentle white light shone upon Lilith. All eyes in the courtroom were focused on her. No one believed that Lilith was truly a vampire. They merely thought Carl was making things difficult for her because he could not reach an agreement with the next Earl. Seconds passed. The light gradually began to change color while Lilith stood calmly in place. Her authority would automatically intercept such tests and alter them to the most favorable outcome for her. However, until the pure white light completely turned black, Lilith did not detect any indication that she was being tested. Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. She was quite certain that her authority had not faded. Such a low-level token could never reveal her true identity. Yet Carl still derived the correct result using that common trash token. There could be only one possibility. Regardless of whether she was a vampire or not, the light from that token would reveal a black glow. Lilith scanned the surroundings with some annoyance. The onlooking minor nobles as well as the presiding Judge Clindy on the high platform all displayed expressions of shock. Damn it, must I give up my title? Lilith thought with some frustration. Even though her identity as a vampire was exposed in such a bizarre manner, she was not too worried about her safety. Because she had Xia Lin with her. At this moment, Xia Lin was still somewhat dazed, unclear about what was happening. As a recluse who had lived in the Forbidden Forest for hundreds of years, Xia Lin had no idea what the black glow emitted by the token represented. She only vaguely sensed that the atmosphere on site was somewhat unusual. Miss Lilith, oh no, you are not Miss Lilith. Who are you really? Why is Miss Lilith suddenly mentioned? Are you trying to seize the title of Castor? Bishop Carl asked with a smile. He had already won. He won the moment Lilith stood before him. As long as he wished, he could freely alter the light emitted by the token. Whether it be gold, white, red, or black. With the Castor territory in his grasp, it would be his. Although the bloodline of Castor was numerous, it would take at least a year or two to fight out an heir. According to the laws of the Violet Duchy, when the lord of the territory is absent for an extended period, the local church administrator takes charge of the territory's management. Even if a new heir were selected 2 years later, relying on the accumulation from these 2 years, he could make the new earl a mere figurehead without real power. If it weren't for the many people around, Bishop Carl would have already burst into laughter. Just then the door of the tribunal was slammed open. Jonah rushed into the tribunal panting. He looked at the token still held by Bishop Carl and the black light reflecting off Lilith. Damn, I'm late. Jonah cursed under his breath as he surveyed the scene in the tribunal. After the recent child abduction incident and several days of contemplation, Jonah had come to a realization. The church was his true enemy. The vampires were not as evil as the church claimed. If he had arrived earlier, he could have warned Lilith not to accept Carl's test. So it's Mr. Jonah, it seems you have been fortunate enough to escape from the vampires. Rest assured, the evil vampires who abducted a large number of children from Castor and attempted to disguise themselves to seize the earldom by killing Miss Lilith have been uncovered. I will take her down and turn her to ashes under the blazing sun by noon tomorrow. Bishop Carl was not concerned about Jonah's arrival. Standing there, he casually placed the blame of child abduction on Lilith. Now everything had become a foregone conclusion. However, Bishop Carl's gaze shifted to Xia Lin, who was standing by without making any move. This 7th-tier elf was a significant trouble for him. But before Bishop Carl could think of a good solution, a new trouble appeared right before him. It's not like that. The token in Carl's hand has been tampered with. He can decide who is a vampire and who is not. Jonah's words made the people in the tribunal turn to look at him and start discussing. However, they were merely minor nobles, and their opinions held little weight. Ultimately, it was Clindy, the Minister of Justice sent from the capital, who would decide. Clindy merely frowned and did not express any opinion. Seeing this, Jonah took out the token he had purchased from the small town. Jonah infused the last trace of divine attention into the token. The hexagon emitted a white light that shone upon Lilith. Before the white light could change color, a golden arrow suddenly flew in from nowhere, shattering the token in Jonah's hand. Your Honor, Bishop, it is my negligence that has disturbed the normal proceedings of the trial. The golden bow in Sister Rosie's hand slowly transformed into light spots and dissipated. Jonah silently stared at the token that had turned to shards beneath his feet. It was over. Everything was over. This was Jonah's final thought. Then Jonah offered no resistance as he was led out of the tribunal by a group of attendants in church uniforms. Even if he stayed here, it would serve no purpose. At this moment, the tribunal fell into silence with hardly anyone speaking. Logically, Carl should have moved to capture Lilith by now. But he did not dare to act. After all, in his eyes, there was a 7th-tier elf capable of overwhelming the paladin horde sitting beside him. He could guarantee that if he acted, he would not come out of it unscathed. What Bishop Carl did not know was that what he was about to face was far more terrifying than any 7th-tier being. Meanwhile, Clindy on the judgment seat appeared somewhat at a loss. Perhaps he hadn't yet decided which side to support. He was aware that Lilith might be falsely accused. But it was also possible that she was not. Supporting Lilith could mean saving a vampire, while siding with Bishop Carl could plunge the duchy into chaos. As for Lilith, she simply wanted to see what Carl planned to do. Since her identity was already exposed, she might as well enjoy the show. Lilith thought with great ease. Only Xia Lin was considering what kind of magic to use. Finally, Xia Lin stood up. But even such a slight movement almost caused Bishop Carl to panic. Don't come over. What I am doing is reasonable and lawful. If you lay a hand on me, you will be opposing the duchy and the church. Even if you are an elf, you will not be a match for the church or the duchy. Bishop Carl withdrew the token, adopting a defensive posture. He was afraid that Xia Lin would immediately cast a spell on him. In response to Bishop Carl's question, a question mark appeared above Xia Lin's head in confusion. She also extended a hand to brush aside her silver hair, covering her ears. She pinched her small, rounded earlobes. Her ears were not pointed either. Why did two people think she was an elf? But Bishop Carl was watching this scene entirely. It is well known that elves have pointed ears. If the ears are not pointed, then one is not an elf. It was clear that Xia Lin was not the elf that Bishop Carl and Horde believed her to be. So it turns out you are not an elf. There are no elves here. Bishop Carl couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He hesitated for a long time about whether to take action. Since there was no one stronger than him present, he decided to take action. A confident smile spread across Bishop Carl's lips. The golden light of divine favor enveloped him. Divine Art Judgment Cage. The golden glowing Bishop Carl exuded immense confidence at this moment. After all, he was a 6th-tier powerhouse. With that 7th-tier elf absent, who would dare to stop him? Who could possibly stop him? Bishop Carl spread his arm, and the golden light in his hand transformed into 2 cages. One flew towards Lilith while the other headed for Xia Lin. After the golden cages soared away, Bishop Carl confidently turned his back. One was just an ordinary person who had yet to become a mage or alchemist. The other was an unclear tier girl, but surely not strong enough. Moments later, Bishop Carl clearly heard 2 cracking sounds coming from behind him. That was the sound of the locks on the judgment cages. Soon judgment flames would emerge from the cages, turning the trapped individuals into ashes. However, Bishop Carl keenly sensed something was amiss. Why hadn't Clindy spoken up to stop him? Bishop Carl was well aware that Clindy knew his token could change freely between white and black light. Moreover, the benefits he offered were evidently insufficient to make Clindy ignore the unfolding events. He was already prepared for another significant loss. At the same time, Bishop Carl dared not actually kill them. He merely intended to use this excuse to drive Lilith away. Who knew where that 7th-tier elf mentioned by Hode was right now? Perhaps right at the door. Even if not at the door, if he truly killed Lilith, that elf would certainly take revenge. Bishop Carl did not wish to forge a deadly feud with the 7th tier. With this thought, he cast a glance at Clindy, who was seated at the judgment seat. Clindy still showed no intention of giving him an out. Helpless Bishop Carl had no choice but to disregard everything and turn to check on the situation with Lilith and Xia Lin. Just as Bishop Carl turned around, his judgment cage emitted a series of crackling sounds. Bishop Carl found it strange. Normally, the Divine Art Judgment Cage only made such sounds when it was locked. Thus, Bishop Carl no longer cared about his dignity and turned back to investigate. To his astonishment, the 2 judgment cages he had just cast had been torn to shreds by some unknown creature. Especially Xia Lin's cage. Now Bishop Carl could only see some fragmented golden chains on the ground. The cage that had trapped Lilith was slightly more intact. Yet he watched helplessly as it became incomplete. After Xia Lin tore apart her judgment cage, she rushed to save Lilith. Bishop Carl watched as Xia Lin extended her slender hand, which looked no different from that of an ordinary girl, grasping the chains of his judgment cage and gently pulling. His judgment cage was torn into a heap of debris. This couldn't be. After all, even a 6th-tier mage might not be able to shatter his judgment cage in one blow. She just yanked it lightly and broke it. Was she even human? At that moment, Bishop Carl echoed the same doubts as Hode had a few days prior. Bishop Carl glanced around at the nobles seated in the audience. He then turned back to look at Clindy, the Minister of Justice of the Principality, who was seated at the judgment table. Though he was unsure of what Clindy was doing, it appeared he was quite busy. Clindy exclaimed, "This table is indeed a table." Now Bishop Carl wished he could travel back half a minute and give himself a hard slap. "What are you doing with your hands?" At this moment, the entire courtroom fell into silence. Whether it was the nobles in the audience or Clindy at the judgment seat, they all appeared quite busy. Only Bishop Carl seemed relatively at ease. Xia Lin completely tore apart the cage that had confined Lilith and reached out to pull her out. "So your identity has been exposed. Do you want me to help silence them?" The brief exchange rang out clearly in the quiet courtroom. Although Xia Lin's voice was not loud, it was especially clear to everyone's ears in the courtroom. "How do you plan to silence them?" Lilith inquired. If her identity as a blood clan member were exposed in other principalities, it would be somewhat better. But here, if there were no other options, it would mean silencing them. "Make sure they can't speak." Lilith nodded. Everyone in the courtroom shivered. However, they all seemed to misunderstand Xia Lin's intention. What Xia Lin meant by silencing was not to kill everyone, but to use magic to erase the memories related to Lilith's identity as a blood clan member from everyone's minds. This way, no one would know Lilith's blood clan identity. "Oh, by the way, was that person just now attacking us? Should we?" Xia Lin seemed to recall something, pointing at Bishop Carl beside her. "Should we run first?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xia Lin leaned closer to Lilith and asked. To be honest, Xia Lin couldn't discern the strength of the old man before her. Now Xia Lin faced 2 choices. One was to charge in directly and forcibly modify everyone's memories. Then the incident would end. But without knowing the opponent's strength, the outcome could easily be unfavorable. While witches are immortal, getting hit still hurts. Thus, the cautious Xia Lin decisively chose to ask Lilith if they should flee. As for how to resolve Lilith's identity issue, Xia Lin's plan was to run first and discuss later. Once they escaped, they could sneak back and erase memories one by one. Lilith's vision instantly darkened. Sure enough, this was the Xia Lin she was familiar with. Originally, she thought today's Xia Lin had changed her temperament, coming right out with ideas of silencing and killing them all. She seemed like a great villain. However, Lilith could never let Xia Lin lead her away. Since Xia Lin had a way to erase memories, she still did not want to give up her title of Castor. Just as Lilith began to organize her words to instruct Xia Lin on what to do, the busy Minister of Justice of the Principality, Clendy, spoke up. Bishop Carl, what are you doing? Why are you slandering the next Count of Castor? Clendy slammed the judgment hammer onto the table, drawing everyone's attention. However, if someone were beside Clendy right now, they would clearly see the cold sweat on his forehead. He was the Minister of Justice of the Principality. Although he was a minister, he had no real power. He was merely a third-tier alchemist here with Bishop Carl. The guards he brought along only had fifth-tier strength. But what had he just witnessed? Someone had torn apart a divine art released by the sixth-tier Bishop Carl with their bare hands. Originally, Clendy had planned to negotiate for more benefits with Bishop Carl and cooperate to seize the Castor territory. But now, his own life seemed more important. The cautious Minister of Justice Clendy instantly changed his stance. Miss Lilith, please return to the judging seat with your friend. I, Clendy, will ensure your innocence. Clendy declared emphatically. The aura was unprecedentedly powerful. Anyone unfamiliar would surely think Clendy was a righteous and upright chief judge. In reality, he was merely afraid of death. Under the pressure of Clendy's gaze, Bishop Carl was forced to sit in the original positions of Xia Lin and Lilith. That was the seat designated for the accused. Meanwhile, Xia Lin looked at Lilith in confusion. What just happened? Isn't your identity as a vampire already exposed? How can they still? Lilith was at a loss for words at Xia Lin's innocent gaze. She couldn't be bothered to explain to Xia Lin, knowing that even if she did, Xia Lin wouldn't accept it. Follow me. Oh. Xia Lin obediently followed Lilith to the judging seat and sat down. After seeing Xia Lin sit down, Clendy finally let out a sigh of relief. First, I announced the verdict of the prior case. Lilith Castel is acquitted and may inherit the Castel title. After reading the verdict, Clendy discreetly glanced at Xia Lin sitting in the judging seat. Only when he saw that she showed no signs of dissatisfaction did he dare to continue speaking. It is known that once one's power reaches the 7th tier, they can no longer be considered ordinary. Both mages and alchemists can be described as moving disasters. To say nothing of anything else, given enough time, a 7th tier powerhouse can raise a count's territory to the ground. Moreover, at this level, the number of individuals below the 7th tier holds no significance for a 7th tier. The strongest individual in the entire Violet Duchy is at the 7th tier. Furthermore, there is only one, and even the Duke of Violet may not be able to command them. If the Duke of Violet were to find out he had offended a 7th tier powerhouse, he would not support him, but would instead have his body neatly packaged and delivered to Xia Lin as an apology. Thinking of this, Clendy glared fiercely at Bishop Carl. Although Carl was also a 6th tier powerhouse, he was still a member of the church. Divine favor decreases with each moment. Moreover, if Bishop Carl were to violate the church's regulations, he could even be stripped of his divine favor, becoming an ordinary person who knows nothing. Clendy was not worried that Bishop Carl would suddenly turn against him. But that unknown 7th tier powerhouse was a different story. If she truly decided to act against him, he would be doomed. Now we move on to the next case regarding Bishop Carl's false accusation against Count Castel. Clendy said as he struck the judgment table with a hammer. He intended to sacrifice Bishop Carl to vent his frustrations towards that 7th tier powerhouse. Carl, why did you slander Miss Lilith? Clendy questioned Carl loudly. Bishop Carl remained silent, contemplating how to resolve the current situation. Recalling the scene from earlier, he remembered Xia Lin's previous words. So your identity has been exposed. This sentence was spoken by that 7th tier girl. She had been speaking to Lilith at the time. A thunderclap exploded in Bishop Carl's mind. He had not slandered Lilith, she truly was a vampire. This somewhat unbelievable conclusion appeared in Bishop Carl's mind. He also recalled Jonah's report letter. He then shook his head. How could that be? However, he had already found a way to break the deadlock. Although he couldn't defeat that girl, Bishop Carl believed escaping would not be a problem. He intended to provoke her and then weld the vampire label onto Lilith's name. Chief Clendy, you misunderstand me. I did not slander. Moreover, Lilith is indeed a vampire. What this lady just said is the best testimony. Bishop Carl pointed at Xia Lin, indicating. Clendy frowned. He certainly knew Lilith was a vampire, but while he wanted to see Carl die, he did not want to die himself. How will you prove that? However, he could not directly pronounce the verdict he desired. What if those two were unhappy? Clendy glanced at Xia Lin and Lilith, who were chatting at the judging seat, completely unconcerned about what was being said. Thus began the debate with Bishop Carl. However, Lilith and Xia Lin were not engaged in the discussion that Clendy was interpreting. Instead, Lilith was brainwashing Xia Lin. So what should you do now? Lilith had just thoroughly analyzed the current situation with Xia Lin. Her identity as a vampire had already been discovered by Clendy and Bishop Carl. The reason they were still arguing here was that Clendy feared her strength. At the same time, Bishop Carl was not her match. So they are both weak. Lilith nodded in relief. Having had previous experience, Lilith had mastered the correct way to utilize Xia Lin. First, let it be clear that Xia Lin is very strong, no one can defeat her. Secondly, it should be emphasized that she thinks she is weak, but still has a view of strength and weakness. She likes to assess a person's strength based on their attack range. Therefore, as long as she can see a person's attack range, it suffices. However, this is not a simple task. You must successfully persuade Xia Lin not to run away first. At this moment, Grundy and Carl were still debating the question of, is Lilith really a vampire? Even though both knew the truth of the matter. Moreover, while debating, they were exchanging glances. Grundy, can you defeat a 7th tier? Can you be quiet? Carl, I cannot defeat her, but I can escape. Ooh, I am determined to secure the Castel territory. Just as Lilith was preparing to have Xia Lin intervene to alter the memories of everyone in the courtroom, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above the courtroom. The spatial rift was slowly torn open by an indescribable tentacle. A lump of black sludge fell out from the spatial rift. After the sludge landed on the ground, the indescribable tentacle seemed to have seen something terrifying and hurriedly closed the spatial rift, as if fleeing. At that moment, everyone's attention in the courtroom shifted to that lump of black sludge. Even Grundy and Carl, who had been fiercely debating, temporarily fell silent. At this moment, Xia Lin suddenly stood up from her chair. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She recognized this aura. It was very similar to that of the giant octopus that had suddenly invaded her home. Aside from minor differences in detail, the rest was virtually identical. The pitch-black sludge writhed incessantly on the ground. Eventually, it gradually coalesced into the shape of a person. I hope Fennel have returned. Ultimately, that pool of black sludge coalesced into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, bearing the exact appearance of Hode, the man previously banished by Xia Lin's banishment magic to the ancestral lair of that colossal kraken. Lilith gazed at the figure, Hode, with quiet astonishment. Xia Lin had once told her that anyone subjected to her banishment magic, whether alive or dead, would remain forever bound to the banishment realm. There was absolutely no possibility of escape. Yet Hode appeared to have shattered that immutable law. Still, Xia Lin knew with certainty that this being, though identical in form to Hode, could not possibly be the real Hode. He could assume any identity, anyone but Hode. Xia Lin, I have returned. I shall reclaim every ounce of humiliation you inflicted upon me. The true divine has granted me rebirth. I am now stronger, far surpassing the 7th tier. With those words, Hode drew forth a mass of black sludge from his own body, which instantly solidified into a massive obsidian greatsword pointed unflinchingly at Xia Lin. That only deepened Xia Lin's conviction he was not Hode. She had never revealed her name to him, not even once. Yet how Hode knew her name piqued her curiosity. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hode declare himself stronger than a 7th tier being, Bishop Carl's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. He could sense a faint but unmistakable aura of oppressive power radiating from Hode. Clearly the claim was no lie. Though he and Hode had never been allies, and indeed held mutual disdain, they were at least nominally on the same side of the conflict. One might even call them reluctant comrades. Though Carl had no idea why Hode had reappeared in such a grotesque manner, or how he had attained such terrifying strength. None of that mattered. So long as Lilith and the girl named Xia Lin were eliminated, Castel territory would fall irrevocably into his grasp. Hode, I'll aid you. A radiant golden light, the blessing of the divine, blazed across Carl's form as he soared toward Xia Lin. To Carl's surprise, Hode responded with visible, almost ecstatic delight. His elation was so pronounced that even Xia Lin sensed something deeply amiss. How truly grateful I am, Carl. Hode extended his right hand, not quite for a handshake, not quite for an embrace. Before Carl could fathom his intent, Hode's right hand dissolved into a viscous puddle and dropped soundlessly onto the ground. Then, as if alive, the sludge surged forward with predatory hunger surging toward Carl. By the time he attempted to flee, it was already too late. The sludge slammed into his body with irresistible force. No matter how Carl thrashed, tore, or invoked sacred arts, he could not break free. In moments, his entire form was engulfed beneath a suffocating shroud of inky black sludge. It swelled into a colossal sphere of writhing darkness, a grotesque, pulsating orb that consumed Carl whole. Sated and triumphant, the sludge began to flow back toward Hode, until it froze midair. Absolute binding. With a gesture as effortless as a sigh, Xia Lin pointed one slender finger at the black sphere. Instantly, space and time congealed around it, locking it motionless in midair. She had seen through Hode's scheme from the start. Her decision not to intervene stemmed not from some foolish desire to observe how powerful he'd become after absorbing Carl, but simply because she had no intention of saving that despicable wretch. Hode perceived her intent with unnerving acuity. His feet pressed lightly against the earth, and then exploded downward. A crater several meters wide yawned open beneath him. In the next breath, he materialized beside the suspended sludge sphere, reaching out to complete the absorption and amplify his power further. Alas, he had already stepped into Xia Lin's trap. Incinerate. Still standing motionless, she flicked her finger toward the sphere once more. Golden flames erupted across its surface, then leapt outward, engulfing not only the sphere, but Hode himself within their searing radius. In less than a second, the sphere, and Carl trapped inside, crumbled into ash. Only Hode's lightning-fast shedding of an outer layer saved him from total annihilation. He collapsed onto his knees, arms braced against the ground, gasping raggedly for air, his life having hung by a thread. You still live? Xia Lin rose slowly from the earth, her emotionless golden eyes fixed upon Hode with chilling detachment. That gaze again. Hode tilted his head upward, meeting her eyes directly. He remembered it vividly. The very same icy, unblinking stare she had worn when she first banished him to that abyssal void. At that moment, he believed death was inevitable. He had surrendered every shred of dignity, begging mercy from a girl barely a decade old, kneeling, pleading, reduced to abject supplication. Yet she had remained unmoved, silent, unwavering. Her cold golden eyes locked onto his as she impassively tore open the rift of banishment. He truly believed he would die, but fortune spared him. Not only did he survive, he beheld the divine. Not the deity he once served, but a new lord. And with that revelation came rebirth itself. A feverish rapture began to warp Hode's features. Xia Lin, Xia Lin, Xia Lin, you will learn the price of your contempt. His face contorted, twisting beyond human recognition. To onlookers, his form had already blurred beyond coherence. Yet Xia Lin saw him with perfect clarity. Tendrils of kraken flesh sprouted from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils. His visage no longer resembling humanity, but something profoundly alien and repulsive. The grotesquerie made Xia Lin recoil inwardly. She had originally intended to capture him, to interrogate him about the kraken's ancestral domain. But now she dismissed the notion entirely. Too revolting. She wrinkled her nose in distaste just as Hode lunged forward, dragging his massive sword behind him. He vaulted high into the air, aiming to cleave her in two with a single overhead strike. But Xia Lin merely raised a finger toward him. Time and space froze once more. Hode hung suspended mid-leap, frozen in place. In theory, absolute binding rendered all motion, including thought, utterly impossible. Its mechanism operated across both temporal and spatial dimensions, halting existence itself at its most fundamental level. Yet even under such absolute stasis, Hode snarled, straining with raw bestial force, attempting to tear himself free. Xia Lin drifted slightly upward, drawing near to examine him, then withdrew a step, lifting one delicate finger to trace idle, invisible patterns in the air before him. Countless unseen slashes erupted within his immobilized form, ripping through flesh, bone, and essence alike. In less than a heartbeat, Hode was reduced to drifting motes of scattered molecules. Just as Xia Lin assumed he had been utterly erased, she noticed the black particles hovering in the air begin to writhe, pulse, and reassemble. Looking at the bizarre scene before her, Xia Lin furrowed her brow slightly. It was almost identical to the vision she had when she attempted to kill that giant octopus with the falling sun. All she remembered was that she had stacked roughly 3,000 magic spheres at that time. The released falling sun had obliterated her own home. Even so, it had only managed to blow off a large portion of its body. Moreover, she had seen similar writhing molecules at the time. At that moment, Xia Lin watched helplessly as the octopus molecules continuously writhed and regenerated, and in the blink of an eye, the part she had blown off had grown back. Is it impossible to kill it with conventional attacks? Xia Lin speculated inwardly, while continuously accumulating the number of magic spheres in her internal space. Since being reminded by Lilith, Xia Lin had revisited the inherited memories of the witch. She then realized that stacking the number of magic spheres to enhance combat power was a common tactic used by witches. In fact, the method she used to manipulate magic spheres seemed somewhat primitive. Currently, Xia Lin was employing a more commonly used technique for magic spheres from her inherited memories. She opened a small space within every strand of magic energy in her body. Then, using a nesting doll approach, she created magic spheres within adjacent spaces of magic energy. The advantage of this method was that the speed of producing magic spheres was extremely fast. In less than 0.1 second, Xia Lin could stack 1,000 magic spheres. In less than a second, she could stack up to 1,000, reaching a level of power capable of directly altering her opponent's state. However, it did have its drawbacks. Stacking the number of magic spheres required her complete concentration. She was unable to pay attention to the external situation. In less than a second, Xia Lin had already stacked the number of magic spheres to 1,000, preparing to directly erase the existence of Horde. At that moment, Xia Lin sharply sensed something was amiss. Just now, Horde had been reduced to a molecular state by her. Thus, the absolute confinement imposed on him had been lifted. However, the number of molecules was not right. To be precise, the number of molecules floating before Xia Lin was off. Xia Lin suddenly turned around, her golden pupils sweeping the surroundings. Not good. At that moment, Horde's molecules had already filled every corner of the courtroom. As long as Horde chose to start regenerating, they would be wrapped up in his belly like dumplings. Sure enough, those pitch-black molecules began to grow wildly. In almost an instant, the entire courtroom was covered in a layer of black sludge. The next moment, the whole courtroom was completely swallowed by Horde. The original courtroom had now transformed into a huge black ball of sludge occupying the center of Cass City. The eye-catching appearance drew the attention of many residents. Some who were relatively close and daring approached to poke it curiously. However, curiosity killed the cat. The resident who stepped forward to poke it was almost instantaneously engulfed by the enormous ball of sludge. At this moment, the other onlookers finally realized how dangerous this sludge ball was. They did not dare linger for another moment and fled in panic. The massive sludge ball, now occupying the center of Cass City, began to wriggle rapidly, as if digesting those who had just been swallowed. After a while, the sludge ball stopped wriggling and transformed into a giant nearly 100 meters tall wielding a massive sword that was dozens of meters long and over 10 meters wide. He stood in the center of Cast City, visible to nearly everyone. If Bishop Carl were still here, he would certainly recognize this figure as Horde. Horde looked around. After confirming that Xia Lin was nowhere to be found, he laughed maniacally towards the sky. Xia Lin, I have won. Horde plunged the massive sword into the ground and laughed frantically at the sky. The heavy sword struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He had never felt such joy before. He had finally killed that person. Oh, right, her name was Xia Lin. But why do I need to kill her? Horde's mad laughter froze on his face. Right? Why do I need to kill her? Horde covered his head and knelt down directly on the ground, while his memories as Horde were rapidly fading. Before long, Horde could remember nothing. At that moment, all that was left for Horde were the instincts of this body. Horde's face began to distort, followed by his hands, feet, and body. Before long, it was impossible to tell that Horde had ever been human. Various features of animals, humans, and indescribable traits began to appear on Horde's body. However, strictly speaking, it was no longer Horde. It was merely a monster infused with Horde's memories. Residents of Cast City who caught a glimpse of the monster instantly fell into madness. Various animal and human limbs began to sprout wildly from its body, transforming it into a small-sized monster. Moreover, this contamination was contagious. Others did not even need to look at the contaminated individual. Just being near it would cause them to be contaminated automatically. Then the process repeated for the first contaminated individual, continuing to contaminate the next person. The speed of the contamination was extraordinarily rapid, with ordinary people being fully contaminated in less than a second. Mages and alchemists possessing stronger mental fortitude than ordinary individuals could resist for a little while. However, they could not last long. In less than a minute, nearly everyone in Cast City was contaminated. Only a few lucky ones or higher-tier individuals were not completely affected. But they were not far from being contaminated. Jonah leaned against a wall with a complete anglerfish growing from one of his eyes. What on earth is happening? He murmured, with his remaining eye fixed on the now hellish Cast City. Then he could no longer withstand the contamination and transformed into a monster. At this moment, a huge gash was torn open in the monster standing in the center of Cast City. A girl wearing a large witch's hat gently floated out, cradling a blonde, unconscious young girl in a princess carry. There was no need to say much. It was indeed Xia Lin herself. The inside of this monster was very strange. It had taken Xia Lin considerable time to find the correct breakthrough and remove the contamination that Lilith had imparted. Of course, Xia Lin could have forced her way out. Although this monster was quite similar to the giant octopus, both were incredibly disgusting and difficult to kill. However, they were very weak, so as long as she struck in one direction with magic, she could certainly break free. Moreover, Xia Lin had stacked so many layers of magic spheres. But considering that the city outside was filled with ordinary people, Xia Lin chose to spend extra time finding a weak point and using a less powerful spell to break through. But now, Xia Lin looked at the now hellish Cast City. Since her transmigration, she had rarely been angry. This was the second time. As Xia Lin emerged from the belly of the indescribable monster, the creature had already taken notice of her. It seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Xia Lin. Even knowing it was no match for Xia Lin, the monster launched an attack without hesitation. Xia Lin made no move, simply floating in place. No matter how hard the indescribable monster tried using any means or transforming into any other shape, it could not approach Xia Lin even by an inch. Xia Lin released her grip, and Lilith did not fall to the ground, but floated beside her. She understood that ordinary magic would not be able to kill this monster before her. It was just like the octopus that had suddenly appeared in her home. It had to be directly erased from existence. There were two methods to eliminate the entity. One method was direct erasure, leaving the memory of the entity in the minds of those who knew it. Everything that had been done would remain unchanged. This was a simple erasure. The other method was to erase it directly from the causal chain. In simple terms, once something is erased from the cause and effect, it would be as if it had never existed. Apart from Xia Lin, anyone or any being that knew of this entity would lose all memory of it. Simultaneously, the events caused by this entity would also disappear. Currently, Xia Lin planned to use the second method to directly erase the hideous monster before her from the causal chain. The benefit was that those who had just died because of this monster would be revived. The destroyed city would also restore to its former state. However, the downside was that although this monster would be dead at some point in the future, another monster almost identical to it might appear. Thus, previously, when dealing with the octopus, Xia Lin had used the first method of erasure, fearing that another similar octopus would suddenly appear in her home. But now Xia Lin leaned towards using the second method. This monster had driven too many people insane. Even if she gathered 1000 magical orbs to heal each individual, it would be quite troublesome. As for whether another Wang Da or Li Da would emerge later, she was not afraid. With this experience, she was certain there would be no casualties next time. Xia Lin's thumb and index finger of her left hand touched each other, forming a circle that enclosed the indescribable monster. The monster, which had been frantically trying to charge at Xia Lin, seemed to sense something extremely terrifying. It suddenly slammed to a halt and began to desperately flee in the opposite direction. If an ordinary person could see the appearance of this indescribable monster, they would certainly recognize the expression of fear it bore. However, no matter how hard the monster tried to escape, it remained in place. Not moving, even a millimeter. After encasing the monster in her left hand, Xia Lin extended her right index finger. From a distance, she wiped at the monster trapped within the circle formed by her thumb and index finger. It was as simple as using an eraser to remove a simple drawing from paper. Xia Lin effortlessly erased the indescribable monster. Immediately, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. The bizarre limbs that had grown on the contaminated citizens quickly fell away and disappeared. The collapsed houses around them also instantly returned to their original state. The judgment hall in the center of Castle City rose as if it had been conjured from thin air. Lilith, who had been floating, vanished completely. However, Xia Lin knew that Lilith had merely had her position corrected by the causal chain. If the monster did not exist, Lilith should be in the judgment hall at this moment. To prevent Lilith from becoming confused by her absence, Xia Lin tore through space and returned to the judgment hall. At that moment, Clindy and Bishop Carl were still arguing. A group of young nobles wanted to leave, but had to stay to watch the spectacle. Lilith was looking around for Xia Lin's figure. Where did you just go? Just a small matter. Xia Lin did not answer Lilith's question, as she prepared to modify the memories of everyone present directly as Lilith had suggested earlier. Everyone who had just been present aside from her and Lilith had been eaten by the monster. Clearly, they were all quite weak. As for how weak, Xia Lin was unsure. They were certainly no match for her. Thus, she could modify their memories without restraint. However, out of caution, Xia Lin did not dissolve the 100 layers of magical orbs within her. In front of everyone, Xia Lin conjured a light sphere the size of her thumb. The light sphere left her fingertips and flew to the center of the judgment hall, bursting forth with brilliant light. After the white light flashed, I hereby declare Miss Lilith Castell is not guilty, and I will report the actions of Bishop Carl to Duke Violet. The Minister of Justice Clindy announced the verdict from the judge's seat. Bishop Carl left the judgment hall with a gloomy expression. Clindy and other young nobles also left after exchanging greetings with Lilith. Only Lilith remained staring at Xia Lin in shock. Thus Xia Lin explained to Lilith what had just happened from start to finish, including but not limited to the suddenly appearing monster and how she determined the strength of everyone in the judgment hall. With such useful magic, why didn't you use it sooner? I wasn't clear on their strength, so out of caution. Xia Lin began her lengthy explanation to Lilith. However, Lilith was not particularly interested. She had heard it countless times before, to the point that she was somewhat reluctant to correct Xia Lin's extreme caution, even to the point of saying that her actions were overly cautious. A week later, Lilith successfully inherited the title of Count Castell. She became the mistress of the Castell territory. Meanwhile, Bishop Carl received the punishment he deserved. Although kidnapping children and modifying memories to make them loyal servants of the church was a common tactic of the church, for the sake of faith, the church still cared deeply about its reputation. Thus, Bishop Carl was made a scapegoat in the kidnapping incident. He was stripped of his title and divine favor and was hanged 3 days ago in Castle City under the witness of Lilith. The newly appointed bishop was extremely respectful towards Lilith for this reason. Similarly, due to Bishop Carl's death, all the young nobles within the Castell territory, whether barons or viscounts, were exceedingly fearful of Lilith. They did not dare to voice any objections to Lilith's decrees. At this moment, Lilith was sitting in her office looking at a stack of lists. Bishop Carl was the one she had orchestrated to hang, and she had uncovered the publicly available documents regarding the church in this case. These were the lists of children with mental power aptitude that the church had collected. Of course, they had all been returned to their homes by Lilith. However, the children on this list were candidates for Lilith's future inner circle. Lilith saved them so their loyalty could be assured. Just then, the door to Lilith's room was roughly pushed open by a silver-haired girl. Lilith, it's bad. Seeing the panicked Xia Lin burst into her room, Lilith immediately stood up. There was no doubt that Xia Lin was strong. Lilith also believed that Xia Lin had some issues with her mind. However, after nearly 2 months of interaction, she had never seen Xia Lin display such a frantic expression. Even when Xia Lin thought the upcoming opponent was stronger than her, she would only prepare to flee at most. Calm down, what happened? Lilith hurriedly stepped forward to soothe Xia Lin's emotions. I didn't receive the admission invitation from Rupert Academy, and now the deadline has passed. What did you say? After hearing Xia Lin's words, Lilith was left stunned. Rupert Academy. In her impression, Rupert Academy was located next to the castle territory, had a very low admission threshold, and anyone could enroll. The graduation requirement was just to reach a 3-ring mage, making it a subpar academy. Thus, Lilith and Xia Lin confirmed multiple times that they were indeed referring to the same Rupert Academy. As expected, it was the same one. Lilith was momentarily speechless. Here was a witch who could keep legendary beasts as pets, and now she wanted to attend a trash magic academy where one could graduate with just a 3-ring level. However, Lilith was certain that if she said this, Xia Lin would definitely not listen. What do you think your current strength is? 4 rings. Maybe. Xia Lin stammered, unsure of her actual strength. The average graduate level of Rupert Academy is 3 rings, and you only need 4 rings to teach there. Knowing Xia Lin well, Lilith easily silenced her with just 2 sentences. Although Xia Lin had no idea about her own strength, she still had some basic logic. So you don't need to go to that Rupert Academy. This time Xia Lin did not refute Lilith's words. Indeed, if she went to Rupert Academy, she would most likely learn nothing. After all, even with a conservative estimate, she was at least a 3-ring mage. if she counted herself after stacking 1000 magic energy orbs. Xia Lin felt that her strength could be considered at least 5 rings. So she decided it was better to choose another target academy. Days later. Lilith. What now? Lilith helplessly put down the documents. Xia Lin had already come to her several times these days, each time inquiring about her opinion on a certain magic academy or comprehensive academy, but without exception they were all rejected by her. The graduation requirements for most academies generally range from 3 to 5 rings. The worst, like Rupert Academy, might even allow graduation at the 2nd ring. The best, like the academy where Jonah graduated, required 5 rings to graduate. This just happened to align with Xia Lin's self-assessed strength range. Lilith received the flyer that Xia Lin handed her. Recently, it was the enrollment period for the next batch of students. Thus there were quite a few similar flyers in the city of Castle. Just as Lilith was preparing to organize her words to persuade Xia Lin not to go, 4 golden characters caught her eye. Imperial Academy. The full name of the Imperial Academy is the Aberlietz Empire Comprehensive Academy. It is located in the capital Abertz of the Aberlietz Empire. It is not exactly very close to the Castle territory, but also not very far. Castle territory is a count's territory within the Violet Duchy. The Violet Duchy is a subordinate duchy of the New Moon Kingdom. The New Moon Kingdom is a vassal state of the Aberlietz Empire. The distance from Castle territory to Abertz, the capital of Aberlietz, is only a few thousand kilometers, less than 10,000. Lilith's expression became serious. She had to find a way to make Xia Lin give up this option. Although the witch was a bit foolish, she was strong. The nearby Rupert Academy, just 20 kilometers away, was quite suitable. After all, for Xia Lin, any academy would be about the same. She would absolutely learn nothing. She had previously asked Xia Lin how she cast her spells. In the end, Lilith received a shocking result. Imagine the effect you want the magic to achieve, then output the magic power. If the effect is not achieved, it means the magic power is insufficient. Compared to what she knew, which involved meticulously inscribing magic circuits on a magical medium, and then activating them with mental power to release spells. It can't be said to be worlds apart, but it was also completely unrelated. The only similarity was that they were both called magic. I checked the admission requirement for the Imperial Academy is at least 2nd ring, and the minimum graduation requirement is 6th ring. There are even quite a few graduates at the 7th ring. Xia Lin immediately blocked Lilith's first sentence. Yes, Xia Lin was indeed strong, but she believed her strength to be around 4 rings. This was after Lilith had repeatedly persuaded her to raise it from 3 to 4 rings. But Abertz is very far from here. I can use space magic. Tuition. Lilith wanted to persuade Xia Lin to give up from the tuition perspective. After all, Xia Lin had no income now and relied entirely on her support. In total, her salary over the past 2 months was only 4,000 silver coins. And the better the academy, the higher the tuition usually is. After all, magic and alchemy are not something an average commoner can afford to learn. But she instinctively glanced at the flyer. It boldly stated tuition and accommodation are fully waived after passing the test. Just as Lilith was about to say something more, Xia Lin's words completely plunged Lilith into an icy abyss. I have already signed up for the test, and I will leave next week. The phrase leaving next week kept replaying in Lilith's mind. How could a mouth that was 37 degrees say such cold words? Lilith could no longer hold back. Her large eyes, as brilliant as rubies, instantly turned watery. What will I do if you leave? What if my enemies come after me? Lilith clung directly to Xia Lin's arm, disregarding her image. Her image could be regained later, but her life was only one. Lilith admitted that she, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, was cowardly. She was afraid of death. Moreover, she was the kind of coward who was justified in being afraid. Xia Lin comforted Lilith's flowing golden hair like one would soothe a child. Lilith, don't be afraid, I can use space magic, and as long as you're in danger I can come back anytime. But what if you can't make it in time? Lilith looked at Xia Lin with her watery eyes appearing pitiful. At that moment, Xia Lin took out a silvery magic energy orb and stuffed it into Lilith's arms. This is a new magic I developed. As long as you carry it, you can be revived, even if you're killed. You will definitely be able to hold on until I return. Lilith joyfully hugged the magic energy orb, reluctant to let it go, and asked Xia Lin, how many times can this revive me? What do you mean by how many times? Xia Lin looked at Lilith with some confusion. The number of revivals, of course. Oh, you mean that it can revive you indefinitely? Always resurrect. Always resurrect. Lilith's eye pinched the silvery little orb in her hand. It yielded beneath her fingers, soft and delightfully pliant. Lilith's eye glanced at the orb in disbelief, then at Xia Lin, and raised the silvery sphere to scrutinize it from every angle with painstaking care. Do not be fooled by Lilith's current demeanor. She was, after all, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, the clan's sole true god. Her rank among the true gods was decidedly prominent. She possessed many divine relics and treasures. Items that could resurrect the dead were by no means absent from her collection. In fact, she had several. Yet such things always carried significant restrictions. Some were limited by number, able to restore only once or twice. Some were constrained by rank, effective only below the legendary tier. Others demanded conditions be met first. She had never before encountered a resurrection tool without limits on uses, without rank restrictions, and which did not require a particular manner of death. Still, once Lilith's eye remembered Xia Lin had produced it, her astonishment softened. How do you use it? She asked. What if someone steals it? She pinched the soft resurrection orb again and asked, "Eat it, eat it." Confronted with Xia Lin's absolute certainty, Lilisai took the orb and bit into it. It was sweet and delicious. As she chewed, she mumbled something indistinct and incomprehensible, her words slurred by the rhythm of her chewing. "Simply call my name, or when you are slain I will know," Xia Lin replied. Lilisai fell silent for a moment, then conceded. She said nothing more. She waved Xia Lin away, and still chewing the orb, turned her attention to the documents. Xia Lin took the pamphlet for the Digua Academy that Lilisai had handed her. Back in the room Lilisai had arranged for her, Xia Lin studied the brochure carefully. The Digua Academy's entrance requirements were not high, though indeed they were quite low. One needed only roughly second-rank strength, and in exceptional cases the threshold could be lowered to first rank. The Academy primarily judged applicants by their performance in the qualifying tests. On average, graduates reached around the fourth rank. Admissions typically required first to second rank. For an academy whose graduates averaged the sixth rank, those requirements were relatively lenient. This also testified to the wisdom of the Academy's admissions policy. Xia Lin flipped the pamphlet to its back, where the detailed requirements for the entrance examination were listed. In addition to strength, applicants had to be under 30 years of age. The phrase, under 30, made Xia Lin fall into thought. How old was she now? Surely she had not reached 300 years, had she? Since her transmigration, Xia Lin had remained in the Forbidden Forest. In her previous life as a human who lost track of the days whenever on holiday, she had often been unsure what weekday it was. In this life, with every day a holiday, she could not even tell the year. She could not say what calendar year it was, but it was obvious she was older than 30. Xia Lin rifled through pamphlets from several other academies. All of them, without exception, imposed age limits. Even the most accommodating demanded applicants be under 40. There was simply no school that accepted a 300-year-old like her. Would she therefore be unable to attend any academy? A cold sweat broke out on her brow. This was the first time Xia Lin had felt so anxious. If she could not attend, she would have to hire a private tutor, which was far costlier than school. She opened a drawer and took out the wages Lilisai had given her as pocket money. 4,000 silver coins in all. Just enough to hire a fourth-rank mage to teach for 2 months. With a small pouch, Xia Lin put the coins back. She steeled herself and picked up the Digua Academy pamphlet once more. First of all, she was a witch, not a human, which age could not be measured by human standards. She tried to convince herself of that, and the thought took root. How then should a witch's age be calculated? Xia Lin rose to peer into a mirror. It yielded no clue. Witches were ageless. She had always looked as she did now. She began searching through her witchly inheritance memories. At last, after persistent effort, she found it. A witch became a great witch once her mana reached 10,000 points. That milestone marked a witch's full maturity and allowed unfettered passage between worlds. She understood 10,000 mana was the marker of a witch's adulthood. Human adulthood was at 18. Her current mana was. Xia Lin tested again, exactly 7,700. That was 77% of 10,000. 18 multiplied by 77% yielded 13.86. Xia Lin calculated again in disbelief, but the result remained the same. That could not be right, as she could not be so young. She had lived for almost 300 years. Besides, some places considered 20 the age of majority. She recalculated. 20 times 77% equaled 15.4, which rounded to 16. Yes, she was 16. After nearly 3 centuries, Xia Lin was satisfied to declare her age thus. Comforted, she resumed reading the Digua Academy pamphlet. It explained that examinees of different ranks faced different assessments. For the fourth rank, start from Kelesnia Snow Mountain, traverse the Yongheng Frozen Wastes to reach the outermost edge of the Jinji Forest, gather any plant, and slay any wild beast to pass. Teams of 3 to 5 examinees undertake this task. Kelesnia Snow Mountain, Yongheng Frozen Wastes, Jinji Forest. None of those names meant anything to Xia Lin. That did not prevent her from taking the Digua Academy entrance assessment. After all, the academy was the only one that charged no tuition. A few days later, Xia Lin arrived at the admissions office of the Digua Academy. Before the formal examination, there was a preliminary review. They checked applicants' ages and ranks and assigned teams. Although the tests differed by rank, all of them required teamwork. Applicants could team up with friends who had registered together or be assigned by the academy. Xia Lin had come alone, though she had tried to bring Lilisai, but Lilisai had refused outright. The admissions office stood in the center of Cass City. Though the Digua Academy's threshold was low, its pass rate was abysmally small. The tests often proved deadly. Thus, despite the academy producing high-ranking graduates and serving common folk, ordinary people rarely dared to apply save for true prodigies or the peculiarly self-confident. As a result, the Digua Academy admissions office was quieter than those of other schools. The enrollment office of the Empire Academy now had about 5 or 6 people waiting in line. Xia Lin stood behind a girl with black hair and black eyes adorned with various small bags and trinkets. She stood behind the girl dressed in black. Xia Lin quietly waited, occasionally glancing at the other students who had come to participate in the preliminary assessment. They were around the same age as Xia Lin, all seemingly in their teens, under 20 years old. There was only one person in charge of the preliminary assessment, and it required quite a bit of time. It had been almost half an hour, and it was still not Xia Lin's turn. Bored, Xia Lin casually shifted her attention to the girl in front of her. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this girl who had black hair and black eyes. Yet Xia Lin was certain she did not know her. Why was that? The girl with black hair and black eyes was named Yifu. Damn, why can't I access the system? Yifu cried out in frustration inside her mind. She was a traveler and had a system with her. There was no need to elaborate on her purpose for coming here, it was naturally to complete the tasks assigned by the system. She aimed to pass the Empire Academy's entrance examination and enter the dual major of magic and alchemy. However, just now her system had unexpectedly failed to activate. It had been over a year since she traveled here, and this was the first time such an incident occurred. This left the usually composed Yifu somewhat at a loss. If it weren't for the system, she would have died as soon as she crossed over. Relying on the system, she had struggled through this harsh world for a year. After much effort, she had finally risen from an ordinary person to a third-tier practitioner in the dual major of magic and alchemy. Without the system, although Yifu would not be completely incapable, she still felt somewhat unaccustomed. At that moment, the person in front of Yifu was also called in, leaving only Xia Lin and Yifu in line. Xia Lin did not stare at Yifu for long. She glanced for a moment before averting her gaze. Just as Yifu had calmed herself and accepted the sudden disappearance of her system, it appeared once more. And it emitted an extremely jarring alarm. The intensity of the alarm was even higher than the last time she had been chased by a fifth-tier practitioner. Warning, warning, warning. Do not look back. Do not look back. Do not look back. The host has encountered the pinnacle of combat power in this world, the creator of the system, a race that has destroyed countless worlds, the witch. Please manage your expressions and do not let the witch discover my existence. Do not attempt to anger the witch and try to avoid refusing her requests. If the witch is provoked, the following outcomes are highly probable. Outcome 1, a death, no chance of survival. Outcome 2, half of the world is destroyed. Looking at the warning that filled her entire field of vision, Yifu couldn't help but shiver. What is this? The witch that has destroyed countless worlds. Right behind me. Yifu looked up for a glance. Indeed, this was the enrollment office of the Empire Academy. Now they were preparing for the preliminary assessment for admission to the Empire Academy, standing in line. The person behind her should also be here like her. In the end, Yifu chose to trust the system. She had survived many brushes with death thanks to the system. In matters like this, the system would not deceive her. There was no time for Yifu to ponder. The person who had gone in front of her was already being sent out. The reason was for falsifying her age with makeup. The remaining two can come in together. The staff in charge of the preliminary assessment glanced at Yifu and Xia Lin before speaking. At this point, only Yifu and Xia Lin were left outside. Xia Lin had no objections and nodded before stepping in with Yifu. Seeing this, Yifu had no choice but to follow suit. You go first, name, age, tier, and enrolled department. The staff in charge of the preliminary assessment said to Yifu. Yifu, 18 years old, tier 3 magic and alchemy department. On the table, there were two magical devices. One was for detecting age, and the other was for testing mental strength. Are you sure you wish to dual major in magic and alchemy? The staff looked up and asked Yifu. Yes. Yifu nodded without hesitation. In fact, no academy really supports a dual major in magic and alchemy, because for the average person studying, just one takes a considerable amount of time. Unless one is a genius, it is simply impossible to study both simultaneously. Therefore, during the entrance examination, the difficulty for dual majors in magic and alchemy is raised by 1 level. After activating the magical device and confirming that Yifu's age and mental strength were fine, the staff wrote her name on the list. Just as Yifu was preparing to quickly leave this terrifying witch's side, Xia Lin suddenly called out to her. Sorry, although this may seem abrupt, could you wait for me for a moment? I have a few questions to ask you. Yifu's body stiffened suddenly. Sure. Yifu replied flatly, maintaining her composure. Her hands and feet had turned icy. Yet, Yifu still managed to conceal it well with her acting skills. She sat back down next to Xia Lin, but now she felt even more on edge than before. Name, age, tier, and academy. Xia Lin, 16 years old, tier 4 magic academy. The staff activated the two magical devices. The detecting lights swept over Xia Lin. However, the numbers that appeared on the magical devices were the device for detecting age and the one for testing mental strength. Both displayed not numbers, but two huge question marks. The staff stared at the two large question marks on the magical device, falling into deep thought. Yifu, however, was not surprised in the least. After all, as the system said, the person beside her was a witch. Is this thing broken? But he was in a hurry to leave work, and the child in front of him did not look like someone who would falsify her age. Then let's pretend the magical device isn't broken. However, the mental strength tier still needs to be tested. Try to extend your mental strength and move this pen. The staff placed a pen in front of Xia Lin. Xia Lin followed suit, but she used magic power instead of mental strength. After the staff wrote down Xia Lin's information on the list, he waved his hand, signaling that the two of them could leave. After leaving the enrollment office of the Empire Academy, Yifu followed Xia Lin for a while. Do you need something from me? After they stopped, Yifu asked Xia Lin. At this moment, Xia Lin was scrutinizing Yifu closely. This made Yifu feel somewhat awkward. However, due to the system's warning of try not to refuse the witch's requests, Yifu did not dare to voice any objections. Unable to do anything else, Yifu had to seek help from the system. The system's response was do not resist, as she will stop looking after a while. It was at this moment that Xia Lin's eyes lit up. Found it. Xia Lin reached out her hand and grasped at the void. A silver-white orb was pulled out from Eve's mind by Xia Lin. Xia Lin suddenly realized what it was that felt so familiar. It was the silver-white orb in her hand. This was a toy similar to a system that she had crafted over 100 years ago. At first, Xia Lin had intended to create a true system. The system she envisioned would possess its own intelligence. Moreover, it would assist the host in acquiring various resources and knowledge through parallel dimensions in different worlds. However, perhaps it was due to her insufficient magical energy output at the time. The system she created only taught her useless things. Most of what she found was also junk. At this moment, Eve was already frozen in place. She had, of course, seen what the true form of the system looked like. Moreover, she had become the system's host only after passing its trials. Though she had only seen it once, she knew the true form of the system was a silver-white orb. But what was she seeing now? Had someone pulled the system out of her mind with their bare hands? Wasn't it said that those with the system were all protagonists? She was only at the 3rd tier. She was barely just out of the novice village. Was she really facing a boss of this difficulty right from the start? That was quite the life. Recalling that the system had once said that the witch was its creator, Eve felt a sense of relief. At this point, she still somewhat stubbornly attempted to call out to the system in her mind. Of course, there was no response. Watching her greatest cheat being toyed with by Xia Lin, Eve truly felt like crying without tears. Is this thing useful? Xia Lin pinched the soft orb of the system and asked Eve. The system obediently stayed in Xia Lin's hand, not daring to move. Faced with the inquiry of a top-tier powerhouse who could directly extract her system, Eve had no thoughts of being cautious. She answered honestly. It's quite useful. Then, do you want another one? Xia Lin continued to ask. A question mark slowly appeared above Eve's head. Noticing Eve's confusion, Xia Lin began to explain. This thing is what I created called a system. My original intention was to make it an auxiliary tool to help one become stronger. Unfortunately, this system often produces random and useless knowledge or things. It doesn't really help others become stronger, so I discarded it. Oh, I see. It produces random and useless knowledge or things. She had relied on those random and useless things to become a 3rd-tier alchemist and mage within a year. Was that really useless? Of course, Eve only dared to think this in her heart. So what I mean is I can create an even better system for you. Forget it, forget it. This one is quite useful. Eve hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. To be honest, the system had helped her quite a bit. If not for the system, she would have died long ago. While a new system might be better or stronger, she was not an ungrateful person. God knows what would happen to it if she asked for a better system from the witch in front of her. So did this system not cause you any trouble? Xia Lin continued to ask. To be honest, she was not very satisfied with her creation. It should have been destroyed last time. As Xia Lin thought this, the system orb in her hand suddenly trembled violently. It wanted to escape, but was too afraid to do so. In desperation, it could only cave in a part of itself in a place Xia Lin couldn't see, but Eve could, forming the words, save me. Of course not, rather it has helped me a lot. Eve quickly replied, fearing that if she hesitated, Xia Lin would destroy the system. Xia Lin looked at the system in her hand with some surprise. She couldn't fathom how this thing, which only transported junk home, could help anyone. Could it be that it helped by disposing of trash? But since the item had already been discarded by her, now that it was picked up by Eve, it belonged to her. It felt somewhat impolite to toy with someone else's possession like this. After pinching the soft orb one last time, Xia Lin returned the system orb to Eve. If it encounters any problems in the future, feel free to come find me. Alright, thank you. The moment the system orb returned to Eve's hands, it instantly vanished. It fled back into Eve's mind, as if escaping for its life. At this moment, both Eve and the system finally felt at ease. Only now did Eve realize that Xia Lin held no malicious intent towards her. She had merely come to inquire whether the garbage she had discarded had caused her any trouble. Xia Lin and Eve chatted for a while about the system. Eve, you're also participating in the 4th-tier assessment, right? Xia Lin suddenly asked Eve. She had carefully looked over the promotional materials from the Imperial Academy. To enter the academy that combined magic and alchemy, the assessment difficulty was one's own tier +1. There was no need to speak of Xia Lin's intentions if she wanted to team up with Eve. Although they had only just met for less than an hour, teaming up was certainly better than with 2 complete strangers. Yes, Eve nodded. Then shall we form a team together? Of course, no problem. Facing Xia Lin's request, Eve was like a robot that only knew how to nod. Whatever Xia Lin said, she agreed to. After all, that was the formidable person who had crafted a system with her bare hands. Moreover, it seemed she held no ill will towards her. This could no longer be described as merely having a powerful ally. This was a super-duper golden thigh embedded with various jewels. It seems this assessment can be passed with ease. Eve thought to herself. Although she had the system and was dual-trained in magic and alchemy, the combination allowed her to even combat above her level. However, the 4th-tier assessment at the Imperial Academy was generally life-threatening for regular 4th-tier participants, let alone for her who was only at tier 3. Now teaming up with Xia Lin, Eve felt it was no different from being carried by a powerful figure she picked up from the roadside. As for why Xia Lin wanted to participate in the Imperial Academy's assessment, Eve didn't think much of it. She simply regarded it as a special quirk of a strong person, wanting to experience youth again during her student years and coincidentally choosing the same academy as her. Eve happily bid farewell to Xia Lin while walking back to the inn, pondering this. However, at this moment, Eve had yet to foresee what would happen during the month-long assessment. If Eve had known in advance, she would rather rely on herself and would absolutely not plan to cling to Xia Lin's thigh. Days passed once more. At the entrance of the Castel mansion, a spatial rift opened beside Xia Lin. A carriage stood at the mansion's door. It was filled with items prepared by Lilith for Xia Lin. At this moment, several servants were diligently stuffing the items into the spatial rift one by one. On the other side of the rift lay Xia Lin's old home, the Forbidden Forest. At this time, Lilith was reminding Xia Lin like a mother hen about things to be cautious of before she left. For example, you are strong and not weak at all, so don't think of running away at the sight of anyone. And there are many scammers outside, so do not trust strangers. Furthermore, do not casually use large area spells. Lastly, you can always come back whenever you wish. Lilith looked at the silly witch before her and felt a twinge of worry. Of course, her worry was not about Xia Lin's safety. In this world, it was unlikely that anyone could threaten Xia Lin's safety. Her concern was for the safety of others. This silly witch, whenever she encountered someone she deemed strong, would prepare to unleash falling sun. Fortunately, aside from the first time, she had managed to stop her every other time. But this time she was not by Xia Lin's side, and she wondered if it would be different. Before long, the carriage was emptied. Most of what Lilith brought for Xia Lin consisted of daily necessities and food. Although Xia Lin had lived in the Forbidden Forest for so long, her wilderness survival skills should not be lacking. However, recalling that strange occurrences sometimes happened in the Forbidden Forest, Lilith was not entirely at ease. Among the most important items, of course, was money. Now that she had inherited the title of Castel, while money was not yet just a number for her, it was still quite significant. So Lilith directly gave Xia Lin 100,000 silver coins as travel expenses. Of course, Xia Lin was unaware of this. She bid farewell to Lilith and once again arrived at the enrollment office of the Imperial Academy. At that moment, Eve, dressed entirely in black, was already waiting here. Xia Lin walked up to Eve's side. Besides Xia Lin and Eve, there were many other applicants waiting here. Despite the high difficulty and mortality rate of the Imperial Academy's entrance examination, it could still be said to be the top academy on the continent. Thus, the number of applicants was not insignificant. Next, groups would be divided according to ranks. Then they would be teleported accordingly. Many students, including Eve, were amazed at the wealth of the Imperial Academy. After all, the activation conditions for spatial magic vessels required at least a level 6 mage's mental strength. Moreover, the engraving required at least a level 7 mage to succeed. This meant that the Imperial Academy needed to send at least one powerful individual of level 6 to each enrollment point. Not to mention that the enrollment scope of the Imperial Academy encompassed the entire empire plus all its vassal states. Just considering the number of powerful beings required, the strength of the Imperial Academy was evident. Before long, the second and third ranks had already been teleported away, and now it was Xia Lin and the others' turn. Unlike the amazement displayed by other fourth-rank applicants, Xia Lin was already accustomed to it. After all, she opened spatial rifts more frequently than she opened doors. The teacher from the Imperial Academy activated the vessel, and a spatial door opened before Xia Lin and the others. Stepping over the threshold, the scene before her blurred, and the surroundings turned into a pure white world. At this moment, besides Xia Lin and her companions, many candidates from various regions had already been teleported here. At the same time, an endless stream of spatial doors continued to open, sending wave after wave of candidates. Before long, no new spatial doors opened. All students participating in the fourth-rank entrance examination had gathered. A teacher from the Imperial Academy ascended the pre-erected podium and began to announce the rules of this assessment. Rule 1. If food cannot be brought in for this assessment, all food must be obtained in the wild during the examination. Rule 2. Other than the magical vessels and alchemical materials needed for refinement, no other extraordinary items may be brought. The magical vessel carried must not exceed the user's rank. Rule 3. The assessment must be conducted in teams with a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5 individuals per team. Rule 4. Aside from the prohibitions mentioned above, all other matters are unrestricted. These are all the rules of the Imperial Academy's assessment. Eve had already learned about the rules of past assessments through various channels. Essentially, the entrance examinations for all ranks at the Imperial Academy had seen little change over the years. The primary prohibition was against the use of various extraordinary items. Thus, Eve was not surprised and prepared to follow the examiner's instructions to undergo a search at the temporary camp nearby. However, the expression of Xia Lin, who was standing beside Eve, caught her attention. Eve wondered what could possibly make this ceiling of combat power, as rated by the system, show such an expression. Though it was unlikely she could help much out of politeness, Eve still asked Xia Lin what's the matter. Xia Lin took off her backpack from her back. Opening it revealed a full bag of silvery white balls. I can't bring these, even though I worked hard on them for so long, Xia Lin said with a dejected expression. To prepare for this assessment, she had devised many strategies. Among them, the most important was this bag of balls. Ever since she made resurrection balls for Lilith last time, Xia Lin had remembered this old skill. As long as she injected enough magic into the magic balls, she could achieve various ideas she desired. But now she couldn't bring any of them in. Are these balls from the system? Eve clearly recalled the appearance of the system that had been drawn a few days ago. It looked just like these silvery white balls. Yet now she saw 1, 2, 3, 7 systems. Xia Lin shook her head. How could the system be of any use? She hadn't been a system for 100 years. This one can revive, this one can unleash falling sun, and this one can stop time. But I can't bring any of them in. Eve was unsure how to comfort Xia Lin. With revival and time stop, the most she would face were some 5th-rank extraordinary creatures and 4th-rank fellow candidates. What was she planning to do with these? Of course, Eve did not voice this concern. Instead, she offered her honest suggestion. Well, there's nothing to be done unless you can use spatial magic anytime, anywhere. As she spoke, Eve recalled the true identity of the girl before her. Is this allowed? Doesn't it violate the rules? No, it doesn't. Then Xia Lin tore open a spatial rift in front of Eve and stuffed the balls inside. Moreover, on the other side of the spatial rift, that strange aura was very familiar to her. Wasn't that the Forbidden Forest? That was the place where she acquired the system. With the help of the system, she had barely managed to escape from that place at the beginning of her journey. Thus Eve curiously took another look at the other side of the spatial rift. It was a small warehouse built of bamboo filled with all sorts of chaotic items. Eve thus reached an astonishing conclusion. The Forbidden Forest is Xia Lin's home. Remembering that she found the system at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and that Xia Lin was the creator of the system, Eve immediately found it reasonable. As Xia Lin murmured the name and effects of the dumpling, she tossed it into the warehouse. Soon, all the dumplings were thrown into the spatial rift. Eve followed Xia Lin into the camp. At the same time, a group of people who had been watching Xia Lin and Eve for a while also stood up to prepare to enter the camp. At the forefront was a wizard with curly hair adorned with various magical artifacts. Behind him were 2 alchemists. Due to the angle, the spatial rift that Xia Lin had just torn open with her bare hands was blocked by Eve's silhouette. They did not see this scene. The curly-haired wizard glanced at Eve's back and licked his lips. That guy wasn't wrong, as she indeed possesses something valuable. He then entered the camp with his 2 subordinates. The curly-haired wizard was named Thorn, and he was not a candidate participating in the Imperial Academy assessment. Rather, he was the leader of a mercenary group, with the 2 following him being his 2nd-in-command and 3rd-in-command. It is well known that mercenaries participate in these so-called academy assessments for only 2 reasons, namely to kill and to seize treasures. Coincidentally, he was going to do both. All his subordinates had already laid an ambush in the Cthulhu-class snow mountain. Thorn took out a crumpled piece of paper. It bore a large photo of Eve's head and a price underneath. 1000 silver coins. This was a bounty unique to the black market. 100 silver coins just to place a bounty on a 3rd-tier girl. To be honest, this price was exceedingly high. However, if it were just that, Thorn wouldn't need to mobilize his entire group. According to someone, this girl also possessed a high-tier extraordinary item. Its function was resurrection. This was a true resurrection from the dead, the kind that could bring one back even if their head was chopped off and minced. Just this item alone was worth him mobilizing his entire group. Moreover, Thorn had just confirmed this point from their conversation, although he didn't catch the details very clearly. But he heard 2 words, resurrection. This was enough to verify the authenticity of the information the guy had given him. Thorn was unaware of who else had received such important information. But no matter who else knew, the one who could obtain that treasure was only him. Inside the camp, the search of the candidates was proceeding swiftly. It took hardly any time at all to finish the search. Next, they received enough food for a day, a cold weather outfit, and a timer from the staff. Then it was time to split into teams. The groups that had already confirmed their team members were mostly small. The majority were individuals like Xia Lin and Eve, who had only confirmed 1 team member or had no team members confirmed at all. The teacher from the Imperial Academy officially announced the detailed content of the first phase of the assessment. They were required to traverse the Cthulhu-class snow mountain and reach the outpost established by the Imperial Academy in the eternal frozen land within 7 days. After the teams were assigned, they could set off. At this time, some teams had already departed, but Xia Lin and her companions had not set off yet, as their remaining teammate had not arrived. However, as long as they set off today, the timer received would start counting down the moment they left the camp. As long as they traversed the Cthulhu-class snow mountain and reached the Imperial Academy outpost in the eternal frozen land within 168 hours, they would pass the first phase of the assessment. At this time, more than half of the candidates in the camp had already left. Most of the remaining teams were either trying to stagger their departure times or getting to know their unfamiliar teammates. Only Xia Lin and Eve were waiting for their teammate. The timer issued by the Academy had a positioning function allowing them to easily find their teammates based on the timer's indications. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a girl dressed in luxurious garments with apricot-colored long hair appeared before Xia Lin and Eve. "Are you two my teammates?" The girl lightly clicked her tongue. Her voice was not loud, but both Xia Lin and Eve could hear it clearly. Eve first took a covert glance at Xia Lin, and after confirming that Xia Lin was not angry, let out a sigh of relief. She was not a petty person, but she would never allow others to walk over her. Although she showed no outward signs internally, Eve had already sentenced her to death. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Vina Tulip, the future Duke of Tulip. A 4th-year alchemist, and I hope you won't hold me back." Before Vina's words could finish, a complex alchemical formation rapidly unfolded beneath her feet. The alchemical materials in the outer pocket of her clothing were shaken off by Eve and quickly refined by the formation underfoot. 3rd-tier ice burial. Simultaneously, a ring-shaped magical artifact worn on Eve's middle finger erupted with dazzling red light. A deep red fireball coalesced in Eve's hand. Crack! The defensive alchemical formation carried by Vina was triggered automatically. Unfortunately, before the defense could fully form, it was completely destroyed by Eve's 3rd-tier ice burial. Though a fourth-tier formation faced a third-tier formation, Eve's refining speed was exceptionally fast. Before Vena's fourth-tier formation could be fully formed, it was shattered. Feeling the intense heat of the deep red flame before her, Vena bit her lower lip, her face paling in fear. She was now completely bound by Eve's ice barrier. Even if she attempted to refine, Eve's fireball would strike her face first. Remember, this is not the Tulip Duchy. We are not your family's servants and will not pamper you. Since you've come to participate in the assessment, you must be prepared to die here. The rules have never stated that you cannot kill your teammates. Eve's pitch-black pupils coldly fixed on Vena, as if the fireball in her hand would launch at any moment to end Vena's life. I am the daughter of the Duke of Tulip. Do you dare kill me? Faced with the danger of death, Vena still forced herself to muster courage and scolded Eve. No one dared to touch her. Never. However, Eve completely ignored Vena, merely raising the fireball and continuing to look at her. After a long pause, feeling the heat and the danger of death before her, Vena was frightened. I am sorry. The fireball in Eve's hand and the ice barrier that firmly bound Vena slowly disappeared. Vena collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise for a while. She could feel that the person just now genuinely wanted to kill her. That gaze was akin to that of a desperate outlaw. Watching Eve's retreating figure, Vena's eyes grew more and more filled with resentment. Who is she? She is the future Duchess of Tulips. How dare she threaten her like that? Vena must retaliate. At the same time, she also held a grudge against Xia Lin, who was sitting nearby watching the show and eating popcorn. However, Vena did not dare to act rashly. She had barely held her own against Eve, not to mention that Xia Lin, who was also at the 4th rank, was beside her. One she could not defeat, let alone two. Thus, Vena had no choice but to endure for the time being. Nevertheless, Xia Lin had no opinion of Vena from the very beginning. When Vena said, "You all shouldn't hold me back," she had thought about how to respond seriously. After a moment's preparation, Eve, Xia Lin, and the very out-of-place, yet distant Vena set off. The three left the camp, 2 in front and 1 behind. The Imperial Academy only required that groups be formed at the start of the assessment, and it did not mandate that a complete team finish the first stage assessment. There were no explicit regulations about how to proceed halfway through. To be honest, Eve found it hard to understand the significance of the Imperial Academy's actions. After traveling through the snowy mountains for an entire day, Eve began to search for a suitable place to rest for the night. It was about 100 kilometers to reach the eternal frozen land from here. As long as the right direction was found and the issues of food, drink, and various magical creatures' attacks along the way were resolved, even an ordinary person could basically reach it by walking. Neither mages nor alchemists could fly before reaching the 5th rank. Even Eve, who was at the 3rd rank, was no exception. As for Xia Lin, she could not fly or use space magic to reach the destination directly due to this assessment. Eve thought Xia Lin did not fly because she was here to experience life and did not want to reveal her identity. Of course, although those below the 5th rank could not fly, there were methods to accelerate travel. However, the temperature in the Cthulhu Snow Mountain was extremely low. Even at noon, the highest temperature was only -20 degrees. At night, it could drop to around -50 degrees. Relying on just a few pieces of cold-proof clothing provided by the Imperial Academy was simply not enough to maintain body temperature. As a result, mages needed to keep the low-tier fire-type magic carriers in a semi-activated state for warmth. Alchemists, on the other hand, used small alchemical arrays to repeatedly refine low-tier alchemical materials, generating heat from the repeated refining process to keep warm. However, regardless of the method, both consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. Moreover, they had to maintain this before crossing the Cthulhu Snow Mountain. Thus, neither mages nor alchemists had the opportunity to recover their mental energy, while also having to guard against the magical creatures that might appear at any moment. Consequently, many candidates did not die from attacks by magical creatures, but instead froze to death due to mental exhaustion in the Cthulhu Snow Mountain. At this moment, Eve understood why the Imperial Academy enforced teaming up. A lone wolf without teammates hardly had any time to rest. They had to keep the magic carrier or alchemical array in operation. Even if they built a temporary shelter to start a fire for warmth, they still had to be on guard against sudden attacks from magical creatures. If mental energy was exhausted due to dealing with an attack without any chance to rest, it would be nearly impossible to maintain the alchemical array or magic carrier's operation. With human physical fitness in such a low-temperature environment, even at noon, one would die from hypothermia within just 1 or 2 hours. Having teammates allows one to take turns with one responsible for warmth while the other two get a breather. "Eve, what are you looking for?" Xia Lin leaned closer and asked Eve. Eve was searching for branches to build a temporary shelter. Vegetation and trees were hardly seen in the Cthulhu Snow Mountain. In such temperatures, only lichens and some moss could survive. However, considering that this was not the blue star of her past life, but a fantasy world filled with magic, alchemy, and various fantastical creatures. So with careful searching, she could still find some. "I'm looking for materials to build a temporary shelter. You can help me look too." Eve spoke to Xia Lin without any politeness, as if addressing an ordinary friend rather than a powerful being capable of destroying the world. After spending an entire day together, Eve roughly understood how to interact with this extraordinarily powerful witch. That was to treat her as she treated others. She was here to experience the life of an ordinary person. Likewise, she would not excessively use her overwhelming power. However, soon this principle that Eve had surmised was shattered by Xia Lin. Then just find a flatter piece of ground. What do you mean? Just as Eve was puzzled by Xia Lin's words, Xia Lin extended her hand and swept it horizontally. Then she pointed at everything. The accumulated snow on the ground was suddenly blown away by a fierce wind. The ground was sliced into an incredibly smooth surface by a strike that seemed to come from nowhere. Eve, who was forcibly pulled over by Xia Lin, was not angry. She merely watched quietly, curious about what Xia Lin would do next. However, Xia Lin stood there deep in thought, without making any further moves. Suddenly, Xia Lin asked Eve, "Eve, what do you think would be a good name for the magic used to build houses?" Xia Lin was actually quite poor at naming. Every time she developed a new magic, the hardest part was not the effect of the new magic, but what to name it. After all, for a witch, she only needed to think about the effect she wanted it to achieve. Then she just needed to close her eyes and channel her magic. Faced with Xia Lin's question, Eve also fell into contemplation. She wasn't particularly good at naming either. Since it's a magic for building houses, how about we call it house-building magic? Xia Lin and Eve stared at each other for quite a while. Long enough that Eve thought her taste in naming was too poor and had offended Xia Lin. Good idea. Eve, you are simply a genius at naming. Amid Xia Lin's cheers, the name Eve suggested for the new magic was accepted. House-building magic. Xia Lin extended her right hand toward the empty ground. She loudly shouted the name of the new magic. A 3-story villa that combined modern and Western styles rose from the ground before Eve and Xia Lin's eyes. 2 large red lanterns and talismans for warding off evil were hung at the entrance. Clatter, the branches Eve had picked up fell to the ground. Then another similar sound came from about 100 meters away. The branches Vina had picked up in the same manner as Eve also fell to the ground. What is this thing? This was the mutual thought of Eve and Vina at that moment, although the two were astonished by entirely different things. Vina was shocked at why such a peculiar house would suddenly appear on the Cthulhu-class snow mountain directly in front of those 2 disdainful wretches. Could it be that they had used some prohibited extraordinary artifact? What stunned Eve, however, was the style of the house. She was not particularly surprised that Xia Lin could conjure a house from thin air using magic. After all, according to the information she had gathered from the system about witches, the magic used by witches was fundamentally different from the magic they employed. Even her system, in a sense, was a magical creation. Thus, Eve had originally thought that no matter what Xia Lin produced, she would not be surprised. Not to mention the several air conditioning units hanging outside the house. What truly astonished her were the 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance. They stood out strikingly against the pristine white of the Cthulhu-class snow mountain. Having been in this world for quite some time, Eve could say she had visited various places. She had a rudimentary understanding of the customs of most places and had learned about those she had not visited from books. She was certain that lanterns of this kind did not exist in this world, let alone the yellow talisman stuck in the middle of the doorframe, which was even less likely to exist in this world. At this moment, Xia Lin had already pushed open the front door of the house and walked inside. Seeing this, Eve said nothing and had no choice but to follow her in. Upon entering the villa, the temperature suddenly soared from over -40 degrees to over 20 degrees above zero. Eve touched the radiator, which was functioning without heating pipes, and looked at the light bulb above her head that was glowing without electricity. Well, since magic was being used, she indeed should not nitpick. Then Eve picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the television. This time it was somewhat normal. Although the television still turned on in an abnormal manner, it displayed a snowy screen with no signal. Eve recalled the system's evaluation of the witch race. A legendary race capable of traversing various worlds and easily destroying them. She couldn't help but wonder if Xia Lin had been to Blue Star or a place very similar to it. Otherwise, she could not find a reason for these things to appear here. If Xia Lin had indeed been to Blue Star, then there were 2 possibilities. One was that Xia Lin had stayed there for a while and had grown fond of Blue Star's environment, subconsciously incorporating things unique to Blue Star into her house. Of course, this was thinking positively. She had not forgotten the system's evaluation of witches. Thus, there was another possibility: Xia Lin had been to Blue Star and had also stayed there for a while. Then she might have destroyed Blue Star. As for whether Xia Lin, like her, was a traverser, Eve thought for a moment and realized that it was not impossible. But the probability was very low. After all, according to the system, witches had the ability to traverse various worlds. Watching Eve lost in thought in front of the snowy screen television, Xia Lin stepped forward and snatched the remote from Eve's hand. Strange. Why can't this television work? Xia Lin pressed a few buttons on the remote, but the television remained unresponsive, still showing the snowy screen. Until Xia Lin infused a bit more magical energy into the remote. Dun dun dun. Good evening, dear viewers. Today is, welcome to the news broadcast program. Looking at the date on the television screen that she had never experienced, and the 2 familiar hosts, Eve let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Blue Star should be fine. Just as Eve was about to further inquire about Xia Lin preemptively asked Eve, "Why did you use the remote?" Earlier, Eve had skillfully used the remote to turn on the television and attempted to change the channel, and her actions to knock on the television in an attempt to fix it were clearly seen by Xia Lin. First, she was certain that this world had no such thing as a television. Secondly, someone unfamiliar with televisions could not be so adept. Facing Xia Lin's question, Eve did not shy away. After all, based on her speculation, it was evident that Xia Lin had been to Blue Star and had no malice towards it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see the news broadcast from Blue Star. The place in the television is my hometown. I am actually not from this world, Eve said solemnly. This was the first time since her crossing that she had revealed her identity to someone else. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Had it not been for her assumption that Xia Lin had been to Blue Star and might be able to send her back, she would not have confessed this matter to Xia Lin. Although this fantastical world had magic alchemy and even the potential to become a god, it was also dangerous here. Not to mention that once she became a legend, or even a true god, she would definitely want to return. As the saying goes, wealth and honor should not return to one's hometown like a richly embroidered garment worn in the night. She had already learned magic and alchemy, and now she had a chance to return to Blue Star and play the role of the Dragon King returning home. How could she casually give that up? However, to Eve's surprise, Xia Lin excitedly grabbed her shoulder. "You are a traverser too." Eve stared at Xia Lin, stunned for a moment before hesitantly asking the same question. "You are a traverser too." Eve was taken aback for a moment. Then she asked a second question, "How long have you been here since your crossing?" She did not ask Xia Lin whether she could return, as it was evident that Xia Lin was here and clearly could not go back. She did not believe that anyone would abandon a modern world with a thriving entertainment industry to come to a world that was still in the industrial stage of the European Middle Ages and had almost no entertainment industry. Moreover, this was in a situation where the other party was already invincible and did not need to learn magic or alchemy. "About 300 years ago, I suppose." "And you?" Xia Lin counted on her fingers to estimate. "1 year. Next, Eve and Xia Lin compared the time since their respective crossings. Xia Lin arrived in 2019 and Eve in 2018. "So you can't go back either, can you?" Eve continued to ask, not losing hope. According to the system, Xia Lin was the pinnacle of combat power in this world. If even the pinnacle of combat power could not return, the probability was high that she could not either. As for being a traverser, could a traverser break the combat power ceiling? Eve scoffed at this notion, as she had long passed the phase of being delusional. Although being a traverser combined with a system did indeed give off a protagonist vibe, she had fantasized about this when she had just obtained the system. However, in situations like this, one generally would be subdued after taking a couple of beatings. Not to mention that besides her, the Xia Lin in front of her was also a traverser. Moreover, she had crossed over 200 years earlier than her. She was already at the pinnacle of combat power. Wasn't that even more like a protagonist? Facing Eve's eager questions, Xia Lin shook her head. "After all, I am only at the 4th tier. Perhaps I will be able to return once I become a legend." A gigantic question mark appeared over Eve's head. What on earth is this guy saying? However, to prevent mishearing and misunderstanding Xia Lin, she decided to ask again. Eve asked once more. Yet she received the same response from Xia Lin. "I am currently just a 4th tier." Confirming that she wasn't mishearing and that Xia Lin was serious and not joking, Eve began to scrutinize every inch of Xia Lin's body from top to bottom. There was no sign of anything unusual. She must have gone a bit crazy after staying in this world for nearly 300 years. Eve reached her conclusion. Of course, Eve also tried to correct Xia Lin's thoughts verbally, but it was of no use. She argued, even if she can use skills like time stop, it doesn't mean she's necessarily powerful. What if the status in this world is particularly high? Perhaps the time stop skill is not useful here, which is why no one uses it. With no other choice, Eve had to temporarily abandon her attempts to persuade Xia Lin. At this moment, outside the villa created by Xia Lin's magic, Vina quietly approached the door. She had been maintaining the operation of the alchemical array for almost an entire day. Although the quantity and intensity of the materials used were quite low, it was merely to maintain her body temperature. But after all, it had lasted a whole day. For other ordinary alchemists, this might only cause slight fatigue. But for Vina, it was a bit unbearable. As the only daughter of the Tulip Duke, she had never endured any hardship throughout her life. Even practicing alchemy was solely based on her mood. If it weren't for her exceptional talent, she wouldn't have reached the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. But now she was forced to maintain the alchemical array's operation. This was something Vina found unacceptable. Normally, the procedure involved building a temporary shelter with teammates where one of them would maintain the alchemy or keep the magical vessel in a semi-active state for warmth. The remaining two would rest to regain their strength, then take turns. But how could Vina, who had been pampered since childhood, possibly do that? At most, she would bestow the opportunity for 2 lowly commoners to serve her and provide warmth. But unexpectedly, they were so ungrateful. Vina stood at the entrance of the villa wanting to go inside. She could see white steam escaping from the crack beneath the door. It must be very warm inside. But the thought of having to humbly apologize to those 2 commoners if she wanted to enter made her uncomfortable. One of them had even been disrespectful to her, attempting to strike her. Thinking of this made Vina feel ashamed. She bit her lower lip in frustration, glancing at the exquisite villa before her and the bundle of twigs at her feet. She was the future Tulip Duke. How could she bow down to lowly commoners? Angrily, Vina picked up the twigs that Eve had discarded, leaving the entrance of the villa. About half an hour later, Vina pressed her hand against the wound on her arm, crouching in the temporary alchemical underground fortress, gasping for breath. Damn it. How come I didn't see any magical creatures before, but now they are everywhere? Feeling the pain in her arm and the throbbing in her brain, Vina cursed softly. After completely separating from Eve and Xia Lin, she was ambushed by a pack of wolves. Her knowledge of magical creatures wasn't great, and she couldn't tell what kind of magical wolf pack it was. She only knew they could use ice-type combination magic. Moreover, the lead wolf was also 4th tier like her. Naturally, Vina was no match and could only flee. She barely escaped the wolf pack's pursuit by burying herself underground. Damn Eve and Xia Lin. Only after the wolves had completely left did Vina clumsily crawl out from underground. And she blamed all the faults on Xia Lin and Eve. Vina tore off a piece of cloth to crudely bandage her wound. This was a basic course that nobles had to learn, so Vina understood some basic first aid knowledge. However, it seemed that she hadn't paid attention during class. The crude bandage did almost nothing for Vina's injury. Moreover, it was getting late, and as time passed the temperature would only drop further. If she couldn't find a place to rest, and some medicine, soon she might die. Vina looked at her still bleeding wound and made this judgment. And her remaining mental strength was insufficient to sustain her in creating a shelter again. Even using the one she had employed to escape the wolf pack wouldn't work. There was almost no ventilation space there, and trying to light a fire for warmth would be tantamount to seeking death. Although she didn't want to humbly plead with those two commoners, they were her only hope for survival. Vina limped toward the location of the villa she remembered. The sky was completely dark. On her way, she saw a faint glow of fire around a corner. Clearly someone was there, possibly other candidates like her, or perhaps not. She recalled how Eve had been gathering a fireball in her hands, as if she were ready to strike her down. Still, Vina decided to take the risk. Thorn sat in the center of the temporary shelter. The bonfire burned brightly in front of him. His subordinates had yet to locate Eve, but he wasn't too concerned. The Xia Snow Mountain was so vast that it was normal not to find her immediately. There were still 6 days left. That was plenty of time. At that moment, a disheveled girl with a wounded right arm appeared in Thorn's line of sight. Please help me. I am the only daughter of the Tulip Duke. As long as you assist me, my father will surely reward you well after the assessment is over. Thorn was taken aback for a moment, sizing up the girl from head to toe. The clothing peeking out from her cold-resistant outfit was quite valuable, displaying the arrogance typical of nobility. He was fairly certain that what she said was likely true, but he recalled that the Tulip Duke supposedly had 1 son and 2 daughters. However, helping the Tulip Duke's daughter in exchange for a favor sounded like a good deal. Yet the Tulip Duke was notoriously untrustworthy. Asking for a reward from him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. I want to help you. You claim to be the Tulip Duke's daughter. Really? I could just as easily claim to be the prince of the Crescent Kingdom. Thorn's 2 subordinates laughed in agreement, leaving Vina speechless with anger. She could only stammer out a few words wanting to negotiate. But she didn't want to leave. Even though these people were unkind, they were still better than pleading with Eve and Xia Lin for help. However, Thorn had no intention of toying with Vina for long. He would surely help her. After all, it was an opportunity to gain a favor from the Tulip Duke with no cost. But I'm a good person, helping you wouldn't be a problem. I just can't do it for free. I only need a small reward. After all, I cannot confirm whether you are really the daughter of Duke Tulip. But she currently has nothing to offer as a reward. Moreover, she did not bring any silver coins, as she does not need money. As for the alchemical materials she carried, she cannot give them to Thorn. Because she found them too heavy, she did not bring many alchemical materials. She had already consumed quite a bit while escaping. If she were to use the alchemical materials as a reward for Thorn, it would be sufficient for the first phase of the assessment. However, it would definitely not be enough for the subsequent 2 assessments. There would be no opportunity for her to replenish her alchemical materials in between. Once the assessment begins, the Imperial Academy does not allow candidates to receive any supplies except those provided by the Academy. Without alchemical materials, an alchemist can only use stones or similar items from the natural environment to refine. In such a situation, forming effective combat power is nearly impossible. To put it bluntly, she would be no different from an ordinary person. Seeing the troubled expression on Vina's face, Thorn had no intention of continuing to make things difficult. After all, the excuse to curry favor with Duke Tulip was too good to pass up. The cost was merely to let Vina rest in the camp for a while. It would be acceptable if the reward were not physical, such as some useful or interesting information. In reality, no matter what kind of information Vina provided, Thorn would agree to her request. Hearing Thorn relax the conditions, Vina suddenly had an idea. I know there is a place in the Xia Snow Mountain which the Academy specifically provides for us candidates to rest temporarily. The environment there is incomparably better than here. Vina vividly described the villa that Xia Lin casually created with magic. In her view, this was certainly not built by Eve or Xia Lin. Using alchemy or magic could at most construct a simple shelter. As for why that exquisite villa suddenly appeared in the wilderness of Xia Snow Mountain, Vina thought of a good explanation. It must be the work of the Academy. Only the Imperial Academy has the capability to build such a luxurious villa in such a place. It is used as a temporary shelter for candidates. At the same time, they used magic to hide it. As for Xia Lin and Eve, in Vina's view, they were merely lucky to stumble upon the temporary shelter that belonged to her. Listening to Vina describe the candidate-exclusive temporary shelter, Thorn and his 2 subordinates gradually showed curiosity on their faces. Is there such a good thing? Even without speaking, they could easily see what the other was thinking from their expressions. However, Thorn was not a fool who would believe everything just because someone said it. If there is such a good place, why don't you go stay there? Why come to our shabby temporary shelter for help? Thorn asked with a hint of amusement. It's all because of those 2 despicable commoners. As she said this, Vina became increasingly angry and began recounting the evil deeds that Eve and her accomplice Xia Lin had done to her. Vina placed all the blame on Eve in her words. For example, the patience she had shown in communicating ended up with Eve mocking her. Moreover, she threatened her with a fireball aimed at her face. On the side, Xia Lin not only did not stop her, but also mocked her harshly alongside insulting Duke Tulip. She, being magnanimous, did not argue with them. Yet after discovering the shelter provided by the academy, Eve and Xia Lin joined forces to drive her away. They even attracted a pack of wolves, leading to her injuries. Vina became more and more agitated as she spoke as if all of it had truly happened. If Xia Lin and Eve were here at this moment and heard Vina's accusations against them, they would surely recommend Vina to write novels. With Vina's top-notch ability to fabricate stories, she could turn decay into wonders. Thorn had little interest in listening to Vina's accusations against Xia Lin and Eve. He was too lazy to care about this canary and the love-hate conflicts of other little birds. He only cared whether the luxurious shelter Vina mentioned was real. If it is real, where is it? After all, who would want to stay in this shabby place when there's a good place available? How infuriating. But since I, Thorn, who loves to act heroically, have learned about it, I will not stand idly by. Tell me where they are. I will help you reclaim the shelter that was taken from you. Thorn pretended to be very sympathetic to Vina's situation and said with righteous indignation. Hearing Thorn was willing to help her deal with Xia Lin and Eve, Vina felt as if she had received divine favor. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as she was dozing off. She no longer cared about the wounds that had only just stopped bleeding. Follow me, I will take you there. Looking at Vina's excited smile, Thorn trusted her words by 8 parts. Putting aside everything else, that luxurious shelter must be real. As for Xia Lin and Eve, who were said to be powerful yet wicked by Vina, Thorn didn't care about them at all. Who is he? Having taken on countless dangerous commissions where he had to risk his life, he had long placed life and death beneath wealth and power. His combat experience is not something these sheltered flowers can compare with. For example, the pack of wolves that had chased Vina to the point of panic. The only kind of wolves in Klesnia Snow Mountain is the Arctic ice wolf. Typically, the strength of the lead wolf is around the 3rd to 4th tier. If the lead wolf is at the 3rd tier, he can easily defeat the pack. As for the 4th tier, he is confident he can severely injure the lead wolf and retreat from the pack unharmed. They can only bully flowers like Vina, who have never been in a battle. In Thorn's view, they are simply not his opponents. Thorn exchanged glances with his 2nd and 3rd subordinates. The 3 of them followed Vina towards the direction where Xia Lin and Eve were. At this moment, Thorn was still unaware of what they would encounter next. If he had known in advance, he swore he would have chased Vina away the moment he saw her. Inside the villa at this moment, Eve was casually chatting with Xia Lin. Originally, before knowing that Xia Lin was her fellow townsfolk, Eve still had some respect for her as a strong person. After all, Xia Lin is the creator of the system, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. A terrifying existence that can traverse various worlds as mentioned by the system. Although she seemed easy to get along with, the gap between her strength and Xia Lin's was simply too large. But now Eve had completely changed her attitude and even interacted with Xia Lin in a very casual manner. At this moment, under Eve's instigation, Xia Lin was continuously taking dumplings from the spatial rift. 7 or 8 dumplings were placed on the floor of the living room. Xia Lin was proudly explaining the abilities of each dumpling to Eve. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. The sound came from the entrance. Xia Lin immediately revealed a serious expression. It should be noted that when she was using magic to build the house, she had only slightly enhanced its defensive capabilities out of caution. She did not expect that someone would actually come knocking for trouble. This was the first time Xia Lin encountered such a situation since she crossed over to this world. Thus, Xia Lin felt a bit nervous. The result was that the layers of magical energy within her were rapidly increasing. At the same time, a small golden ball was slowly forming in the palm of her right hand. Alert! 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 The witch has been enraged. The witch is gathering a nation-destroying level spell. Please evacuate immediately. Reiterating once more. The witch is gathering a nation-destroying level spell. Please evacuate immediately. The system in Eve's mind was frantically sounding off a harsh alarm. If it were before, Eve would have definitely run away without a second thought, not daring to stay for even a second. But now she understood that Xia Lin was a witch with a bit of a problem. Xia Lin was not enraged as the system said. She was just responding to the situation. Xia Lin, wait a moment. Eve boldly reached out and grabbed Xia Lin's right hand that was gathering the falling sun. Someone is invading our villa, and I will take care of them. Xia Lin said somewhat nervously, completely ignoring what Eve had just said. At the same time, the falling sun she was gathering grew larger once again. I said, wait a moment. Eve forcefully pulled the petite Xia Lin closer. It wasn't that she was afraid that Xia Lin's nation-destroying spell would suddenly slip from her grasp and annihilate everyone, including the entire snow mountain. But she knew that even if she were blown to bits, Xia Lin would resurrect her. Thus, Eve dared to directly pull Xia Lin. The falling sun in Xia Lin's hand gradually dissipated. What's wrong, Eve? They are about to come in. Xia Lin said in a bit of a panic. At the same time, a new falling sun was being gathered in Xia Lin's hand. Eve ignored the system alarm ringing in her mind once again. Interrupting Xia Lin's gathering of the falling sun. Did you not believe that you are strong? This opportunity is perfect for me to prove your strength, and I can also take care of them in the process. Looking at Eve's serious expression, Xia Lin wanted to refuse, but the words nearly on her lips were swallowed back down. How do I prove it? Xia Lin asked with doubt. Just open the door directly, stand at the door, and let them hit you, then use your weakest attack magic. Is that really enough? That will be enough. What if I get killed? Xia Lin still did not fully believe Eve's words and asked with some trepidation. Eve immediately took the resurrection orb that Xia Lin had just introduced to her and stuffed it into Xia Lin's arms. Xia Lin pushed away the resurrection orb that Eve had handed to her. The witch did not need a resurrection orb to come back to life. She would revive after being struck down for a while. However, this was something she had seen in her inherited memories. Until now, she had never died, even once. What I mean is, what if I can't revive? If you can't revive, it'll just watch from the side. As long as you show any signs of injury, it'll take you away. Now right this moment. Open the door. Eve's patience was wearing thin with Xia Lin. She forcefully pushed Xia Lin towards the door. With no choice, Xia Lin reluctantly agreed to Eve's request. Turning the doorknob, the villa's door swung open outward, accompanied by a loud bang. Two figures were sent flying out. The two who were knocked back were Thorn's second-in-command and third-in-command. They had been searching for this shelter for nearly half an hour. In principle, not wanting to damage her future residence, Thorn did not initially intend to force the door open. What if they accidentally broke it and it leaked air after they moved in? So Thorn only allowed his second-in-command, third-in-command, and Vina to shout outside. But the villa's soundproofing was incredibly effective. Despite their shouting for over 10 minutes, Xia Lin and Eve inside heard nothing. Seeing that their shouting bore no fruit, Thorn finally instructed his second-in-command and third-in-command to start breaking in. However, after over 10 minutes, they had tried everything from first-tier alchemy to fourth-tier combination alchemy. That seemingly ordinary door, which was not particularly sturdy, remained immovable. In fact, even their strongest attacks left not a single mark on the door. Finally willing to come out, the second-in-command and third-in-command grinned as they crawled up from the snow. Just now the door had suddenly opened and rebounded part of their attack. However, they reacted quickly and did not sustain any injuries. At this moment, Thorn had already hidden himself, although he knew that the opponent's strength was most likely not that impressive. But years of mercenary life had long instilled in him a cautious personality. He always let his subordinates act first, testing the enemy's strength. He would then lie in wait, waiting for the opponent to reveal a flaw before coordinating to strike them down in one blow. Regardless of the opponent's strength, this was the reason he had survived until now. At the moment Xia Lin and Eve revealed themselves, Vina could no longer hold back and jumped out. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Eve, Xia Lin, do you remember what you did to me? Now your retribution has come. Vina laughed maniacally while clutching her injured arm. Those who dared to disrespect her would only meet one end. That was death. Yet none of those present, whether it was Eve, the second-in-command, the third-in-command, or the hidden Thorn, none of them paid any attention to the frenzied Vina. Only Xia Lin glanced at her out of curiosity and quickly withdrew her gaze as if afraid of being infected. The second-in-command and third-in-command exchanged glances. As teammates who had cooperated for many years, they could understand each other's intentions with just a look. Both of them took out alchemical materials and scattered them, instantly unfolding a massive alchemical array. Under the effect of the alchemical array, the materials were rapidly deconstructed and restructured. Of course, it was not just the alchemical materials that were deconstructed. The battle-hardened alchemists also knew how to utilize the terrain to their advantage during combat. Fourth-tier field magnetization. Fourth-tier spiral magnetic gun. The surrounding terrain was instantly altered with chunks of pitch-black magnets rising from the ground, forming a pathway directly towards Xia Lin and Eve. A purple metal spear of boundary was condensed before the second-in-command, rapidly spinning under the influence of magnetism, until a thin layer of purple lightning coiled around the spear. Of course, while the second-in-command was charging up, the third-in-command was not idle. Fourth-tier magnetic field restraint. The magnetic track continued to spread, enveloping Xia Lin and Eve standing at the villa's entrance. Formless lightning erupted from the magnets, transforming into a cage that ensnared both Xia Lin and Eve. The automatic defensive magic device on Eve activated, autonomously nullifying the lightning's attack. But they were still firmly bound in place by the powerful magnetic force, unable to move. Xia Lin, do you remember what to do next? Xia Lin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although she did not believe she was as strong as Eve claimed, she was still willing to give it a try. Assuming Eve's assertion was incorrect, she was merely an ordinary fourth tier. However, her opponents, who were also participants in the Imperial Academy entrance exam, were fourth tier as well. Withstand 2 full force strikes from opponents of the same tier should only result in serious injury at most. Moreover, she could resurrect, so Xia Lin believed the issue was not significant. Watching the second and third ranked fighters still gathering their electrifying long spears, Xia Lin tilted her head in confusion. Was this a tentative attack? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the attacks from the second and third ranked fighters seemed so weak in her eyes. However, since she had decided to take the blows, as Eve suggested, Xia Lin began to contemplate which magic she would use for the counterattack. According to Eve, she should choose the weakest attack magic to deal with them, just as Xia Lin was still pondering which spell to use. The second and third ranked fighters had finished gathering their energy. The long spear, wrapped in thick layers of purple lightning, shot towards Xia Lin and Eve at an extremely fast speed. Yet neither Xia Lin nor Eve made any move. Even Eve merely tightened her grip on the silvery orb in her hands. In almost an instant, the long spear enveloped in purple lightning arrived before Xia Lin and Eve at speed, causing the air to crackle with a piercing sound. Xia Lin calmly extended a finger, gently prodding the tip of the spear with her fingertip. It appeared as though a delicate girl was facing off against an unyielding long spear. In the next moment, it seemed the two girls would be crushed by the spear. Witnessing this scene, Vina could not suppress her excitement. That was an attack combining the power of two fourth-tier combatants. Xia Lin and Eve had not put up any defense and were trapped, unable to move. In her eyes, the only outcome left for Xia Lin and Eve at this moment was death, a death in which their bodies would be utterly shattered. A human body simply could not withstand an attack of this magnitude. At that moment, even Thorn had completely relaxed. He deactivated the partially activated magic carrier and prepared to crawl out from the snow pile. Then he swaggered into the sanctuary to enjoy himself. However, in the next instant, the development of the situation made Thorn regret not having grown 2 extra legs. The spear collided with Xia Lin's fingertip. The spear shattered at an unreasonable speed. In almost an instant, it burst into fragments. Only a ground littered with tiny iron shards crackling with remnants of lightning remained. Seeing her ultimate move easily caught by Xia Lin with just a finger. Both the second and third-ranked fighters, as well as Vina, who stood by to watch the spectacle, were stunned. To catch the full-force attack of 2 fourth-tier combatants with just a finger. Let alone humans, even non-humans could not accomplish this right. The dramatic scene left even Thorn, who had seen much, while squatting in the snow, momentarily speechless. Yet Xia Lin remained unfazed. She extended a hand, striking a pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee's signature taunt. Whatever tricks you have, bring them out. Stop hesitating and testing the waters. Xia Lin feigned a demeanor of a transcendent being, though in reality, she had just been extremely tense. Under normal circumstances, no one would charge up for so long to unleash a single move of such power. Xia Lin did not even know how to describe that move. To call it a test would be an overstatement. After all, that move hadn't even scratched her skin. Although she could sense the physical, destructive power of the attack was not strong, even very weak, before they unleashed it. At that time, Xia Lin was still wondering if that move was a rule-based attack. Up to now, she was still unclear about what they were trying to achieve by holding back for so long. Were they setting off fireworks? Just as Xia Lin enthusiastically invited the second and third-ranked fighters to engage in a royal duel before the villa, Eve sharply noticed a figure suddenly jumping out from the snow. It was none other than Thorn, who had regained his composure. Xia Lin, you deal with them. He'll chase after that fleeing one. Eve quickly made a decisive choice. Before Xia Lin could react, Eve transformed into a shadow and pursued Thorn. At that moment, the second and third-ranked fighters also came to their senses. They were no longer dazed. Run. That was the only thought in their minds at this moment. Were they waiting to die by not escaping now? Who was their opponent? She was a monster who could catch their full-force combined strike with just a finger. Honestly, they seriously doubted that Xia Lin was even human. Or perhaps a dragon disguised as a human using a transformation spell. Just as the two of them were about to flee, Xia Lin calmly uttered 2 words. Stop. Instantly, the second and third-ranked fighters froze in place. Without permission from Xia Lin, they could not even move a fraction. She took a step forward, reappearing right before them. Realizing that fleeing was futile, this powerful girl who bore no semblance of humanity stood before them again. With no other choice, the two had to give up struggling. Now I ask you, answer. Lie and you die? Understood. They hurriedly nodded, fearing that if they upset Eve, she would kill them both. What tier are you at? 4th tier, 4th tier. The two answered in a rush. Xia Lin frowned. They were not lying. Could it be that she was really that strong? After considering this possibility, Xia Lin shook her head. It felt a bit unlikely. Thus Xia Lin continued to ask, did you use your full strength just now? Was there any circumstance that prevented you from exerting your full power? Their answers were unsurprisingly consistent, and they were all truthful. Xia Lin lowered her head, lost in thought. Second and third-ranked fighters, 4th tier. Her instant kill of the second and third-ranked fighters. So what was she? Xia Lin could not determine her own tier. However, based on her years of reading novels, she knew that to achieve such a situation, one would need to surpass their opponent by at least a significant realm. And she had barely exerted any effort just now. It was clear as day that she was more than 1 tier stronger than them. At this moment, the two interrupted Xia Lin's thoughts. Respected Lady Eve, we have answered your questions as you requested. Everything that just happened was merely an accident. We mean you no harm. We thought this mansion was uninhabited and wanted to come in to avoid the cold. Thus, we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused to you, and we will comply with any requests. Please spare our lives. The second and third-ranked fighters began to plead with Xia Lin in unison, believing that this would convince her to let them go. However, having read numerous novels, Xia Lin was well aware of the fate that befell those who failed to eliminate threats completely. From the very beginning, she had no intention of letting them go. Looking at her second and third-in-command, pleading in front of her, Xia Lin contemplated which spell to use to deal with them. If she were to use the weakest attack spell, as Ivy suggested, Xia Lin worried it might not be enough. However, recalling their earlier words made her reconsider. Could they really be that weak? Yet this conclusion was quickly overturned by Xia Lin. To participate in the Empire Academy's 4th-level entrance exam, one must possess at least 4th-level strength. Unless one practiced both 3rd-level magic and alchemy like Ivy, it was certain that both of them were indeed genuine 4th-level practitioners. Moreover, what she had just used was her full strength. Therefore, the only conclusion left was that she was indeed somewhat strong. With this thought, Ivis' earlier words echoed in Xia Lin's mind once more. Try using the weakest attack magic. Looking at her second and third in command, Xia Lin ultimately decided to give it a try. Xia Lin extended a finger towards the sky with faint electric arcs swirling around her fingertip. Then she forcefully brought her raised finger down towards her second and third in command. The clouds in the sky gathered in response to Xia Lin's pointed finger, rapidly condensing into a pitch-black thundercloud. In the next moment, two enormous bolts of lightning several meters thick descended from the thundercloud, crashing down upon her second and third in command. Even their automatic trigger defense formation couldn't react in time. The massive bolts of lightning instantly reduced them to ashes. Of course, even if the defense formation had been triggered, it wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow. Xia Lin stared blankly at the two deep pits lying side by side in front of her. They just died like this. Xia Lin couldn't quite believe it. However, out of caution, she checked several times to confirm that they were truly dead. She even cast a few more spells into the pit. After finally confirming that the two were completely dead, Xia Lin fell into contemplation while looking at the pit. It seemed she was indeed a bit strong. Did that mean she wouldn't have to be so cautious in the future? This thought unconsciously popped into Xia Lin's mind. However, the moment that thought appeared, she dismissed it. How could she let her guard down? Not until her magic power reached 1000 points. She finally understood. It wasn't that having less than 1000 points of magic power wasn't strong, but rather that 1000 points of magic power was incredibly strong. However, having 700 points of magic power was somewhat strong too. As for which tier she truly belonged to, Xia Lin still couldn't determine at that moment. Nonetheless, she had already narrowed down her strength range. She was a bit strong but still needed to be cautious and not let her guard down. Finally, Xia Lin decided on her future course of action. At that moment, Ivy returned holding a silvery white bundle in her arms and carrying a severed arm in her hand. Ivy expressionlessly tossed the severed arm in front of Vina. Vina wasn't very familiar with the owner of the severed arm, but she recognized it. That severed arm belonged to Thorn. Vina sat in the snow in terror. The miniature alchemical formation hidden in her winter gear had stopped functioning at some point. Vina could only glance between the two deep pits and the severed arm in front of her. Ivy, you were right. I seem to really be a bit strong. After seeing Ivy return, Xia Lin said seriously. However, Ivy could only helplessly roll her eyes at Xia Lin's bit strong. I couldn't catch that person earlier. Should I go retrieve him? The Xia Lin, who had just realized she seemed to be a bit strong, volunteered. Ivy shook her head. In the past, she would not have let Thorn escape, nor would she have refused Xia Lin's request. But she had just received a task from the system. Sudden task breakout. Thorn is the leader of a mercenary group attempting to kill you for some ulterior motive. He will lead 50 subordinates varying in strength from second to third tier, along with 2 fourth-tier powerhouses crossed out to hunt you down. Please proceed with the breakout. Reward: random 4th ring magic circuit diagram 1, random 4th tier alchemy blueprint 1, increased mental power by 10. Overall, the reward was quite decent, one might even say generous. After all, facing dozens of second to third tier opponents plus several 4th tier ones was no small feat. Even if she could fight above her tier under the overwhelming numbers, she wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Even breaking out without direct confrontation would be quite challenging. This reward wasn't particularly generous given the difficulty of the task. One could only say it was standard. Of course, she didn't let Xia Lin directly capture Thorn just to complete the system's task. Ivy rubbed the resurrection bundle in her hand. She had something much better. What was that little reward from the system worth? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. You should know that this thing in her hand was called a bundle by Xia Lin. A bundle that could be chewed on as a snack. But in other contexts, it was an absolute cheat, a pure cheat. What does it mean to be able to resurrect without any restrictions? Not even the briefest delay before resurrection. Do you even hear yourself? However, since she had taken advantage of Xia Lin, she couldn't do nothing at all. Although she couldn't help Xia Lin much, she at least needed to correct this peculiar habit of hers. Xia Lin, I would like to ask for your help with a task. After clarifying her thoughts, Ivy extended an invitation to Xia Lin. Although Xia Lin had just discovered she seemed to be a bit strong. But that wasn't enough. Even if she realized her strength was considerable, the long-form strategies for facing dangers weren't so easily changed. So just this one time wasn't enough. She needed Xia Lin to deeply realize just how strong she truly was. Over time, she had naturally returned to normal. What task? It's the system's task. Ivy recounted the task issued by the system word for word to Xia Lin. So you intentionally let Thorn go just to have him come back with people to take revenge on you. All for a little task reward. Xia Lin looked at Ivy in disbelief. In Xia Lin's eyes, Ivy hesitated but still nodded. Though Ivy knew that what she was doing was quite foolish. However, for Xia Lin it was worth it. Ivy suppressed her urge to immediately justify herself and resolutely held on to her thoughts. I hope you can help me. Xia Lin. Faced with Ivy's request, Xia Lin didn't immediately agree. Instead, she remained silent while drawing strands of magic power from her hands. Gradually, 2 silvery white bundles formed in her left and right hands. Once the bundles fully took shape, Xia Lin forcefully shoved them into Ivy's arms. But I refuse. This dumpling grants the ability to activate any skill prefixed with 4. This one boosts mental capacity by 1 per byte. I refuse your request. And you are forbidden from undertaking this task. Xia Lin spoke with rare solemnity, admonishing Eve. To Xia Lin, such conduct was utterly unacceptable. With the power to eliminate adversaries outright, one deliberately chose inaction, releasing them instead, granting them time to grow stronger and rally their forces. As far as Xia Lin knew, only villains behaved this way, villains who met especially gruesome ends. And Eve was the sole fellow countrywoman she had encountered since arriving in this world. How could she stand by and watch Eve recklessly court death? Without another word, Xia Lin thrust both dumplings into Eve's arms and turned away. Xia Lin strode swiftly to Vina's side and lightly touched the nearly congealed blood pooling on the ground. Then with a casual gesture she tore open a vertical spatial rift, tall enough for a person to pass through. An invisible hand of arcane force emerged from the void, plunging into the rift. Moments later it hauled forth a figure, one arm severed, as effortlessly as lifting a chick by the scruff. The maimed figure was none other than Thorn, the very man who had fled Eve's pursuit by severing his own limb. Archmage, spare me. I meant no offense against your sanctum. Archmage was a title reserved for 7th rank or higher mages, though lower rank practitioners often used it flatteringly among themselves. In short, addressing any mage as Archmage was always safe. Thorn reacted with astonishing speed, so swift that he even anticipated the arrival of Xia Lin's arcane hand. Yet anticipation did not equate to evasion. Before he could act, Xia Lin's arcane hand had already seized him, clenching him tightly within its spectral grasp. Though this reflex proved useless, Thorn believed his rapid plea for mercy would still serve him well. Xia Lin frowned faintly. She had never before witnessed such lightning-fast supplication. Though she had no intention of sparing Thorn, she decided, nonetheless, to hear him out. After all, he was already nearing the end of his plea. In truth, I never intended to offend you. This entire atrocity was instigated by that harlot masquerading as the Duchess of Tulip's only daughter. Once more I offer my most sincere apology. Even if you choose to execute me, grant me but one final wish: let me slay that accursed wretch first. In a corner unseen by Xia Lin, Thorn had already shifted full blame onto Vina. He raged with feigned indignation, vowing to kill Vina, even as his own death loomed near. This was not born of genuine fearlessness, nor of a deathbed desire to drag her down with him. Rather, it was a calculated ploy to diminish the weight of his guilt in Xia Lin's eyes. With guilt reduced and contrition convincingly displayed, he judged his survival highly probable. This tactic had been honed over 2 decades of mercenary service. Moreover, much of what he'd just said held truth. Without Vina's incitement, would he truly have dared raise a hand against Xia Lin and Eve? Since the age of 10, he had served as a mercenary, nearly 20 years now. Along the way, accidents inevitably drew the ire of nobles or high-tier cultivators. Time and again, he had survived by deploying this very stratagem, eventually founding the Tulip Duchy's sole mercenary company composed entirely of mages and alchemists. Thus, while Thorn lacked absolute certainty, he possessed 90% confidence Xia Lin would permit him to kill Vina, then punish, but ultimately spare him. What of the Duke of Tulip's vengeance should he learn his daughter had been slain? What else could be done, except deploy the same trick once more? I did not kill the Duchess's daughter to save my life. I acted under the malignant magical compulsion of a criminal. Such an explanation would incur only minor inconvenient penalties, yet preserve his life. Thorn adopted a mask of righteous fury as he implored Xia Lin to grant his request, and waited expectant for her reply. I shall grant half your request. Hearing this, Thorn erupted in elation. Convinced he would yet survive, thanks to his well-honed art of apology, he suddenly noticed a flaw in her words. Why only half? How precisely would this half be fulfilled? He voiced the question aloud, only to receive in turn only half an answer. I shall kill you first, then kill her. Farewell. Xia Lin waved lightly at Thorn, suspended midair in the arcane hand's grip. It was the gesture of a friend bidding farewell before parting ways. Then the arcane hand released him. Thorn began to fall, and elated prepared to thank Xia Lin. Such gratitude, he reasoned, might improve his odds of survival. Yet before he could utter a single syllable, his voice vanished, utterly silenced. Terror seized him as he realized he remained hovering motionless in midair. He looked down, and saw that his torso below the chest had dissolved into ash, scattered instantly by an unfelt icy wind. Moments later, his entire body crumbled to dust, swept away without trace, save for one faint wisp that drifted onto Vina's nose and clung there. Vina frantically tried to brush the ash away. Meanwhile, Xia Lin advanced toward her once more, step by deliberate step, until Vina erupted into frenzied shrieks. Her long idle mind were desperately searching for any path to survival, yet found none. Yes, she had instigated Thorn's assault, but she had never imagined Xia Lin and Eve would prove so overwhelmingly powerful. Instantly, Vina seized upon deception, fabricating lies to beg for mercy, and conjured several plausible versions in rapid succession. Yet she had just witnessed Xia Lin expose the falsehoods spoken by Thorn's 2 subordinates. All those fabricated stories were shredded on the spot, discarded like waste paper. To lie now would only hasten her death. Any last words? Xia Lin stood directly before Vina, her tone calm and detached. Part of Thorn's confession had been truthful. Vina had sent him here, with explicit orders to kill them both. That alone warranted her execution. Still mindful that Vina had once been their comrade, Xia Lin granted her the courtesy of a final utterance. Don't kill me. Whether it was the single finger that summoned thunder to reduce the second and third in command to ash, or the casual wave that erased Thorn entirely, Vina knew she stood no chance against Xia Lin, and dared not harbor even a flicker of resistance. The sheer suffocating terror of imminent death made her speech stutter and falter. Only one phrase remained: don't kill me. I am the Duke of Tulip's daughter. Xia Lin gazed upon her, expressionless, unblinking. Is that your final statement? I shall inform the Duke of Tulip. Xia Lin took a step toward Wei Na, extending a finger. Wei Na stared intently at Xia Lin, her mind recalling the tragic deaths of Su In and the two others. The terror of death pressed Wei Na into a desperate corner. What should I do? Am I going to die? No, I can't die. Wei Na repeatedly murmured these two phrases. But at the moment Xia Lin extended her finger, Wei Na's psychological defenses crumbled. She witnessed Su In being effortlessly erased by a wave of Xia Lin's hand, and saw his two subordinates killed with a single point of Xia Lin's finger. Having lived in the Duke's mansion for years without facing any threats, Wei Na could not accept this. Her body began to convulse wildly. Then with a sudden jerk she died. However, at that moment Xia Lin had not even made a move, merely gathering magical power at her fingertip, preparing to strike. As a result, Wei Na scared herself to death. Xia Lin's finger hovered in midair, somewhat at a loss. How did she just die? Should I still make a move? This question flashed through Xia Lin's mind, resolved in less than a second. Yes. Of course. Why not? Who knows if she is really dead? What if she is feigning death, waiting to ambush me when I let my guard down? What if she escapes while pretending to be dead, secretly gathering strength to seek revenge on me later? Countless similar scenarios emerged in Xia Lin's mind. The magical power gathering at Xia Lin's fingertip grew increasingly robust. Even though she was a bit strong now, she was still far from being able to disregard everything. Cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to grow again. A massive amount of magical power gathered at the tip of her finger. There were no techniques involved, purely relying on the sheer volume of magic. At this moment Xia Lin had only one thought in her heart: to completely annihilate Wei Na from this world. With a heavy point of her finger towards Wei Na's corpse, a colossal pillar of destructive light shot into the sky. The immense purple beam of destruction obliterated everything in its path. Whether it was the hard alchemical or underground, the clouds above, or a corner of a misfortunate true god's realm, any matter touched by the beam would dissipate directly from this world. After several seconds the beam dissipated, leaving behind a bottomless pit where Wei Na's body had been. Clearly Wei Na was dead beyond any doubt. However, Xia Lin felt that this was not enough. She continued to unleash the same destructive beam 7 or 8 more times before she was satisfied. Once everything was over, Xia Lin restored the deep pit. She turned to look for Yifu, who was sitting cross-legged in the snow, looking obedient. In her left hand, she held a dumpling that enhanced her mental power, and in her right hand, a resurrection dumpling. The last dumpling was placed on her lap. During Xia Lin's confrontation with Su In and Wei Na, Yifu had been sitting in the snow munching on dumplings while watching. After Xia Lin finished everything, she brushed off the snow from her body and stood up. Yifu, stand still and don't move. At that moment, the first thing Xia Lin wanted to do was to extract Yifu's system. Yifu still did not understand what Xia Lin was about to do. But Xia Lin's hand was already reaching for Yifu's head. In an instant, a soft, trembling, silver-white dumpling was pulled out directly by Xia Lin. Yifu, I'm giving you a new system, Xia Lin said somewhat seriously to Yifu. This system was something she had created on a whim before. The first test subject after its creation was herself. Therefore, Xia Lin was very aware of the system's shortcomings. First, the rewards for tasks were few and strange, and the tasks themselves were also peculiar. She could never find a way to complete the tasks, which would then automatically complete after a while. Moreover, almost all systems should have an attribute panel. But this system could not display her attributes at all, only a bunch of question marks. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, although this system was useless, it posed no real harm. If Yifu liked to keep it, then let her keep it, since it was something she had discarded. There was no reason for her to ask Yifu to return it. But now it was different. In Xia Lin's view, the current system was somewhat dangerous. It actually made Yifu release an opponent that could have been killed for the sake of task rewards. Indeed, this was not entirely the system's fault, but it was also closely related to the system. Logically, when the original task could not proceed, the system should automatically change the task requirements instead of leaving the task content completely unchanged. It forced the host to first create the preconditions for the task before completing it. For example, if Yifu wanted to complete the mission of breaking out, she had to let Suon go. Otherwise, Suo and would not be able to summon his subordinates to surround and kill Yifu, making it impossible for her to break out. Thus, she would be unable to receive the task rewards. Once or twice it might not be apparent due to luck, but after numerous attempts there would definitely be some invisible risks arising from the need to create the preconditions for the tasks. Before Yifu could react, the system dumpling was pressed into Xia Lin's embrace and was filled with a huge amount of magical power. When Xia Lin created this system, her magical power was only slightly over 5,000. The higher the magic value, the higher the quality of the magic. Therefore, the quality of Xia Lin's magic back then was not on the same level as it was now. Even if using an equal amount of magic to cast the same spell, the resulting effects would vary greatly. Right now, Xia Lin was completely replacing the magical sources that constituted the system. In simple terms, it was an upgrade of the system. By the time Yifu realized that Xia Lin had already completed the upgrade, I have fixed the system, it will no longer issue such tasks. Yifu blankly accepted the upgraded system from Xia Lin. At that moment the system had yet to recover from its fear. It still thought Xia Lin was going to dismantle it. It merely huddled in Yifu's arms trembling. Yifu looked at the trembling system in her arms somewhat at a loss. It was her first time seeing such a system. What should she do? Comfort it. Yifu attempted to stroke the system dumpling in her arms as if soothing a small cat. Just then she had a sudden idea. Since the other dumplings made by Xia Lin could be eaten and tasted quite good, could the system also be eaten? When this thought appeared in Yifu's mind, the system in her arms seemed to sense something was off. Its soft body trembled violently. It transformed into a silvery white beam of light and entered Yifu's body. 6 days later, the first stage of the Imperial Academy's 4th level entrance examination came to an end. From the initial thousands of candidates, only a few hundred had passed this stage. Some had perished in the Cthulhu snow mountain, while others had simply given up on the examination. The assessment posed no obstacles for Xia Lin and Yifu. Whether it was the so-called extreme environment or the rumored magical creatures, Xia Lin encountered none of them. A temperature of -50 degrees was merely a bit cooler than usual for her. The cold-resistant clothing distributed by the Imperial Academy before the assessment was also of no use. On the stage, the Academy's instructors first expressed their congratulations. They then briefly outlined the requirements for the second phase of the examination, but the specifics would only be announced the day before the assessment. Overall, it was similar to the first stage. Like before, candidates were required to traverse the eternal frozen ground without relying on external aids. However, it was said that the eternal frozen ground was much more dangerous than the Cthulhu snow mountain. The time allowed had also increased from 1 week for crossing the Cthulhu snow mountain to half a month, more than a doubling of the duration. Nonetheless, Xia Lin did not mind. After the first stage of the examination, all candidates were given 3 days to rest. 2 candidates shared each dormitory. The second stage of the assessment would begin 3 days later. Without a doubt, Xia Lin was sharing a room with Yifu. At this moment, she was sitting on her bed contemplating a very serious question. That was whether she still needed to attend the Imperial Academy. Previously, she had intended to learn magic and become stronger, but now, she seemed to be strong enough not to need the academy. But what if? What if although she was somewhat strong, the courses at the Imperial Academy could still be beneficial to her? Could they make her even stronger? Xia Lin pondered this possibility and found it to be rather plausible. After all, she was only a bit strong now, but not yet invincible. It should be noted that among each graduating class of the Imperial Academy, there were always 7th-level powerhouses. In fact, every 10 or 20 years an 8th-level powerhouse might emerge. An 8th-level powerhouse is not to be underestimated, right? After much contemplation, Xia Lin ultimately decided against giving up on the Imperial Academy. After all, she was already there, and the academy did not charge tuition. Having come to this conclusion, Xia Lin felt quite cheerful. She pushed open the dormitory door, ready to take a stroll. This was the outpost established by the Imperial Academy in the eternal frozen ground. On one hand, the eternal frozen ground resembled a forbidden forest that required long-term monitoring. On the other hand, it contained numerous high-quality materials suitable for alchemy and the creation of magical carriers. Thus, the Imperial Academy also issued tasks regarding the collection of resources from the eternal frozen ground. Consequently, many students from the academy often came here to complete these resource collection tasks. This made the remote outpost appear lively. Even in such cold weather, Xia Lin could still see quite a number of people on the road. A person who was neither a candidate nor a student of the Imperial Academy stood by the roadside, handing out flyers. She noticed that many people approached to take one and gathered to discuss. Curious, Xia Lin approached and requested a copy. The large words bounty caught her eye, immediately drawing her attention. After all, she currently had only 4,000 silver coins. While she wasn't exactly poor, she wasn't wealthy either. She was very willing to try if there was an opportunity to earn money. Reading further down, it stated, "My beloved daughter Vina Tulip has died during the Imperial Academy examination, causing me great sorrow. If anyone can find the killer of my beloved daughter, a reward of 100 gold coins will be given. If anyone can bring back the killer's corpse, a reward of 300 gold coins will be given. If anyone can capture the killer alive, a reward of 600 gold coins will be given." Signed, Duke Tulip. Xia Lin became increasingly excited as she read the rising bounty. That was 600 gold coins. Converted to silver coins, that amounted to a staggering 600,000. She would have to work for Lilith for 30 months, over 2 years, to earn that much money. Immediately under the temptation of the bounty, Xia Lin decided to take on this job. That damned killer. How dare he murder Duke Tulip's beloved daughter Vina Tulip? Unforgivable. I shall. Vina Tulip. Duke Tulip. Xia Lin suddenly sensed something was awry. Why do these two names sound so familiar? It feels like she has heard them somewhere before. Xia Lin searched her memory for the origin of the name Vina. She remembered. The killer seemed to be her. Of course, it wasn't that Xia Lin forgot about the person Vina. She just never remembered Vina's name. As for the last words Vina left for her to convey to Duke Tulip, she did not deliver them. After all, who would voluntarily seek trouble for themselves? Looking at the bounty amount, Xia Lin glanced at herself and felt a strange impulse to turn herself in for the bounty. That was a full 600 gold coins. However, Xia Lin quickly shook her head, dismissing that clever thought from her mind. Now there was a more serious problem. It seemed she was the one being hunted. Xia Lin began to recall everything that had happened on the first day of the first stage of the examination. In the end, she confirmed that aside from Yifu, there had been no other witnesses who survived that day. Both Thorn and his two subordinates had perished without a trace. With this realization, Xia Lin let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a group of people passed by Xia Lin. They were also holding flyers identical to the one in her hand. It seems that providing information also comes with a bounty, a whole 20 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin hurriedly looked down. Indeed, at the bottom it stated those who can provide relevant information and prove its authenticity will receive a bounty of 20 gold coins. Do you remember who Vina Tulip's teammate was during the first stage of the examination? That counts as information, right? It should count. I think there were two girls, one with black hair and the other with silver hair. The group chatted as they walked further away, leaving Xia Lin standing alone in the wind feeling disheveled. She imagined immediately capturing those few people and erasing all memories related to her and Yifu. But there had been so many people present at the time. In her memory, Vina was the type who would introduce herself to anyone she met. It could be reasonably assumed that the vast majority, whether or not they claimed to know, had a general impression of her and Yifu. If only those who had passed the first stage knew, then Xia Lin could catch them with a little more time. However, many had directly withdrawn during the examination. At this moment, they were likely scattered across various corners of the empire. Without considering any obstacles, Xia Lin estimated that it would take at least half a year to gather them all and erase their memories. Years ago, the aging Duke of Tulip sat alone in his study, surrounded by a plethora of books on his desk. The topmost book bore the title on how to extend lifespan through alchemy. This year, the Duke of Tulip had already turned 114. If one were to lift the Duke of Tulip's garments, they would easily see the alchemical substances and magical circuits that almost covered his entire body. Of course, the Duke did not engage in these practices to enhance his strength like those at the lower rungs of society, but rather to prolong his life. Without them, he would have perished at the age of 70. However, now, every part of him that could be replaced with alchemical constructs had been replaced. The magical circuits had spread throughout the Duke's entire being. The Duke cradled his head in his hands, staring at the glossy surface of the desk that reflected his aged face. His furrowed brows and the wrinkles covering his old face seemed to intertwine as if a spider that represented death was weaving a web upon him. Once the web was completed, it would signal the end for the Duke of Tulip. He understood clearly that he had little time left. Perhaps a year, maybe two. At most, he would not survive beyond 3 years. He would die unless he could achieve legendary status and complete a transformation in his life within 3 years. Otherwise, he could never escape the web of death. Death was gradually closing in on the Duke, which made him, who already feared death, greatly mentally unstable. I do not wish to die. Whoever it may be, just grant me immortality. I will do anything. Anything. The Duke suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly at the ceiling of the study. There are indeed deities in this world. Theoretically, as long as one recited the name of a deity such as the god of twilight with a sincere prayer, there was a chance that the deity would hear the request and even respond to the wish. Even the emotional outbursts of someone like the Duke, which lacked a clear direction, could be heard by the deities. However, it was largely a matter of luck, and typically no deity would be bored enough to respond to such purely emotional outcries. But whether it was fortune or misfortune for the Duke of Tulip, a presence not of this world heard his prayer. Do you wish for immortality? A strangely enigmatic and indescribable voice suddenly appeared in the Duke's mind. Although the Duke could not understand the language of the strange voice, he inexplicably grasped its meaning. Who are you? How did you accomplish this? I am the Duke of Tulip. I command you to leave this place. Otherwise, if I catch you, you will surely regret today's decision. Under the sudden emergence of the eerie voice, the Duke quickly regained his composure. He desired immortality, but he was not a complete fool. He certainly would not easily trust this inexplicable voice that had appeared in his mind. Do you wish for immortality? The strange voice ignored the Duke's inquiries and continued to repeat the same question. No matter how the Duke threatened or persuaded, the strange voice remained unmoved, simply asking him one question repeatedly. Do you wish for immortality? This persisted for several days. At first, the Duke managed to maintain his sanity and not heed the strange voice. However, as time went on, he began to waver. He hired a 7th-tier magician to check if he had fallen under a certain mental spell. The result was that he was perfectly fine with no traces of mental magic. Thus, the Duke started to waver. What if it were true? It wouldn't hurt to ask, right? After a bout of illness 2 weeks later, he pondered, how can you prove that you can grant me immortality? You only need to have the great glance at you. The voice was still incomprehensible, yet the Duke could understand it for some reason. Then the Duke felt as if he was being pulled into a bizarre place. He saw the great eye. Upon awakening, the Duke of Tulip joyfully discovered that he was bathed in a pile of expensive alchemical materials. When he lifted his luxurious garments, he found that the traces of magical circuits and alchemical modifications had completely vanished. The once hollow places were filled with a black, viscous substance that looked utterly beautiful. The Duke of Tulip praised. He could feel himself rejuvenated by more than 10 years. The web of death was instantly torn apart by more than half. He could now live for at least another 10 years. No 20 years. Moreover, he felt powerful. The Duke realized he could no longer use alchemy to refine. Yet the surge of strength within him was several times more potent than when he used alchemy. The Duke quickly tidied his disheveled clothes, kneeling with utmost reverence. I am grateful for the Great's glance. Oh, whatever you require of me, command me. How can I achieve immortality? Ow. You only need to continuously sow the seeds of the Great. As long as the seeds are sown on your direct descendants, consuming them once mature will grant you immortality. Thank you for the Great's gift. From that day forward, the Duke of Tulip summoned all his various illegitimate children and direct descendants who had married into other noble families for various reasons. They all mysteriously disappeared along the way. Of course, the Duke's plan was not flawless. Many nobles noticed, yet they dared only to harbor their anger in silence, for nearly all of the Duke's direct descendants had married below their station. A few factions that were on par with, or even above the Duke, were also perfectly deceived by his plans. Aside from his 2 sons and 1 daughter who were being groomed as successors, nearly all of the Duke's direct descendants had perished within a short span of 2 years. But how could the Duke of Tulip, who had enjoyed a surge in power and longevity, stop? Thus his eldest son and 2nd daughter sequentially met untimely deaths. Only Xia Tulip remained. She would come of age next year. The Duke was ready to sow the seeds and enjoy one last feast in a short period. But all of that was lost. Upon receiving the news, the Duke of Tulip furiously crushed the expensive chair beneath him. He vowed to hunt down the one who killed Xia, using them he had painstakingly sown over the last 3 years. Xia Lin returned to the dormitory assigned by the academy in a daze. Eve had gone out to practice magic and alchemy earlier. Now she was back sitting on the bed to rest. What's wrong, Xia Lin? Eve asked, looking at Xia Lin, who appeared somewhat dispirited. It seems we have been put on a bounty. Xia Lin sighed and handed the previous flyer to Eve. Eve carefully examined the bounty issued by Duke Tulip against them. After reading it, her expression showed no change. Oh, so it's Duke Tulip. This was Eve's current thought. Previously, it might have given her a headache. After all, it was a bounty issued by the ruler of a principality. The bounty amount was not low. Even some relatively poor 6th-tier individuals might take action. But Eve had no such concerns now. How strong could a 6th-tier be? Could they be stronger than Xia Lin? The only thing that troubled Eve was Xia Lin. She thought that after that incident, Xia Lin would no longer feel weak enough to be unable to defeat anyone. But the current situation was clearly. Just as Eve was about to speak to Xia Lin to do some mindset work, Xia Lin spoke up first. Eve, I think we should prepare a bit. Xia Lin said, seriously grabbing Eve's shoulders with both hands. Yes, it is time to prepare. Eve also nodded gravely, but she quickly realized something was off. Didn't you just say something? Prepare. Sorry, Xia Lin, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Although Eve had already responded to Xia Lin, she still thought she had misheard. Didn't Xia Lin just say, let's run away? As Xia Lin prepared to narrate in detail her plan, to Eve her head tilted at a 45-degree angle. What is this person talking about? However, out of care for her fellow countrywoman, Xia Lin decided to repeat herself. I said we should prepare for how to deal with it. Many people have seen us as teammates of Xia. It's almost impossible to stay out of it. Even if Duke Tulip ultimately fails to find concrete evidence out of spite, he would use us as tools to vent his anger. Watching Xia Lin analyze their current situation in simple terms and prepare to take corresponding countermeasures. Eve's eyes widened and her mouth opened. After Xia Lin finished her analysis, she hurriedly reached out to touch Xia Lin's forehead, using her hand to feel. It's cool. Pressing her forehead against it. Still cool. Xia Lin did not have a fever. Eve arrived at this rather absurd conclusion. Xia Lin, I think I might have a slight fever. Similarly, Xia Lin measured Eve's temperature in the same way. You don't have a fever. This was Xia Lin's conclusion. Eve looked at Xia Lin with some suspicion. Since she didn't have a fever, Xia Lin didn't have one either. So how could Xia Lin say such a thing? This was somewhat inconsistent with her character. However, soon Eve came up with an even more reasonable conjecture. She must be dreaming. Xia Lin not dragging her off would be good enough. How could she actively prepare to deal with Duke Tulip? Although it was indeed quite unreasonable for Xia Lin to prepare to deal with a Duke, given her strength, it was still much more reasonable than the former. Xia Lin, pinch me. Eve said very seriously. If she were dreaming, being pinched shouldn't hurt. Just as Xia Lin's finger was about to touch Eve's soft face, Eve stopped her. Be gentle when you pinch. Okay. Then Eve took a big bite of the resurrection dumpling before finally allowing Xia Lin to proceed. Who is Xia Lin? A witch able to create cheats for the main character of a novel with her bare hands. Eve could guarantee that if Xia Lin pinched her, she could easily kill her with just a little bit of force. So to prevent her from actually being in a dream and getting killed by Xia Lin, out of caution, Eve chose to take a bite of the dumpling first. Xia Lin grabbed Eve's cheek tightly and yanked it outward. Moreover, she grabbed exactly where Eve was chewing the dumpling. Xia Lin's tug made Eve's cheek stretch long before she suddenly let go. Eve's cheek snapped back with a pia. Oh, leaving a red mark on her face. It looked quite painful, at least the red mark wouldn't fade for 2 or 3 days. It hurts. Eve expressionlessly covered her cheek that had been roughly tugged by Xia Lin. Xia Lin pretended to look a bit embarrassed as she gazed out at the scenery outside the window. The snow is really red. No, it's really white. She certainly understood what Eve meant. It was just that she thought she wouldn't possibly do such a thing and would just run away. But that was in the past. Now she had recognized her own strength. She wouldn't run away until the situation truly warranted it. Eve expressionlessly looked at Xia Lin's slightly reddened face as she turned away. Today she wouldn't hold it against Xia Lin. Next time, she would definitely make Xia Lin pay. So how do you plan to prepare? Eve pretended to be nonchalant as she spoke. 2 days later after the break ended, the teachers of the Empire Academy gathered all the examinees together again. They began announcing the detailed requirements for the second round of assessment. Aside from the basic requirement to cross the eternal frozen land within 2 weeks, there was another requirement. It was to collect a leaf from the Ice Phoenix tree. Legend has it that the Ice Phoenix tree is the dwelling place of the legendary creature the Ice Phoenix. The leaves of the Ice Phoenix tree have the effect of enhancing mental strength, and there is also a certain probability of learning the Ice Phoenix's magic after consuming the leaves. Of course, the ability to learn the Ice Phoenix's magic is merely a legend. However, drinking water brewed with Ice Phoenix leaves or consuming them does indeed enhance mental strength. It's just that only the first 3 leaves consumed will be effective. Moreover, the effects gradually diminish. By the time one reaches the 3rd Ice Phoenix leaf, it is basically ineffective, and the eternal frozen land is an extremely dangerous area. Let alone these 4th-tier examinees, even a 6th-tier individual entering it cannot guarantee their safety. Not to mention that Ice Phoenix leaves are very hard to find. Because the Ice Phoenix tree has a certain consciousness, it can randomly appear in any corner of the eternal frozen land. Moreover, it possesses a certain level of combat ability roughly equivalent to a 5th tier. This means that even if they find the Ice Phoenix tree, they may not necessarily be able to defeat it. Basically, they can only rely on luck to pick up those Ice Phoenix leaves that have fallen on the ground. Of course, the Empire Academy will not confiscate the Ice Phoenix leaves found by the examinees. Instead, after confirming the authenticity of the Ice Phoenix leaves, they will reward the successful examinees with an additional leaf. Those who wish to withdraw from the assessment still have a chance now. Unlike the first phase of the assessment, almost no one chose to withdraw this time. After all, this is the Imperial Academy, ranked first in the entire empire and even holds a high place in the world. The assessment has begun. The second phase of the assessment did not require teams. However, almost everyone chose to team up with others. Like in the first phase, Xia Lin and Yi Fu left only after most people had already departed. Once again, it was due to a delayed teammate. However, this delayed teammate was Xia Lin. Are you all ready? Yi Fu asked with a slight headache. Xia Lin nodded and tore open a corner of a spatial crack to show Yi Fu. To be honest, Yi Fu still had no idea what Xia Lin had prepared, but it didn't matter. Even if Xia Lin had not prepared anything, the Tulip Duke had no way to deal with her. She should be more worried about the Tulip Duke. Then let's go. Xia Lin and Yi Fu left the eternal frozen ground outpost together. At the same time, a man dressed in black whose face was not visible followed closely behind them. His name was Norman, a former merchant and a 5th-tier alchemist. He had accumulated some interesting, extraordinary items over the years of trading. With these, he managed to evade detection and entered the 4th-tier assessment of the Imperial Academy. However, before enrollment, the Imperial Academy would conduct another inspection. By then, he wouldn't be able to hide behind such items. Yet Norman's goal was not to enter the Imperial Academy. He was after a treasure that could change his destiny. And that treasure was on Yi Fu. He had once hired Yi Fu as a guard to traverse a vast and dangerous desert. Unfortunately, during that time, their supplies were robbed, and they were on the brink of starving to death in the desert. It was Yi Fu who produced the supplies. However, Yi Fu claimed that she found them in the desert. Of course, Norman did not believe her. He had seen with his own eyes how a pile of food and drink suddenly appeared in Yi Fu's hands. If it were just that, it wouldn't matter, it could simply be spatial equipment. Though valuable, it wasn't enough for him to steal. But he witnessed. The moment Yi Fu left the desert, her spiritual power surged dramatically. Afterwards, he hired Yi Fu several more times. Not every task ended with an increase in her spiritual power. Yet whenever he saw Yi Fu again, she always had something new. Thus, Norman was certain that Yi Fu possessed a treasure that could enhance strength and summon anything out of thin air. However, Norman did not follow too closely. He maintained a significant distance, hovering behind Yi Fu and Xia Lin. Days before, the Tulip Duke sat restlessly in his study. He anxiously tapped his finger repeatedly on the desk. His immense power left multiple dents on the desk. It had been many days since he issued a bounty for his daughter's death. Yet he had yet to receive any useful information. The only news was that the companions of Vina were 2 girls named Xia Lin and Yi Fu. Since the first time he picked the ripe fruit, the Tulip Duke could not forget that feeling. Now his last hope had vanished. Of course, there was no alternative. He had to accept the Great Glance. But without contributions, no one could receive that glance. This led him into a dead end. His oldest child was not even 3 years old. It would be at least 15 years before he could eat again. This only made the Tulip Duke more irritable and restless. He wanted to vent his frustration, but found no target. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his ear. Go capture the Ice Phoenix, the Great. Will glance at you. A voice that seemed bizarre and incomprehensible to others. At this moment, it was like heavenly music to the Tulip Duke. The humble servant understands. Oh, I will go capture the Ice Phoenix for the Great. The Tulip Duke knelt on the ground, fervently praying to an unknown entity. He only stood up after confirming the owner of the voice had left. At the same time, he caught sight of the 2 names on the desk. Your deaths are all because of you. This time I will give you the chance to atone to me. Eternal frozen ground. A villa completely devoid of vegetation in the snowy frozen land rose up in a very peculiar location. The one capable of such a feat was none other than Xia Lin. At that moment, Yifu was surrounded by silvery white balls. Upon rough counting, there were at least 30 of them. At this time, Xia Lin was enthusiastically introducing her newly developed magic to Yifu. One mass transforms into 3 pure beings. Yifu casually picked up one of the nearby balls and squeezed it. It was very soft, even softer than an ordinary ball. So this one ball can create 3 of you. Before Xia Lin could start her introduction, Yifu preemptively stated what Xia Lin was about to say. Yes, Xia Lin answered listlessly. And their strength is the same as yours, right? Correct. But there are some limitations, some abilities you can use, but the ball cannot, right? Correct. With every word Yifu said, Xia Lin's enthusiasm waned further. It would have been fine if Xia Lin had the opportunity to refute. But unfortunately, every point Yifu made was accurate. Except for some unclear details, everything else was completely correct. The only 2 distinctions between the ball and the original were that the ball had no consciousness and could only act on instinct. Aside from rolling the ball, all the abilities Xia Lin possessed could be replicated by the ball. Seeing Xia Lin's dejected expression, Yifu felt a bit embarrassed. She handed the ball to Xia Lin. Would you like to demonstrate? Never mind. Xia Lin took the ball and casually stuffed it into the spatial crack. At the same time, the spatial crack widened, instantly releasing a powerful suction that drew in all the remaining balls. We should continue searching for the Ice Phoenix tree. Today marked the 5th day of the 2nd phase of the assessment. They had already found the route to leave the eternal frozen ground, but had yet to locate the Ice Phoenix tree. Aside from the necessary rest at night, Xia Lin and Yifu had developed the habit of having morning tea, taking a midday nap, and enjoying afternoon and evening snacks. Now they had just finished their nap. Yifu had no objections. In fact, she was more eager to find the Ice Phoenix. However, her requirements weren't as high as Xia Lin's. She only needed to find the leaves of the Ice Phoenix tree. Yifu got up and followed Xia Lin out of the villa. Then Xia Lin pointed at the villa, and it vanished instantly. At that moment, a figure zipped past Xia Lin and Yifu at high speed. Before completely leaving, it kindly left a message for Xia Lin and Yifu run. Just as Xia Lin was still puzzled as to why the other party was urging them to flee, a completely pitch-black tide surged towards Xia Lin and Eve. Upon closer inspection, it was not a tide at all, but an army, a completely black army. The sunlight on the eternal frozen ground was already dim. After shining upon this black army, it seemed as if even the light had been utterly consumed. From afar, it appeared like an entirely black tide. At this moment, Xia Lin and Eve were not directly in front of the black army, but to the side. Normally, if the army's target was not them, it would likely ignore them and continue advancing. However, even judging with the naked eye, it was difficult to determine if this army was normal. Otherwise, the person from earlier wouldn't have urged them to flee. Though Xia Lin considered herself somewhat strong, she was not the type to want to fight everyone she saw. To avoid being targeted by the army, Xia Lin chose to avoid confrontation. Xia Lin pulled Eve beside her and tore open a spatial rift to slip inside. However, they did not leave too far behind. After all, they still needed to find the Ice Wudong tree and had to remain in the eternal frozen ground for a short while. It would have been fine if they did not clash with the army. Once conflict arose, they would have to take action against them. Xia Lin stood on a small hill about 2 kilometers away from the black army. From a distance, she watched the black army. The witch had excellent eyesight and could see as far as she wanted with sufficient magical power. Eve also used a long-range magic spell, barely able to observe the movements of the black army. The army advanced swiftly, even outpacing ordinary 4th-tier modifiers. Yet there were no signs of modification on them. Meanwhile, several candidates who participated in the Imperial Academy entrance exam alongside Xia Lin and Eve failed to outrun the black army. They were directly crushed into a pulp by the army. The defensive magic of the 4th ring was shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a second. Suddenly, the army that was charging forward came to an abrupt halt, changing direction and continuing to charge towards Xia Lin and Eve. Xia Lin frowned, tearing open another spatial rift to change her position for further observation. Yet the black army once again halted, adjusted its direction, and charged at Xia Lin and Eve once more. Xia Lin's frown deepened. There was no doubt that they were coming for them, otherwise it wouldn't have changed direction to charge twice in a row. However, one thing puzzled Xia Lin: who sent them, and why were they targeting her? But there was no time for Xia Lin to ponder this question. For the army, a distance of several kilometers could be covered in just a few words. In an instant, they were nearly upon Xia Lin and Eve. Confirming target: individual Xia Lin, Eve, initiating attack. The army paused for a moment in front of Xia Lin and Eve. Strange and incomprehensible words erupted from their mouths. Then they charged again towards Xia Lin and Eve. Eve looked at the imposing army charging at them. She cast a questioning glance at Xia Lin. She was not worried that Xia Lin wouldn't be able to handle this army. After all, Xia Lin was recognized by the system as the pinnacle of combat power in this world. If Xia Lin couldn't win, then no one could. Of course, this excluded the suspicion of the system exaggerating Xia Lin's abilities. But Xia Lin was someone who could handle the system with her bare hands. How weak could she possibly be? Eve was concerned that although Xia Lin had confidently declared she would no longer think of fleeing, words were one thing and reality was another. Looking at Eve's doubtful gaze, Xia Lin did not verbally respond to her question. Instead, she revealed a confident smile that conveyed, "Please don't worry," and then skillfully tore open a spatial rift leading to the forbidden forest. Eve's face darkened, as expected. She also gave up on persuading Xia Lin. After all, with Xia Lin's strength, if she truly wanted to forcefully take her away, Eve would not be able to resist. Eve sighed, looking helplessly at Xia Lin. She relaxed her muscles, ready to let Xia Lin do as she wished. However, what Eve did not expect was that Xia Lin did not take her along to escape. Instead, after taking out 10 dumplings from within, she directly closed the spatial rift. The Black Army spears were almost at Xia Lin and Eve's faces, as if they were about to pierce through the two at any moment. Metadomain. A silvery light emanated from Xia Lin's fingertips, shooting towards the sky. A massive semicircular space encompassed Xia Lin, Eve, and the entire Black Army. Of course, Xia Lin's metadomain was not the authentic version. It was merely a magic spell called metadomain created as a mimicry of the authentic version. However, its effects were even stronger than the genuine one. In addition to the basic abilities of creating a subspace to trap opponents and enhance oneself, while weakening opponents, Xia Lin could also freely modify the physical rules of this subspace. However, Xia Lin's intention in using the metadomain was not to stay inside and battle the army. Although she knew her strength was not weak, even a bit strong. At her core, Xia Lin remained extremely cautious. After all, she had no way of gauging the opponent's strength. Of course, Xia Lin had tried to create a spell to detect the opponent's strength. Unfortunately, she could never conjure it. The opponent's strength, when calculated, was roughly equivalent to a single-digit magical value. The strongest barely reached 3 digits. Xia Lin immediately determined that there was a problem with the magic. Who could be so weak? She threw all 10 dumplings towards the Black Army. One transforms into 3 pure. Each dumpling that was thrown transformed into 3 smaller dumplings. Then they began to rapidly expand until they were nearly the size of Xia Lin before stopping. Ultimately, they transformed into 30 identical Xia Lin clones floating above the Black Army. Seeing all the clones in position, Xia Lin tore the space of the metadomain and returned to reality with Eve. At this moment, a massive silver semicircular cap lay over the eternal frozen ground. Since the terrain of the eternal frozen ground was mostly flat, most areas could see the enormous silver semicircular cap. Xia Lin waved her hand to conjure a 2-person sofa and a large floating screen. The screen displayed the scene within the metadomain. At that moment, more than 30 of Xia Lin's dumpling clones were engaged in a righteous beatdown against the 1,000-strong army. Simultaneously, 2 spatial rifts opened on one side, and Xia Lin had stuffed several clone dumplings into her arms. One led to the Forbidden Forest, where Xia Lin's storage contained many more dumplings. The other side led to the interior of the metadomain, with only a fissure thinner than a hair. Clearly, it was prepared to throw all the clone dumplings into the metadomain at once in case of any anomalies. Then through the spatial rift, escape with Eve. Although Xia Lin did not intend to escape this time, her current behavior was somewhat questionable. Eve glanced at the spatial rift leading to the Forbidden Forest beside her. She did not say much more. Eve observed Xia Lin's every move like a biologist studying a witch. With wide eyes, her left hand occasionally gripping the dumpling, and her right hand adjusting the brim of her hat despite the hat showing no sign of moving. Eve saw through Xia Lin's current intention at a glance. Xia Lin was extremely nervous, fearing that her 30 clones would not be able to defeat the army. Eve looked at Xia Lin with a mix of exasperation, helplessness, uncertainty, and a hint of questioning. She couldn't understand why Xia Lin thought that her 30 clones, which were roughly equal in strength to her, would not be able to handle an army. Although this army did not seem ordinary, it could be said to be quite strong. At least she had seen one that could run faster than anyone else. So if you're so worried, why didn't you use all the dumplings from the start? Eve asked Xia Lin. She did not intend to press for the specific reason, knowing that the answer she would ultimately receive would be the same. More than this, she was curious as to why Xia Lin did not use all the dumplings. This was not in line with Xia Lin's character. Because this thing is very difficult to make, it takes me a long time to make one. Moreover, each dumpling can only be used once. Once used, it has to be remade. As she spoke, Xia Lin gently caressed the dumpling in her arms. These were originally meant to deal with Duke Tulip, but this inexplicable army suddenly intended to attack them. And with so many of them, even though she knew she was somewhat strong, Xia Lin still felt a bit apprehensive, uncertain in her heart. She had no choice but to let her clones take action. To ensure the clones could defeat them, Xia Lin directly deployed 1/3 of her current clones. Each clone was equivalent to her strength when she wasn't stacking dumplings. Moreover, these clones did not require her direct command. Although they lacked self-awareness, they possessed a high degree of autonomous combat capability. Thus, there was no need for Xia Lin to issue commands. Of course, if Xia Lin wanted, she could also control the clones in battle. However, there were downsides. They lacked the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Generally, they could only act after Xia Lin determined the target to attack. Which is harder to make, this or the system? This one. Xia Lin responded vaguely as the battle in the metadomain had reached a fever pitch. She currently had no time to answer Eve's question. Ignoring the system warnings popping up in her mind, Eve firmly squeezed the soft dumpling clone. The texture felt better than the system's. The system's warnings grew more intense. In the metadomain, 30 of Xia Lin's clones floated in the air. The pitch-black army on the ground had almost completely disappeared, leaving only a puddle of black sludge slowly writhing. Then in the next moment, the black army instantly rose from the black sludge. Their speed was so fast that even Eve was startled. She had not reacted at all, as if this army had appeared out of nowhere. Only Xia Lin, relying on the witch's extraordinary vision, could see everything clearly. Xia Lin's brows furrowed deeply. This was not the first time her clones had reduced them to such a state. Moreover, she had experienced this situation more than once. The giant octopus that had suddenly appeared in her home, and the monster disguised as a holy knight. Their powerful regeneration, their inability to be killed no matter how hard they tried, and their terrifying pollution abilities were all common traits. Xia Lin did not know how to describe these bizarre creatures, or rather they were not even creatures at all. But in any case, these things were exceptionally troublesome. Strong, indestructible, and capable of rapidly creating companions. They could be described as disgustingly insidious. Xia Lin was very glad that she had used the meta-domain from the very beginning. Otherwise, after the battle ended, she would have to clean up the mess created by these things. Fortunately, compared to the octopus that had invaded her home, and the monster masquerading as a holy knight, this fake army was much weaker. But to resolve these things quickly, Xia Lin took direct control of all the clones. The 30 clones of Xia Lin formed a square formation. All the magical power of the clones converged into the center clone. In an instant, all the other clones disappeared, disintegrating into scattered silver-white fragments. The only remaining clone pointed a finger upwards. A minuscule golden light sphere coalesced at her fingertip. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the spatial rift, Xia Lin decisively closed the rift that was narrower than a hair's breadth. At this moment, the total amount of magical power within Xia Lin's clone had already exceeded that of Xia Lin herself. The power of the falling sun at the clone's fingertip was even several times more terrifying than when Xia Lin's main body released it without stacking dumplings. Looking at the thin layer of the metadomain before her, Xia Lin could not help but worry whether the clone's attack would breach the metadomain. So she added a layer of shield for herself and Eve. At the same time, Eve very consciously took out a resurrection dumpling and took a bite. Xia Lin's resurrection dumpling provided an extra chance of resurrection with just one bite. And it was nearly impossible to finish. Although Eve had taken many bites, theoretically the number of times she could resurrect was quite considerable. But Eve was uncertain how many times she would die later. The spatial rift connecting to the metadomain was less than a meter away from Eve. As Xia Lin's clone began to gather the falling sun, she had already closed the spatial rift. Yet in that brief moment, even less than a second, Eve's arm was burned by the high temperature. A few seconds later, the falling sun from Xia Lin's clone had finished gathering. Xia Lin could see the silver-white meta-domain trembling. In an instant, she tore open another spatial rift, moving the sofa and screen along with Eve and herself 10 kilometers away. The minuscule falling sun, almost invisible to the naked eye, was thrown down by Xia Lin's clone. At the same time, the last clone completely dissipated due to exhaustion of magical power. The golden falling sun sphere descended at a speed that appeared extremely slow, but was in reality very fast. At this moment, the pitch-black army, which had originally chosen to harden against all of Xia Lin's clone's attacks, without any evasive action, began to panic. They started to split into smaller groups, scattering to various corners of the metadomain in search of weak points to break through. However, the metadomain and the real world were not in the same space at all. Unless they were powerful enough to tear open a spatial rift, like Xia Lin escaping was simply impossible. The minuscule light sphere descended. The tiny sphere of light made intimate contact with the ground of the metadomain. In that fleeting moment of contact, the sphere expanded at a terrifying speed. In almost an instant, the sphere completely occupied the entire metadomain, continuously expanding. The flames from the golden sun vaporized the dark army the moment they made contact. Yet this was not enough to completely annihilate them. The dark army scattered throughout the corners of the metadomain, repeatedly vaporized and revived by the golden flames. Simultaneously, the golden sun continued to expand. The extreme heat warped the very space around it. After several dozen seconds, the dark army seemed to be running out of strength. The speed of regeneration and revival became slower and slower until they were almost entirely evaporated by the falling sun. Meanwhile, the metadomain was nearing its own limit of support. From such a distance, Xia Lin could see the distortion outside the metadomain. In the next moment, the metadomain could no longer withstand the heat of the falling sun. With a loud bang, it shattered. The falling sun, originally confined within the subspace, suddenly appeared in reality. Fortunately, Xia Lin reacted quickly and released another meta-domain the moment the sun emerged. This restricted the falling sun once again to the subspace, causing minimal damage to the real world. Otherwise, based on Xia Lin's estimation, the power of this falling sun, though not as great as the one she used against the giant octopus. Moreover, it was weakened by the subspace and that inexplicable army. Even so, the remaining power could easily melt the entire eternal frozen land. They had yet to find their ice phoenix tree. If the falling sun were to appear in the eternal frozen land, it would be nearly impossible to locate it in this lifetime. Yet despite Xia Lin's quick reaction, the sun indeed manifested in the eternal frozen land for an instant. In that fleeting moment, the extreme heat of the sun vaporized the surroundings, creating a giant pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Simultaneously, all ice and snow within a 10-kilometer radius melted away. Even the exposed soil cracked under the intense heat. The world 10 kilometers away remained somewhat white, but much of the accumulated ice and snow had melted. At this moment, no one would believe this was the eternal frozen land. Eve's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at everything before her. Though she understood that Xia Lin was incredibly powerful, she honestly had no concept of what that entailed. After all, her understanding of Xia Lin's strength came from the system. Moreover, what Xia Lin showcased to her were things like the revival dumplings and the system, though they seemed quite effective in both sound and function. To be precise, they were immensely powerful. However, Eve had no clear concept of the exact level of Xia Lin's strength. If she had to describe it, she would use the two words invincible. But even being invincible requires a method of invincibility. Eve was completely unaware of the extent of Xia Lin's true invincibility. However, at this moment, she began to understand a little. Eve squatted down and gently touched the scorched, cracked soil with a finger. Her finger was burned. They were currently 10 kilometers away from the explosion's epicenter. One step forward was the cracked soil, and one step back was the frozen ground below zero. Moreover, she clearly witnessed the recent situation. A sun suddenly appeared and was taken away, moving so swiftly that had it not been for a brief flash of light, she would have had no way to notice it. Such a brief moment caused this level of destruction. Xia Lin, are you being a bit too? Eve looked at the near-apocalyptic scene before her and spoke to Xia Lin. Xia Lin certainly understood Eve's meaning. Sorry, I've tried my best to keep the area of destruction to a minimum. It shouldn't harm the ice phoenix tree, right? Looking at Xia Lin's expression, Eve truly felt a bit powerless to retort. You still want the ice phoenix tree? Honestly, the area of the eternal frozen land is not large. It could even be considered quite small. The entire eternal frozen land is roughly 700 square kilometers, and the damage Xia Lin just caused has already exceeded 1/10 of that. If viewed from above, it would appear that a massive void suddenly appeared at the center of the eternal frozen land, accompanied by an extraordinarily nonsensical desert. And this area, about 1/10 of the total area of the eternal frozen land, continued to expand outward. Approximately another fifth of the ice and snow was melting, and the temperature had already risen to around -30 degrees. Moreover, this range was continuously spreading outward. But the ice phoenix tree only appears in places where the temperature is below -50 degrees. This means that with Xia Lin's recent action, she effectively wiped out a third of the eternal frozen land. If you don't actually do it. Before asking, Eve first warned Xia Lin. She feared that Xia Lin would directly demonstrate the destructive power of the falling sun. If you were to unleash the falling sun with all your might, what would happen? I haven't released it at full strength yet. Looking at Eve's somewhat serious expression, Xia Lin honestly replied. What was the most powerful release you've done so far? It was okay. I just blew up the forest in my backyard. Xia Lin rubbed her chin as she spoke. She felt that the power was not that great. Eve was speechless. She knew where Xia Lin's home was. It was the Forbidden Forest. She was quite familiar with it. She landed there when she crossed over. Later, she researched a lot of information, and the area of the Forbidden Forest is about 10 million square kilometers. What an enormous area that is. If it were a perfect square, walking one side would require 3,162 kilometers. Even the area of the Eldritch Empire is only about 5 million square kilometers. If Xia Lin unleashed the falling sun, it could directly obliterate more than 2 Eldritch empires. Just as Eve was about to say something more, she was abruptly interrupted by Xia Lin. Eve watched as a tiny golden sphere of light rose from Xia Lin's fingertips. Having personally experienced the power of the falling sun, Eve would not underestimate this small sphere of light, which was about the size of a glass ball. If it were thrown, not only the eternal frozen land, but even the Eldritch Empire several principalities away would lose half its territory. Wait, Xia Lin, what are you doing? Eve anxiously grabbed Xia Lin's right hand, fearing that Xia Lin might accidentally throw the falling sun. I feel like they aren't completely dead, so I want to throw another one. Looking at Xia Lin's serious expression, Eve was certain that if she didn't stop Xia Lin, she would indeed throw the falling sun. After much persuasion, using the excuse that throwing it directly would obliterate the ice phoenix tree, Eve managed to convince Xia Lin. However, just at the previous explosion's epicenter, a minuscule black, that almost imperceptible to the naked eye, opened a similarly tiny spatial rift and left. Meanwhile, Xia Lin, engrossed in discussing the appropriate location for the falling sun with Eve, noticed nothing unusual. After a heated debate, Xia Lin was finally persuaded by Eve to agree to minimize the use of the falling sun in the future. If it must be used, she would control its power and range as much as possible. After confirming that the pitch-black army had indeed been completely eliminated, Xia Lin repaired the damaged permafrost layer and continued to randomly choose a direction to search for the other side of the ice wudong. Not long ago, Duke Tulip had just arrived at the edge of the eternal frozen land. He had only one purpose for coming here. That was to complete the important task assigned to him by the Great One, to capture the legendary Ice Phoenix and deliver it to the Great One. Then let the Ice Phoenix receive the same gaze from the Great One as he had. As for whether his strength could match that of an adult Ice Phoenix, which was at least at the 9th rank, that was another matter. Duke Tulip did not worry about this. His original strength was not even at the 6th rank. Facing an adult Ice Phoenix of at least the 9th rank was almost tantamount to seeking death. But now it was different. After receiving the gaze of the Great One, his strength was far beyond that of mere mortals. Though he had never tested it, Duke Tulip was very clear that his current strength was nearly on par with that of a 9th-rank powerhouse. Not to mention, he also had the thousands of seeds he had cultivated over the past 3 years. Now the seeds had all germinated, and with their power his strength could even reach near demigod levels. Let alone an ice phoenix. He was confident he could fight against anyone who approached. Duke Tulip confidently stepped into the territory of the eternal frozen land. At that moment a gigantic sun rose before Duke Tulip. The sun's brilliance nearly blinded him. But in an instant the sun vanished as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for the dazzling light and the warm wind blowing toward him, Duke Tulip would have thought that he had just hallucinated. Furrowing his brow, he recalled the rumors he had heard about the sun rising. However, whether it was a natural disaster or man-made had remained inconclusive. He believed it was most likely a natural disaster, not something human-made. After all, the earliest solar event occurred in the Forbidden Forest and completely destroyed the entire Forbidden Forest. Such a level of destruction was something even true gods could rarely achieve. Duke Tulip did not dwell on why the solar event occurred in the eternal frozen land. It had little to do with him, as he had stated from the beginning. His goal was to capture the Ice Phoenix and avenge Vina, but that would have to wait until he completed his task. Duke Tulip closed his eyes, preparing to sense the aura of the seeds. This task was not easy, and it was of great importance. He could not afford to be overly confident. Gaining the seeds' assistance was essential. The seeds had no consciousness and were almost entirely obedient to the commands of their sower. Therefore, Duke Tulip had sent the seeds ahead to the eternal frozen land to find traces of the Ice Phoenix. Soon Duke Tulip sensed the presence of the seeds. He keenly detected something was off. Why were they so close? Indeed, they were very close to Duke Tulip with a direct distance of less than 1 meter. This was Duke Tulip's conclusion. Opening his eyes again to look around, he saw only a world of white snow with no beautiful black in sight. Duke Tulip, refusing to believe, closed his eyes once more. Yet the result was the same, and this time it was even closer. Finally, after several attempts to sense, Duke Tulip finally discovered the location of his dear seeds. It was a tiny speck of pitch-black dust floating in midair. That beautiful pitch-black color and the aura of its kind confirmed to Duke Tulip that this speck of dust was indeed the seeds he had painstakingly sown and nourished over 3 years, finally germinating successfully. But it was too small. The combat power of the seeds was not low. Thousands of germinated seeds combined formed a legion with nearly 9th-rank strength. Moreover, their survival ability was equally terrifying. Duke Tulip could not imagine what existence had reduced them to this state. Fortunately, there was still a bit left. Spending more time could always make up for it. However, the issue was this task. Reluctantly, Duke Tulip had to attempt to communicate with the Great One. After a while, the aura emanating from Duke Tulip surged significantly, and his strength had evidently entered the legendary stage. Coupled with a terrifying recovery ability, even ordinary demigods could do nothing to him. Then Duke Tulip pointed at the speck of pitch-black dust. The dust rapidly expanded, transforming into an entire army of pitch black within seconds. With the help of the Great One, no one can stop me now. Duke Tulip's face revealed a fierce grin as he led the Black Army into the eternal frozen land. Thanks to the guidance of the Great One, he had found the location of the Ice Phoenix. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the boundless darkness, several evil gods were conversing. Do you think he understood? He should, but it doesn't matter if he didn't. Why? Any sane person wouldn't think of challenging a witch alone. Beneath the eternal frozen land, a gigantic ice wudong tree housed an ice phoenix over 10 meters long, which had been shaken to the ground by a massive tremor. However, the ice phoenix did not awaken. It merely rolled over and continued to sleep in the snow until a wave of scorching heat came from above, finally waking the ice phoenix. Why is it so hot? Feeling the uncomfortable heat, the ice phoenix revealed its wise ice blue eyes. Normally, the most comfortable living temperature for an ice phoenix is around -150. Just moments ago, the temperature here had already soared to nearly -100. Thus, the Ice Phoenix transformed into a girl under 1.5 meters tall, wearing an ice blue princess dress. With 2 small ice blue wings left on her back, her human name was Celia, and she was now going out to see what was happening outside. Many humans often came to her home. To avoid trouble, Celia would always transform into a human form whenever she went outside. Celia flew up high and poked through the thick permafrost layer. The sunlight from the outside shone into the dim underground, making Celia's eyes, which had been cooped up at home for a long time, feel a bit uncomfortable. Rubbing her eyes, the dazzling sunlight disappeared. Celia instinctively said, "Thank you. No need to thank me, my dear Ice Phoenix lady." At that moment, Duke Tulip poked his head through the hole Celia had made, revealing a very sinister smile. Who are you?" Celia looked seriously at Duke Tulip. By the calculation of the Ice Phoenix's age, she was still a little short of adulthood. However, in human terms, she had already lived for over 100 years. Celia immediately sensed that the person before her had ill intentions. Sure enough, Duke Tulip showed no intention of engaging in small talk with Celia. He reached out to grab Celia by the neck. Fortunately, Celia reacted swiftly, instantly retreating underground, and using the Ice Phoenix's innate ability to control ice and snow to seal the entrance tightly. However, this bit of ice and snow was no obstacle for Duke Tulip. He pulled his hand out of the snow and removed the white glove from his palm, elegantly rolling up his sleeves. Revealing completely black palms and arms beneath his clothing, Duke Tulip admired his arm with a hint of intoxication. Then an eye grew in the center of his palm, and his arm elongated, deeply piercing into the ground. The black arm resembled an indestructible drill. Neither the solid ice nor the frozen earth could hinder Duke Tulip's arm from its forward exploration. The black arm penetrated through thick layers of frozen soil and ice, driving straight into the ice phoenix grove where Celia was. The black palm opened, and the eye in the center seemed to turn aimlessly, quickly locating Celia's position. The black palm continued to stretch, directly reaching for Celia's slender neck. However, Celia was not an easy target. The moment Duke Tulip's palm reached for her, she transformed back into the ice phoenix. A pair of sharp claws grasped Duke Tulip's wrist, and then she exhaled pure white cold air that froze the palm and part of the arm into ice. Then with a gentle peck from her beak, all of Duke Tulip's limbs that extended into the ice phoenix grove turned to shards. Yet in the blink of an eye, the shattered limbs of Duke Tulip regenerated perfectly. Once again he reached for Celia's neck. However, this time Celia was not so fortunate, although she reacted to Duke Tulip's rapid attack. She couldn't evade completely, and the black palm pierced through Celia's ice-blue wings. In pain, Celia lost her balance, and two more palms sprouted from Duke Tulip's arm. He aimed to capture Celia in one go. Luckily, at that moment, the thickest branch of the sycamore tree in the grove suddenly extended to block Duke Tulip's attack. Seizing this brief moment to catch her breath, Celia forced herself to endure the discomfort. She unleashed the strongest ambush she had ever attempted, freezing all of Duke Tulip's limbs. Inside the ice block, Duke Tulip's limbs continued to struggle. Celia could not control how long this breath would hold Duke Tulip. She dared not linger too long and flew back to the sycamore grove. The leaves of the sycamore trees in the entire grove pulled out their roots and frantically fled in one direction. By the time Duke Tulip completely escaped, the entire grove of sycamore trees had vanished from his sight. Duke Tulip, still not convinced, dug down hundreds of meters with his arm, finding nothing before frowning and pulling his arm back. He then adjusted his sleeves and put on the white glove. Did she escape? Duke Tulip murmured to himself. As the ruler of an entire principality, many secrets unknown to commoners were as familiar to him as common knowledge. In fact, he had some understanding of the legendary ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, strictly speaking, should be called a phoenix. It is a legendary magical creature residing in eternally frozen lands or extreme cold or heat areas like volcanoes. It possesses intelligence, can transform into human form, and has an innate ability to control temperature. Upon reaching adulthood, it can freely transform between the ice phoenix and fire phoenix forms. However, before adulthood, it can only maintain one form. After maturity, its strength reaches the peak of the 9th level, and upon fully mastering the transformation ability after adulthood, it can achieve legendary strength. Moreover, the phoenix and the sycamore grove have a symbiotic relationship. The ice phoenix he just encountered was clearly still immature, with strength only at the beginning of the 9th level, and it was carried away by the sycamore grove. However, this was not a problem, just now the Great One bestowed upon him the ability to track the ice phoenix's location. No matter where that ice phoenix flees, he can bring her back. Go and seal off the entire eternal frozen land, driving all creatures to the center of the eternal frozen land. The dark army made no sound and instantly dispersed into small teams of 3 heading towards the border of the eternal frozen land. Meanwhile, Duke Tulip grew dozens of tentacles from his back that directly burrowed underground, heading towards where Celia was sensed. On the other side, Xia Lin and Eve had just exited the villa. They had just experienced a fierce battle, watching the doppelganger turn all of Duke Tulip's subordinates into atoms. Thus, Xia Lin urgently needed to replenish her number of doppelganger dumplings. Furthermore, Xia Lin herself had a bit of a fear of lacking firepower. After spending nearly half a day, Xia Lin successfully created 30 doppelganger dumplings after stacking 5,000 dumplings. Now Xia Lin had a total of 50 doppelganger dumplings in her hands. Eve looked up at the sky. The clouds at the horizon had turned red, and the sunlight was soft and not glaring. It was simply the perfect time to sit in the yard, enjoy dinner, and appreciate the sunset. So why not wait until tomorrow to find the ice sycamore? Eve asked somewhat helplessly. Of course, this was not because she wanted to slack off and back out. It was because Eve believed that with Xia Lin's temperament, she would soon say, "It's about time for dinner, let's call it a day," after going out for a while. Rather than wasting a little time, it would be better to directly get to the point. Of course, this had nothing to do with her being very satisfied with the life of the past few days, gradually being somewhat infected by Xia Lin. Indeed, it had nothing to do with that at all. Eve was unwilling to admit that she was influenced by Xia Lin. Xia Lin did not answer Eve's question immediately. She simply stared at Eve with extreme seriousness, as if trying to see what the issue was with Eve today through her eyes. Eve felt a layer of fine sweat breaking out on her forehead in this cold temperature. All right, then let's eat. Hearing Xia Lin's usual response, Eve finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before Eve could completely relax, Xia Lin quickly moved closer to her. At this moment, the distance between Xia Lin and Eve was even less than 5 centimeters. Why does Eve seem off today? She's never this eager to eat normally. Xia Lin eyed Eve up and down, suspicion flickering in her gaze. Too close, and slightly flustered. Eve's ears flushed crimson. What do you mean? I'm just... Eve turned her head aside, avoiding Xia Lin's eyes with uncharacteristic shyness, until moments later she seized upon an excuse. I'm only considering your feelings. Armed with justification, Eve instantly straightened her posture, puffing out her chest, and effectively repelling Xia Lin. Really? Yes. Yet those three simple words from Xia Lin nearly deflated Eve all over again. After spending time together, Xia Lin knew full well that Eve was much like herself, a creature of indolence, her laziness merely concealed before by circumstance. Now, having grown accustomed to one another, Eve's true nature had begun to surface, and today Xia Lin would peel back the veil entirely. Just as Xia Lin prepared to press her advantage, a blur shot past, swift as wind, between her and Eve, forcibly interrupting her advance and granting Eve a quiet sigh of relief. Before Xia Lin could voice her indignation at such flagrant disregard for public decorum, a familiar cry rang out from a far run. Recalling the last encounter, Xia Lin and Eve instinctively turned their heads in unison toward the source. Not far ahead of them, three jet-black soldiers sprinted across the snow. Sensing their aura, Xia Lin recognized them instantly. They were members of the same legion she had slain at noon. Yet she distinctly remembered scanning the battlefield afterward, thoroughly, even down to the atomic level. No survivor could have slipped through. She concluded, therefore, that these three were reinforcements, not stragglers. Yet halfway into their charge, they halted abruptly. Hesitation flickered across their faces, uncertainty about pressing forward. To Xia Lin's knowledge, soldiers of that legion possessed no self-awareness, and scarcely any capacity for fear. And even if fear had stirred within them, it required an object, something tangible to dread. Xia Lin scanned the surroundings, pristine white snow, the villa behind them, and only herself and Eve. Clearly their dread was directed neither at the villa nor at Eve. Xia Lin's expression hardened. She needed to uncover how they had evaded her scrutiny and escaped undetected. Countless motes of magic coalesced within the infinitesimal spaces inside Xia Lin's body. Her power surged exponentially. In half a second, 10,000 magic motes converged. Instantly, an overwhelming aura, vast, ancient, and sovereign, erupted from Xia Lin, expanding without restraint. The three mindless soldiers understood for the first time what true terror meant. Without hesitation, they defied the Grand Duke of Tulip's command, turning on their heels and fleeing with every ounce of strength they possessed. As seeds, they lacked self-awareness. More precisely, their self-awareness had been suppressed, leaving them bound solely to orders. They felt almost no pain and almost no fear. Almost, not none. A sliver remained. Drawing upon the accumulated battle wisdom of countless predecessors, they had witnessed myriad deaths. Among them, gradual erasure by divine power, temporal imprisonment, accelerating decay until lifespan expired, deliberate severance of regeneration followed by execution or banishment into chaotic spatial rifts. But this was the first time they'd seen someone obliterate their regenerative capacity, not with metaphysical force, but with raw, brutal physical assault. It had nearly killed them outright. The memory of their 30287724 deaths at noon shattered the Grand Duke's mental constraints, propelling them to flee, legs pumping wildly of their own volition. So profound was their terror that nascent self-awareness flickered to life within them. For now, they might be called Soldier 1, Soldier 2, and Soldier 3. Xia Lin, however, remained oblivious. She simply wondered how had they revived, after being reduced to ash that morning after her meticulous atomium inspection. Stop! Xia Lin's voice, crystalline, ethereal, haunting, sounded to Soldiers 1, 2, and 3 like Satan's personal invitation. Terror compelled them to halt. Yet obedience dragged them forward again, faster than they'd fled, reappearing before Xia Lin in an instant. Unbidden, they twisted their faces into three grotesque, tearless grins. How did you survive at noon? Their smiles stiffened, warping further into masks of abject horror. Is that even human speech? They stammered in disjointed chorus, yet Xia Lin heard only noise. Speak human language. Soldier 3 collapsed paralyzed. The other two trembled violently, yet miraculously found their tongues. We shrank ourselves to near nothingness, and slipped through a spatial rift while you looked away. All of you. All of us. They dared not, and could not, conceal a single detail. Every moment of noon unfolded truthfully before Xia Lin. So I didn't kill you after all. Xia Lin stroked her chin, a quiet epiphany dawning. Then, would another sunfall finish you? Why wise? Trembling, they recalled the unspeakable horror of noon. Oh, then it's settled. You may die now. Metafield enveloped them instantly. At Xia Lin's fingertip bloomed a dazzling, minuscule sphere of light, the sunfall amplified by 10,000 magic motes. Xia Lin had never unleashed a sunfall of such magnitude. She could, of course, erase their very existence, effortlessly. Yet she wished to test whether, as they claimed, the sunfall alone could annihilate them. Wait just a moment. Might you, perhaps, choose a different method of execution? The sheer dread of sunfall had seared itself into their souls. They dared not beg for mercy, only for a death less harrowing. Ordinarily, death held no terror for them, but being physically dismantled, millions of times, was beyond endurance. Xia Lin's hand poised to hurl the sunfall paused, ever so slightly. Explain. Mercy was impossible, but granting them a gentler end, that she could allow. So they revealed the Grand Duke's orders, and every step they intended to take next. True to her word, Xia Lin erased them utterly, granting them at last a swift and serene death. After dealing with the 3 soldiers, the silver meta-domain was lifted. At the same time, the number of magical orbs stacked within Xia Lin was rapidly diminishing. Half a second later, the terrifying aura that only the 3 soldiers could perceive from Xia Lin became somewhat less intimidating. Is it resolved? Then let's eat. Eve regarded the sudden attack of the 3 soldiers as merely a minor interruption, showing no concern. She did not delve into the potentially horrifying reasons behind their actions. For instance, the dark gods planning to invade the world and annihilate everything. At this moment, Eve was more keen on having a meal. Yes, it's resolved, but let's not eat just yet. Why? As if realizing her own faux pas, Eve coughed twice. Ahem, I meant. Why? Pretending that the surprised person earlier was not herself, Eve restored her usual calm tone. Of course, this was not because Eve was a glutton. It was simply that the food in this world was rather unpalatable. However, this shouldn't be attributed to the world itself. It was mainly because Eve had spent nearly all her money on enhancing her abilities. Meals were merely a matter of the simplest black bread and beans. Now encountering Xia Lin, they could enjoy delicacies that were only available in her previous life. Naturally, she had begun to look forward to meals. Indeed, that was the case. Eve repeatedly sought justification in her heart, while organizing her words to refute Xia Lin when questioned. But Xia Lin merely offered a sympathetic smile, not pressing Eve for answers. This left Eve inexplicably feeling a bit disappointed. I just asked them where the ice Paulownia tree is. So now we need to find the ice phoenix and get some ice Paulownia leaves. Oh, I see. Then, let's go. Xia Lin briefly recounted the information she had obtained from the 3 soldiers. The search for ice Paulownia leaves is one of the 2 requirements for the second phase of the assessment. It's a legitimate task, indeed a very legitimate one. Although Eve was somewhat longing for a meal, she was willing to sacrifice for the sake of the task. Seeing Eve's interesting expression, Xia Lin immediately guessed what she was thinking. With a hint of mischief, she suggested, why don't we eat first? We can go later. Yes. Eve instinctively agreed, believing Xia Lin wouldn't tease her. Little did she know she had fallen into Xia Lin's trap. But someone is chasing the ice phoenix. If we delay, it would be bad if the ice phoenix dies. Let's go now. Xia Lin glanced away, pretending to be troubled. Eve's mood visibly soured. That's true. But I can stop time, so why not we stop time and eat? Okay. No, wait. Just as Eve was about to agree, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Xia Lin, you're tricking me. Eve feigned to raise her hand to strike Xia Lin, who chuckled and immediately ran in a certain direction. Xia Lin was a witch, while Eve, without magic or alchemy, had the physical attributes of an ordinary person. How could she possibly catch up with Xia Lin? After chasing Xia Lin for a while, Eve eventually stopped. That rascal Xia Lin maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Not entirely leaving her behind, yet always making Eve feel as though she could catch her with just a bit more speed. After Eve halted, Xia Lin cheerfully approached her side. In a fit of frustration, Eve pinched Xia Lin's cheek hard. However, being a witch, Xia Lin appeared completely unbothered. Yet that alone was far from enough to quell Eve's anger. Give me a clone orb. What do you need that for? Although Xia Lin was puzzled, she refrained from asking further since Eve was clearly irate. She directly retrieved a clone orb from a spatial rift and handed it to Eve. She then watched as Eve pressed her clone orb to her chest, employing various techniques she had seen in events like WBO and WWE. Let's go, Eve said while venting her frustration on the orb, all the while wearing a gentle smile, as if the person who was angry at that moment was not her. Okay. Xia Lin decided against further teasing Eve, obediently leading the way in front of her. Beneath the eternal permafrost. Injured all over, Celia lay on the largest Paulownia tree in the grove, recovering from her wounds. At this moment, there were several holes in her wings, and her ice blue feathers were stained with blood. The Tulip Duke was exceedingly troublesome. Every time she was caught, she sustained injuries. After several encounters, she ended up in this state. Fortunately, the phoenix was also known as the immortal bird, and with the help of the Paulownia trees, these wounds only appeared severe, but did not significantly affect Celia's combat effectiveness. However, continuing like this wasn't a solution. Sooner or later, her recovery ability would fall behind, and she would be left helplessly watching as that human killed her. Countless pitch-black hands once again pierced through the underground rock layers, reaching for Celia's neck and wings. With her injuries not fully healed, Celia had no choice but to rise and fight. Once more, she struggled to fend off the Tulip Duke's attacks with her breath, adding more wounds to her wings. In fact, several young Paulownia trees in the grove had been cut into pieces by the Tulip Duke in an effort to protect her. This can't go on. Celia clearly understood the current situation. She must return to the surface, or otherwise she would only be drained to death by that human underground. However, upon reaching the surface with the aid of the ice and snow of the entire eternal permafrost, she might still have the strength to fight. After communicating with the Paulownia trees in her unique language, Celia began to dig upwards, disregarding the branches. Celia did not continue to stay on the Paulownia tree to recover. Instead, she flapped her injured wings, always on the lookout for any potential attack from the Tulip Duke. Fortunately, until the passage to the surface was completely open, the Tulip Duke did not launch another attack on them. A grove of Paulownia trees, averaging 80 meters in height, with the tallest one reaching as high as 200 meters, stood tall at the center of the eternal permafrost. The setting sun cast gentle rays of sunlight upon the grove, making the ice-blue paulownia trees appear red. At this moment Celia lay atop the highest ice paulownia tree recovering. That human could return at any moment, as she had to recover her combat power as soon as possible. Meanwhile, all the candidates within the eternal permafrost were being driven toward the center of the eternal permafrost by countless dark soldiers scattered into numerous small teams, as if herding livestock. Of course, apart from Xia Lin and Yi Fu, they had come to the center of the eternal frozen land on their own. Originally, there were hundreds of candidates, but now only a few dozen remained. Moreover, most of them were killed by these pitch-black soldiers. Now the remaining few were gathered together by thousands of dark soldiers. They were being escorted to the center of the eternal frozen land towards the suddenly rising grove of ice sycamores. However, Xia Lin and Yi Fu blended in with the candidates being escorted by the Dark Army. This created a very interesting scene. The original atmosphere should have been the Dark Army charging with imposing momentum, but not at full speed. They maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, to maximize the travel speed of all candidates. But after Xia Lin and Yi Fu joined in, the atmosphere instantly collapsed. The entire army had personally experienced the sunbathing that Xia Lin had given them at noon today, and every soldier rated it with the highest praise. Thus, each soldier could deeply remember Xia Lin. Moreover, they were not particularly afraid and did not fear pain. It was not that they truly lacked fear or felt no pain. Fortunately, Xia Lin was at a distance from them now, so they had not collectively lost their self-awareness. However, whenever Xia Lin and Yi Fu slowed their pace slightly to chat, the entire army would instantly stand at attention. Only after Xia Lin and Yi Fu moved to a relatively safe distance would they continue to advance. During this time, a few brave candidates unafraid of death approached to inspect while the army was at attention. As a result, without a doubt, they were directly pierced with dozens of holes by several long spears. After that, no one dared to come closer, slowly heading towards the grove of ice sycamores. Soon after, all candidates, including Xia Lin and Yi Fu, arrived at the center of the eternal frozen land, while the Dark Army surrounded them in a circle. They had trapped everyone in the center of the eternal frozen land. With a moment to catch their breath, the surviving candidates began to chatter. Do you think they will surround us and starve us to death? Do you think if I go over and pick a leaf from that tree it will hit me? Yeah. You can go try it. Well, maybe not. Oh, you are still alive. A young man dressed like a British gentleman approached Xia Lin and Yi Fu to greet them. The young man wore a tall top, had a sharply tailored tailcoat, and held a cane. Occasionally, a strand of brown curly hair peeked out from under his hat, but he quickly tucked it back in. Even after being chased by an army of thousands, his suit remained pristine. You are the one who runs very fast. Xia Lin rubbed her chin and spoke. Although he ran very fast, Xia Lin was after all a witch. Yes. The young man felt a bit uncomfortable with Xia Lin's unusual title for him. But out of a sense of gentlemanly spirit, he politely responded to Xia Lin and tried to change the subject. My name is Jesse. I warned quite a few people while I was escaping. However, most people did not manage to escape their pursuit. The fact that both of you made it here speaks volumes of your excellence. If we survive, I hope to become friends with both beautiful ladies. That would be nice, but what? But why are you pretending to be a man? Jesse, or should it be called Jess, stepped back in shock. Then he quickly glanced around and leaned in closer to Xia Lin's ear. The brown curly hair that had been stuffed into the top hat accidentally peeked out due to nervousness. Chill, lower your voice. Jesse hurriedly covered Xia Lin's mouth. At the same time, he secretly contemplated the flaws in his disguise. Damn it, she clearly aspired to become a gentleman and flirted with various beauties everywhere. As a result, before even starting, she was exposed on her very first attempt at flirting. Only after confirming that no one was paying attention to the situation did Jesse breathe a sigh of relief. This is a little hobby of mine. Can I ask you not to tell anyone else? Looking at Jess's pitiful expression resembling a puppy, Xia Lin felt somewhat reluctant to refuse. Reluctantly, she agreed. Thank you so much. Also, could you please tell me how you figured out I was a girl? Jessie shamelessly asked. She felt embarrassed that her first attempt at flirting with another girl had been seen through leaving her who thought her disguise was seamless, feeling very ashamed. She had to ask for clarity, otherwise how could she flirt with other girls? Just a feeling. All right. Still, thank you. I will. Take my leave now. After receiving Xia Lin's ambiguous answer, Jessie felt too embarrassed to stay in front of her any longer. After tucking the exposed brown curls back into the top hat, he scurried away. What did that person just come over for? At this moment, Yi Fu was vigorously squeezing and molding Xia Lin's doppelganger. She hadn't heard what Jessie had said. She seemed to have come over to flirt. So did you refuse? Yi Fu asked as if it were a matter of course. No. Why not? Yi Fu asked, slightly surprised. She is a girl. Yi Fu fell silent. She looked Xia Lin up and down. Yi Fu understood. Aren't you going to find the Ice Phoenix to negotiate? Just wait a bit longer. Only when conditions are offered in the most dangerous situations can one gain the most substantial profit. Xia Lin crossed her arms confidently as she spoke, resembling a business elite who had navigated the market for years. Yi Fu felt utterly powerless to retort. To the Ice Phoenix, a few ice sycamore leaves were akin to a snack after a meal. If you went directly to ask her, she would likely kindly stuff you with a whole bag. However, Yi Fu did not intend to tell Xia Lin about this matter. In any case, it did not matter what the final outcome would be. Also, she enjoyed watching the drama unfold. While Xia Lin and Yifu were chatting, the Duke of Tulip had confidently made his entrance from behind the dark army. At this moment, the Duke of Tulip was dressed in all black, arms crossed, slowly floating in midair. He had the air of a peerless master making an appearance. Ice Phoenix, surrender and come with me, or both this sycamore forest and you will perish. Give up resistance and come with me. There is still a glimmer of hope. A blue light flashed from within the sycamore forest, and Celia transformed into human form, appearing directly opposite the Duke of Tulip. If we are to fight, let's fight. No more unnecessary words. Celia, who seldom spoke, had a slight stutter. However, this stuttering did not hinder her resolve to fight to the end against Duke Tulip. Such commendable courage. Duke Tulip was both amused and infuriated by Celia's words. A young phoenix dares to challenge him. Duke Tulip had no intention of continuing to waste words with Celia. When language fails, let strength speak. He elegantly removed his white gloves and completely tore apart his upper clothing, revealing a body that was completely pitch black, resembling nothing human. Come on, merge with me. Duke Tulip spread his arms wide while the dark soldiers on the ground transformed into a pool of black sludge and flew towards him. Before long, Duke Tulip had transformed into a mass of writhing pitch black sludge. At this moment, Jessie, who had hesitated to leave, once again approached Xia Lin. She seemed to have readjusted her mindset. The soldiers are gone, shall we run together? No, I have some matters to attend to before I can leave. What? Jessie was about to ask Xia Lin what matters she had. At that moment, one of the candidates attempting to escape was struck down into a mist of blood by a tentacle emerging from the sludge. Jessie swallowed, nervously, no longer mentioning the escape. After a while, the mass of sludge in the sky stopped writhing. It ultimately transformed back into the form of Duke Tulip. Even the torn clothing was restored to its original state. At the same time, Duke Tulip transformed from a middle-aged man in his 40s to a youthful figure appearing to be just over 20. Feeling his youthful body and the surging power within him, Duke Tulip felt an overwhelming sense of ecstasy. Swearing allegiance to the Great for 3 years was the wisest decision he had ever made. Now he was determined to capture this ungrateful Ice Phoenix for the Great. Enjoy this last fleeting moment. It is your final taste of freedom. Duke Tulip's right hand swiftly extended towards Celia's neck. His speed was incredibly fast, almost too quick for Celia to react. It was only when that pitch-black hand was in front of Celia that she finally managed to react. But by then it was already too late. Even with her utmost speed, it was nearly impossible for Celia to evade Duke Tulip's attack. Just as Duke Tulip was about to strike Celia, he suddenly felt an inexplicable wave of fear and instinctively retracted his arm. Yet even with Duke Tulip's quick reflexes, his palm was still pierced with a small hole. Who is it? His hand pierced through began to heal almost instantly. However, the pain and fear left Duke Tulip feeling extremely unsettled. He feigned anger and roared at his surroundings. Xia Lin raised a finger slowly into the air, a wisp of hot smoke emanating from it. Indeed, it was Xia Lin who had just made her move. You wait a moment. Xia Lin cast a cold glance at Duke Tulip. Duke Tulip did not respond, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. At the same time, he was horrified to find that his hand was trembling. The more Duke Tulip tried to control his shaking hand, the more violently it trembled. Am I feeling fear? This thought, which he deemed utterly humiliating, rose in Duke Tulip's mind. Why should he fear a little girl who had suddenly appeared? Go. Eliminate her. Duke Tulip shouted inwardly, urging his body. But every cell in his body seemed to tremble in fear of Xia Lin's presence. All he could do was tremble in place, unable to do anything else. No matter how Duke Tulip tried, his body remained utterly immobile. This only fueled Duke Tulip's growing resentment toward Xia Lin. He vowed that when his body could move again, he would kill Xia Lin in the most brutal way possible. However, neither Xia Lin nor Celia noticed the resentment in Duke Tulip's expression. You? Who are you? What do you want to do? Celia asked Xia Lin, stuttering slightly. Although Xia Lin had objectively helped her moments ago, this did not guarantee that Xia Lin was on her side. I am here to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? Xia Lin said coldly. Coupled with the overwhelming aura emanating from her, it momentarily left Celia awestruck. This was not an intentional display from Xia Lin, it was simply how she appeared once she entered combat mode. I will help you kill him, and then you will give me. However, Xia Lin's words were cut off by Celia. I understand. I agree. Celia quickly but with difficulty acquiesced. Even though Xia Lin had yet to finish her sentence, she already knew what Xia Lin wanted. Wasn't it just to ride her? Fine. As long as she could drive away that detestable human and protect the sycamore forest, she could agree to any request. Seeing Celia's determined expression, Xia Lin felt a surge of joy within her. Yet on the surface, she remained utterly expressionless, resembling a cold Valkyrie. All right, do not go back on your word. I will never go back on my word. Xia Lin nodded slightly and turned to face Duke Tulip. At the same time, the amount of magical energy within her was rapidly increasing. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. A terrifying aura detectable only by those of demigod level or above began to spread outward from Xia Lin. To Celia and Duke Tulip's eyes, however, it appeared as though Xia Lin's aura had completely vanished. You go ahead and make your move. Xia Lin appeared to be giving Duke Tulip an opportunity. In reality, she had no intention of granting him any chance at all. She merely wanted him to reveal a prelude to his attack to avoid her skills going to waste. With Xia Lin's words, Duke Tulip finally found himself able to stop trembling in place. Now he could tremble while doing other things. Ignoring his shaking body, a smug smile appeared on Duke Tulip's face. As long as he could move, he was confident that he could kill this weakling who had unexpectedly appeared. After merging with the seeds, Duke Tulip's power was now approaching the pinnacle of legend. Yet being less than demigod level merely meant he was legendary. Without special perception abilities, he had no way of sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Xia Lin. Duke Tulip extended his arms. Countless tentacles began to grow wildly from his limbs as a pivot. In an instant, countless tentacles obscured half the sky. Just as the myriad of tentacles was about to touch Xia Lin, an invisible wave spread out from her. Everything covered by the wave fell into a standstill. Time was suspended. Of course, the time of the Tulip Duke was also halted. Yet amidst this stasis, the Tulip Duke retained a flicker of consciousness. Although the Tulip Duke realized he was frozen in time, he could take no action during this stasis. Xia Lin also noticed this. She pondered with her chin resting in her hand. Can one still possess consciousness during time stop? Indeed, this time stop skill is truly not useful at all. Xia Lin reflected for a moment, then, without further ado, extended her hand and pointed gently at the Tulip Duke. The space around him began to be stripped away. Completely isolated from this world, it formed a small, independent realm. However, this small realm was incredibly fragile and could vanish at any moment. Yet the reason Xia Lin created this small world was not to ensure its longevity, but to deal with the Tulip Duke. Each time she encountered these monsters related to that octopus, she had to use her ability of erasure to eliminate them. Otherwise, it would take a significant amount of time. Xia Lin was very dissatisfied with this. What difference was there between not being able to crush her opponent and losing? Thus, she had to develop a magic that could quickly, accurately, and effortlessly annihilate such monsters. Currently, Xia Lin was experimenting, but to ensure that no mistakes occurred during the process. The cautious Xia Lin decided to stack several more layers of boxes first. I declare that no living being is allowed here. The new small world was created by Xia Lin. Therefore, changing the rules here was significantly easier than directly altering the rules of the real world. Even if Xia Lin had not stacked 1000 magic spheres at that moment, she could still manage. At the moment Xia Lin's voice fell, the minuscule world's rules began to shift. Logically, such small world rules should not be able to shake a powerhouse of the Tulip Duke's caliber. However, there was no way around it. This world was created by Xia Lin the witch. And as everyone knows, the things created by witches are often peculiar. Yet they all share one characteristic: they are unreasonable. Therefore, no matter how illogical the rules of the miniature world underwent a change, living beings are prohibited here. The vitality within the Tulip Duke began to inexplicably dissolve. First the tentacles, then the limbs and torso, and finally the head. The dark substance writhed frantically, attempting to regenerate to escape death. But living beings are prohibited here, and the Tulip Duke could do nothing during the time stop. He could only watch helplessly as he perished. No, I cannot die. I have just gained a glimpse of the great. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die. Great existence. I beseech you, look at me one more time. As long as you let me live, I am willing to give anything. In the crevice of the subspace, several indescribable evil gods exchanged glances. After a long while, one of the evil gods finally spoke. Should we go? Who will go? That's a witch. I won't go. I absolutely won't. The one who is a believer must go. Besides, her son was killed by that witch. Several evil gods simultaneously directed their gaze at one of the evil gods. If I go, can I not defeat a non-complete witch with less than 100 magic power? The evil god left the crevice of the subspace, and the remaining evil gods cast pitying glances. A spatial rift was violently torn open by an octopus tentacle. A colossal octopus had emerged. The black smoke pouring from the rift instantly engulfed the skies above the eternal frozen soil. Both time and space were somewhat distorted under the powerful pressure of the evil god. Then the whole body of the evil god appeared in the real world. Its massive form nearly occupied the entire eternal frozen soil, and the black smoke in the sky continued to spread outward. At this moment, Xia Lin's time stop could only hold for a short while before being completely lifted by the evil god. Time resumed its flow. Simultaneously, the small world created by Xia Lin was instantly destroyed. The Tulip Duke's body was rapidly regenerating. Recalling the giant octopus he had dealt with earlier, almost all animals that saw an octopus would go insane. To prevent the situation from affecting a larger area, Xia Lin unhesitatingly activated the Mida domain. A completely silver subspace unfolded, instantly engulfing Xia Lin, the evil god, and the Tulip Duke within. Which I do not wish to be your enemy. As long as you give him to me, I will leave right now. Looking at the completely silver space around, the evil god tested it with a tentacle. It seemed that breaking through was possible, but it would require considerable effort. If this witch were to act while it attempted to break through, it would likely be troublesome. The evil god's heart began to retreat. Although this witch was not a complete form, yet she was getting close. The evil god began to ponder the price it could pay. However, Xia Lin did not understand a single word of what the evil god just said. What is this gibberish? Facing the evil god that could move directly within the time stop and had destroyed her created small world, Xia Lin was fully alert. Taking advantage of the evil god's inaction, the number of magic spheres within her body was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 120015003000. Feeling that even though she was being forcibly suppressed by Xia Lin, she was still growing stronger enough to make the evil god feel a hint of life-threatening danger. The evil god inwardly cursed. This which before it seemed to have no intention of communicating with it. She only thought about how to kill it. The evil god hurriedly extended numerous tentacles, each at least 10 kilometers long, and fiercely swung them towards Xia Lin, trying to interrupt Xia Lin's process of stacking boxes. The evil god successfully interrupted Xia Lin, but it was already too late. Xia Lin had stacked 500 magic spheres within her body. Then Xia Lin's aura was no longer concealed, it erupted rampantly. The entire Mida domain trembled under Xia Lin's immensely powerful aura. Even several evil gods far away in the subspace crevice felt this terrifying aura and instinctively began to mourn for their good brother. The evil god weakly slapped the boundary of the Mida domain with its tentacles. Then a new thicker layer of Mida domain covered the old one. Octopus, are you ready to become takoyaki? Xia Lin's dark golden pupils coldly gazed at the evil god. To complete the assessment of the Imperial Academy and obtain the Ice Wudong leaves, she must fulfill the transaction with the Ice Phoenix. To kill the two monsters before her, especially the second one, the particularly large monster that looked exactly like the octopus that suddenly appeared in her home. This only intensified her aversion towards the octopus that had suddenly saved another monster disguised as a human. I said you deserve to die? Moreover, this larger octopus looked exceedingly powerful. Due to its massive size, Xia Lin prudently stacked up 500 magical energy orbs. Xia Lin did not raise her hand to condense the falling sun. After the number of magical energy orbs reached 500, the effect of the Mida domain significantly increased. Initially, the Mida domain was merely an auxiliary magic to facilitate Xia Lin's casting of falling sun. Now it was no longer appropriate to refer to this magic as merely the Mida domain. In this state, the Mida domain created by Xia Lin had already become akin to a small world. Xia Lin was the deity of this small world with all the rules dictated by her. In an instant, a wave of death energy was birthed from the evil god, and the tulip dukes swiftly spreading throughout their bodies. The evil god was fine. A single sentence from Xia Lin was not enough to bring about its demise. However, the tulip dukes suffered terribly, almost instantly obliterated. Even if the evil god wanted to intervene and save him, it would have been too late. The evil god cautiously lifted a small pool of the tulip duke's ashes with its tentacles. After all, this was something it had painstakingly deceived to obtain. Just like that, he was gone. What about the year-end performance evaluation? Moreover, without followers, it could not remain in this world for long. Once it left, returning would be nearly impossible. This was also why the evil god took such a great risk to save the tulip duke. Alright, I won't fight you anymore. Can't I just leave? Yet Xia Lin still did not understand what the evil god was saying, only furrowing her brows and mumbling. Only one dead. So hard to kill. Meanwhile, a small light orb rapidly condensed at the tip of Xia Lin's finger. Falling sun. The light orb was casually thrown by Xia Lin towards the evil god. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the minuscule orb, the evil god realized that Xia Lin could not understand its words. Thus, the evil god spent another half a second learning the human language. Don't. But as soon as the evil god uttered the first character, Xia Lin's falling sun had already expanded to its maximum size. Had the Mida domain not been sufficiently large, it might have affected Xia Lin herself. Reluctantly, the evil god had to extend countless tentacles to block the falling sun. If this thing were to land directly on it, it would be no fun at all. Don't. The evil god struggled to catch Xia Lin's falling sun and tried to speak to her again. But it still only uttered the first word. Eradicate. Xia Lin extended a hand, wiping away the evil god's body, as if erasing words from a blackboard, brushing against it through the falling sun. As Xia Lin's slender hand wiped from side to side, the evil god's body continuously vanished and restored. The evil god let out a tremendous scream as the falling sun drew closer. Yet Xia Lin was still not satisfied. I've already used 3 skills. Why aren't you dead yet? I said there should be a sun here. At the moment Xia Lin finished speaking, a real sun appeared above the falling sun. Although this sun was small, it was far from the size of the actual sun. But even if it was small, it was still a true star. In the face of a genuine star, the size of Xia Lin's falling sun appeared somewhat inadequate. Compared to the actual star, Xia Lin's falling sun was like placing a grain of rice next to a basketball. The words the evil god originally intended to discuss with Xia Lin changed upon seeing the star suddenly appear above the falling sun. Evil god, however, the explosive sound was too loud, and sometimes Xia Lin's hearing wasn't very good. She could not hear what the evil god was saying below. Looking at the 2 suns above its head, the evil god knew it could not hold out for much longer. So it quietly severed one of its tentacles. The tentacles seemed to possess its own will, quietly wrapping around Xia Lin's back. Their kind had a trait: as long as even a small portion of their body remained, they could revive. Though it could not withstand the sun directly, it was confident it could stealthily kill this witch. Then the evil god gave up resisting, allowing the 2 suns to crash down upon it. With the evil god's surrender, its body no longer regenerated. Under the extreme heat of the suns, it was instantly vaporized completely except for the exceedingly tiny tentacle it had separated in advance. After seeing the evil god vaporize completely by her falling sun, Xia Lin did not let her guard down. Instead, she condensed several more falling suns at her fingertips and threw them down towards the spot where the evil god had once been. Countless violent explosions resonated within the vast and empty Mida domain. This caused the evil god, who initially wanted to recover and launch a sneak attack on Xia Lin, to pause once more. Maybe I'll wait a little longer. The evil god curled up in a corner, a place unaffected by the explosions, silently watching Xia Lin continuously release falling suns. After about 10 minutes, the space within the Mida domain had become somewhat distorted by Xia Lin's explosions. Finally, she lowered the hand that had been incessantly releasing falling suns. Xia Lin lowered her head, resting her chin in her hand, gazing at the empty space within the Mida domain, pondering it should be dead right. Then Xia Lin's aura began to weaken and the stacking state was released. What an opportunity! Seeing this scene before her, the evil god shouted internally while simultaneously lifting the restraints on its recovery ability. Thus, using a tiny tentacle as a pivot, an immensely large octopus suddenly appeared behind Xia Lin. At the same time, countless tentacles fused into a single tentacle nearly 100 kilometers long and several kilometers thick, whipping towards Xia Lin with great force. At this moment, both time and space around Xia Lin were completely sealed by the evil god. She could do nothing but watch as the tentacles resembling mountains swung towards her. However, the evil god was considerate enough to leave part of Xia Lin's face unsealed. It wanted to see what kind of expression this which would show when facing imminent death. The evil god laughed maniacally, its countless eyes fixated intently on Xia Lin's face. Beg for mercy, even if you do, I won't spare you. I'm so scared. A calm and emotionless girl's voice came from behind the evil god. The tentacle larger than the mountains lashed down at Xia Lin like a whip. In an instant, the fragile girl was reduced to ashes, scattering into silver starlight. I'm so scared. The girl's emotionless recitation echoed once more behind the evil god. At the same time, a stronger aura erupted from Xia Lin's body behind the evil god. So you can speak human language. How do you like my pleas for mercy? Xia Lin's voice remained devoid of any emotion. But to the evil god's ears it sounded like the death knell proclaiming its doom. Miss Witch, I didn't mean to be your enemy. You've already become my enemy, haven't you? At that moment, Xia Lin stood before the evil god, appearing as small as a mere child. She was even smaller than one of the evil god's eyes. Yet Xia Lin merely stood there, and the evil god dared not make any moves. But the evil god stammered, unable to articulate its thoughts, its gigantic eye darting around, afraid to meet Xia Lin's dark golden pupils. It seemed the evil god was contemplating how to justify itself to Xia Lin. In reality, it knew very well that this witch before it would never let it go. I've got it. In an instant, a very small hole was secretly drilled out of the meta domain by the evil god. Its colossal form shrank to a size comparable to that of a small dog. Transforming into a black stream of light, it darted out through the hole. Just before the evil god appeared in the outside world, an emotionless voice of a girl first made its presence known. I tell you, you cannot corrupt anyone. At the moment Xia Lin's words fell, the rules of the entire world were altered. Those who had been tainted from accidentally looking at the evil god felt their abnormalities rapidly dissipate and return to normal. Meanwhile, the evil god had no energy to pay attention to such matters. It was frantically trying to tear through the subspace to escape. Hurry! Hurry! Faster! The evil god clawed at the space with its tentacles, but the space, which was originally as thin as paper to it, now felt like a solid iron wall. No matter how furiously the evil god clawed, the space did not ripple at all. Undoubtedly, this was Xia Lin's work. Having stacked 100,000 magic orbs within her body, Xia Lin was now powerful enough that a mere thought could change everything. Under the watchful gaze of the evil god's terrified eye, Xia Lin lifted the shattered meta domain and slowly approached the evil god. You deserve to die. With just that simple sentence, the evil god's body began to disintegrate, leaving not even a single molecule behind in this world. After everything ended, Xia Lin released the 100,000 magic orbs stacked within her and tore open a rift in space to return to Eve's side. That was a close call, as she had almost lost. Xia Lin gently patted her chest, feeling a bit frightened. The earlier death at the hands of the evil god was just one of her orb avatars. Xia Lin would never be careless enough to stand by and watch the giant octopus face off against her magic. The moment she created the star through the meta domain, she had already hidden away. She was well aware that it was very difficult to kill that octopus using physical attacks. Therefore, whether using the falling sun or directly creating a star, she was merely stalling for time. Xia Lin's true aim was to stack the number of magic orbs within her body. Previously, she had only about 100,000 orbs. This was far from her expectations. Xia Lin had originally planned to stack at least 200,000. Unfortunately, the more orbs she stacked, the harder it became to continue. Moreover, relying on the orb avatars could hardly buy her much time. Had she not noticed the little tricks of that octopus or stacked those 100,000 orbs during that time? Had she been careless and not discovered the escape intentions of that octopus, it might have truly turned the tables on her, or managed to escape. Furthermore, she had spent such a long time just to deal with a talking octopus. During that time, she had used nearly 10 spells. In the end, she still hadn't achieved her original goal, to turn that octopus into takoyaki. I really need to get stronger as soon as possible. Xia Lin reflected on herself after the battle and made a firm resolution to become stronger quickly. She had read out her earlier thoughts, all of which were heard by Eve beside her. Are you saying you just took less than half an hour to defeat a monster that looked very much like the final boss? And now you're feeling guilty for not doing it fast enough? Eve attempted to make a sarcastic comment, but then gave up. She truly didn't know where to start with her sarcasm. She could only take a couple of steps back, leaving Xia Lin to conduct her so-called post-battle summary alone. Xia Lin, where did you just go? Did you see that super huge monster? At this moment, Jessie suddenly approached Xia Lin to greet her. Clearly none of the others present except for Eve and Celia realized that the evil god had been dealt with by Xia Lin. The evil god's form was too immense while Xia Lin seemed too insignificant. From the perspective of the crowd, it looked like Xia Lin had a brief conversation with the Ice Phoenix, and then Duke Tulip inexplicably died. Next, a gigantic tentacle suddenly appeared and then vanished. A huge monster appeared and then suddenly died. As for where Xia Lin had gone, no one cared except for Eve and Jessie. After all, the previous scene had been so explosive that their minds were momentarily unable to process it. I went to the bathroom, didn't see anything. Xia Lin scratched her head and said shyly. She realized her oversight during the battle with the octopus was far too many. She had almost let the octopus escape several times, and she felt embarrassed to admit that she had dealt with that octopus. That was just too humiliating. Oh, I see. At that moment, Celia transformed into her human form and interrupted Xia Lin's conversation with Jessie. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. Originally, she had intended to discuss with Xia Lin about changing the reward or something. Being a mount seemed a bit too. But now Celia had dismissed that thought. Such power capable of changing the world surely surpassed any true god, right? At least in the memories of the Ice Phoenix's heritage, she had never seen a true god possess such strength. What's just a mount? She would take it. Seeing Celia walking towards her, Xia Lin suddenly recalled the earlier deal with Celia. She is here to deliver the Ice Phoenix leaves. Xia Lin wiped the non-existent sweat off her forehead. Her earlier efforts had finally not been in vain. Xia Lin reached out a hand to Celia, intending to take the Ice Phoenix leaves she was offering. Celia, seeing Xia Lin's outstretched hand, instantly understood her meaning. She walked up to Xia Lin, stood on her tiptoes, and rested her chin on top. Looking at Celia, who inexplicably rested her chin in her palm, Xia Lin instinctively scratched Celia's chin like petting a cat. Soon after, Celia let out a purring sound of enjoyment. It was a while before she realized something was amiss. What was she doing? Celia quickly removed her chin from Xia Lin's hand, stepping back slightly. Her icy blue eyes wanted to gaze at Xia Lin, but hesitated. Her delicate face had become flushed at some point. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Xia Lin had to take the initiative to ask for her reward first. Can you fulfill the reward you promised me earlier? Due to Celia's inexplicable actions earlier, Xia Lin felt a bit embarrassed as well. However, to successfully pass the test, she once again stretched out her hand towards Celia. Seeing Xia Lin's outstretched hand, Celia's already flushed face reddened even more. What was the reward? Celia had thought she had misunderstood Xia Lin's intentions. What Xia Lin wanted as a reward was not what she had in mind. Yet upon contemplation, there was nothing else to consider. This question did not require much thought. A powerhouse of absolute top-tier strength among true gods was asking for a reward after helping her fend off enemies. Surely it couldn't just be a few broken leaves. Recalling her cherished possessions over the years, Celia found nothing noteworthy to present. If anything, the only precious thing she had was herself. Moreover, the most important thing was Xia Lin's earlier action. She had seen it before. Usually humans pet their mounts or pets in this manner. Gazing at Xia Lin's slender palm, Celia hesitated for a moment before once again resting her chin on it. However, this time, Xia Lin resisted the urge to caress Celia. With a hint of regret in Celia's gaze, she withdrew her hand. I'm looking for the ice sycamore leaf. Although the little girl in front of her was delightful to pet, the priority was to obtain the ice sycamore leaf and pass the academy's entrance assessment. Celia was momentarily taken aback by Xia Lin's words. In disbelief, she asked, what you want is the ice sycamore leaf. Xia Lin nodded, simultaneously gesturing for Celia to hurry. It's just the one that grows on the ice sycamore tree. A very ordinary ice sycamore leaf. Xia Lin nodded again, urging Celia to give it to her quickly. Celia confirmed multiple times that what Xia Lin wanted was indeed the sycamore leaves she used as a mattress while sleeping. Celia sighed deeply. I understand. She then lowered her head, transforming back into her phoenix form, and flew back to the sycamore grove, preparing to dismantle her bed to give it to Xia Lin as a reward. Shortly after, Celia returned to Xia Lin dragging a large bag of ice sycamore leaves taller than herself. Xia Lin happily accepted the entire bag of ice sycamore leaves. Although she felt that these leaves seemed familiar, it didn't matter. What mattered was passing the assessment. Really? Don't you need anything else? This reward is hardly worth your effort. Looking at Xia Lin's satisfied expression, Celia still found it hard to believe. Could a true god-level powerhouse act for just a bag of leaves she used as a mattress? Can I ask for other rewards? You can. Celia replied seriously. She had a somewhat stubborn temperament, but once she decided on something, she would not easily change her mind. As Xia Lin grabbed a handful of ice sycamore leaves from the bag and took a deep breath, she began to think about what other rewards to ask for. There was a faint, refreshing fragrance. Although Xia Lin wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others, since Celia said she could ask for more reward, Xia Lin wouldn't refuse. Seeing Xia Lin's actions, Celia's little face turned bright red. Forget it, I shouldn't tell her these were taken from my mattress. Celia thought to herself while quickly adjusting her demeanor. Have you thought it through yet? After a while, Celia asked Xia Lin. Xia Lin shook her head. She didn't particularly lack anything and wasn't sure what Celia had to offer. After hearing Xia Lin's response, Celia took another deep breath. She bit down hard on her lower lip. Finally, Celia made up her mind. Once a promise was made, it could not be taken back, even if it was a unilateral promise based on misunderstanding. Even if Xia Lin disagreed, she should express this matter. Moreover, her bed had already been taken apart. If she didn't follow Xia Lin, she would have nowhere to sleep. Celia found herself a rather forced reason. Since that's the case, I can recommend you a... Celia blushed, pressing one hand against her flat chest, standing up straight. Oh, what is the gift? Seeing Celia brimming with determination, Xia Lin's interest was piqued. I. Celia's icy blue eyes met Xia Lin's curious dark golden ones. Although she had already made up her mind, suddenly saying such an embarrassing thing was still a challenge for Celia. What do you mean? Xia Lin's question acted as a catalyst, forcing Celia to speak. Please let me become your mount or pet. Celia shouted this with her eyes closed and her face flushed. This was the first time she had completely finished such a long sentence. With this shout, all the surviving candidates, including Jessie, who was chatting with Eve nearby, had their attention drawn to them. Everyone present knew that Celia was a legendary creature of Phoenix. When they saw Celia talking to Xia Lin, they tactfully gave them enough space to converse. Of course, many were still trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, after being struck by a branch of the sycamore tree that fell from the sky, they chose to leave. But this time was different. Due to overwhelming shyness, the voice Celia emitted was exceptionally loud, making it impossible not to hear. Everyone turned their curious and shocked gazes towards Xia Lin and Celia. The questions in their eyes were nothing but, who is this person? Why would a phoenix recognize her as a master? Well, I want a tutorial. And so on. Is it? Okay, master. Celia endured the torment of shyness and uttered this term she had learned from human books. The scene was nearly explosive, but due to the sycamore tree branch that suddenly appeared above their heads, it did not explode. This probably isn't quite right.